For those who don't know the premise, 6 of the performances you'll see today are from contestants on the show who are trying to debut. My team is first, and we're performing a rap song produced by Lil Pumpy and modified by my teammates. As a matter of fact, shout out to the judges and the producers who helped make the songs we're performing today. They're down there, so wave and clap, please. Ari pointed down to the partitioned area where the judges were sitting on prepared seats and led the crowd for a round of applause. The judges waved and posed awkwardly as cameras rushed to face them, since they were caught off guard. And when they were done, he began laughing before speaking. Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, it's time for the most important question of your life. Red versus blue. Please choose wisely. The right color is my hair color. Those of you who say red, let me hear your voices. Woo. Yay. A decent amount of screams rang out while Ari began making thumbs up signs. All right. And those who say blue make some noise. Woo. Yeah. Woo-ho. Boo. As the audience began to scream, Ari immediately began booing them playfully, and in response, they shouted louder. Once they quieted down, Ari gave the audience a shady glance before bringing the microphone to his lips. Well, obviously, we can all agree that the red team won that round. Go red team. No, you're lying. Blue team won. Recount, recount, recount. Recount, recount. Sticking his tongue out and laughing, Ari covered his ears with both hands and pretended he couldn't hear until the chanting got excessively loud, and he slumped in defeat before getting off the speaker. Fine, fine, we'll check one more time. Blue team, make some noise. Once again, remember that my hair color is the color you should be supporting, not the other team. Running to the edge of the stage, Ari held the microphone out to the audience so they could scream to their heart's content. Following his lead, Leo and Minjun ran around trying to hype the crowd up as well, and Ari whispered into his microphone as he glanced toward the back of the stage while slashing at his throat. Cut their mics. Whoa, blue. Yeah, hi. Go blue. Surprisingly, Leo and Minjun's microphones were cut, and as the two of them looked at him in betrayal, Ari shrugged. In France, we would say that is moyen. It's not bad, but not that great either. Red team, show them how it's done. Undo Trago dash. An intense roar incomparable to the previous one was heard, and Ari nodded in approval. Yeah, baby. As I said, the red team won. You're cheating. You gave your team a countdown, and you made them turn off our microphones. Leo complained and began chasing after him as Ari laughed and ran away. That was my evil twin, Lyra. I've never cheated a day in my life. Ladies? Gents? Did I cheat? Yes. Yes, you did. You're a cheater. Really? Are you sure? Yes. I saw it with my own eyes. Completely disregarding the audience's complaints, Ari told Leo with a straight face. They said I'm innocent and that you should stop falsely accusing me. They literally did not. I can hear them. Can I get the audience to cheer one more time? Pretty please? For the amazing performance that you're going to see. Whoa. As people began to cheer, Ari quickly brought the microphone to his mouth. Cheer if you think I'm innocent. Wow. Look, all those people are cheering for my innocence. I feel vindicated. Thank you for believing in me when my own teammate didn't. You cheated. Nope. Ari, you cheated. La 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 la, I can't hear you. Oh, wait. Staff is saying that the music has been fixed? Let's clap extra hard for Levi and Vishal when they come. Oh, here they are. Whoa. Good job, boys. Clap, clap, clap. Woo woo. As Ari led the clap as Levi and Vishal came out, he arched his brow at them, and they both nodded. Well, thank you all for playing along with us. We'll hopefully give you the best performance you'll see today. Once again, go red team. With a simple bow, Ari moved to the back of the stage along with everyone, but Levi as he waited for the music to start. And when it did, all of them flinched before staring at each other. It was the wrong track. Instead of the one they had been practicing, it was the original track created by Lil Pumpy. As Ari began laughing to himself, he heard a slightly familiar voice coming from his in-ears. Why are you standing still? Start performing. What? What should we do? I said start performing. Should we just perform? Matthew asked while staring at Ari. He didn't understand why he started laughing like a crazy person. Hell no. Are you sure? They're saying we should perform. Is this the song we practiced? No. Then why would we perform to it? Just stand there and let it play. They'll realize their mistake and fix it. Ari told him, looking back at Levi, who was walking toward them, as the voice continued from their in-ears. You guys need to start performing, or you'll suffer the consequences and be disqualified from receiving any points. Or even disqualification from the program entirely. What? No, maybe we should dash. Ignore it. But dash. Ignore it. They're lying. Ari, seriously, ignore it. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for it. Just stand there and stay quiet. Ari warned them as he stared straight ahead. Just because he expected something to go wrong didn't mean he wasn't pissed when it happened. Right now, the best way to handle this was to get someone to give a statement while he went to the sound station. But then, want me to go? Levi glanced between Ari's cold expression and the nervous ones of the others before ripping his in-ears out, tossing them to the ground, and stomping on them. Please. I'll be back. Keep one of those in. Levi pointed at the in-ear before stomping away. Stop wasting time and perform. Then you should play the correct file. You're delaying the other teams. Behind you. Just perform. The production staff will take accountability for the mess-up. I highly doubt that. They can't take accountability for anything. As a matter of fact, you're pissing me off with this nonsense. Getting irritated at the person constantly yelling in his in-ears, Ari ripped one of them out before turning around and speaking into his microphone. Sorry for the delay. This isn't our song. I'm not sure if there's a mix-up on the back end with the original song that was so generously provided to us by Lil Pumpy and the version that we modified. Yesterday's sound check went fine, but if the staff backstage doesn't have the correct sound file after doing their best to fix the sound issue, no worries. We all have several extra flash drives with the correct song on them. In fact, Levi is actually on his way back right now to address the issue. Ari calmly spoke into his microphone before muting it and staring ahead, as the voice in his ear continued to yell. It was now a game of chicken, and he certainly didn't plan on losing. After all, what were they going to do? Kick him off the stage for not performing the incorrect song? Stomp him from complaining? Actually, thinking that he might as well go all out since he planned on saying what he wanted during his rap verse, Ari began chanting as he climbed up on the speaker once again. Play the right song. Play the right song. Play the right song. Play the right song. As the crowd began chanting, with people joining in simply because of the vibe, Ari smiled as he heard Levi's sharp voice in his in-ears. It's handled. We just got word that they got the right file, thanks to Levi. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We'll get started shortly. Woo. Social anxiety is afraid of you. And I think the production team is too. Matthew whispered as Ari came back to stand beside him while cracking his neck. Good. If they're afraid, they'll stop messing around with me. Either way, let's just do well, yeah? Take a deep breath. Holding out his fist to Matthew, Ari smiled when the other boy took a deep breath and bumped it. With their heads bowed, they waited for the music to start as methodical footsteps went on stage before them. Number 255. Chapter 255, Team TV Off. Why is that stupid production team always messing around with him? Huh. Grace grumbled as she watched Ari climb down from the speakers with the coldest smile on his face while his eyes were spitting fire. To those who didn't know him, it might seem fine, but having seen what his genuine smile looked like versus when he was frustrated, to Grace, it looked as if Ari wanted to rip somebody apart as his eyes settled on somebody in the judge's area before he turned around and rejoined his team. Clearly, something more serious than what the audience was seeing was going on, and all she knew was that it wasn't fair to him or his teammates. Calm down, Grace. Don't become a conspiracy theorist. Justine grabbed Grace's arm when it looked as if she were about to charge to the stage. I am calm. But what kind of irresponsible organizers are there that not only did a light fall on the MC right as he was leading Ari and his team onto the stage, but then the MC fell through a hidden hole and had to be rushed to the hospital. If Ari hadn't let the MC go first, he would have been crippled. Now the wrong song was used. And it's a trashy song at that. Does this make any sense? Huh. You're telling me it's not a conspiracy. Okay, but calm down. I am calm. I'm so calm that I'm going to expose those Ugh. Holding back a scream of frustration, Grace glared at where the judges stood, angry that none of them had even bothered to go on stage to at least take charge of the unexpected situation, and instead let an 18-year-old contestant do it with his team. From handling the injury to everything else, they just stood there like planks of wood and let him handle the crazy atmosphere of the crowd. Did that make any sense? Thankfully, Ari was someone who clearly didn't have nerves, because the rest of his team was shaking from the negative crowd energy and quiet until he loosened the atmosphere. Making sure she was recording everything in high definition, Grace began planning how she would report this issue when suddenly the music changed and someone started to walk out. Click, click, click. Taking long, measured steps that synchronized to the beat, a tall boy wearing a well-fitted navy blue suit appeared alone on the stage. With bold-framed black glasses, icy blue eyes that glimmered, and a polite, amicable smile, while holding the microphone held at the perfect distance. Despite his blue hair, many people immediately assumed that he was the replacement MC rather than a part of the group, due to the way he was dressed and carried himself. The simple beat that had punctuated his steps subtly changed into something more elegant and sophisticated, the drums and hi-hats being accompanied by a simple piano melody, the perfectly modulated voice reminiscent of a newscaster, a broadcast announcer, or someone on the radio, the very reason that Ari had harassed him to come back after each person had attempted to do but failed. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'd like to invite you to the battle that's televised. 2 groups. 1 battle. A tale as old as time. Fire and ice. Dichotomy and opinions. Settled only with rhymes. And poetry, the essence of rap. Across all genres, beats, and flows. Self-expression to the fullest extent. Ladies and gents, allow us to demonstrate what a rap battle meant. It was a smooth voice, rhythmic and mellow, imitating the rap style that many of the original MCs had when rap first became a genre, and many people who were used to Levi's aggressive rap style stared open-mouthed as their brains short-circuited for a second. Was this the sharp-tongued, motor-mouth rapper, known for his aggressive style? Where did this suave, smooth gentleman come from? As the audience marveled at Levi's mature side and sudden change, he bowed politely and stepped back, while the other 5 boys came forward with fierce expressions. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. As the intense beat rang out, the 2 groups, easily distinguishable by the color of their costumes, stared at each other as if a fight were brewing. With a mocking expression, Ari waved off the other team as if they weren't worth his time, and, taking offense, Minjun stepped forward after popping his collar, and Leo brushed his shoulder off with a cool movement. As the beat was about to drop, Minjun started to perform the simple hip-hop choreography that Matthew had made for their chorus as Leo hyped him up from the back, while Vishal, Matthew, and Ari mirrored it, making it look like a battle. Who wanna rock with Minjun? Can dance and rap like Minjun? Who got them obsessed like Minjun? Like Minjun. The beat transitioned as the chorus shifted, and Minjun began rapping his verse to a melodic-type beat while Leo did ad-libs for him. The 2 of them worked the stage while pressing Ari's group, who were trying to play it cool as they retreated. With the sound of the bell, ding, I step in the ring like I'm a boxer. Float like a butterfly. Sting like a bee. Conviction on my fist. I'm strong and fight to be free. I want that knockout. Right hook, left hook. Beat him up like I'm Pacquiao. Blue like the sky. I'm on top of everything. From min to win. Flip my M into a W. Blue team on top. Do your worst, send your best. We can never be stopped. So who dash? Before Minjun could finish his line, Matthew seemed to explode forward, pushing him back with 2 fingers on the forehead as the chorus suddenly started again. Who wanna rock with Matthew? Can dance any style like Matthew? Who got them obsessed like Matthew? Like Matthew. As the chorus ended, a completely different style of beat could be heard as Matthew began his rap, which was on the slower side, and allowed him to incorporate his slick dance moves. Red team's best dancer, I'm blazing hot. Killin' the beat, there's no way I'll stop. They call me the dance machine, 'cause I keep on groovin'. Step all over that blue team. Gotta keep it movin'. If you're the sky, then I'm in outer space. Moonwalk on your dreams. You can't even chase. Got that fire in my eyes. Just like my team color. Tell the blue team bye. Red team stands taller. Just as Matthew finished, Levi reappeared as if by magic as the music suddenly turned mellow once more. It's a 1v1. The game seems tied. The beats, the punchlines, the verses. It can't be quantified. But the show must go on. We can't stop here. This time, the red team. You'll be the first to appear. Vishal stepped up with an uncharacteristically bold smile on his face. Styled with a bucket hat, goggles, and streetwear instead of his usual glasses and business casual clothing, he began the chorus before transitioning into his verse as he pushed Levi away. The audience gasped, as if they couldn't believe he was really dissing the other team, while Levi retreated once more. I'm from both bays. A chai latte, if you will. Nerdy boy with some culture. Determined to make it up the hill. Say my talent is low. Say I can't compare. You can doubt me all you want. I'm still going to be here. Red team gets the win. Cinch the battle in 3. Call the blue team 404, cause they won't be around. Look it up. That error means they can't be found. After Vishal wrapped up his verse, Leo slid forward, and after performing his chorus, quickly rapped his verse to a different beat than all the others, showing a style that allowed his slightly melodic voice to shine. If you're on the moon, I'm in another galaxy. You take baby steps. I'm a giant here leaping. Call me Armstrong. The stars and my spaceship are the only things in sight, traveling toward my destiny faster than light. My enemies appear from wormholes and planets. I draw in everything like gravity, and my lasers to implode your reality. Once Leo was done, Ari slid to the center, crunching down on the remaining cough drop and swallowing it before starting the chorus that stated his name. Who wanna rock with Ari? Sing, rap, and dance like Ari. Who got them obsessed like Ari? I think you really like Ari. Haters are always mad about Ari. Now, have you ever met Ari? His eyes, which were usually focused on the crowd, while performing, were now fixed on the section that had the judges, producers, and PD. Seeing producer Benny's face and, along with PD Emily's face, Ari got even more pissed off after thinking of what had almost been allowed to happen to them. Glaring as the beat changed to the more aggressive beat that was originally Levi's and mentally rewriting a few things in his head, Ari finally began rapping all the things he wanted to say that had always been blocked by the production team. He was sick of people messing around with him when he just wanted to keep to himself, perform missions, and carry on. He was sick of the narrative that production always spun without them taking accountability for anything that happened. He was really sick of William, who couldn't just focus on himself and always had to mess around. And this was his only chance to get what he wanted to say out. Remembering the pact that he and Levi had made with each other, Ari quickly edited, mentally said a quick apology to his teammates, before pouring his words out. You do sneaky things behind my back, one. Gossip and nonsense out of your mouths. You hate, but never to my face. Okay, let's get it then. Ari, I want money, power, respect. The first one is better. So tell production to go write my checks. Ari intentionally pointed toward PD Emily, so everyone would know exactly what he was talking about. I'm not trying to be symbolic. My temperament is honest. You made me choose violence. Okay, I'll bring it up. You like to say that I'm the problem. Production messing up, letting others sabotage me, and I'm still not at the bottom. So all I say is, yeah, yeah, take it up with me. What are you gonna do? Mute my microphone? I got at least 3 other options. Captain Crash Out. You think I can't rap? I'm versatile if I have to. Got the best visuals, the best vocals, and I made a trashy song sound good. It's up, noting to lose. So why would I play it safe? Head held high when I walk around. Stand behind everything that I say. If you think you can control me, you must not know about me. I'm not in your big 3. Good, 'cause it's just big me. I'm the bomb. What? I think I'm like that. Send your obstacles. They're a light snack. I'm the big shark. And I bite back. They're all chum. All my ops are getting buried. When you see red in the water, you'd better run, 'cause I get scary. And you're all bums. Feeling completely refreshed, even though his throat was a bit sore, Ari felt the stuffiness that was in his chest be fully released. Completing the dance break, the wide smile on his face became even wider as he saw frowns where the judges stood. Good. He wanted them to be uncomfortable. As the music mellowed out and came to an end, Ari took the microphone. This was Team TV off. Thank you for watching our performance. Feeling the confused gazes of his teammates since Levi never came back out for his final closing part, Ari began, ushering them off the stage despite their protests. Their portion of the performance was complete, and it was now time for the Team Crash Out to live up to their name. And as they passed, Levi was chuckling as he walked onto the stage as the music grew more menacing. Ha ha ha. His jacket was tossed aside, and his sleeves were roughly up, changing him from a working professional to a young man with a sharp impression. With a beat that was reminiscent of a battle song in a movie or TV show, it suddenly blew up. I just want to say mustard. Or should I call you Dijon? With a wolfish smile, Levi pointed right at Dijon AV, aka DJ TV, who stood alongside the rest of the judges, the venom in his eyes completely visible as he tossed away his glasses before loosening his tie with a careless motion. You say I'm bad, but somebody's got to do it. One-dimensional and can't rap. Well, somebody's got to do it. Hopping down from the stage, Levi continued rapping while staring directly at DJ TV in the judges section. It was as if he wanted the man to know that this verse and everything that followed were targeted directly at him and no one else. I'ma turn your TV off, turn your TV off, turn your TV off, turn your TV off. There's no rap top 3 in this rap thing. I'm the entree, they're mere fillings. Don't consider them my opponents. With one song, they disappearin'. This is my style, not jack from anybody. Just because I keep it sharp like I got a bone to pick. With everybody. Doesn't mean I don't have a deep bag. Point them out. I'll body your favorite rapper as a hobby. Young and I'm reckless. I'm here to prove a point that I have lots more to show. Not because I have to, I just thought that you should know. I'm better than some old head who can't show newcomers the ropes. Playing favorites, putting others down. I get it. You might be going broke. You're trying to save your face, improve your cosmetics. This is your come up. Those numbers looking low, so you're discredit a young pup. Blame me for my family. It's not my fault. There's nothing I can do. Just say you want my life. I certainly wouldn't blame you. Jealousy is a sin, and misery loves company. Could give advice. Instead, you're beefing with me. For X my age, and just as mature. I used to look up to you, but definitely not anymore. I've got questions since you want to be strange. When was the last time you were on a stage? When were you even relevant? Was it when you were my age? Did I go too far? Good. I've heard the truth hurts, and your mouth is full of deceit. Don't be a coward. Tell it. What's your problem? Tell me, let me hear it. Levi held his microphone to the DJ TV, but the man didn't say anything, and with a smile that wasn't a smile, Levi spun around and began heading for the stage that was completely empty except for one person. It was the person who co-signed and allowed him to get everything he wanted to say off his chest, since this would most likely be his very last performance. If you disrespect me, just know I'll walk into that room with no etiquette while yelling. Reaching out and clasping the slender fingers that had a surprising amount of strength, Levi used Ari's extended hand to leap back onto the stage. Mustard, you said I'm bad. Well, somebody's got to do it. One-dimensional and can't rap? Well, somebody's got to do it. I'm going to turn your TV off, turn your TV off, turn your TV off, turn your TV off. I'm going to dash. As Levi held out his hand as if he were turning off a TV remote, the sound of the signal being cut was heard before he dropped his microphone. And in full view of the camera, with a sharp smile that transformed his face, making several people gasp, Levi stuck a middle finger directly at the area where the judges stood and then walked off. Quickly picking up Levi's microphone, Ari laughed before giving his final statement. We're Team TV off Part 2. Thanks for watching our performance. Enjoy the rest of the performances. Like that, Kendrick Lamar verse, smiley face. Number 256. Chapter 256, Executive Discussion 1. I'm going to be in so much trouble. As Ari sat down in the waiting area contemplating his impulsive action, he felt multiple gazes staring at him. Even his teammates were giving him a wide berth, which was to be expected considering his verse had changed from what was practiced, and Levi had entirely gone off script. He would have to apologize later. Regret your actions? Regretting it. As if he had read his mind, Levi echoed Nova's questions, and Ari let out a small chuckle. Rather than regret, he felt quite refreshed. He wasn't someone who liked holding things in when he was upset, and it felt like ever since he had gotten on the show, he had a constant stream of bad luck, had been wronged by many people, and was still expected to be happy, friendly, and grateful to a production team. Given the way things unfolded, he was pleased to be able to clear the air at least once, and in this setting, even if the PDs edited and manipulated the recording as they saw fit, someone was bound to have the full version. Regret? Nah, I rarely regret things, and there was a lot that I wanted to get off my chest that I might not get a chance to do later. Plus, it might sound cocky, and I don't want to jinx it, but even when my rank falls, I don't think it will fall to the point where I'll be eliminated. Hopefully. And when it does, I'll just have to figure out a way to climb up again. Are you regretting it? You went extra hardcore at the end. Ari gave Levi a curious glance, and the former blonde shrugged. Hell no. Then it's worth it. Glad you enjoyed your last performance. And thanks for cooperating. It was fun. Oh, the stylist said I should tell you that if you use Head Shoulders shampoo, the blue should come out in a couple of washes. Cracking his neck to relieve the tension, Ari stood up and began to head to the performance area. Where are you? Going. To watch Jamie perform. If I miss it, he'll sulk. He's already mad that I took you out to eat without him. I still need him to give me a ride back. Ari had to sit through repeated nagging and complaints while comforting Jamie, assuring him that his position as Ari's best blonde friend, he had no idea when that competition had started, was safe and sound. But although he was grumbling about it, Ari actually didn't mind, especially since Jamie had been bragging about his performance while Carlos secretly agreed. He does realize that I was forced to go? Potato, or as Jamie said, horse donkey? I don't get it. As Ari was about to leave, he realized that it would be awkward to just abandon Levi here, especially when he wasn't close to anybody else, and even more especially after their shenanigans. Do you want to come with me? To watch the performances. It's too late for Ben's, but there are others. Pass. Don't want your friend getting jealous. Okay. See you later. Or maybe not. Waving goodbye, Ari quickly ran off to catch Jamie's performance, and Levi's expression regained its usual sharpness as he glanced around until he found a familiar face. It was one of the boys who shared a room with him and William. Boy. Hick. The boy immediately sat up straight as his face got pale. Where's Will? Hick what? Where's Will? Levi glanced at the boy, trying to remember his name. Romeo? Leo? Matteo? He knew it was something Italian. I'm not sure. He went that way. With a shaky finger, Tony, the poor forgotten member, pointed one way. Thanks. Gasp. He said thank you. Maybe he's in a good mood after cursing the judge out. Ignoring the chattered whispers behind him, Levi strolled along the busy back area in the direction pointed out by his roommate until he saw William getting off the phone and speed walking toward him. Levi quickly intercepted. Will. What? Let's talk. Levi nodded toward a trailer off to the side. Can this wait? I have to go prepare for my performance. My team is up soon. You coming, or am I dragging you? At the blatant threat, William rolled his eyes but still followed along. Fine, make it quick. Why are you messing around? Levi kept his words simple since they both knew what the other was talking about, and naturally, William skirted around the issue, not willing to incriminate himself in a public space. It was a joke. If I had known that you were going to blow up like that anyway, I wouldn't have done anything. And if you had left like you were supposed to, it wouldn't have affected you anyway. Your mom said you were leaving. Don't tell me you changed your mind. Hearing the non-committal response, William's face turned red from anger. Leave. Aren't you supposed to be preparing for some Broadway nonsense? Go be an actor or film director or whatever. Your job as my placeholder is done, and you don't even want to be here, so leave. Once you're gone, I'll get right back into the debut ranks. Will. What? I think I'll stick around for a little bit longer. I enjoyed myself quite a bit this time. Huh. After that mess, you think they'll let you stay? You cursed out a producer in front of thousands of people. They're going to kick you out. Doubt it. You should be worried about yourself instead. And what is that supposed to mean? Are you threatening me? Over something you don't even care about? It's not like it affected you anyway. It means that you're not as slick as you think you are. I think your uncle will be quite pissed. And why is that? Planning on snitching on me? Nah. Leaving behind cryptic words to a confused William, Levi headed back to take a nap until the remaining performances. He hadn't lied to William. This performance had been quite fun, and even if he didn't care for the team members, it was quite tolerable with someone who wasn't scared, being the middleman. Now the question is, do I cancel my summer classes and the auditions to go to Korea? Well, that could be decided later. After being tortured for a week in the name of practice, it was finally time to sleep. And what do the two of you have to say for yourselves? Both Ari and Levi stared at the yelling assistant PD with varying levels of interest. Ari was curious about how the man sustained such a high decibel level for 30 minutes straight without hurting his throat or losing his voice, while Levi was on the verge of leaving, since this was a colossal waste of time. As for the contents of the assistant PD's message, both boys let it fly into one ear and out the other. Are you listening to me? You insulted a respected guest. You insulted the integrity of the production staff, ignored our orders. Shame th dash. This is taking longer than I thought. Do you have a point to all of this? Levi cut in with a yawn. His eyes were tinged red due to repeatedly shampooing his hair to get the blue color out, making him look angrier than usual. What do you mean? I'm a figure of authority, letting you know that dash. Stop right there. I'm wondering why you think you can yell at me. Are you crazy? Huh? As the assistant PD stared at him incredulously, not believing what he was hearing, Levi began counting off on his fingers with a bored expression. As our team went out, the stage light fell, injuring the MC. Then the MC fell into a hole that was hidden on the stage, broke his leg, and had to be rushed to the hospital. Furhat here was first, and I was second. Both of us could have been injured, especially because nobody checked to make sure it was safe. Your sound engineers are incompetent because someone repeatedly messed with our track, and I had to go back and fix it twice, all within the first 10 minutes. And in case you forgot, it was you speaking in our in-ears and telling us to just perform even though you knew it was the wrong song. So far, we have negligence, coercion, and carelessness for the lives you should be caring for, and now I'm being held hostage against my will in this room. Should I go into further detail? Why you're not being held hostage? I'm just trying to make it clear T-dash. That what? Rather than raising your voice at me, shouldn't you be begging me not to sue this show into bankruptcy? Or has my temper been so good that you think I won't? As if remembering Levi's last name and the video of him ripping a door of its hinges, the assistant PD looked away in embarrassment and a bit of fear. After being sidelined to menial jobs by PD Emily, it was finally time for him to shine, and especially get back at Ari, who had not only upset the PD, but also upset several production staff members, producer Benny, and many others. They had asked him to put some fear into these two boys, and he was just trying to comply and gain some brownie points since his relationship and usefulness to William had soured. But now, being threatened with a lawsuit, that was too much. I thought you were quitting. None of this concerns you, so you're free to leave. He has to stay, though. The assistant PD pointed at Ari, who snapped out of his many days and yawned loudly. I'm still weighing my options and don't plan on leaving yet, so I recommend you change your attitude. You know I have a bad temper. Now, why am I here? The assistant PD looked at Levi's cold eyes and gulped before whispering. I don't think I'm qualified to have this conversation with you. It's good that you know that. Where's the PD? She's busy. Her orders? She just said that I should make sure you both don't leave the premises. Okay. Phone. Well, what? Your phone. Give it. Unlocked. With shaking hands, the assistant PD handed the phone over, and Levi quickly dialed a number that was answered on the first ring. Yo, Dad. Remember that show I was on? FYI, I almost died, and now the staff is yelling at me, deflecting responsibility, and holding me hostage. Without waiting for a response, Levi hung up and tossed the phone back to the assistant PD, whose face was paler than chalk. VRRRR. 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 VRRR. 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 The phone began to vibrate immediately, and with each shake, the assistant PD's body trembled with fear. My people are calling your people. Send someone to come get me if the PD needs me or him. You dash. Levi turned to Ari with an awkward look, before coughing and looking away. This is payback for the food. Let's go. Ari looked Levi up and down before giving him 2 thumbs up. Very cool. Shut up. Laughing to himself, Ari pretended that he didn't see the red tips of Levi's ears. While the assistant PD was shaking with heart palpitations, PD Emily whistled cheerfully as she waited outside Wilfred Forbes' office, holding a thick binder in her hands. Mr. Forbes will see you now. An attractive blonde woman dressed in a form-fitting skirt suit held the door open for PD Emily as she confidently strode in through the door. What? This better be important. Seeing that he couldn't even respect her enough to look up at her when she walked in, PD Emily decided not to be polite. Get your grubby paws out of my show and increase my hiring budget so I can get new staff. Ugh, typical woman. We've already talked about this before and come to an agreement. What more do you want? I want you to get your dirty, disgusting paws away from my show. Or what? Slam. Dropping the color-coded binder onto the expensive wooden desk, PD Emily sat down comfortably as she began flipping through and conversationally explained everything. Tell your nephew to cover his tracks better. These are his private calls. These are his attempts to blackmail other contestants. These are his blackmailing staff members. Threats, physical violence, etc. Not to talk about that drunk producer you sent my way. I have almost a terabyte of the stupid things he's said, and he's only been around for 2 weeks. Get him out and get your nephew off my show. Hearsay, rumors, and that's just people running a smear campaign against him. Nothing will hold up, and I'll kill it before it even makes the news, just like how I killed that little artist's attempt to leak a stupid file. She's lucky she's independent. Otherwise, I would have had her blacklisted. Anything else? Wilfred didn't even bother to look up at PD Emily. He just continued tapping away at his computer. This much wasn't enough to faze him. His family had political connections, and they had covered up worse crimes than these childlike offenses. All he had to do was pay people off, threaten those who needed to be threatened, and disappear those who could be eliminated. After that, he would just scold his nephew and tell him to be more careful. However, PD Emily was determined to be heard today, as she continued flipping through the binder. Is that right? Maybe you haven't heard about his latest act of stupidity. Your sweet nephew got an MC heavily injured and almost killed Levi Temple. At the last named Temple, Wilfred Forbes finally glanced up to see PD Emily's wide smile. He did what? Oh, you didn't know? His father stormed into my office, telling me he wants to sue us for everything we have because of his poor son. The video of the incident is going viral, and the public is crying for an investigation. My only crime is trying to make an entertaining show, so I'm planning on handing every shred of evidence over to their lawyers and letting them go crazy. I believe both the Forbes and the Temple family use the same law firm. It should be fun, and since you're not interested in what I have to say, I'll take my leave. Of course, the production team was receiving lashings of online criticism as well, but PD Emily planned to use this chaotic time to get the Forbes family's hands out of her show. Absent-mindedly, she made a note to reach out to that one account that always seemed to be the driving force behind criticism of the show. By the writing samples she had seen, she could tell that the person had a flair and talent for good TV. Her need to recruit that person grew day by day. But before she could pursue that thought, a cold voice with a thick Boston accent interrupted her thoughts. Sit down, woman. Have a good day, Mr. Forbes. I don't talk to people who can't respect me enough to learn my name and look me in the eye. I said sit down, Mississippi Emily Raleigh. Let's make a deal. Number 257. Chapter 257. Executive Discussion 2. The Pop Star Academy community was currently a mess, with the main topic of conversation being the performance by Team TV Off. Faster than the admins could take them down, posts about the performance were everywhere, with everyone from people who watched the show to people who had only seen the performances arguing. Did everybody see that performance? The Crash Out Bros? Yeah, did you hear that song? The one made by Lil Pumpy? That was awful. I can't believe that they wanted contestants to perform that shitty song. I can't believe that it turned into something that actually sounds good. You consider that good? Contestant Ariel is unnecessarily cocky and needs to be humbled. Why is he being so cocky? Who does he think he is? The best visuals? Definitely not him. The best vocals? Carlos, Jamie, and William clear him easily. That verse he did wasn't even rap. He just complained and shouted nonsense. Even I can do better than that. He's so arrogant. I always knew I didn't like him. Then you do it. Rap for us to see. Mind you, we all know he's a vocalist, and I think he did pretty well for his first time rapping. I can't believe you're putting William over Ari vocally. William's singing is more inconsistent than my internet connection, and when he's on a team with other vocalists, he only shines because they're sick. He's like a walking virus. Notice how you didn't give an example of who you thought had the best visuals. Objectively, most people will find Ari the most attractive, because he's had 10,000 plastic surgeries to get that face. If he's still ugly after all that, it would be sad. Me when I'm delusional. Me, when I lie? Did we ever get an update on the MC? I can't believe a stage light fell on him like that. Apparently, his leg is broken, Link. Oh my gosh. I hope he's okay. I can't believe it almost fell on the contestants. Full recording of Team TV Off, up-close angle. They're going to take this down. Wow, his face is so pretty. Petition to have contestant Ariel removed from the show. I think it's just completely unprofessional for the two of them to ruin their team performance just because they have grievances with the production staff or judges. There are other ways to get your point across than on a performance stage, where other people, like your teammates and the teams after you, can be affected by your decision. Things should be settled in private because now they have ruined the experience for everyone. Edited to remove Levi's name so the post stays up. What ways? And why do you think they haven't tried that? Did they ruin the performance, though? The first part of their performance was quite good, and the stage was cleared before Levi exploded. Are you deaf and blind? Contestant Ariel definitely ruined the performance by complaining in his rap verse, if we can even call that a rap verse. He's screaming that he's being sabotaged and claiming he's better than the top three, but isn't he sabotaging himself by acting like this? Isn't he supposed to be smarter than that? The real question is, why would he be on a rap team when everyone knows he's a vocalist? All the other teams had appropriate team members for the song, and he's with a bunch of second-string rappers and Levi. How were the teams chosen? Maybe he wanted to explore other options? This late in the competition? BFFR. Also, the original song is garbage. I really think that contestant Ariel's team was sabotaged, forgetting the falling light incident that happened just as they were about to come on. But making them entertain the crowd because of a broken sound system is weird when there are actual professional judges and musicians on site. Also, the issue with their music. Why did every other team get a good song, and they got that? Although it was an accident, I'm glad they played the original song so we could hear how bad it was. He really made a trashy song sound good. There are probably a lot of things going on in the background that we as viewers didn't see, so maybe that's why he complained. It's an idol survival show. Honestly, I don't know why he's complaining because that's what he signed up for. Evil editing and production messing around to push their favorites. It's the way it's always been and the way it should be. And you don't think that's weird? No, I don't understand why he's complaining about sabotage. Nobody forced him to join a survival show. That's literally the point. To survive through everything and come out on top to debut. If he doesn't like it, he can quit because no one else is complaining but him. But that's not okay. Like they signed up to sing, dance, and rap, right? All that extra stuff is not necessary. Get this normie out of here. That's how these kinds of shows always are. Imagine what he's going through that he felt that this was the only chance to say what he wanted because they always cut his microphone and edit his clips. That really sucks. And he's the person who's been injured the most so far, right? I feel kind of bad for him. I feel kind of bad for the contestants. Imagine coming on the show to achieve your dream to become an idol, and then you have to deal with all this extra stuff. A lot of them are young too, and you have to navigate this harsh situation where you thought you just had to sing and dance, but now there's politics to be played. Like if I were thrown on a rap team even though I was a vocalist, and then given that horrible song, I would cry. And then seeing somebody get injured like that in front of me, and then having to act normal and even entertain people, these contestants are stronger than I am. And then, they're not even paying the contestants the promised money. We need to run an investigation or just stop the show entirely, because this is weird. This is why people don't like you people. Americans ruin everything. This is how idol shows are. If you don't like it, get out and stop watching. And I'm telling you that's weird. It's not an American problem. It should be everyone's problem. Why are kids getting tortured for views? Nobody is forcing them to do this. They signed up to be here. Plus, none of the other contestants has complained. It's only one person who hasn't been eliminated, and he's even doing well, so I don't get what his issue is. Wait, why are we focusing on contestant Ariel when contestant Levi literally called a producer broke, stated that he sucked, was jealous of his life, and was a loser? This post has been deleted. Contestant Levi, this post has been deleted. The community continued arguing with posts getting up to 1,000 comments and even spreading to other communities. DJ TV and Lil Pumpy, the two artists who had been dissed, had put out statements speaking about how offended they were and demanding an apology, and the production staff was silently watching the whole thing play out. And sitting at home sipping a cup of tea, someone was monitoring with one screen and typing on another. And done. With a little flourish, Grace Choi pressed send on the latest article she was writing and sent it directly to her contact at various newspapers, along with several videos. She then did a quick search of Popstar Academy and browsed all the article lists that came up. Have you heard about Ari, the contestant who is calling out sabotage on popular idol show Popstar Academy? Concert attendees up in arms as MC was taken out of the venue in an ambulance. Is the Pop Star Academy production team refusing to pay contestants? An eliminated contestant speaks out about not receiving their promised prize money. Local valedictorian calls out sabotage on Idol survival show. Are these kids being abused? Was the sound malfunction an accident, or is it a sign of sabotage? After being assaulted at a previous performance, valedictorian high schooler Ariel almost gets seriously injured as a stage light falls down and instead injures popular MC Ryan Leary. Lil Pumpy was dragged across the internet for creating a garbage song for the Pop Star Academy contestants. The rapper refuses to be held accountable, says he was taking orders. Dijade V, better known as DJ TV and previously DJ Mustard, says he feels offended and that the accusations being put towards him are false. Pink Puma spotted at Pop Star Academy concert, says she enjoyed it and looks forward to better treatment for the contestants. Pop Star Academy production team accused of bias, sabotaging contestants, carelessness toward injury, and more. An exclusive interview with eliminated contestants. While the articles covered a variety of topics, when discussing the current issue, most of them either mentioned Ari by name or referred to the Pop Star Academy as a whole, while omitting another contestant who was heavily involved in the same situation. Is Levi untouchable then? It would be good to drag him into the mix since he's clearly not on board with the production team, but I guess this is the PR power of two rich and famous parents. Grace muttered as she clicked away on her laptop. Even her blog posts were the same. Her articles about Ari rarely got flagged, but as soon as she posted something that touched on Levi or had his name in the title, she was hit with a cease and desist. Clearly, someone had been hired to make sure that no speculation or misinformation about Levi would grow, and Ari would get the brunt of attention for this issue that blew up. Well, he's not my client anyway. There's no such thing as bad attention. It just has to be spun well to make sure Ari comes out on top and is the victim of harassment and manipulation on the show, while that trashy production team gets all the lashings they rightfully deserve. Production team, count your days. If I don't get a written apology, statement from you with a promise to do better, my name isn't Grace Joy. We're gathered here for an emergency meeting to decide what we're going to do regarding the recent issue blowing up, as well as decide which contestants we're going to prioritize in the formation of this group, voting rule changes, and more. Wilfred Forbes adjusted his tie with an irritated expression as he spoke to the executives seated in the luxuriously decorated meeting room. Ahem. A rail-thin blonde woman with a slick-backed ponytail cleared her throat. We're also here to discuss the increased budget demanded by PD Emily due to the number of staff members that need to be hired in a short time period after the layoffs of many specialized staff members, even though they have been doing a good job so far. Should we get into the details of why they're being fired? PD Emily replied with a simple smile as she patted the large binder that she held. We have other things to discuss, so let's get started. Wilfred Forbes turned to the exorbitantly large whiteboard, which featured profile photos of contestants along with numerous details about them, such as their age, weight, height, and specialties. Number 258. Chapter 258, Executive Discussion 3. First, how should we address the current issue? Despite our current attempts to quell it, it's currently snowballing into a bigger issue with various news outlets trying to investigate. Ignore it. It's just the usual hot air in entertainment with kids. Throwing tantrums. It will blow over, just as it always does, and get rid of the two troublemakers who started this whole mess. A balding executive said dismissively, hearing that spoiled kids were complaining about their treatment after they were being given the opportunity of a lifetime just reinforced his thoughts that this generation was soft and entitled. Unfortunately, one of them is the son of the Temple family, who are threatening to sue. Since their clients are for the law firm, Wardell and Fern, if they continue pushing, it could get messy. PD Emily cut in, ignoring the look that Wilfred Forbes gave her. This wasn't some childish tantrum. Levi's parents had the ability to get the show paused, or even shut down. Hisses. There was a collective wince at the thought of getting involved in a high-profile court case with a well-known, reputable firm that could tarnish the prestige of the group they were trying to create before the group even launched. That would be unacceptable, especially after they had spent so much money on them. How serious do the Temples seem about suing? Has your production team been messing with their son? Any cause for an upset before this incident? The executive stared expectantly at PD Emily. Of course not. While we try to treat the contestants evenly, since we were aware of his family, we've been cordial to him and minimized anything that could cause a bad feeling from the staff. There was some antagonism with a producer brought in, but it was a one-time thing, and the other issues are surface level at best. Mere squabbles between teenagers. As for the seriousness of the situation, we're still in talks with his father, who seems to be the main person pursuing legal actions. Then, can we at least eliminate him without any trouble? Or at least the other one? Using the current ranking system that we have, no. Both their votes are quite high, and it would be suspicious to get rid of them suddenly. However, if you give me full authority to pursue the best course of action, I believe I can talk the temple boy out of suing. And if not, he was on the verge of quitting, so I might encourage him to follow through. And the other boy? That one is a bit more troublesome because there's been a history of, shall we say, very unintentional, less than stellar treatment from our team that the public has noticed. Nothing too egregious, mind you, but it may have towed the line here and there, and he's been quite vocal with his displeasure. Stop using big words and get straight to the point. The executive growled. He makes good TV, so we've squeezed him for everything he's worth. Unfortunately, multiple incidents have occurred and spread despite our efforts to contain them, and since he has become quite well known and liked by the general population, this is the main factor fueling the current backlash. His fans are also quite motivated. Is he threatening to sue? Does he have anyone of note backing him? Up. Not that we know of, but dash. If he's an unconnected regular, ignore him and get rid of him. The focus should be on the temple kid and trying to settle things quietly without us being liable for anything. We really don't need a high-profile lawsuit right now. PD Emily wanted to argue that Ari's issue and fan support were unbearably strange and currently a bigger problem than Levi's family. But seeing the displeased expressions on the faces of the executives, she let it slide for now, while hoping the issue would die down like they said. Let's move on to the next topic, which is the current lineup. While the public has followed our predictions to a certain extent, we need to decide which 10 contestants we're going to push to be in the finals and which contestants to sideline, as well as how to change the system to ensure our picks go through. Our goal is to have at least 3 Americans, 2 Koreans, and the other slots are free. All eyes turned to the large white board, which was filled with photos of 40 contestants as well as details about them, including their nationalities. At the top of the whiteboard were 7 spots and 3 extra ones, and it was now the executive's job to whittle the list down to 10. One of the assistants standing at the whiteboard lifted up the first photograph, which was the person currently ranked number 1. Benjamin Moore. Primary nationality, United Kingdom. Position is main rapper in the running for being the leader. The assistant pointed to the photo of a handsome boy with golden skin and short curly hair and began giving the summarized briefing. He's projected to end up as either number 1 or number 2, and even with a brief dip in his votes due to one incident with another contestant, his fan base is rock solid, and they have maintained their voting numbers. On social media, he's currently the most followed contestant, and according to the voting demographic stats, he's the top candidate among the Black American, Caribbean, and African voters over Jerome, who we originally wanted. Personality-wise, he's quite friendly and charming, well-liked by all the contestants, and doesn't give a lot of pushback and has no external backing, making him easy to control. I think we should continue painting him in a positive light. Agreed. Agreed. At the unanimous agreement, Wilfred Forbes nodded at the assistant. Add him to the top. Maintain his screen time. Benjamin's photo was added before another photo was filed out. Daniel Kim. Primary nationality, South Korea. Position, main rapper. Main dancer. Projected to go either number 1 or number 2. He's the current favorite contestant among Korean voters and does well across all Asian voters in general. He's already signed to us thanks to Mr. Forbes. He's another contestant who is highly recommended to be in the group. However, I don't think he has the skills to be the team leader due to his personality. Supporting characters are always needed, and we want it. Several Koreans anyway. Add him to the top. The photo of a Korean boy with bright orange hair and cute dimples was placed beside Benjamin's. Carlos Rodriguez. Primary nationality, United States, with a strong Latin heritage. Position, main vocalist. The number 1 vocalist on the show, without a doubt. He's a contestant who must make the final team. Previously, there was a split among his votes and he had a couple of bad performances, but now, thankfully, he has secured the majority of the Latin vote and stabilized his position. He could be ranked anywhere between 2 and 4, with a small chance of moving up to first place. He's one of the eldest contestants and is quite soft-spoken and malleable. Add him to the top and reduce his screen time unless it starts to drop. The assistant moved the photo to the top and grabbed another one. James Jones 3. Primary nationality, United States. Position, main vocalist. Oh, I know him. His family is country music royalty. Dad's a good gambling buddy. One of the execs added with a smile. Another one we must have by any means necessary. Since he's a producer with extensive industry connections due to his family, the value he brings is immeasurable. Temperament is friendly. A good team member. Easy enough to manage and primarily concerned with music. Add him to the top. Increase his screen time, especially during the self-producing rounds. Understood. Levi Temple primary nationality, United States. Position lead. Rapper. He looks just like his father. Has his mother's eyes. The executives murmured as they stared at the sharp-eyed boy with a buzz cut. Table him for now. If things can be settled amicably with him, he's a decent addition due to his family. However, his temperament is difficult to manage at best, and he doesn't really gel with any of the contestants. Understood. Terry Jang. Primary nationality, South Korea. Position, main rapper. Add him to the top. Increase screen time. Jin. Add him to the top. Minjun. Doesn't stand out enough. Same with his brother. Suzuki Ray. Up for consideration. His vocals and work ethic have improved greatly. Alfonso. Too much overlap with Carlos and not enough to differentiate him. We don't need multiple Latin candidates. Table him and reduce his screen time. One by one, the executives went through the contestants, listing out their pros and cons and ranking them by preferences until finally there were only 2 sets of photos left. And the boys pictured in those photos have opposite color palettes. First, Ariel Matisse. Primary nationality, United States. Secondary nationality, French. Position, main vocalist, visual. There was silence as everyone's eyes went to the only contestant with 2 photographs, one of which was his very first profile shot, where his face was covered in strange white and black makeup. And the second photo was one that entranced everyone who saw it. It was a photo that displayed a handsome young boy whose cheeks still had baby fat. Like the other photos, it showed a contestant without makeup, but it stood out in a way that couldn't be explained. Large, cat-like green eyes, framed by black lashes, curved into a mischievous smile, and beautiful features were arranged on a slightly delicate face that made it clear he would become even more stunning as he grew up. He's a beautiful child. It would be nice if he had a sister. Stunning visuals. He's the one that Bing Young-sun loves. Insane that nobody discovered him until now. I understand why he's well known. It's hard to forget that face. The advertisement money would roll in easily. Yes, but the issue with him is too problematic, uncontrollable, combative, difficult to handle, way too outspoken, a scandal waiting to happen. Numerous voices piled in as everyone in the room knew who the contestant was who frequently called media attention to the program. The cons heavily outweigh the pros. His personality is too uncontrollable. Table him and reduce his screen time. Understood. And finally, William Forbes, the nephew of the future director of the group. Position, main vocalist, leader. William's photo was held up, displaying a handsome young man who looked like the epitome of a fairy tale prince. Blonde hair swooped across his forehead, piercing blue eyes, and a charming smile. It was clear that extra grooming had gone into his looks. What do we think? Wilfred Forbes asked with a smug smile, expecting positive praise. Instead, number 259. Chapter 259, Executive Discussion 4. William. There was a quiet hesitancy in the room as the execs stared at each other before somebody finally spoke up. We've received several reports from the production team that have made us reconsider him as a good fit for the team. Reports? Such as? Why am I not aware of those reports? Wilfred Forbes turned to glare at PD Emily, but she maintained a polite smile on her face as she stared him in the eyes, responding coolly. Maybe they got lost in your inbox. We send you a lot of things, and we know you're a busy man. And you choose to ignore them. Hence the reason why we're having this discussion here and now. While we have the reports, I feel like the PD can do a better job of articulating the issue. Emily. Sure. PD Emily stood up and cleared her throat. As you know, we regularly do evaluations of the contestants along with sending out surveys to the public so we can get a general idea of how people are feeling and make the best decision about which contestants to highlight or pass over. In our recent survey of the remaining contestants, over half of them indicated being uncomfortable with William as a person and teammate. If we limit it to the current top 10 contestants, and even those contestants that this board wants to push, over half of those contestants have expressed displeasure at the thought of having William on their team and have stated that they do not get along with him and don't want to debut with him if possible. Additionally, many of them are not on good speaking terms with him. They're boys. Friction happens especially in such a tense environment. They'll fight one day and be perfectly fine the next day. It's not a big deal, and I don't understand why that would skew the minds of anyone. Wilfred Forbes interrupted, but PD Emily continued as if he hadn't said anything. Before her departure, multiple-time Grammy Award winner Jalissa, who was the vocal trainer for high-ranking contestants such as Carlos, James, and even Ariel, was going to lower his vocal ranking because of his inconsistency, among other things. The same goes for the dance instructor, Kim Young-woo. When contestants were asked to choose who they wanted to debut with, William had one of the lowest votes among contestants. James Jones III, one of the best producers for his age and hailed as a musical genius, has said, and I quote, "I think he's a terrible person to have on any team. He makes the people around him worse and is one of the least musically inclined individuals I've ever seen or worked with, and hasn't actively improved during this entire process. His ear and sense for music is terrible. I don't understand why he's here when he behaves like he wants to be a solo act or is above criticism from people who have put in years of hard work in this field, and I sincerely hope I don't have to work with him in the future, otherwise writing songs or even performing with him would be quite tough." There are other quotes from other contestants, but I thought this was the most relevant as it was echoed by other contestants. Even outside of the contestants, William frequently has one of the lowest engagements and mentions compared to other contestants. His fans are also the ones frequently isolated. And when seeing the lineup trends that the public wants, William often loses out to other contestants with similar vocal tones to him, especially when compared head-to-head like with contestant Ariel. PD Emily finished concisely, as she threw William under the bus as much as she could. While she was unable to expose other things that he had done due to her previous agreement with Wilfred, this much was enough to give the other executives at least a heads-up about the possible team dynamics as they decided on how to manipulate things on the back end. After all, they were trying to form a group that would last a long time and make a lot of money. And if the dynamic was off from the beginning, clearly that group wouldn't last long, or the conflicts would be so bad that no work could get done, which meant less money would be made. The added satisfaction of screwing Wilfred Forbes over was just icing on the cake, and she hoped that this would be the push that would get his nephew and his insidious hands away from her. At her words, the execs just quietly nodded while hemming and hawing until Wilfred finally spoke up. "So, what you're telling me is that you don't see William in your final lineup." "We're not saying that. Naturally, if he makes it to the final lineup under whatever criteria we choose, then we'll welcome him. It's just as of right now, we have some reservations as we consider the whole picture holistically, especially since you're pushing for him to get the leadership position. As the reports say, his performance is inconsistent, there's friction with other contestants, and when considering his popularity, which is on the lower end of the spectrum, it's just food for thought, especially since we're tabling a contestant like Ariel despite his popularity with the GP and the sheer amount of eyes he's brought in from the beginning." One executive who was usually at odds with Wilfred Forbes calmly stated the facts while taking pleasure in Wilfred's anger. Again, boys are frequently in conflict, and everything else can be attributed to the production team giving William lowered visibility and minutes, right? Wilfred snarled at PD Emily. "Do we need to dive into why that decision was made? Why Jalissa left the program?" PD Emily stroked her binder with her perfectly measured, polite smile. As everyone looked on curiously at the clearly hidden story, Wilfred smoothed out his expression. "Of course not. Why don't we increase the minutes for William a bit? He could take over the reduced amount for contestant Ariel, and I'll have a talk with him to tighten up." He's a good boy, very talented, and I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding. Sure. Why not? As the issue was passed over, they continued discussing other topics on the agenda. And at the end of it, PD Emily walked out with a much brighter smile and a much fatter wallet. How did it go? PD Jiho, who had been waiting for her outside the meeting room, asked curiously. Pretty good. You'll have to do the heavy lifting in Korea while I gut out all the rats in our staff, but I should be able to join you in a couple of weeks. Naturally. I've already contacted my connections, and things should go smoothly while we wait for your return. The two of them were silent until they got into the car and PD Emily began driving. Any update on the contestants? The executives' chosen top 10 more or less stayed the same, with a few they want pushed more for the next couple of rounds. The ranking system has changed, and we have the right to deal with the Temple family as long as it's resolved peacefully, without the lawsuit continuing or any media blowout. All the other noise is meant to be ignored until it goes away, and under no circumstances are we to take responsibility for anything. What about contestant Ariel? PD Jiho mentioned the contestant who was constantly talked about these days. Tabled, and ideally eliminated. Really? PD Jiho looked at PD Emily in surprise. Even with his popularity, and after knowing that he's connected to Martin? His votes literally. I didn't bother to share those facts. Why not? Why would I? You think contestant Ariel getting to this level is an accident? That he improved his skills dramatically in such a short time? That he just so happens to be that talented school-wise? That Martin just came to see him because of the cat he just so happened to find with Pink Puma on the day he just so happened to be interviewed several different times while doing community service? There's clearly an agenda being pushed and several big names behind him. It's just not as obvious as Williams is. Since William and Ariel are at odds, I think it would be fun to see the powers that are behind them battle it out. That way, they can keep their grubby hands off my show and focus on each other. Well, if you put it that way. I waffled over it for the longest time, but he's clearly a plant. You can tell by the way that his community is run compared to other contestants, his school history, the spike in his popularity, and even with this sabotage issue. This is not the work of the average angry fans. This is a clearly coordinated attack by a PR company, and I refuse to give in to it. PD Emily recalled the spiteful yet politely worded rejection email that spat on the job offer before shaking her head. Let the people behind them fight it out. All we need to care about is our ratings and making great TV. We'll take this week to regroup, get Jalissa back, and whitewash the program's image before continuing as usual. Right? And if some contestants have to suffer, then so be it. The two PDs stared at each other while laughing. Send my driver to go and pick up William. He and I need to have a conversation. Wilford ordered one of the young assistant secretaries who had started working for him a couple of months ago as he stomped into his office. Taking a deep breath, Wilford Forbes sat at the expensive wooden desk, sipping espresso ground from the most costly beans, as he stared out the window at the people crawling around on the ground like ants. On his table were the accumulated reports from PD Emily, but also things gathered from his own investigation. Number 260. Chapter 260, Executive Discussion, 5. Why did you call me? Don't you know I'm busy? William spoke in a sulky manner as he was ushered into his uncle's office by the assistant. Don't you dare give me an attitude, boy. Wilford glared at his nephew before pointing at the chair across from his. Sit. Doing his best to make his displeasure known, despite knowing it would get him nowhere, William sat down in the chair with a resigned sigh. Wilford glanced at the teenager full of attitude in front of him before beginning to speak. Despite all of the resources being thrown at you, I'm trying to understand the lack of results that I'm seeing here. I don't understand what you mean by that. Rather than answer, Wilford threw the binder on his desk at William, watching as he awkwardly caught it. What is this supposed to be? Confetti. Evidence. From the PD. You've been quite busy, from what I've seen. Needless harassment of staff members and getting them to do your dirty work. Bullying of other contestants, threatening people, hitting them, and fooling around. Essentially, you've been doing everything except practicing and forming alliances. What? It's not a big deal, and I don't think it should matter. The family should easily be able to cover up any mishaps, and there's nobody worthwhile to make an alliance with. I have the team members I want in mind, and everyone else is fodder who will be getting eliminated sooner rather than later. William retorted in annoyance. That's not the point. You think you were sent to this program, given access to early information, to perform as poorly as you are right now? Life is all about alliances, and even if you have to pretend to like some of these contestants, it's best to do so. Instead, you're messing around and causing trouble. Twice. You were caught lip-syncing twice. And if it weren't for the PD wanting something from me and not wanting to tarnish her own reputation, or my own intervention, she would let the clips go out to embarrass you and force you to quit. Not to mention the other things you've done. I still don't see what the big deal is. Entertainers lip-sync all the time, and you can handle anything that crops up. That's why we're paying all those people like Assistant PD David, right? Although he's been useless lately. My rank was previously high. It will go back up once things settle again, especially when Levi leaves. I'll make sure of it. And as for the contestants, once I'm the leader, they won't dare to rebel against me if they know what's good for them. And by then, everyone will be trying to make a connection with me, not the other way round. Wilfred stared incredulously at his nephew, wondering where to start his lecture before stopping. There were more important things to discuss. Let's switch topics for now. The item that you were supposed to receive is supposed to boost your performance to unimaginable heights and make you a genius in the entertainment industry. I don't see any of the results I'm supposed to be seeing. What? At the blunt question, William immediately looked down and tried to remain calm so his uncle wouldn't suspect anything. It's not working properly. Explain. There's nothing to explain. It's not working properly. William replied stubbornly while avoiding eye contact. That is not a good enough explanation. We've put in a lot of time, money, and effort to get that item for you. And you're telling me it doesn't work? What does that mean? Exactly what I said. I don't have it under control yet. It's finicky. Why not? According to the few pieces of remaining research seized from that man, it should have been transferred to you when you apprehended him. You yourself claimed that it was passed to you successfully, that it was working fine. Your skills should have been increasing, linearly with no end in sight, instead of rising and falling like the S&P 500. When will it be under control? Along with your terrible behavior, why are your skills not up to par, such that the PD and executives are doubtful as to whether or not it would be worth adding you to the team, despite the fact that I'm going to be the person in charge? Bang! Wilfred Forbes slammed his fist on the desk, causing William to flinch and for the door to squeak shut. The two people glanced over while listening intently to make sure nobody was there, and hearing no movement, Wilfred turned to glare at William. Explain. I just dash. Sigh. Wilfred Forbes cut in while rubbing his head. The problem with you is that you fool around too much and have an ego that you have failed to back up your entire life. It's not your fault. You don't have to put in effort to achieve anything if you're from our family. So, since you clearly can't handle such a valuable item, give it back, and we'll give it to someone else. Your younger brother has been training hard. We show dash. No. William screamed, rising out of his chair, and as Wilfred gave him a look, he lowered his voice, sat down, and did his best to regain his previously nonchalant appearance. He couldn't let his uncle know that he didn't quite have the correct item in his possession and instead had a faulty counterfeit. No, I'm sorry. You're right. I've been slacking. I'll do better. I've just been under a lot of stress, and there's this one contestant who is always getting in my way. Ariel Matisse? You know him? William looked shocked as he met his uncle's eyes. Of course. Who doesn't? Due to the PD's meticulousness in providing all sorts of video feed, I had to watch your clumsy attempts to derail him not once, not twice, but 3 different times, all ending in failure. Aren't you ashamed? At the blunt words, William flinched again while avoiding eye contact, but Wilfred Forbes continued undeterred. I have to hear about him in my meetings. I have to see him all over the news, and even worse, I have to justify why you are a better contestant to keep than he is. What's your issue with him? We met previously, and he stole something very important from me. Not money or a woman, I hope. That would be pathetic of you. Of course not. It's something else. William tried to quickly gloss over the issue, but his uncle stopped him. What was it? When was it? From what's said about his background, there's no way that your paths should have crossed with him. So when did you meet? And when did he have time to steal from you? Don't lie. Icy blue eyes that seemed as if they could see through his soul stared at him, and William had to do his best not to flinch or wipe his sweaty palms on his clothes as he told as much of the truth as he could in hopes that his uncle would believe him. It was an incident that happened while I was recovering the item from the old man. Ariel was beaten up for interfering when I was dealing with the old man and thrown in a dumpster, but I didn't realize that he stole my family ring in the process. I thought I told you to cut the issue off at the roots. Leave no evidence behind. Since one body already had to be disposed of, I didn't want to burden you even more, Uncle. But I can guarantee he saw nothing since the men you sent captured him immediately. You can tell that he's afraid of me even now because he has never gone to the police about it at all. Seeing that his uncle was considering his words, William calmly pushed ahead. In fact, all he does is play petty tricks to tarnish my pride and reputation because he knows he's a weakling. He consistently tries to derail me at every opportunity, and he even turned the other contestants, PDs, and trainers against me. If you go back and check, from day one, he's the root of all my issues, and I want to capture him and make him pay. William complained, hoping to utilize his uncle's resources to capture Ariel, as his own were lacking. Well, there are two methods to capture someone: the carrot and the stick. From what you're telling me, the enmity between you two is too far gone for the carrot. So now the best way to derail this type of person who is a weakling is to tear him down, especially because his public image is so good right now. The angle with the foster mother and the arrest wasn't bad, but it was a bit hasty and not fully thought out. But now there's potential. Wilfred Forbes tapped his finger against the table and thought before nodding. I'll handle it. Your job now is to get that item under control immediately and show good results. Stop acting foolish and focus on the grand prize, becoming the most successful superstar that the world has seen. Show that you're a leader and a team player before using them as your stepping stone to superstardom. If you don't, I'll seize the item, and you'll be thrown to the back burner for someone more useful. Understand, but I want to deal with him personally, Dash. Don't worry. Once I have him captured, he'll be handed over to you. A Forbes should handle their own revenge and retrieve their own lost items. But your main task now should be doing what I told you. Naturally, you'll continue to be supported by my hidden staff, but I expect good results and change behavior from now on, understand? Yes, William replied in a much happier tone. Once Ari was eliminated and in his uncle's custody, he would figure out how to get the item back. Good. Get out. Of course. Thank you, Uncle. I won't give you cause for trouble again. With a much brighter expression than the one he had when he came in, William stepped out of the office and wiped his sweaty palm on his legs before glancing up. Are you okay? Do you want a drink? A soft, almost whisper-like voice sounded out as a chilled bottle of sparkling water was held up to him. William glanced up at the delicate face of an unnaturally pale girl with golden freckles, bright blue eyes, and copper hair that was pulled tightly in a bun. Thank you, Stella. William took it and quickly chugged it down with a happy sigh. You're welcome. I hope your uncle didn't yell at you, especially when you're working so hard. I've been voting for you, Stella whispered. As you should. Speaking of which, was there anyone here? While I was chatting with my uncle, the door shut, which is weird. I am not sure. They had me making copies downstairs, and then I had to go to the clinic because I cut my fingers again. Stella held up thin fingers that were bandaged up. Should I go get his assistant so she can investigate who was here, or was I supposed to take you to security to get the tapes for your uncle? No, it's fine. It was probably the air conditioning. And really, you don't have to work so hard. Didn't my uncle promise to take care of you? You know money is not a concern for us, right? Just relax and do whatever you want. I can't do that. Since my dad died and my family fell apart, I need to become self-sufficient. I'm quite thankful to your uncle for even giving such an unqualified person like me this internship position. Without him, I don't even know what dash. Seeing her choked up, William stiffly patted her thin shoulders. Don't worry, Stella. We'll find the person who dared to kill your father, callously threw his body in the dumpster, and stole the research that he poured his heart and soul into. It's the least we can do for a valued person such as him. Thank you. Stella looked down while avoiding eye contact, and, used to her shyness, William laughed. Of course. And you just let me know if you change your mind about getting into the music world. We're well connected in the entertainment industry and will help you get into the next girl group that emerges or even support you as a solo artist. Okay, even if your talent is not quite there, you can be trained until you get better, okay? I know how hard you work to sing and dance, even with your lacking skills. Okay. Seeing that she was smiling softly and didn't seem to have overheard anything, William patted her shoulder, then her hand once more, and walked away with a smile that soon faded. The only thing on his mind was a pair of green eyes that always stared at him in a mocking manner. "You'd better wait, fish boy. Your little streak of happiness and thievery is coming to an end." And behind him, bright blue eyes lost their previous shyness and instead had a cold, calculating look instead. Ariel Matisse, was it? "Ah, Chu, you're sick?" Again. Ari didn't reply to the obviously stupid question. He just stared at PD Emily with blurry eyes while coughing and sniffling. "How? You didn't even get wet this time." PD Emily looked at him incredulously while backing away from the contestant, swaddled in blankets, wearing an oversized fur hat, and sipping a large mug of tea. She didn't want to catch whatever germs he had. "I don't know." Cough. "Ever since I got here, I feel like my immune system has become weaker than usual. I have never gotten sick in the past 2 years while literally living on the street, but now it's literally every other week." "Are you poisoning me?" "First it was sabotage, now poison? You have some wild accusations, young man." PD Emily scoffed at the question, but Ari couldn't help but glare at her suspiciously. "Since we both know that the first one is true, wouldn't the second one be in the realm of possibility? And even if someone were poisoning me, you'd probably let it happen as long as I didn't die, and then later use the film to blackmail somebody to get your way, so that you can play God on your stupid TV show. Then you'd come back and pretend you're doing me a favor while telling me the truth in hopes that I cooperate with you." Cough. PD Emily. Underscore? Ari. Underscore. Was this kid psychic or something? Can't you just stay silent without getting the last word, or poking into the truth of the matter? Do you have a guilty conscience after sensationalizing the suffering of teenagers in the name of good TV? Of course not. Then there's your answer. Cough. Firstly, I'm not poisoning you, nor am I willingly letting others poison you. I have at least enough integrity. Wow, the bar is in hell. Zip it. It's clearly your body that has a problem. Did you contract a strange illness somewhere, or go through something tragic and life-changing? Every day on this program is tragic and life-changing, so I probably caught it here because of the PTSD you're constantly giving me. And apart from dying once, nothing had really changed. Since you have enough energy to be a smart aleck, I don't really care to worry about you. You know what we're doing this week since you and your friend decided to set things on fire? Resting? Of course not. You, him, and everyone else are going to be entertaining the fans and getting media trained out of your ass. And you especially will reassure your fans that not only are you not being sabotaged, you're being treated extremely well. Ari blinked at her slowly before sneezing, then responding slowly. I don't think I want to do that since that's a lie. Cough. You're not treating me well, and you're sabotaging me at every opportunity. The past is the past, and it's now time to move to the future. And Ari, I'm not asking. I'm informing you that it's happening, and you'll cooperate unless you want to get kicked out of the program. PD Emily gave him a smile that brooked no disagreement, and Ari just sighed as his head throbbed. Can you even do that? Yes. What am I getting kicked out for? I didn't break any rules recently. Lying about your age. I thought that was over with. I suddenly remembered how much of a headache and legal liability it was. So this is blackmail. I wouldn't put it in such crude terms. More like an exchange of services with a penalty for you if you don't. Agree. So blackmail. I'm sick. Take some medicine and get some sleep. It starts tomorrow, and I think it will be quite fun for you. Think about it. Entertaining the fans and media training. Media training, you said? Cough, cough. I look forward to it. Ari gave the PD a harmless smile. If she really wanted to put him in front of a camera, then so be it. Good. So do I. PD Emily smiled back. If he thought she hadn't learned her lesson and didn't have any measures to stop the inevitable nonsense and complaints that would come out of his mouth, then so be it. Heh. He. He. With both of them cackling to themselves, they went their separate ways. Number 261. Chapter 261. A Hard Conversation. Ari looked down at the thick stack of papers that he was supposed to synthesize into his brain. It contained a list of things that contestants could do, say, and the proper way to answer questions, among other things. And after eating a breakfast he couldn't even taste, he and the other contestants were stuck sitting through a boring lecture for hours. Now, as contestants who have made it this far, you all need to realize that it's an honor to be here on this program. You didn't make it here through your skill alone, And there are thousands of people who want and might even deserve to be in your position. You might not agree with it, but the PD's, staff members, have your best interest at heart. So when you act out like a toddler instead of going through the proper channels to express any frustrations or second thoughts you may be having, or choose to say the first thing that comes to mind and cause a misunderstanding with the public rather than talk it over like adults, it causes problems for everyone, including your teammates. The production team has our best interest at heart? What a bunch of nonsense. As the man paused mid-sentence to glare at him, Ari coughed in return while staring him dead in the eyes. What? Have something to say to me? The man looked away. Ahem. As I was saying, when difficult questions pop up, the correct thing to do is to gently change the subject or look to a staff member to help guide you on how to navigate it. And if you have issues blah 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 blah. While listening with one ear and ignoring what was obviously propaganda, Ari skimmed through the documents, filtering what seemed helpful from what was basically nicely worded statements that were basically telling contestants to shut up and sing, dance, and obey the production team without making them look bad when given the opportunity to speak. In other words, it was complete nonsense. Wishing that he had Jamie's amazing talent of sleeping with his eyes open or had at least thought to bring his schoolwork, Ari suffered through the rest of the lecture, and when it was finally done, 4 hours later, he got up along with everyone else to eat, and then hopefully take a nap since they had an unusually large amount of free time. For some reason, many of the staff members had slowly gone missing, and the few they saw around looked as if they were on the verge of collapse from overwork. It seemed like the PDs were making everyone suffer. Hey, can we talk? A tanned hand grabbed Ari's shoulder, and as he turned, he saw Vishal with a complicated expression. Yeah, what's up? Let's get a private room. Sure, cough. Double J, save me soup, please. A lot. And tea? Lots of honey. Got it. See you soon. Ari followed the Indian boy curiously, wondering what he wanted to talk about. After their performance, Ari had naturally apologized to his teammates. Not because he regretted his actions or that he wouldn't do what he did again, but because he thought they might feel offended and hurt that he changed the script without letting them know. Despite the apology, there was still a notable distance between him and the other people on the team, with the most apparent one being Vishal, who seemed to have something weighing on his mind and generally avoided him. As someone who didn't believe in holding in bad feelings, Ari was glad to finally clear the air. After locking the door and ensuring that there were no cameras in the random practice room, Ari sat comfortably against the wall on one side of the room and stared at Vishal, who kept opening and closing his mouth like he wanted to say something, but ended up just staying silent. So what's up? I can tell you've been feeling some type of way since the performance. Didn't like my actions, or is it something else? Ari decided to get right to the root of the matter. You really just dive into the heart of things without any small talk. Don't you get nervous when talking about serious things? Vishal stared at him with a slightly exasperated expression. As long as the person doesn't start crying, then no. Take a seat because my head hurts from looking up. Feel free to speak your mind, and we can have a conversation if that's what you want. Contrary to being called a crash out, I am a pretty good listener, and I generally don't act like a crazy person unless people act crazy toward me first. Cough. Ari slipped a new cough drop into his mouth while staring expectantly at Vishal, who sighed before sitting down. Can you look away? I know you're not angry at me, but when you stare at me like that, it's a bit difficult to say what I want. Ari immediately pulled the fur hat lower and looked at the ground while waiting for Vishal to get whatever he wanted to say off his chest. You're right. What you and Levi did at the performance. I didn't like it. Ari just stayed silent and let him continue. I think what you did was wrong and inconsiderate, especially toward those of us who were supposed to be your teammates, and as the person who became the de facto team leader, changing what we practiced last minute, changing the words of your verse, and even changing the ending to allow Levi to perform like that is not okay. You put us in a bad position. How so? Ari glanced up briefly before looking back down. My verse is mine and has nothing to do with you all, and I intentionally made sure that none of you were on stage when Levi did his thing. Yeah, but we're a team. Your actions affect all of us, and because of your beef with the production team, the trainers, or whatever, we are all liable for your actions and words. Ari, are you though? I'm pretty sure only one of us gets to have the PD blackmail you while the assistant PD tries to kick you out and only backs off because of the parent of another contestant. Let me get this straight. You're against me calling out production for sabotaging me when they clearly sabotaged us on stage at our performance? You're assuming that it's their fault when they're not the ones in control of the venue we performed at, and so many things went wrong there. I'm positive all the bad things that happened weren't just to take you out or sabotage you. And if you think that, it's pretty egotistical of you, no offense. I went to the audio station to help fix the sound issue, and it was a mess with staff panicking as they tried to figure out what was wrong. They weren't trying to be malicious. There were just a lot of accidents that happened at once. And while I'm glad you had the extra flash drives of music, you then blew it out of proportion with your verse, and then Levi's whole thing, which was obviously pre-planned, putting the rest of the team in a bad position. Ari just stared at the floor blankly since he wasn't even sure where to start explaining the issues that connected him, William, and the production team. While he partially understood where Vishal was coming from, he also didn't agree. But, for someone who didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, of course, it sounded like a made-up story and like he was being egotistical. Look, I understand that you might not like the production team. They go overboard sometimes, especially toward you, but I think you take it too far because at this point, you're basically able to do whatever you want. After all, you're really good-looking, you have a high rank, and other high-ranking contestants like you. You're clearly talented because you've improved so quickly, and your fans and the general public know and support you hardcore. However, the rest of us don't have that luxury, okay? We can't risk it, act out, and make accusations just because we're angry or upset at a situation happening. Especially when it was a lot of coincidences lining up. What's that supposed to mean? You think the media training guy was right? That instead of complaining, I should go through proper channels and report what's going on? Ari wanted to laugh because if people thought that reporting to the PD would accomplish something, they were very, very naive. A little bit. Those of us not at the top, like you or Benjamin, and those who don't have family support, like William or Levi, have to struggle for the spotlight, and when you act the way you do, it makes it hard for those of us on your team to stand out. Especially when you act like you did, things change from a team performance and suddenly become the Ari show. You suck away all the attention. Even now, rather than people talking about our team's performance or even any other team's performance, it's all about you. All over the news, all over the communities, it's just discourse. About you. What are the rest of us supposed to do, huh? I didn't know that. You know I don't check the news. Contestants had various ways of dealing with the impact of the program. Many, like Benjamin, obsessively checked to see how they were doing in the public eye whenever they could. And there were those like Jamie and Ari who chose to pretend they were in a bubble and just ignore everything. The few times that he did search himself, while there was a good amount of positive things, Ari felt both amazed at how creatively toxic and insulting people could be, but also felt that it was kind of sad in a way. He didn't know these people, and they didn't know him, but they had formed an entire opinion on his life due to watching 2-hour episodes and extra content weekly about him, and decided to make it their own personality. If they liked him, that was fine, and if they disliked him, that was fine too. He just thought that a lot of people had a lot of free time to devote to something or someone they supposedly hated, and maybe they should pivot and use that time on something they liked instead. They might be happier that way, because you have the luxury to do that. Not to mention the backlash that we'll get from production, the trainers, and producers because of this. Even though the rest of us didn't do anything or even know about it, we're going to be affected because of what you and Levi did. And again, some of us don't have the luxury of having a huge fan base and community to prop them up, no matter what happens, or have famous parents that everyone loves. I am here struggling to stay in the program with everything that I have because if I'm eliminated, it's over for me. You know that my parents don't even know that I'm here? I quit my internship to be here, and I'm betting everything in hopes that I make it so I can show them that my decision wasn't a mistake or me throwing my career away. Lots of other contestants are in the same boat. We're doing our best, holding it in, and not acting selfishly. Because for all that you say you don't want to be the leader, you always take charge of the group, and in this situation, you put the needs of yourself and Levi over the rest of us. You changed the music without telling us, and you and Levi clearly discussed what would happen and executed it. And even though you apologized, it doesn't mean anything because I know for a fact you would do the same thing again. Right. That's right. At Ari's flippant response, Vishal's expression darkened, and he took a deep breath. This is what I'm talking about. You think you're always right, no matter what you do. I don't think I'm always right. I think I'm always vocal. I also think that there are a lot of things going on in the background that you're not aware of, things that I can't explain, and things that are honestly none of your business. I did my best to stand up for myself and support another teammate who wanted to stand up for himself after being unfairly disrespected and belittled by someone he respected, while keeping the rest of you out of it as much as possible. Is that a perfect solution? No. Were there other avenues to get the point across in a better manner? Maybe. Should I have told the team and let them decide on Levi's issue? Probably. But that would mean we both know what the response to that would be, and this was the best compromise I could think of. Am I sorry that this might affect the rest of you badly? Yes. But would I do it again? Of course. Then the apology is useless because what you did is still wrong. It's going to affect the rest of us negatively, and you would still do it again. So who cares? Why bother to apologize? Ari just stared at him for a moment before taking a deep breath and trying to keep his voice calm. I think that we will just have to agree to disagree. I don't think I'm in the right completely, but I also don't think I'm fully in the wrong. I'm glad that your experience here has been good enough, that you think my response to things is egotistical, and that going to production fixes things. However, as I mentioned, that's not my experience. I know for a fact that the production team is sabotaging me and just watching to see how it plays out. And I know for a fact that my and Levi's outspokenness and selfishness have benefited not only me, but also the team members. After all, if the two of us didn't say anything, what song would our team be performing? Do you think you would be in a position to have this discussion now? I barely check the internet, and I know Lil Pumpy is under fire for that trash song he originally made. Left to the rest of the team, we would have performed the wrong song on stage instead of waiting until Levi went to fix the sound issue again. Yet you're telling me no sabotage was involved? Heh. Well, seeing Vishal look away, Ari just sighed before lowering his voice. I'm not going to argue with you because your feelings are valid, and I heard your message loud and clear. I'll do my best to ensure you're not affected by my future actions. At the end of the day, this program is an individual battle until the last ranking ceremony, but the ultimate goal is to form a team, which means considering the feelings of others. Thank you for sharing your feelings. From now on, if it's something I plan to go through with anyway, I'll let you know, and you can do whatever you want with that information, whether it's sharing it with production so they can stop me or keeping it confidential. But I think that it would probably be best for you to just not be on my team from now on if possible, and it might be better for you to distance yourself from me as well. Distance myself? Are you mad at me? I'm not mad at all. Disappointed? A little, but I'm happy to clear the air. I just think that everyone has a different level of things they can tolerate. Levi and I align very closely on where that line is and how to handle it, and you are on the other end of the spectrum. Inevitably, we'll clash, but inherently that's not a bad thing. I don't want to be the reason you don't achieve your dream, especially if you feel that my presence on your team takes all the attention from everyone else or is always causing drama. My only advice to you is, you know what? Never mind. I don't think it matters, and it might sound condescending, but I wouldn't worry about getting retaliation for this performance. Knowing the PD, I'm about to be edited like a literal monster, while the rest of the team will get an angel edit for putting up with me and my selfishness. But I digress. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. Anything else you wanted to talk about? No, that was it. Cool. Giving Vishal a polite smile and a thumbs up, Ari walked out of the practice room and shut it behind him, leaving Vishal inside alone. He briefly considered skipping lunch since he really wasn't in the mood to socialize anymore, but remembering the mission to add weight, he dragged himself to go eat a meal. And after he was done eating, before they could disperse, PD Emily showed up with a bright smile on her face despite the dark shadows underneath them. Hey boys, after that lovely media training lesson, are you guys ready to perform some fan service? Go get changed into your uniforms and come line up. Number 262. Chapter 262. Terrible Cooks 1. Remember how we had you all fill out a survey? Well, we'll be doing a fun live stream today. Are you all excited? No, not really. Considering that they had filled out at least 100 surveys by this point, Ari wasn't even sure which survey the PD was referring to, so he just stared at her blankly, hoping she would get to the point. We wanted to do something fun, relaxing, and entertaining before the ranking ceremony. You'll all be paired in groups of 2 or 3, assigned a task to complete that should be a bit challenging, and answer some fun questions asked by fans who will be watching your live stream. Naturally, the questions will be filtered by staff, and I hope you all keep what we learned today in mind. Now on to the sponsor for today. The PD paused to gesture at the large box filled with fluffy items next to her. Today's live stream is sponsored by Scary Spirit Halloween Costumes and, of course, Cost Company. Scary Spirit Halloween Costumes is the #1 costume store in the world, providing everything from basic to extravagant for your costuming needs. Please grab a tail, ears, and paws, and go to your assigned rooms, which should have your name on the door. Your goal is to accomplish the task in 2 hours, and if you're able to, there will be a reward. Good luck. What do you think the task will be? Jamie asked as he put on light brown bunny ears that were close to his hair color and the matching paws and cottontail. Ari placed furry cat ears over his fur hat before slipping on the furry boots. Dunno. It might be something that fans wanted us to do since she mentioned fan service, right? I hope it's similar to the maze we did at the beginning. That was kind of fun. As long as it's not too stressful and fun for the viewers, it's all fine with me. The two of them walked among the other excited contestants, reading the names until Jamie found his room and sadly went off, while Ari kept looking until he found his name. When he opened the door, he saw Levi standing in the middle of the room, holding a sheet of paper in his hand. On Levi's head were golden wolf ears with matching paws on his hand and a fluffy tail tied to his waist. Ari had to restrain a laugh since he thought that he looked like a blonde Siberian husky, complete with scowling blue eyes, which clearly expressed his displeasure at the outfit choice. I'm surprised to see that you're still here. Are you telling me to quit? No, I'm just making an observation, geez. Since he hadn't been to the media training lecture, Ari thought he was gone for good. Seeing that, Levi still looked annoyed. Ari glanced around the room, noting the portable gas burner, pots on one table, a variety of ingredients on another, and the computer with a webcam and lights on the third. I guess it's just the two of us. What are we doing? Cooking. Levi waved a stack of papers at him. What? Cooking. Levi gave him a look like he was stupid, and Ari cleaned his ears to make sure he didn't mishear anything. Cooking? Like cooking food? To eat. Otherwise, you want to cook drugs instead. Ari, Levi, do you know how to cook? Of course not. I'm banned from the kitchen in both my parents' houses. You. No. The two of them stared at each other as Ari took a deep breath. Do you know what we're making? Maybe it's easy. Coq oven. The name looks French, so this is your fault. What is that? Coco vin. It's basically chicken stew. It's hard to make. Once again, the two of them stared at each other in awkward silence before the door burst open, and Kate appeared with scary dark shadows under her eyes and a giant white board in her hands. Despite her tired expression, she still tried to give them a smile that made it look like she was about to cry. Hi guys, I'm your specially assigned staff member here to support you too. Let's get everything set up so we can get started, okay? And please, both of you, I beg you, behave. I don't want to get fired. You see how we don't have a lot of staff anymore? People are getting fired. Every hour, people are getting fired. If you say anything crazy, PD Emily said she's going to get rid of me. So let's all work together to have a happy live stream, okay? I have student loans to pay off, so let's be considerate. I'll write the words, and all you have to do is read them. All right? Promise me. Please sob. Ari exchanged a glance with Levi before going to pat Kate's sobbing back. Touché, PD Emily. Touché. She had scored the first goal and was currently in the lead. And later that afternoon, the official Popstar Academy account posted, Sink or Swim live stream. Have you wanted to learn more about the talents of your favorite contestants and see what they're capable of? Please join us this evening for the Sink or Swim live stream, where you can watch your favorite contestants dress cutely while teaming up to try and accomplish tasks they previously stated they weren't good at. We'll have them cooking, cleaning, and assembling furniture while they answer any questions you, the viewer, might have and enjoy a relaxing night with no pressure. If you think that presenting the contestants in a gentle, soft light is going to stop me from calling you out until you put out a statement that you'll do better, you've got another thing coming, PD. I'm waiting for the episode to drop and waiting for a statement. Grace glanced at the announcement with cold eyes before inevitably clicking the link, just like any fan of the show and contestants would. Even she had to admit that this was a good move by the production team, and would likely cause the people who were protesting to lose steam. The link took her to the live stream group page, which had about 10 different live streams going on. As mentioned in the post, some contestants were trying to assemble chairs and desks while chattering happily, while other contestants had put on aprons and seemed to be prepping food while following a recipe. Her eyes quickly scanned over the streams until they settled on one video that had a different vibe from the others. Clicking into it, she found herself laughing before straightening her face. Two individuals stood next to each other with expressions that indicated that they were being forced to be there. The taller one to the left was wearing a black turtleneck underneath a loosely buttoned white dress shirt that was rolled up to his elbows, exposing leanly corded arms. On his low-cut blonde hair, golden wolf ears rested, which matched the golden paw gloves and fuzzy golden tail pinned to the side of his pants. Despite the fuzzy accessories, rather than giving a cute and cuddly feeling, the sharp eyes and unsmiling face made him seem like a wild wolf instead. Naturally, it was Levi. Next to him was a shorter boy wearing an oversized fur hat with brown animal ears on it and matching brown boots, along with a dress shirt topped with a brown hoodie. With the combination of his clothing, accessories, green eyes that looked softer and more watery than usual, and a red nose, Ari resembled an abandoned child wrapped in bare skin to shield him from the cold weather. Achoo! Hearing the cute sneeze, as Ari's cat-like green eyes blinked sleepily, the chat that was slowly growing filled with comments. OMG, they're so cute. The ears look so soft and fluffy. Why does he look only 2 apples tall next to Levi? I can't believe Levi is actually wearing those ears. You're telling me it's these two causing trouble? I don't believe it. How could you sabotage that cutie? As people in the chat began settling in, Ari cleared his throat and began to speak in a slightly stuffy voice. Hello, viewers. I'm Ari, and he's Levi, and today we are going to be cooking chicken stew. 2 robotic-sounding voices with long pauses between each word came out. LOL. WTH is this? Are they being punished? Is he sick? Is this a punishment game? Why are they talking like that? Oh, he's reading off a script. If you zoom in, you can see the whiteboard reflected in Ari's eyes and see his pupils move from side to side. Dang, your eyes are good AF. Ari's voice suddenly came out before being muted. Kate, have faith. We'll behave. There was a pause before the microphone came back louder as both Ari and Levi now stood behind a wooden table with piles of ingredients on it. Okay, we're back. Today, Levi and I are cooking coq au vin. It's French chicken stew. We're skipping the wine because I don't like the taste, and Levi is underage. Neither of us knows how to cook, but they gave us a recipe, so I think it's fine. While I'm reading the recipe, Levi will start chopping the vegetables into pieces. Why am I doing that? Are you going to read the recipe and answer the questions asked by the chat? If yes, let's switch. I'll start cutting. Good talk. Why is he managing him like a dog? Why is he listening? He's sullen, but he's obeying. Is Ariel the secret boss of the contestants? Ari made himself comfortable on a seat in front of a camera while making sure not to block Levi, then began reading. Step 1. Quarter onions, then thinly slice them. Okay. The chat watched as Levi slowly took off the animal's paws, exposing long, slender fingers with distinct joints and clear skin, which made it clear that he had never done a day of hard work in his life. The wooden cutting board was centered, a red onion was placed directly onto it, while the sharp knife that reflected the light was lifted up in an elegant motion. Wow, that posture looks great. He looks like a pro. Are you sure he's never cooked before? That's the knife grip of a professional. Seriously, I was a line cook, and I can tell you that's a professional grip. As the chat was marveling at Levi's professional-looking posture that could rival any chef, as if he was acting like a guillotine, he raised the hand that held the knife higher than his head and chop, click, thud, slammed it down on the wooden cutting board, sending the onion flying straight into the back of Ari's head as if it were a missile. As Ari clutched the back of his head in pain, Levi stood there for several seconds before saying one word. Oops. What did I just see? An onion missile? Does he think he's wielding a sword? Oops. Does he hate him? Ari, you might be in danger. Run. Oi, Levi. It's broken. At Levi's voice, while still clutching the back of his head, Ari glanced back from the computer to see Levi holding up the wooden cutting board that was sliced perfectly in half with the knife embedded several inches into the table. What the? How? When the voice of a woman sounded out, the chat got busy again. An incident so shocking the staff member had to speak up. No FR. How? Does Levi think he's a ninja? Does Levi think he's doing karate instead of chopping vegetables? You know what? Never mind. I'll cut the vegetables. You read. Fine. As Ari bent over to pick up the onion, Levi forcefully ripped the knife out of the table, and the blade separated from the wooden handle and flew into the bulb of the studio light, shattering it and embedding itself in the wall, instantly making the room dimmer as the piece of metal vibrated while stuck in the wall. What the heck? Did he just break a knife? What is happening right now? Is this a cooking show, or are they secretly spies trying to kill each other? If he hadn't ducked, when Ari stood up, he glanced from the broken light bulb to the knife blade embedded in the wall before turning to Levi. Are you trying to kill me? I thought we were on good terms. No, I told you it was broken. I thought you meant the cutting board, not the knife. Well, it's broken. Thank you, Captain Obvious. No wonder your parents banned you from the kitchen. Ari, Levi, as the two were staring at each other silently. Crash. The table in between the two of them split cleanly in half, causing the items on it to fall to the ground, splashing flour and seasoning everywhere, and coating the two boys in white powder. Oh my gosh, this is a disaster. Please don't fire me, PD. I don't understand what's happening. Achoo, 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 achoo. The crying voice of a woman could be heard while Ari repeatedly sneezed, and Levi just stood there, staring at the ground. When he could finally breathe, Ari panned his head slowly back toward the camera, gave it a bright flower-covered smile while waving. Sorry, viewers. We'll be back. Kate, cut the cameras, please. The camera went dark, and the chat blew up. Number 263. Chapter 263. Terrible Cooks, 2. The chat was in shambles. Guys, this has to be a skit, right? Is it possible for one knife chop to split a cutting board, the table beneath it, a light bulb, and the knife itself, while completely missing the intended target? Bankai LOL. Did someone clip this? I feel so bad for the staff member that's crying LOL. Is Levi the Hulk? Is the PD tired of them and trying to take them out with cheap equipment? It looks like the same type of knife and cutting board the other teams were using. Maybe it's just faulty, or he's just that strong. The people in the chat continued discussing whether this was a setup or fake, while going back and forth between watching other contestants who were failing at their tasks in an amusing manner and the black screen that contained the crash-out duo. Some of them shared the clip of Levi's knife chop of destruction, which then attracted others who wanted to see what would happen when they finally came back. And after 10 minutes, the stream finally resumed, with the screen flickering, and two boys with furry animal ears appeared standing next to each other. They both had a slight powdery white dust still on their clothing, and the shorter one had a fading bruise around one of his sea-green eyes. With a cheeky smile, Ari waved, and a slightly stuffy voice sounded out. Hello, viewers. It's Ari and Levi, here to continue making coco vin, which, if you missed it, is French chicken stew. We've cleaned up, got a new table, borrowed ingredients, and decided that Levi will be in charge of the stove while I will chop the remaining things that need to be chopped. Are you guys okay? They're still covered in ingredients, LOL. They're still going to make them cook? This sounds like a bad idea. Are you sick? Your voice sounds stuffy. Can you tell us about the sabotage? Have the new rankings been revealed yet? As the comments came rushing in, the female voice from earlier could be heard. They're asking if you're okay since you're covered in flour? That's not what we said. Answer about the sabotage. Yep, we're good. Our staff member is good as well. Ari gave 2 thumbs up before reading off the flour-covered recipe sheet. Step 1 for Levi, char the bacon. And I will cut onions thinly, and then the carrots, achoo achoo. As Ari sneezed and sniffled, Levi gave him a dirty look before his cold voice rang out. I let it slide earlier, but go wash your hands. I used my elbow to cover my mouth. Still. And wash those vegetables too. Your germs are all over it. Fine, I'll help. As Ari disappeared from the screen, along with a basket of ingredients, the room descended into a dead silence. Levi continually fiddled with the portable gas stove, trying to turn it on. Click, click, click. Click, click. Click, click, click. All that could be heard was the clicking sound coming from the portable stove. It's going to blow. Hello? Staff person? The gas? Does he not know how to turn it on? He keeps spinning the knob. Second-generation rich kid. His parents definitely have a chef at home. It's broken? It's not broken. Please just turn it off. The gas. The gas. Open the door, please. After several minutes of failure, with his frustration apparent by his deepened frown, Levi made a fist and slam, smashed it on the portable stove, causing a burst of flame to rise high into the air, temporarily making the room appear orange from the flame's intensity. A tiny smug smile appeared on Levi's lips as the camera caught his whisper. Fixed it. It was never broken. Why is there an indent of his fist on the stove? Mommy, I'm scared. OMG, where is the staff? You look beautiful when you smile, my golden wolf, but I am afraid for your life. I'm afraid, period. Staff member, please return. Despite the comments, Levi just acted like he pleased. He first placed a pot and lid on the portable stove, shattering the glass cover from the impact, and after several seconds, dumped the glass shards in the trash, hid the trash can, wiped the pot, and continued on like nothing happened. Bro, we saw you break it. What is happening here? Can he not control his own strength? Why am I both turned on yet terrified? He then ripped apart the bacon package with his bare hands and dumped the entire thing in the pot, then just stared at it. Separate the bacon into strips. OMG, separate it. Why is he just standing there like a bot? Why are you cooking it in a whole blob like a meatloaf? This is so too slow. Let's just put it on high to cook faster. Don't do that. It will spatter. It's dangerous. The oil will burn you. The oil will ruin your pretty face. Despite the chat's warnings, Levi increased the temperature of the portable gas stove, causing the flames to flare up. As expected, oil began to spatter from the pot as the bacon cooked and then burned, slowly filling the entire room with smoke. How annoying. The cold voice sounded out once more as Levi retreated while using his shirt to block his nose. Lower the heat. If it's smoking, lower the heat, OMG. Levi, please lower the heat. Where is the staff member? As people were genuinely getting worried, thankfully, Ari came back with a medical face mask on. Thank goodness. The responsible one is back. Cough, cough, I'm back. Is it supposed to be this smoky? You said char it. It's charring. Oh, that makes sense. No, that's not what it means. You're burning it. No, you're both wrong. Look at the comments. Please. But you should probably go get a mask too to save your voice from the smoke. Kate is looking for extras. Okay, I'll be back. As Levi left, Ari waved at the webcam, making sure not to look at the comments since he would be tempted to answer when he wasn't supposed to, and began cutting as he hummed to himself while the chat was panicking. More and more smoke was filling the room, and the person in front of them was chopping vegetables with the most awkward posture while humming nursery rhymes. The pot, which was no longer being watched, had its sides covered in oil as the bacon continued to pop, and eventually, the oil dripped down into the flames of the portable gas stove, and whoosh, it's on fire. Ariel, turn around, it's on fire. Oh my God. Somebody go to the other chat and get a responsible adult. Turned into a roaring fireball. Ariel, there is a literal fireball. Somebody go to the other chat and get their attention. This is crazy, LOL. And as if he were feeling the heat, Ari began bobbing from side to side, causing the cat ears on his fur hat to sway whimsically from side to side as he began singing. It's getting hot in here. So hot. So take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot dash. Yeah, it's hot because there's a literal fire. Look behind you. With nary a glance at the computer or tablet that had the chat information, Ari continued chopping the vegetables until Levi's muffled voice sounded out behind him. Yo. What? It's on fire. It's on Wadash. Oh wow. It's a fire. Finally. Now, please leave the room and go get an adult. And both of you, never cook without adult supervision again. Turn the stove off. Stop, drop, and roll out of the room. Contrary to the chat's thoughts that Ari would be panicked by the flames, he seemed calm and collected. He even began to give a lecture. Guys, it's very important not to panic in an emergency. I used to work part-time in a restaurant, and this happened every so often, so it's no big deal. When there's a small oil fire like this, don't use water to put it out. You want to get a fire extinguisher and, if necessary, press the fire alarm. I'll go get an extinguisher and press the alarm. Levi ran out at a fast clip, and seconds later, the fire alarm sounded out, and while it was blaring out, Ari continued his lecture. If you don't have a fire extinguisher handy, try to cover the flames with a pot lid because no oxygen equals no fire. I don't know where our lid went. Ari quickly looked around but didn't see it. Don't worry about it, Levi broke it. The lid is gone. Please just leave the room. R.I.P. lid. You died a silly death. Since I can't find it, the next best alternative is salt because it smothers flames and cuts off the oxygen. Thankfully, we have a large container of salt here, so we get to see some science in action. Opening the clear container filled with white powder, Ari threw it onto the flames, expecting it to die down. Instead, boom, a mini explosion happened. Number 264. Chapter 264. Terrible Cooks 3. Seeing the pot that was on fire suddenly flare up and turn into a huge flash of explosive flames, the chat was temporarily silent before blowing up. Bomb? Brew. How did we go from a cooking show to an explosive science experiment? What the heck did he throw in there? Dynamite. I'm begging someone to please go get an adult. The other streams have ended since they're evacuating because of the fire alarm. Ari, please leave the room. While the chat was panicking, the person they were urging to leave was instead standing there, pulling his mask down and licking the floating white particles falling on his lips. Oh, it's sweet. I guess it's powdered sugar, not salt. Cough, cough. Who cares if it's sugar or salt? Get out. Your ears. Your wolf ears are on fire. This is a mess. With absolutely no urgency in his steps, Ari walked over to the webcam. Let me make sure to take the computer and tablet out. That way, the PD will be less mad at us. Where's the plug? Who the hell cares about the computer? Get out of the room. Take off those ears. No, but his face is so pretty. Bang. Feeling as if they were screaming into the void, those watching finally felt vindicated as an entire door went flying in the background, and someone with a bright red cylindrical tube that couldn't be mistaken for anything else pointed it at Ariel. WSHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHa shot out of the fire extinguisher, aimed directly at the person holding the webcam. Hey, what the he dash? You're on fire. WSHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHLevi's cold voice sounded out as he continually sprayed Ari from top to bottom with the fire extinguisher before using it to put out the pot turned fireball. Cough, cough, achoo, achoo. As Ari began coughing and sneezing, he was once again covered from head to toe in white powder. Watery green eyes stared at the webcam with a pitiful expression before Ari began shaking his entire body like a wet dog trying to dry off. Finally, it's over. In the face, though? Oh, thank you, Levi. Please get out of that room. Ah, he looks like a miserable little cat. Just as the chat thought everything was over, the sprinklers went off, immediately drenching the two boys as gallons of water sprayed down from the ceiling at a high velocity. The two of them stared at each other in silence before Ari grabbed the laptop and tablet, handed them off to Levi, and began running out of the room as gallons of water poured out. As the shaky camera view pivoted from the ceiling to the walls and feet, while the sound of the fire alarm constantly rang, the chat continued as people marveled at the strange string of coincidences. You've got to be kidding. What kind of cursed bad luck is this? Please never try to cook again. Please go to a priest to cleanse your aura. So, is the mission considered a failure? Bruh, they blew up a room. Of course it's a failure. Watching the whole incident from her computer, Grace had one thought now that it was clear that the two of them were safely evacuating. Grandma, please. We can never, ever, ever, ever let Ari near a kitchen. The restaurant and the entire neighborhood might burn down. As she prepared to turn off her computer, she was surprised to find that the live stream was still playing. And even though she couldn't see, she could hear quite clearly the angry voice of a woman yelling while the sound of a fire truck alarm rang in the background. I don't understand how following a recipe and cooking turns into a fire, setting off the sprinklers, and ruining thousands of dollars of camera equipment. It was an accident. Grace immediately began paying attention as she heard Ari's stuffy voice. Ariel, Kate was gone for 5 minutes max, and you managed to try to burn the place down in that time? Everyone else had the same setup, and only you managed to do this? I don't believe you. It's the truth at you. Can I go get a blanket? I told you I'm sick and my clothes are wet. Not until I'm done. Clearly, you're taking your anger out on me because you're upset about our previous conversation and how we've been treating you. But this is going too far. Destruction of property? That's low. And sabotaging me isn't? There's a saying about a pot, a kettle, and the color black. Besides, this was literally a series of unfortunate events. A complete accident, not some intentional sabotage like we both know you're doing. That's just how it is. Someone has to get the short end of the stick, and it just so happens to be you. Regardless, if you want me to believe that you didn't do this on purpose, you might as well sell me a lakefront property in the middle of the desert. Make sure you prepare your wallet, PD. I'll find an oasis with the biggest lake in the desert just for you. Also, why are you blaming me? I wasn't even the person on the stove. In the survey, I said I couldn't cook, and Levi said he's banned from the kitchen in both his parents' houses. They're rich, so you know he's done some major damage that even money can't solve. Hey, plus, what did you think was going to happen? Especially after he almost accidentally ended my bloodline within the first 30 seconds. Why would you leave us together? It was supposed to be a cute, fun exercise watching you struggle at a task to make you all look cute and wholesome. Everyone else was doing just fine, but you are always causing trouble and making a scene when things don't go your way. Because you keep letting people mess with me unnecessarily. But like I said, this was a complete accident, and you should be blaming Levi. He was in charge of the stove. I have something to say. I'm not done talking to him, and you're next, Levi. So unless it's about the burning building, just go stand to the side and wait until I'm finished. Even if you call all the family lawyers in the world, it won't stop you from getting in trouble today. Levi glanced from PD Emily's furious face to Ari, who quickly glanced from the laptop to his face, to the still glowing microphone attached to his shirt, before looking at the laptop in his hands that was still open to a website that said live. Sure. Shrugging, he stood off to one side, keeping the laptop cracked and waiting for things to play out. And after 10 minutes of unresolved scolding. And what did you have to say, Levi? It's still on. What is? The live stream. Levi raised the top half of the laptop to show her the screen while swinging the dangling webcam around to face the PD. How long has it been on? The beginning. And you knew? Naturally. PD Emily looked between the two of them, took a deep breath, and walked away without looking back. That's rough. A hand covered with white powder turned the webcam until a powder-crusted face with streaks of water running through it appeared. The owner smiled cheekily, with his green eyes twinkling as he began to speak. Thank you all for watching this live stream, which was brought to you by Scary Spirit Halloween Costumes, the #1 costume store in the world, providing everything from basic to extravagant for your costuming needs, and Cost Company, providing everything from food ingredients to cookware. Levi, anything to add? The camera was turned so that a sharp-eyed boy wearing a now see-through white button-up shirt and golden dog ears on his head appeared. Levi's eyes flickered from the laptop screen to the back of the PD who was walking away, before his lips quirked up the tiniest bit. Shout out to the internet provider for maintaining excellent service, and to Sunsam Computers for excellent battery life. Hearing it, Ari laughed before echoing him. Shout out to the internet provider and the computer maker. Bye viewers. Please watch the episode tomorrow. With a happy wave, Ari ended the live stream before giving Levi 2 thumbs up in approval. I forgive you for trying to kill me earlier. Great assist. You owe me for not letting you burn to death. And it was obvious when you left the computer open. Jamie would have closed it or misinterpreted my look. Well, let's just say we're even. Phew, I am tired. As Ari sat on the while watching the firefighters rush into the building. Ding. Number 265. Chapter 265. Leaks. Ding. I think I'm better than you. It's not bragging. It's not pride. It's confidence. Complete. Reward. +2 charm stat points. Ariel Matisse. Age. 18. Vocals. A+. Dance. C. Visual. Rap. C-. Charm. S-. Skills. Jukebox. A. Picky listener. B. Pen pal. C. Oh, nice. My first S-rank stat. I wonder what triggered the completion. Nova? Any explanation? Ari glanced at the notification in surprise before turning to watch the PD speaking with the firefighters, some of whom were running into the building in full gear. Check the internet. It's currently on fire. Just like the building. Should I? As much as Ari wanted to check it out, since the inside of the dorms was currently getting an impromptu shower after a failed cooking attempt, he figured it would be a little difficult to do that. Yawning to himself, Ari settled in for a long wait. I'll just check it later. DJ TV probably had a moment of self-reflection and realized he was hating on Levi for no reason, and anyone with ears could tell that Lil Pumpy's song was bad, including him. It's called growth as a person. Your loss. I assure you, it's quite entertaining. Your poor PD. Got you. The moment the live stream ended, Grace Choi began clipping the unseen conversation between the PD and Ari in preparation to share it across her contacts before starting to type up a new article and templates for others to send to the production team with demands for better treatment of the contestants. But before she could even send it, she saw that the community was currently blowing up with her notifications constantly going off. Thinking that it was about the recent live stream, she clicked into it and quickly scanned through the top post before laughing at the bad luck of the production team. It seemed that they were living out the saying that when it rained, it poured, because currently, her timeline and all the pop star communities, regardless of contestant support, were talking about one thing: leaks. Hundreds of hours of footage had been anonymously leaked, and it was speculated that the leaks came from disgruntled staff members who had been fired without warning. Everything from discussions among staff members on which contestants to highlight and hide based on orders, to what issues to dramatize, to videos of some staff members laughing at contestants who couldn't speak English properly, had been shared. It was evidence that painted the production team in a bad light and shed light on things that were only speculation before, which ignited people who were previously watching the Ari's Angels community fight against production from the sidelines, since it had nothing to do with their contestant. People began digging into the videos to try to verify the authenticity, and even though face blur was applied to some staff members, internet detectives had already started working to expose who was who by using physical features and other tools. There was even a leak of an early draft of episode 11 showing the entirety of Lil Pumpy and producer Benny's conversation with Ari's team, as well as the comments made by DJ TV in the midterm evaluations of the contestants, including the things he had said to Levi, which drove his fans crazy and validated their feelings that he wouldn't blow up for no reason. So right now, the Pop Star Academy communities have turned into a beehive of activity as viewers begin going through the footage and clipping the interesting scenes. Accusations and complaints were flying, and conspiracy theories grew at a fast pace. Oh, you're done. At this point, I don't even need to do anything. You're going to self-implode. Grace muttered as she rushed to download as many files as she could, knowing that inevitably things would be deleted. She would keep the files and review them later for more damning evidence. But now was the time to fall back and let the fans of other contestants do the heavy lifting in pressuring the production team into issuing a statement. And pressuring they did. Across social media, the official Pop Star Academy accounts were being tagged by angry fans to state an explanation for comments made by staff, unfairness of treatment, and even the unprofessional way the producers treated the contestants that they were supposed to be mentoring. Lil Pumpy was also being harassed, mainly because of the leaked video where he praised himself as a talented rapper and hitmaker while putting down the contestants who couldn't perform his trashy song well. The clip of Ari calling out not just Lil Pumpy, but other rappers to perform to the song Lil Pumpy created had begun trending, along with Levi's cocky rebuttal to the rapper's words. The clips of their performance also began trending as a result, with people putting their team's performance side by side with the original song, with polls asking which one was better. A couple of hours later, the two rappers waved the white flag. Lil Pumpy came out to do a mini live stream, stating that he was proud of the talent he was seeing in the contestants, and that it was secretly a test he was giving them to prove their skills so he could give his approval to the next generation of rappers. Naturally, he was unmercifully roasted in the comments until he turned it off and quit his live stream. As for DJ TV, he quietly made a post stating that the performance was good, the contestants were talented, before turning off his comments entirely. Producer Benny made his page private, and the production team? They stayed quiet as they scrambled in the background to figure things out. But with reduced staff members, actual leaks, water-damaged equipment, and a severe lack of time, it was too late to edit the episode. So when it dropped, the fury of the fans were ignited once more as they saw how twisted the editing was, which painted the producers in a good light, and some contestants as rebellious, or even took away their screen time altogether. That, combined with carelessness displayed in the live stream, led to stress building until finally they caved and put out a statement. From the Pop Star Academy production team. Dear fans and supporters, it seems that you have been disappointed lately, and we apologize for that. We, as a staff, cherish and value the contestants and always want them to do better. While our actions may seem harsh, it's said that iron sharpens iron, and the finest steel has to go through the hottest fire. Know that we have heard your concerns and are revamping internally. We vow to do better in the future and to be fair in our treatment of contestants. So please continue to support these contestants. It was a nothing burger of a statement that took no accountability and vaguely vowed to do better. While many fans were disappointed with the vague apology that didn't really take responsibility for anything and just vaguely promised to do better, others were satisfied because this was the first time that such a show admitted its faults and promised to be fair. With accountability taken, the noise began to die down. So just like that, the final ranking ceremony would begin before the contestants had to fly to Korea. Are you ready? Jamie asked Ari as he adjusted his school uniform, which was uncomfortable on his body. Despite his best effort with keeping up with his weight training and eating enough protein, the sheer amount of cardio that they did through dance practice meant that he had lost size and was much leaner than before, making the uniform that had been tailored to his larger size much looser than it was. I guess. Hopefully, I didn't drop below rank 30 and get eliminated. Ari replied while clearing his throat. He was still a bit under the weather and had a slight cough that wouldn't go away, no matter how much tea he drank. Truly, he was suspecting that the PD was secretly poisoning him. He just had no way to prove it yet. I think you should be fine. After the leaks, people were going after the production team for mistreatment. People being mad at the production team doesn't mean that they switch over and support me. I am apparently a very polarizing person who doesn't respect my elders, needs to learn not to be cocky, and should definitely not speak my mind. You have every right to be cocky, though, Jamie replied honestly. I think you're one of the most talented people here, and you keep getting better. People should put you in their top 3. In my opinion, with your current trajectory, you should be number 1. I think you're too nice. There's no way I can become number 1 with monsters like Benjamin and Daniel. My goal is not to get eliminated now and to make it into the top 7 with you safely. That way, we can debut together. Either way, let's sit and get this out of the way. And don't look at me like that, it's gross. Ignoring Jamie's overly touched expression, Ari took his seat. Number 266. Chapter 266, Rule Changes 1. MC Ryan Leary, who had a colorful cast with lots of signatures on his foot, rolled onto the center of the stage on a knee scooter. Behind him was a much smaller 3-tiered pyramid than before, with 7 seats at the top row, 11 seats in the middle row, and 12 seats in the bottom row, level with the stage. The seating wasn't the only thing that was minimized as compared to before. There were fewer cameras recording than usual. Hello, contestants. Welcome back to our ranking ceremony. It's been pretty chaotic, hasn't it? Ryan Leary's bright voice rang out in the auditorium. Yes, it's been a mess. At the sounds of agreement coming from the contestants, Ryan Leary nodded knowingly. Well, here's to hoping things return to normal from now on. Today is the final ranking ceremony that I'll be doing with you all until you guys come back from Korea, and we're switching things up a little. Although I'd like to say a lot since I missed you all so much, I'll try to keep it brief, as many of you are traveling to Korea. I want to free you as quickly as I can so you can spend time with your family and, more importantly, pack your suitcases. If you're anything like I am, your laundry basket is full of dirty clothes. You don't even know where your suitcase is, and you probably have to do some last-minute shopping, am I right? So, shall we get started? Haha, how did you know? Let's do it. Great. Then let's get the announcements out of the way because we have quite a lot of them. Firstly, our ranking ceremony today will be a tad different than usual. Rather than tell you your ranks, I will call up the contestants who are safe in random order and have you all sit down. If you're not called, then unfortunately, you have been eliminated, and your journey ends here. You will not be continuing on with the program. The MC looked around at the suddenly quiet contestants with a solemn expression before continuing. Additionally, your previous ranks are now worthless, and the previous votes are null and void. Meaning after this ceremony, you're all simultaneously in first place and in last place. Huh? What does that mean? How are people going to debut if we all have the same rank? Murmurs of confusion filled the auditorium, and the MC waved reassuringly. You all sound quite worried, but this is a good thing. From now on, Your rank will be determined by the judge's opinion accounting for half the points, and public voting counting for the other half. It means that rather than depending solely on your popularity and the public's votes to achieve a high rank, the trainers who also act as judges and see all the hard work you do can give you a high score, which may place you at a higher rank and help you debut. And with the reset of votes across all contestants, that means that if you were trailing before, you now have the chance to soar to greater heights and even get to debut rankings because everyone is starting at the same level. Does this make sense? It didn't. Despite some of the contestants looking pleased at this announcement, Ari wanted to call BS immediately. Does anyone have any questions? Ari had several. For one, what prompted the sudden change from strictly audience voting to suddenly including the judge rankings now, when they could have just included them in the beginning? It didn't make any sense unless they were trying to prevent a contestant from being eliminated by audience votes, and he guessed that it was William they were trying to protect. As several hands shot up, the MC called on a person who rarely spoke. Yes, Levi? Go ahead. Why the sudden change in voting methods? And why aren't our current rankings being announced? You clearly have them. Share. Levi asked in his characteristically sharp tone. Good job. Hearing the question, Ari wanted to shoot Levi a double thumbs up and start clapping. Put them on the hot seat and make them answer. Because no matter how he thought about it, the sudden change just sounded sketchy. Before he could stop himself, Ari's eyes turned to look at William, who was sitting comfortably on his chair, with a large smirk on his face like he owned the place. Unfortunately, I don't have that information. It's something you would have to ask the production team. How convenient. As if thinking the same thing, Levi continued pressing the MC as he sat forward in his seat. Then, can you tell us the number of votes each person currently has? Yes. Nice follow-up. I am also curious too. The MC seemed to glance toward the back of the auditorium before shaking his head sadly. I'm sorry. You'll have to ask the production team for that information as well. I'm sure they would be willing to tell you in a private setting. They don't have it here? They can't pull it up? No, unfortunately not. How suspicious, Levi said dryly as he gave Ari a look before leaning back in his chair. I'm sorry that you see it that way. Any other questions? No. All right. The second announcement I have is that once you arrive in Korea and settle in, there will be a reassessment of your skills across all categories. This is to figure out how you've all improved, but also to figure out which areas you need to focus on to be part of the group. I hope you all look forward to it. Now that the boring stuff is out of the way, let's get started. When I call your name, please come take a seat on the stage in any position you like. First up is William. Congratulations on being safe. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. As William walked up to the stage to the sound of a very polite round of applause, he went to the MC and gestured for his microphone. And after a moment of confusion, received it. The blond boy took a deep breath, adjusted the cuff of his jacket, wiped a tear from his face, and started speaking in a softer tone than usual. I just wanted to say a few words to my fellow contestants. I know that I may not have been the easiest person to get along with, but I've been reflecting on myself and how I can do better. I want to assure you all of my willingness to learn from each of you, to grow as a person, and to utilize those skills to become a better person and a teammate you all can count on as we move on to the next steps in our journey on this show. Benjamin, I know we've had our differences, but let's get closer once again. Levi, we've been childhood friends since day one, and even though you originally came here to support me, I'm happy to see that you chose to stay instead of leaving like you were supposed to. Rex, Carlos, you've helped me so much in the past, and I want to continue to build our relationship. And Ariel. William seemed to take a deep breath while glancing at Ari with gentle eyes. Ari felt goosebumps rise all over his body, and a chill ran down his spine as his body physically revolted against the strange stare. Despite our past differences, I would like to become close to you. I see many commonalities between us, and I feel we can learn and pass things to or from each other. What do you say? I want to tell you to get lost, dive off a cliff into a rocket, and get shot out into space. Since he couldn't say that, especially as people stared at him, Ari blinked before replying neutrally. I believe in reciprocity. So you're saying you don't want to let bygones be bygones? To start anew? Would you let a bygone be a bygone when the bygone was somebody murdering you and throwing your body in a dumpster for some strange, mystical, alien tech? I'm not alien tech. Sure you're not. And supposedly, you can't read minds either. Yet here we are. Ariel? What do you say? Cough, cough, cough. Are you ignoring my words, Ariel? I cough, cough. Really? Fake coughs. As William continued pressing him in an increasingly frustrated tone, Ari began forcing himself as hard as he could. No, cough, 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 cough. He's not faking. He's been really sick. Take a deep breath, your sinus. As he felt Jamie patting his back like a sledgehammer, he continued coughing until he heard the MC's voice. Oh dear, it seems that contestant Ariel is still quite sick. Regardless, I'm sure he understands that you mean well, William. The two of you can continue this conversation later, so please have a seat. The second contestant that is safe contestant is contestant Benjamin. Since we've set the precedent, please say a few quick words and go have a seat. Ahem, ahem. Ari cleared his throat and rubbed it surreptitiously as he glanced at the stage with watery eyes. He had accidentally given himself a headache by forcing the cough. Benjamin quickly got to his feet, before rapidly hopping onto the stage and taking the microphone from the MC. Big ups to my fans for continuing to vote for me. I hope that I can continue to do well and not disappoint you. Smiling a wide smile that showed off his dimple, he handed the microphone back to the MC and went to sit on the complete opposite side of William at the very top of the pyramid, leaving a hefty gap between them. Thank you, Benjamin. The next safe contestant is Daniel K. Please come up. The MC continued calling contestants one by one, and even though the order was supposedly random, it more or less followed the previous ranking order, with the exception of Ari. The 26th contestant that is safe is Matthew. Please come up. Name after name was called, and as Ari watched both his friends and team members take their seats, his heart began pounding, even though he kept his face as calm as he could. Had his rank really dropped that low? He knew that, compared to his previous performances, his Team TV Off performance wasn't good, as his rapping skills were inferior to his vocal abilities. And with his inflammatory lyrics added into the mix, it was sure to turn some people away from him. Ari knew that his rank would drop. It was inevitable. After all, people like their contestants PC, and as he had seen online, he was a cocky, polarizing person who needed to learn to keep his mouth shut. But to the level that he wasn't called, even after the 26th person went on stage, was a bit disheartening. Perhaps it was a good thing that the votes were reset. If he could make it past this point, the climb back up to debut rank wouldn't be as bad, especially if the gap between votes was large. But realistically, if he didn't make it, he would what? Go back to his room at the Choi family church? Graduate from high school? Then what? His friendship with Jamie would probably die slowly because the schedule that the other boy had once made for the group would keep him busy practicing, creating music, or performing. Even his friendship with other boys might drift away. As for pursuing music, becoming the greatest superstar idol, and making William pay for what he did to him, was there even a path for that outside of this show? How would he go about doing that? Would he be able to continue safely now that William was aware of him? Numerous thoughts spun around Ari's head. As the MC continued calling names out, Ari locked eyes with Jamie, who looked simultaneously shocked and like he was about to cry. The blonde boy's hands were clasped together, and the leg that was always bouncing when he was nervous was tapping against the ground like a jackhammer. The 27th contestant that is safe is Miho. The 20th contestant that is safe is Minjun. The 29th contestant that is safe is... Giving Jamie a cheeky smile, Ari mouthed smile before staring at the MC. 2 spots remaining. Number 267. Chapter 267. Rule Changes 2. The 29th contestant that is safe is Levi. Please come up. As Levi went up to the stage, he glanced back at Ari before shooting a dirty look at the staff members standing in the back and taking the microphone. To the fans who kept me in, thanks. To the production team, I hope your hands are clean. After saying a vaguely threatening message, Levi handed the microphone back to the MC before turning to glance at the contestants sitting on a pyramid that was obviously divided, at least to those who knew the inside story. To the left and middle were those who were close to William or at least neutral in feeling, while those on the right were those who weren't that close to him. The only 2 seats were one close to William and one by another blonde contestant. As Levi walked over to the open seat that Jamie had saved, and as their eyes met, Jamie furrowed his brow, covered the seat with his hands, and whispered harshly, "No, the seat is taken. Watch it. I'm not trying to steal your little friend." With slow steps, Levi moved past Jamie, walked over to the seat beside William, and proceeded to ignore his attempts to get his attention. And now to the final contestant who is safe and will be continuing their journey here on Pop Star Academy. Ryan Leary paused as he glanced at the remaining 11 contestants, still seated in their chairs. 10 of them sat together in one row, hands clasped in one long chain as they stared at him with hopeful, pleading eyes that begged him to call their name and allow them to continue living their dreams. Their nerves were apparent, and some of them already had tears in their eyes, which didn't make his job any easier, even though he had been doing this job for months. And sitting in the row in front of them, all by himself, in the very center was a boy who seemed to suck all the focus to himself and sparkle in the light. Curly, bright red hair that reminded him of cooling magma framed a strikingly beautiful face that had upturned sea-green eyes with large, dilated pupils, red lips set into a confident smirk, and a delicate nose that was still quite red from being blown. One arm was spread across the back of the seat beside him with the slender fingers holding a plush fur hat, while the second one rested on the knee of his crossed leg, and the school uniform that all the other contestants wore seemed to have been perfectly tailored clothing for him to model. In comparison to the other contestants who held their friends while shaking, he was alone, and his demeanor was calm. No nerves, no fidgeting or signs of excitement. Just a clear sense of resignation in those clear green eyes as he mouthed something to someone that Ryan Leary couldn't see before smiling widely. That's a crazy shot. No framing needed. Ryan Leary heard one of the cameramen whisper in his in-ears, and he had to agree. With an almost perfect face, an unknown charm that seemed to draw people in, and a bold posture, it felt like a piece of art. With Ariel in the center, all by himself, and the remaining contestants were just his backdrop, the very picture of a proud boy who had resigned himself to whatever result was announced. It made Ryan Leary a bit sad because he was used to seeing those green eyes have more emotion than they did now, whether it be mischievousness, frustration, or anger. They were usually more expressive instead of still and resigned. And it made what the production team wanted to do to him all the more cruel, causing Ryan to shift from hesitation to outright refusal to be complicit. Perhaps it was pity or sympathy, or perhaps it was a childish hope that being in the entertainment industry wouldn't dull the sparkle and shine of a young boy who was like a brightly shining jewel, not just in his appearance, but in the way he always confidently spoke up, no matter who he was speaking to, no matter the venue, no matter the place for what he believed in. It was a rarity since the entertainment industry somehow always tarnished the brightest lights in an attempt to humble them and strip them of their confidence. And Ryan Leary sincerely hoped that Ariel could retain the internal thing that made him stand out among other brilliant contestants and made people like and envy him so much. He hoped that Ariel would survive with his brightness intact, and even if he, as the MC, couldn't do a lot, he could at least do a small part to show his support. And maybe that support would be the catalyst for something bigger. Later on, without hiding the motion, Ryan Leary crushed up the card in his hand that wanted him to call another contestant's name before a staff member would come forward with the correct sheet. It was a simple ploy that would cause much unnecessary harm to two contestants, all in the name of adding drama to an already dramatic and painful moment where teams were ending, and truly, Ryan Leary wanted no part in intentionally hurting a young person whose only crime was being so outspoken that he offended the wrong people. The name of that contestant is. In that moment, before the final name was announced, prayers were said, wishes whispered, and hope rose within the hearts of the waiting contestants, even as doubt-filled thoughts filled their minds. Had I done enough? Should I have kept my mouth shut? Would more practice have improved my skills in time? It was a circular line of thought with no clear answer. After a pause that felt like eternity, Ryan Leary finished his words with an excited smile. Contestant Ariel, please come forward. Oh, yes. There was a moment of silence before an enthusiastic yell came from the stage, quickly turning into a loud round of applause. And seeing who it was, Ari laughed briefly before slowly walking up the steps without looking back at the remaining contestants who were clapping politely despite tears streaming down some of their faces. Firstly, they weren't close, and secondly, he didn't know how to comfort people whom he had been selected over and felt that anything he said would be hypocritical. When Ari got on stage, the MC stuffed the crumpled paper into his pocket and shook his hand hard. Congratulations on being safe. It seems that contestant Jamie is quite pleased that you're safe. And to be honest, so am I. Also, I didn't get a chance to say this to you, but I appreciate you speaking up and wishing me well at the performance after I got injured. I once again want to reassure you that no matter what pattern you think you see here, the list of names was listed in a randomized order and has nothing to do with the votes received from the public. Okay. Ari blinked at the MC in surprise before smiling softly. Sure. Thank you. Ryan Leary patted Ari's shoulders firmly before continuing his words. I mean it. Then contestant Ari, would you like to say a few words? Ari thought for a moment as his fingers tightened on the microphone before giving his thoughts as simply as he could. I'd like to thank my fans and supporters for continuing to support me up until this point. I hope my actions haven't disappointed you, and if they have, well, I'm not sure what to do. I plan to try my hardest so I'm not in a position like this again, and I hope that hard work pays off. Once again, thank you to the fans for their support. I would never have made it to this spot without you, and I appreciate the time and effort you've put in to support a person like me. A surprisingly long and reflective message. From contestant Ariel. Thank you. Please go take a seat. From now on, I will be calling the contestants who are unfortunately not continuing the journey with us. When you hear your name, please come say your final words. First up is Tony. As the MC began calling the names of contestants so they could give their final speeches, Ari just stared blankly ahead while clapping along with everyone. Mentally, he just felt a bit tired of being here, and the longing for his parents was stronger than ever. Feeling a familiar hand patting his back and almost breaking it, Ari turned to look at Jamie, who gave him his characteristically bright smile before whispering, "Fresh start. So smile." Well, Jamie was right. For now, he was safe. The votes had been zeroed. He had improved and was much better than he was in the beginning. And in 2 days, he would be going to Korea. At the next evaluation, Ari vowed that he would do his best to outdo their expectations for him. But for now, he was just really tired. Still, completely aware of the camera, he forced a smile. Hang out tomorrow? In my studio? I have to go to school to turn in my last couple of assignments. Then, actually do some work at the restaurant, so I'm not just a bum leeching off their family. Ari replied with a tired sigh. They were parked by the church, and he wanted to go inside, but Jamie wouldn't let him. Okay, then I'll come pick you up to go to the airport the day after. Unless you want to sleep over at my house tomorrow night. We have lots of rooms in our house, and I've always wanted to have a sleepover with people who were not my brothers or sports teammates. At Jamie's sparkling puppy dog eyes, Ari laughed before shaking his head. Nah, your dad doesn't like me. Wouldn't want to rile your old man up. What if we get into a fist fight or a shouting match? Well, Jamie wanted to say it wouldn't happen, but with his dad's temper and Ari's sharp words and personality that hated taking a loss, they would probably start arguing. It's fine. I'll just meet you there. Fine. Did you open your birthday presents yet? No, not yet. I had to rush back, remember? And it's been busy since then. Well, open them. And absolutely positively open mine first. Mine is the most important one. It's also the biggest box. I mean it. And also, Jamie looked at him for a second before continuing in a slightly low tone. Don't feel bad about this ranking ceremony. Since our ranks are being zeroed anyway, you can start afresh and make your way to the top again. You told me that already. I'm saying it again, Jamie yelled, his country twang coming out in full force as he shouted. I don't think you were wrong, and I liked your performance. A lot of others did too. Some of the trainers are biased, the production team is weirdly mean, and that producer's song was terrible. I think it's better to be somebody who speaks up when things happen and somebody treats you wrong than to keep it bottled up, and music is a good avenue to do this. And I would rather have someone like you on my team who would support me in saying what I wanted to say when somebody was foul than to tell me to stay quiet and suck it up. Haha. Are you trying to comfort me? Yes. Is it working? You seem down. Jamie peeked at him before looking away. More or less. I'm not down, just disappointed a bit. And mentally tired. Okay. Then I'll come pick you up to go to the airport. I've already paid for long-term parking, and I'm already picking up Benjamin, so it doesn't make a difference to me. The taxi prices are really expensive, so just give me the gas money instead. Or snacks. I like the last ones. Okay, then thanks. I'll get you snacks. Deal. Since they were in agreement, Ari hopped out of Jamie's truck and waved him away before entering the church to drop his things off in the dust-covered room. He wanted to fall asleep right then and there, but instead, he forced a bright smile on his face and made his way into the restaurant, where he saw Grace manning the cash register while tapping away on her phone. "Sup, GC?" She immediately scowled at him before looking back down. "I don't like that nickname. Do it again." "All right. Take two. Action." Ari walked out the door before walking back in with an exaggerated swag. "What's up, Grace Choi? Big G is in the building." "Pow, pow, pow. Was that good enough for you? Reporter, PR firm, social media director, extraordinaire? Or shall I perform another scene for you? You think you're funny?" Grace glared at him, somewhat relieved to see that Ari was in a relatively good mood. She hoped that it meant that he hadn't been eliminated. "Hilarious, actually. Where's Granny Choi?" "Here I am. What happened to you? Your lovely black hair became this color?" "Aya. And look at you. You're all skin and bones. Did they starve you at that show? Should I report them for child neglect? Are you hungry?" Hearing the familiar gruff voice nagging him and seeing the stern face of an old Korean lady wearing a bright yellow apron and holding a wooden spoon in a threatening manner, Ari let out a small laugh. "Yeah, I could eat." Number 268. Chapter 268. Journey to South Korea. Ari. What now? Ari put down the beef on his chopstick and gave Grace a look since she had been glaring down at him while he ate his food. "You really need to cover your face up. People are taking pictures, and I refuse to get dating allegations because of you." Click. The two of them turned their heads simultaneously to the side where a few girls were sitting at a table and with their phones pointed in their direction while giggling. Despite it being evening, this was the third group of girls that were doing this, and Ari already felt exhausted. He simply wanted to enjoy his meal in peace without people walking by him with their cameras pointed his way. "I am wearing sunglasses indoors, the restaurant hat, the restaurant t-shirt, and the restaurant apron with a restaurant name tag. I look like an employee. What else do you want me to do while I'm eating? A mask? Sunglasses? Take a page from my book. Fully covered, and my identity is protected." Grace gestured to her outfit, which covered every inch of skin, and her head, which had a black face mask, black baseball cap, and dark sunglasses, making her face a mystery. "You want me dressed like a mummy of darkness? Once again, while I'm eating? I think people should just not be weird. This is the price of fame. Get used to it. I'm not even famous. How did they even find this place? Did you forget that I've been using your face for free advertising? And then you posted about your birthday on your account? People put two and two together, and voila, sales have gone up tremendously. Did I say that right? Voila? Okay, clearly, I didn't with that face you're making. The word is voil, with AV. Noted. Anyway, cover your face. I think I'll just go eat in the kitchen. This is annoying." Ari grumbled, but before he could get up, Grace blocked his way with her arms spread wide. "If you think I'm letting you into the kitchen, think again. As a matter of fact, when you're done, I will give you a tour of all the fire extinguisher spots. If I see you within 3 feet of the kitchen, I'm telling Grandma to unleash her wooden spoon attack. Straight to your head. You'll wake up in 2 weeks with your memory missing. Why are you treating her like a pocket battle monster?" "Because she treats me like an unpaid servant," Grace grumbled before turning away. "Hurry up and eat and cover your face. The bathrooms are calling your name." Yeah. With a resigned sigh, Ari rushed through the food, not even getting a chance to enjoy it due to the occasional camera flashes. If this was what fame entailed, it was already unpleasant enough. Once the restaurant closed, Granny Choi looked at Ari's tired expression and Grace's fully covered face, which was currently being fanned by a paper fan, before frowning. "Enough is enough. I'll ban photos from being taken from now on. It's okay. I don't want to disturb your business. No, this is a place to eat, not to observe the two of you like a zoo animal. You should be comfortable. Discussion over." As she stomped away, Grace collapsed on the tabletop and began removing everything from her face. "Phew, I can breathe again. Thank heavens. Speaking of which, will you be temporarily ascending to heaven on a bird made of metal to the city that rhymes with bowl?" Grace began waggling her eyebrows at Ari for the latest scoop. "That's a strange way of asking if I'm getting on an airplane to Seoul." "Well, are you? You know I won't tell." "Yeah, good. I won't ask your rank. But with how much your fans have grown and how much work we've been putting in, If you didn't make it safely through this time, I would have shown that PD of yours a crazier scene than you creating a bomb when trying to cook chicken stew. What? It means by followers alone, you should be safely within debut ranks. I highly doubt that. Since Ari didn't want to burst her bubble, he just kept the conversation going without expecting a real answer. Why do you say that? When was the last time you checked your social media account? I don't. Not unless I'm posting a music cover or song snippet. I've been busy. What a waste. Go and check it. And also change your captions and hashtags to be both English and French. You're getting really popular and even have some celebrities following you. You need to capitalize on it. Celebrities? Like who? Ari asked curiously. He was wondering if Jalissa had found his account since he really wanted to speak to her after she had suddenly left. Unfortunately, Grace's response was disappointing. Pink Puma. Oh, her. Yes. Her. Thoughts. How did you two meet anyway? Grace asked subtly, wondering if there was something between the two of them, considering how much Pink Puma posted about the show and Ari in her story. It was random, and I think she and her boyfriend are interesting characters, Ari replied honestly. X. Marks the spot? You like my Pirate King performance? No. X. As an ex-boyfriend. They broke up. Good for her, or oh no, my condolences. Which reaction is appropriate? Grace carefully examined Ari's expression and, seeing as he maintained his usual nonchalance and seemed bored with the conversation, let out a sigh of relief. If he had a crush on Pink Puma and pursued a romantic relationship at this point, over half of his fans would disappear immediately. And although she didn't support idol culture, which restricted dating heavily, that was just how it was in the industry. I don't know. She's your friend, not mine. Anyway, since you're going to Korea, I have a list of things that you should bring back for me, places you absolutely have to visit, and stuff to take with you. Don't worry, someone will pick it up. You know I've been working hard for you, right? You owe me. Is it drugs? No. Okay, that's fine. I'm allowed 2 suitcases, so as long as it all fits in one, I don't really care. Then, I'll have it packed tomorrow and prep the list. Are you going to school? Yeah. Got assignments to turn in. Okay, then I'll let you get some rest. And Ari, what? Good job making it this far and staying true to you. You've worked really hard, and I hope you go all the way. Thanks, GC. I hate that nickname. I know. Laughing in his usual cheeky manner, Ari got up with his usual lazy movements before Grace stopped him once more. Wait, Ari. Before you go, you're not secretly rich or have a sugar mommy or daddy, right? Ari. Underscore. What kind of messed up question was this? Hell no. Is there something wrong with your brain? Why are you asking me that? It's not me, geez. There's been weird rumors on the internet with people claiming you're secretly rich and have been cosplaying as poor to get sympathy votes. Some weird account keeps saying they're going to expose your truth. It's been picking up a little steam because people have been analyzing the clothes you've been wearing, which is all name brand, unreleased stuff from the runways. I'm not saying it's suspicious, but I modeled for a photo shoot and was gifted the clothing as part of the payment. I meant to sell the clothes off, but they're pretty comfortable, so I've been wearing them. Should I just get rid of them? Ari had a headache at the thought that people would now be accusing him of having a secret sugar parent instead of earning money through legitimate means. Once again, he thought a lot of people needed to find something productive to occupy their time and imagination. No, keep it. You're dressing better than you were before, and you really need to dress to suit your face instead of wearing one outfit constantly. No offense to the iconic animal tracksuit, of course. I'll just continue keeping tabs on the issue. You should too. Okay, thanks for letting me know. After waving her off, Ari walked back to the church and began the process of doing the cleaning he hadn't done in a long time. And once everything was done, he began opening his presents, starting with Jamie's gift. It was an oversized box, and upon opening it, the first thing he saw was a tan cowboy hat resting neatly on the top. Beneath it were several electronic devices, including a laptop, smartphone, headphones, a microphone, and an envelope containing 2 plane ticket vouchers and a bright yellow note written in a familiar slanted scrawl. To the sea captain himself. Howdy, partner. Wishing you the happiest of birthdays. It was an honor meeting you, and I hope we continue to grow our friendship and make music together for years to come, with or without the show that allowed us to meet. P.S. I used my dad's credit card to buy the electronics, so don't tell him, and use it all comfortably. He deserves it for talking trash and raising his voice at you, smiley face. PSS. It's the same setup as the hardware and software I have in my studio, so it should be comfortable for you to use when making music, but I can give you another walkthrough if you want. Smiley face. PSSS. The tickets are for you and me, hopefully, to go to France together so you can show me around. I've never been, and you haven't been in a while, but you make it sound like a lot of fun whenever you talk about it. We can wear matching cowboy hats when visiting the Eiffel Tower and the museums. Sincerely, the Ye to your Ha. James Jones 3. Ari looked at the gifts with a sincerely touched expression before picking up the cowboy hat with a pained expression. Jamie, if we randomly walk around Paris in matching cowboy hats, they'll laugh at us and call us weird Americans. But if that was what he wanted to do, the least Ari could do was accompany him and curse those who made snide comments out in French. Putting it aside, he opened up all the other presents and quickly sent a thank you message to all 5 people before using the laptop to do the tedious work of sorting through his inbox and through the message requests on his social media account. Just like that, 2 days quickly passed, and before Ari knew it, he was checking in his luggage and walking to his gate with a simple backpack that contained these things. Beside him, Jamie had his guitar case strapped to his back while Benjamin, who was dressed like an off-duty soccer player, with his tracksuit and duffel bag, veered off to the side to buy a snack. When they arrived at their gate, which was slowly filling up with other contestants, causing them to get some looks from people, Ari went to sit down sleepily, while Jamie went to upgrade his seat with a couple of others. Are you going to upgrade your seat to business? It's a long flight, so it will be good to stretch your legs out. There are a few seats still available. How much is it? 5K. Miles. No money. As in Monopoly money? No real money. American dollars. Jamie replied in confusion. Ari gave Jamie a bright smile while patting his shoulder firmly. Have fun in business class. Eat lots of food for me. Make sure you stretch yourself out properly on the bed. I will be slumming it in economy and plan on sleeping the entire way there or studying Korean when I wake up. See you when we land. Are you sure? 15 hours is a really long flight to be squished in. Economy. Very positive. The only way you'll see me in business class is on someone else's dime or when I become a multimillionaire. I'm not picky about where I sleep. Nothing is as bad as being homeless, so I'm not too worried about it. Ari assured him. Seeing that Jamie didn't look convinced, Ari whipped the gifted laptop out and waggled his eyebrows. I've been using the gift well, so thank you once again. Actually, I had something I wanted to show you. I got this song request offer and thought you'd be able to tell me if it looks legit. Take a look. As Ari handed the laptop over for Jamie to read, the blonde boy nodded his head in thought for several minutes as he scrolled down the document while clicking around. When he reached the end, he nodded at Ari and handed the laptop back. So what do you think? Legit? Scammer? Well, I dunno. It's all in French, and the translate button didn't work. Ari. Jamie. My bad. I'll translate it into English. Before Ari could say anything else, the airline worker at their gate began their announcement. Korean Air Flight KE018 from LAX, Los Angeles International Airport, to ICN, Incheon International Airport, will now begin boarding. Number 269. Chapter 269. First time in Korea, quiz on the block, 1. Jackpot hee. Mid-flight, as everyone was settling in to go to sleep, after triple-checking to make sure she wasn't on her main, a passenger who had purchased Wi-Fi announced her news to her Idol fansite account. I think I saw the Pop Star Academy boys on my flight to Korea. Images of contestants attached, videos of contestants attached. They were all so handsome in person and friendly despite it being so late at night. And so many of them let me take a picture of them with no complaints. Jamie was especially nice to me, and every time he walked by my seat, he waved at me with that blinding smile of his. And as the owner of a sensationalized fan site that reported on people in the idol space, sometimes to the point of violating the privacy of those idols, numerous responses came flooding in. "Aw, Nuna, you're so lucky. Whoa, their outfits are so stylish. The airport fit videos in Korea will look so good. Why was Jamie walking past your seat so much? Toilet?" His seat was in business class, so he kept coming to the back to chat with people in economy because he was apparently bored. Each time he had to go back to his seat, he looked like a kicked puppy. I felt so bad, but also happy because he always took time to say hello to me and smile. Oh, To be the child of wealthy parents and fly business class, while my supposed friends fly economy. NTM on Jamie. He has writing credits and music copyrights to his name. He's making his own money. Who was Jamie talking to? Benjamin and Carlos mostly. They were seated behind me. I think he also kept trying to talk to Ariel, but since he never woke up, it never happened. It was kind of funny because Ariel looks like a human burrito. If you didn't know it was him, you would laugh and walk by, but thankfully, I got the video of him wrapping himself up. Picture attached. Fur hat, sunglasses, face mask, while wrapped in a blanket. Can he even breathe? Not a single inch of skin is exposed, LOL. How cozy. It looks like the fur hat survived the cooking incident. We don't talk about that cursed day. Can you take off his mask so we can see his sleeping face? Or at least raise his glasses and hat? Can you share the video of him wrapping up, or will it be for sale later? Unfortunately for her, even if she wanted to, he was in a window seat with 2 other people taking the other seats. But seeing the interest from paying customers, she would have to try later. Can you take sleeping photos of the other contestants? Please, I sent a donation. Of course. Check your DM. The fan site owner continued chatting online, enjoying the new influx of followers as she answered questions and continued taking secret photos of different contestants sleeping in various positions. She posted a few and kept the high-profile photos for sale later, while enjoying the comments people made praising her. As the requests kept coming in along with monetary donations, she kept getting bolder until she had captured almost everyone. Get Levi. Where's Levi? No pictures of Levi? Can you take a photo of William? Is the prince on your flight? Levi and William were both seated in business class and had never come out, but feeling brave, especially with the flight attendant sleeping, the girl got up and crept forward past the curtain into the business class area. Enjoying the cool, scented air, she began walking by the closed-off seats and standing on her tiptoes to see who was inside each one. If it were a contestant she didn't have a picture of yet, she would quickly snap several photos of them while looking around, then pretend she was stretching. As she reached a particular seat, she peeked inside and saw a person with a blonde buzz cut and headphones over his ears sleeping on a slightly reclined seat. It was Levi. She would recognize that handsome, sharp-featured face anywhere. As she reached her phone over to take a photo of him, pale blue eyes snapped open and glared at her. Eep, my ass. You don't know how to respect people's privacy? You think you're the only one who can buy Wi-Fi on a plane and secretly take photos of people. How did you dash? It's trending. Obviously. At the cold tone and fierce glare directed her way, the fan suddenly hid her phone behind her back, but before she could come up with a way to defend herself, a lean hand quickly reached up to pull her face mask until it snapped while his other hand held up a device, and click! A bright flash of light hit her face as Levi took a photo of her. No. In a rush, the fan site owner quickly turned around to put on another face mask from her pocket before glaring at Levi, who was pressing a button in his seat. Are you deleting those photos? Or am I sharing your face to the public? It's a public place. I'm allowed to take photos. Is that right? Boy, flight attendant. Mr. Temple, did you need something? The polite voice of a flight attendant sounded out as she approached Levi's seat. This is not her cabin, and she's taken a bunch of photos of me and other people without our consent. Can you make her delete it? Unfortunately, that's not illegal even though it's heavily frowned upon. I'll escort her back to her seat, but we can only request that she not do such a thing from now on. Ma'am, would you mind deleting the photos? They're my property, so no. How else would she make extra money if not by selling them? Okay. Levi turned to give the fan site owner a smile that wasn't a smile before pointing his camera at her and began recording again, as evidenced by the flash. This lady here has been going around recording people's sleeping faces and sharing them online. I plan on doing the same. Due to the loud noise and the light, people started waking up and standing to see what the commotion was, inevitably bringing out their cameras to record the interaction, causing the fan site owner to pull her mask even tighter over her face. Why are you hiding? Since you like to hide your face while posting others, I will post yours and ask both my parents to post it and spread it everywhere, and then we'll see what happens to you. You can't do that to me, using your connections to bully me. It will tank your reputation on the show, and I'll complain about it online. So what? Ask my parents. Since childhood, I've really disliked paparazzi and don't really care what people have to say about me. Delete, or I'll be posting. Crazed blue eyes tinged with red glared at her, and the fan site owner gulped as people began muttering and recording her. Only if you delete my face. Naturally. After a moment of contemplation and staring at the people recording her, the fan site owner brought out her phone and began deleting the posts. And after Levi triple-checked her phone to delete all the backups and online posts, she was finally allowed back to her seat, where the flight attendants glared at her for the remainder of the flight. Biting her teeth in anger, she began to draft a post to complain tearfully about her innocence. While other people were dealing with drama, another person slept for 12 hours straight without moving. After the best and longest night of sleep that he had had in a while, Ari woke up feeling refreshed. He ate the offered breakfast, filled out the documents he was supposed to fill out, and stepped out of the airplane with light steps. It wasn't his first in Korea, but the last time he came, he was very young and had no memories of it, so in his mind, it didn't count. With eyes full of curiosity and a bit of excitement, he met back up with Jamie as the two staff members they had traveled with paired everyone up with a partner, with their documents in hand. One staff member took the Korean residents through the residential immigration line, while the rest of them followed the other staff member through the foreign immigration line. I can't believe you slept the whole flight. I'm in my growth phase. Anyway, where's your guitar? Ari asked Jamie, who was standing more or less empty-handed. Since they switched our plane to a smaller one at the last minute, it was too big to fit overhead, so the flight attendant took it. I hope they treated Sunburst gently. She's delicate. That's your favorite guitar, right? Ari recalled the guitar with the bright golden patterns that Jamie preferred over the other ones hanging in his studio. Yeah, I'll be really sad if they mess her up. It was a birthday present. It should be okay. Maybe. As Jamie began sulking about his guitar, Ari glanced around the airport, trying to sound out the Korean characters he had learned to read while listening to the different conversations all around him. For it being so early, the airport was surprisingly crowded with both Koreans and foreigners. But the immigration line moved fast, and before Ari knew it, they had retrieved their suitcases, passed them over to a staff member, and were waiting in line with Jamie so the airport staff could find his guitar, which hadn't come out with the rest of the suitcases. It's a guitar case, a hard black guitar case. Ye-hi. You-wide. Flight from LAX. Jamie spread his hands to explain the dimensions to the staff member, who once again spoke in heavily accented English. I am sorry. No guitar here. The flight attendant took it, so it should be here. It wasn't in the luggage area. No, there is no guitar. Everything cleared out. Unless you left it on the plane. I came on the plane with a guitar. I don't understand what you mean by no guitar. There is no guitar. As Jamie began going back and forth with the worker, Ari turned to the side, covered his mouth, and whispered to Nova. How do I use the earrings to talk? Think about speaking in Korean, and it will work. Probably. What do you mean by probably? Although he was a bit doubtful, Ari turned back to the worker. Shalahamnida. Ari bowed his head politely to the worker, and as the woman looked at him in surprise, he began to explain what happened in slow Korean, hoping that he wasn't saying anything strange. So, is there any way that the cabin crew could have stored it somewhere else? He was in business class and paid a lot of money for his ticket, and the guitar is very, very expensive and was a gift from his family. If not, can we fill out a lost and found form? It really is very important. A gift? Yes. Despite how he looks, he's the baby of his family. Doesn't he look like a puppy? It's really important to him. Please help if you can. The woman looked Jamie up and down again, seeing that despite his tall height and build, he did look like a handsome, golden-haired, teary blue-eyed puppy, and then at Ari, who looked like a striking, posh cat, complete with fluffy fur as his hat. The fact that he was also speaking surprisingly good Korean for a foreigner made it clear that he had studied hard, and she nodded resolutely. Her heart was touched, and these two were exactly the type she liked to see. A bossy cat and a crybaby dog duo that were best friends. Okay, I will go and check again, so please wait here. Take a seat. Sure. Thank you once again. The two of them took a seat and waited nervously until the same woman finally came back holding a familiar guitar case. With teary eyes, Jamie ran up to her and grabbed the guitar, repeatedly bowing his head. Thank you. Thank you. Kamase-mita. Thank you so much. Of course. Take care. As the two of them bowed toward her before finally stepping out the door to the main terminal of the airport, they were stunned by a large crowd of people yelling and screaming while trying to push through a line of security personnel. Kaya! Oh my gosh! It's Golden Generation. Mingyu! Mingyu, look this way. JM Appa, you're so pretty. Appa, look this way. Who are you wearing today? With the way cameras were flashing and the names people were screaming while shoving, Ari knew he was immediately in the wrong place at the wrong time. Glancing to the side, he saw a group of 6 boys dressed in all-white suits walking among staff members and posing for photos, causing the crowd to scream even louder. Quickly looking away, he and Jamie did their best to move to the side while avoiding pushing people until they finally got through to a clear space. That's insane. It looks worse than a football game. No kidding. Let's find everybody and get out of here. The two of them began walking around the terminal, looking for their group, but no matter how Ari looked, there was nobody they recognized at all. Even after the group of boys dressed in white suits left and the area calmed down, they still didn't see anybody from Popstar Academy. They were completely alone. Jamie, I think they left us behind. I think so too. What the heck? Did they not do a head count before leaving? We literally told them we were waiting for your guitar. The two of them stared at each other before speaking simultaneously. Do you have the staff member's number? No, you. No. Another pause. Taxi? We have the address, right? We'll just get a refund afterward. Let's just take the train. We have the address, right? Let's do it. Ari. Why the train? It looks like it will be fun. Plus, we can see the city and stop for snacks. They took our suitcases and we don't have any plans but sleeping until the evening. So let's do it. Train. 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 You're an adult. Take the train by yourself. What if we get lost? That's why we should go together. Unless you would abandon me in a foreign country where I can't speak the local language by myself. It's a dark, scary world, and I'm scared. You're 6 feet 2 inches around 170. I think you'll be fine. Wow. My feelings are hurt. Jamie gave him a sad puppy dog look that just got increasingly sadder. Ari, I thought our friendship meant something to you. Ari, I thought we were closer than that. Ari, you went to eat with Levi, but you can't take the train with me. Especially after ignoring me on the plane and sleeping peacefully. Wow. I'm hurt. The pain. Seeing Jamie sulking and looking away before peeking at him from the sides of his eyes, Ari just blinked in shock. Blackmail? Who are you and what have you done with Jamie? Who corrupted him? Who? I thought that dash. Fine. Fine. Let's take the train. But you have to message the PD on social media and tell her what happened. Yes. Korea train. With Jamie happily humming away, Ari went to speak with someone to figure out the best train to use, and off they went. Oh, we're filming another episode of First Time in Korea, Quiz on the Block, but why are there no attractive foreigners that will satisfy our Korean audience? Our beauty standards are too high, so the ratings will suffer if they're not attractive enough. Yoo Jae-bong, a variety TV host, sighed as he stared at the people rushing past him to their destinations on the streets of Hongdae, Seoul. I know. It's getting harder and harder to find foreigners who are smart, but also pretty. Especially men. What are we going to do? Choi Soo-bin, his partner and assistant, chimed in as he sipped the cold Americano to cool down while his eyes scanning the crowd in search of at least one person who would fit their criteria for their show. His Chuseok bonus would depend on the ratings of the show. Wait, what about them? Choi Soo-bin turned to point his finger at 2 handsome boys who seemed to be having a passionate discussion. One had blonde hair that gleamed like strands of gold in the morning sun and a guitar strapped to his back, while the other had red hair that gleamed like fire and had a book bag with a fur hat tied to it, and was fanning himself. Their looks were contrasting as well, with the shorter one having clear green eyes and fox-like features, while the taller one had rounder, blue eyes and a friendlier disposition. Both boys wore simple yet fashionable clothing in 2 different styles, and as they spoke back and forth in English, one of them had an unmistakable Southern American drawl, and the other sounded European, making the contrast between them stand out even more. Yoo Jae-bong nodded in approval. Oh wow, they're good-looking enough to be idols, and one of them even looks like a musician. Shall we approach and see if they're interested in taking a quiz? Even if they do terribly, they look good enough to be on TV, so it's not a loss. Number 270. Chapter 270. First Time in Korea, Quiz on the block, too. We should go tour all of them. I'm curious as to what the studios of these large companies look like. Jamie, no. Just because we got given business cards doesn't actually mean they want to give us a tour. But dash. Would the two of you like to play a game? Ari, underscore. As he heard the iconic horror movie tagline from the two men dressed in suits who had suddenly appeared, Ari immediately put his guard up and began looking around suspiciously. Were they going to get kidnapped in broad daylight? Was a clown or a cursed doll going to jump out and scare him? Did they want to hold Jamie ransom for money? Due to the camera crew following the two men, a few people stopped to stare, and some people even whipped out their phones. Horror movie? Crazy clown? Cursed doll? At Ari's rapid-fire questions about his biggest fears, Jamie's face immediately became pale, and he looked as if he were about to run away. What? No, no, no. Definitely not a horror movie. The two of you just look very handsome, and we heard your accents, so we approached you. Here, you look hot. Many foreigners aren't used to the Korean heat and humidity. Have an iced drink. Yu Jae-bong waved his hand as Choi Soo-bin offered 2 cups, but their actions just made Ari even more suspicious. Hearing their accents and targeting them, that was clearly the mark of a. So, you're a scammer who targets tourists? Suspiciously offering a drink? Jamie, don't take food from strangers. What if it's poisoned? Stop drinking it. Even if it's poisoned, thank you for the drink. It is hot. And don't worry, my older brothers have been feeding me weird things since I was little, so my body will probably be fine. Since he had already taken a sip of the bitter drink, Jamie properly thanked them while carefully holding the drink away from his body. No, no. Surprised at how suspicious Ari was, Yu Jae-bong rushed to explain. We're not scammers. Here's our business card. I'm Yu Jae-bong, and he's Choi Soo-bin. We're TV variety show hosts here to film for our program. First time in Korea, quiz on the block, too. Our show targets foreigners and poses increasingly challenging questions about a variety of subjects, including topics known only to Koreans. If you agree to film with us, you can earn up to 1 million won, which translates to approximately $1,000. TV show? A prize? How do I know you'll pay me? Still seeing that Ari looked suspicious but interested, Yu Jae-bong brought out a thick envelope from his suit jacket pocket and showed Ari the wad of 10,000 won bills. What do you think? Want to play? Seeing the money live and direct, Ari shamelessly changed his tune. Absolutely. I would be honored to. Jamie, drink away. Didn't you say it was poison? How could these lovely gentlemen poison us in broad daylight? It was a joke. Drink, drink. But I really don't like bitter things. Chug it. But glug glug. Choi Soo-bin watched in amusement as the red-haired boy began forcing the blonde boy to drink the coffee before carefully clearing his throat. Ahem. Shall we go over to the cameras and get started? Sure. The two of them followed him to stand in front of the cameras and clipped microphones to their clothing. So would you like to introduce yourselves? Simple things like name, nationality, age, occupation, and what brought you to Korea. Why don't we start with you, with the red hair? Sure. Ari adjusted the microphone clip to his shirt before waving at the cameras. Annyeonghaseyo. I am Ariel Matisse, age 18. Nationality, French and American. Occupation, high school student. The reason I'm in Korea is that I'm a participant in an idol survival show called Pop Star Academy. Nice to be here. Oh, a French and American idol in training? Wow. So cool. Yu Jae-bong clapped appropriately. I knew you were too handsome to be a regular person. You're just dripping with charm. And you? Choi Soo-bin turned to Jamie with a smile. I'm James Jones 3, but you can call me Jamie. I'm 19. American. My occupation is musician. I write and produce for others. The reason I'm in Korea is the same as his. I'm part of the Pop Star Academy survival show. Oh, another trainee. I suspected with how handsome you both are and with the guitar, but it's good to get confirmation. I'm sure you'll both get lots of calling cards from different agencies. Would the two of you mind performing something for us after the quiz is over? With the guitar? Sure. Of course. I would love to. Good, good. Now, before we start, if you could please tell us your strongest and weakest subjects and how much you know about Korea. We can fine-tune the questions that way. Shall we hear from Jamie Nim first? I like music-related subjects and history. I've been looking into South Korean music history, but that's about it. As for weak subjects, anything that's not music is boring to me, so I will not be good at it. Jamie announced proudly. Oh, a musical genius who writes and produces. How exciting. And you, Ariel Nim. Yu Jaebong nodded in approval before turning to Ari. Anything is fine with me. Anything. Any subject from elementary school to high school common curriculum is fine. I haven't studied anything about South Korea in depth, but I've been learning to read it lately and have been doing some reading on tourist stuff. Oh, you're very confident. Choi Subin commented, surprised at the openly confident tone. Even if they were smart, he was used to students and adults being humble about their skills. Ari is really smart. He's ranked first in his high school and speaks like 4 different languages. Jamie chimed in proudly after seeing that they were doubting Ari. Really? Ranked first in your high school? 3.5 languages and ranked first in my grade, not the whole school. And I don't think I'm smart, but I am pretty confident about schoolwork. And Jamie is really, really good at music. If he says he's looked into it, what he means is he's learned all the obscure facts. Choi Subin and Yu Jaebong glanced at each other before smiling. This wasn't the first time they had confident foreigners, and in fact, they relished having those types of people since it was a bit of fun to humble them in a playful way before helping them solve the problem. Of course, only to a certain level since they didn't want them to win grand prize. The two took a moment to organize their question bank before they turned back to the two. Well, I like the style of the two of you. Very American. Very confident. We'll start with Ariel Nim and give you something light and easy. Since you've been learning Korean, can you list out the Korean numbers from 1 to 10? Sure. From 1 through 10 in native Korean is Hana, Dul, Set, Net, Daesiet, Yosiet, Ilgop, Yodial, Ahop, and Yeol. At the surprisingly natural-sounding pronunciation, the two men gave him a round of applause. Correct. Wow, your pronunciation is so good. Thank you. Then Jamie Nim, a question for you about music. Yes. What is a scale in music? At the question, Jamie's friendly smiling face became serious as he began explaining the answer in detail. It's a sequence of musical notes arranged in order of ascending or descending pitch used for composing melodies and harmonies. It can be categorized in many ways, like minor or major scales, diatonic, or even pentatonic scales, which were used in traditional Korean music. Wow, how detailed an answer. All of a sudden, he became so studious and even taught me something new. You both are correct, and each gains 1 10,001 bill. Cool. 98 more to go. Jamie, we need to lock in. Aye aye, Captain. Seeing the older boy give out a full salute to the younger one, Choi Subin and Yu Jaebong laughed. Then Ariel Nim, since you've been looking through tourist facts, when was the Namsan Tower built? Jamie glanced at Ari expectantly, as if he had no doubt he knew the answer, and Ari confidently spit out the answer he had seen. They started building it in 1969 and finished building it on December 3, 1971, and then added an observatory in 1975. The two men glanced at each other in surprise before clapping. Correct. You even know all the details for the follow-up question that I was going to ask. Thank you. Jamie Nim, something with Korean musical instruments this time. List 5 traditional Korean musical instruments. Sure. If we start with the stringed instruments, then we have zither like the gaegeum and geomungo. We have fiddles like the hegeum, lutes like the bipa and woolgeum, which I really want to get. I've prepared my dad's credit card just to purchase a good quality one. Sorry, Dad, in advance, but Mom said it was okay. If we move on to wind instruments, then we have the daegeum, junggeum, and sogeum. I actually saw that there was a class to make a sogeum and learn how to play one, and if I have time, I definitely want to do it. You're coming right. Jamie turned to Ari, who nodded before continuing. Ah, where was I? Let's just get to the drums. We have the jangu, which I also want to buy if I have space, the bouk, which is used in folk music, which is like your country music, no-go, and the smaller version, nodo, the yongdo, which looks like a toy. I think that's 5, but should I keep going? The two show hosts stared at the blonde American boy who was listing traditional instruments, some of which they didn't even know, in shock. Was this what the American school curriculum was teaching its students? No, that's good. Wow. You really know your stuff better than we native Koreans, haha. Here you go. The two of them were given 4 10,001 bills, which Ari pocketed with a bright smile. 90 more bills to go. What's next? Ari asked confidently. Seeing the handsome yet cocky smile, Choi Subin and Yu Jaebong began asking questions at a rapid pace. 4 types of clefs are treble, bass, alto, and tenor. Hangul was created in 1443 by King Sejong the Great. The harmonic minor is different from the natural minor because it has a raised 7th degree. The constant of gravity, denoted by G, is approximately 6.67430, 1510, 11m3, kg, 1, s. The standard of uncertainty is 2.210, 5-inch. There are 12 of them in total, but 3 are missing, right? I don't remember the Korean names, but it's the rich noble, a bride, a monk, a clown servant, a scholar, a fool, a concubine, a butcher, and an old lady. Correct. Phew. I'm glad I remembered. Jamie wiped the sweat from his brow in relief. He wasn't sure when the game would end, but by the looks of it, Ari wanted to win all of the money, which meant he had to try his best. Next question. After several rounds of questioning and handing over money and another round of Americanos, Choi Soo-bin and Yu Jae-bong stepped to the side to regroup. The two were shocked at the ease and speed with which both boys were answering despite the variety in the questions. The only thing that was slowing them down was the Korean-focused questions, but even then, the red-haired one was knocking them out of the park as if he had specifically crammed for it. This is crazy. They haven't missed a question yet. We have to give them harder questions. Otherwise, we'll lose all of our money. Or maybe try to rope in a student to make it a competition. Okay, let's do it. As the questions began getting harder and harder, and the host began getting more and more excited, and even drawing others to play, a small crowd began to form to watch what was going on and began recording and sharing it online. Some people were just curious. What's going on? Are they foreign idols? They're so handsome. They're filming Q on block, but the foreigners are doing really well this time. So they were asking students to go against them. Oh, wow. Are the students winning? Showing off our fine Korean education? No, they're losing. Some people stopped because they saw handsome faces and cameras filming. Do you think he'll share? The mascara he uses? The shadows his lashes cast on his cheeks are insane. Those green contacts are so pretty. It can't be his natural eye color, right? His blue eyes are pretty and sparkly. They match the red-haired one's earrings. I need to know the blonde one's hair routine. His hair looks like gold silk, while mine looks like crispy straw. I need to know the skin tint and sunscreen he uses. His face is poreless and shiny. Does anyone know who they are? Which company are they trainees for? I want to support them. But the thing about South Korea and its idol culture was that everyone was always on the web sharing information, especially when it concerned handsome people. Hey, wait, I think they really are idols. They were spotted at the airport this morning with Golden Generation. Really? Yes, here's the video. It's them, right? As the video was shared, interest in it grew in addition to the current clips being shared. And before long, Pop Star Academy fans woke up to see things trending that shouldn't be trending. Why are contestants Ariel and Jamie trending in Hongdae, South Korea? Why is contestant Levi being bashed for harassing and assaulting a fansite owner? What the heck is happening in South Korea? Number 271. Chapter 271. First time in Korea, quiz on the block, 3. Right before she went to bed, Grace did a news check as she usually did. While her current focus was on Pop Star Academy and promoting Ari, she still kept track of other artists, both new and old, in the entertainment space, and even published updates on her blog based on the latest trends. Naturally, she had seen the fan site that had been posting photos of some of the sleeping Pop Star Academy contestants on the plane and had been reporting the account in hopes that it would be banned because of the sheer invasion of privacy that was happening with the fan site owner bragging and even taking requests for donations. But right now, there was a crossover of two worlds that she couldn't understand. In the middle of watching a fan-taken airport video of the Golden Generation group, instead of the expected Golden Generation team members, she was staring at two very familiar Pop Star Academy contestants who also looked surprised. Jamie was dressed in a vintage navy tennis sweater, a white shirt peeking through, matching navy joggers, white sneakers, and had his long blonde hair loose around his shoulders. With the large, slightly beat-up black guitar case hanging on one shoulder, and his usual bright smile and sparkling blue eyes that radiated pure happiness, he looked like a preppy college boy on his way to music classes. I always forget he's a rich kid because of that damn cowboy hat, Grace muttered as she read through the comments, which were praising his outfit as stylish, calling him an adorable giant with muscles, while decoding the brands he was wearing. The general consensus was that everything was expensive, and he looked like a posh prince. Standing next to him was somebody dressed completely opposite. It seemed that Ari had reverted to his goth phase, as he was wearing black Techwear-style joggers with chains, black boots, a black sweater featuring bones, a black bomber jacket, and his fur hat clipped to a black backpack. With his black sunglasses holding his red curls back and exposing the sparkling blue earrings in his ears, his vivid, fox-shaped green eyes, which seemed to have black eyeliner around them from his long lashes, he gave off a sharp, feline appearance. Even if she wanted to deny it, Grace had to admit that Ari was almost rage-inducingly pretty. As a girl, it was annoying to see, especially because she knew he literally woke up looking like that without putting a single drop of effort into it. Even the person recording the video stopped her screaming to whisper, "So pretty," in Korean as she zoomed in on Ari's face. He really looks like a panther. If his hair were black right now, I can only imagine how crazy people would be going. But what the heck is he doing here? Where are the other contestants? She hadn't seen him in the airport clips that had been posted by the Pop Star Academy's official account, and had originally assumed that the PD had left him out for a petty reason. Although she had several questions, it seemed that they would go unanswered for now. Instead, she watched in real time as Ari's expression shifted from slightly surprised to his classic face of judgment, his eyes quickly moving from left to right before he dragged Jamie off to the side. Then the person holding the camera turned to actually focus on Golden Generation as they walked out as a group. "Ari, please, your face. You need to fix your facial expressions. Smile. Smile like Jamie. They're merciless in Korea. You need to smile." Grace groaned as she replayed the clip while reading the comments. While some nets praised his style and beauty, others bashed him for his facial expressions being rude and for daring to block the doorway when the Golden Generation was coming through, simply because he was a little handsome, with a small argument taking place beneath the video as people argued that fans shouldn't be recording random people and stalking idols at the airport. Elsewhere, others who were trying to identify who Ari was found out that he was in Hongdae, where he was caught filming for one of the most popular variety shows in Korea that interacted with foreigners, and was soundly beating the Korean youths in the trivia contest alongside Jamie. There was even a short clip of him speaking perfect Korean, and for a second, Grace wondered if Ari actually needed her help to promote himself and if all her efforts mattered. After all, he had been in Korea for less than 24 hours and had already interrupted a K-pop group's airport photo shoot, had begun trending for his beauty and facial expressions, and somehow met famous people and was randomly filming for a TV show on the streets of Korea. Even as she refreshed her timeline, she could see people making GIFs of him along with Jamie's, with the caption, "My cat when I come home versus my dog when I come home," and by the looks of it, it would probably become a staple. On the surface, everything seemed to be fine, so she let it go for now and quickly updated herself on what was going on with Levi. By the time she finished that and did a final sweep, the troublemaking account she had been watching was back at it again. The person behind the account was always insinuating that Ari was secretly rich, selling his body, lying about his foster family situation, and expressing other dirty sentiments. The posts first started at his TVOFF performance when people noticed that he was wearing designer clothing, and now it was getting worse as more and more clips of him not wearing his brown tracksuit appeared, giving some credence to those weird accounts' posts. Grace wished that she could explain that Ari had received those things from a photo shoot or that the photo shoot would be posted as soon as possible, so people would stop speculating, but for now, all she could do was continue reporting the account so that the posts would stop building steam and prompting toxic discussions that even she had a hard time stopping as the head of Ari's Angels community. Seeing another post pop up, Grace pressed report with a sigh. "Ari, just get back to practice and performing. And please, whatever you do, don't be like Levi and mess with these crazy fan site owners. That situation is currently a mess. Just go live in the practice room and perform peacefully and spectacularly. Please, and stay away from him. Okay, let's not taint your reputation. Did the two of you have fun?" PD Jiho asked the two little rebels who were standing before him, one with a happy expression and a large bag of goodies from a popular chain store, and the other with the calm expression he usually had. "Actually, yes. Today was surprisingly fun. We were left at the airport and had to find our way here. So you took the long way back, and while coming, did an interview, performed for the public, went shopping, and then came here? Ari just stayed silent since it was clearly a rhetorical question, while Jamie nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. PD Jiho glanced from one face to the other and, seeing that neither of them looked particularly contrite, sighed and tiredly rubbed his eyes behind his glasses. Okay, honestly, I should have expected this, and it's our fault you were left at the airport. Rooms have been sorted, and your luggage has been put there, so walk around until you find your name. One of the staff members can take your food order for the evening. James, since you're 19, you are free to move about as you please, but please note that we're waking up bright and early to get a tour of the Soundwave Music Building. Ariel, since you're a minor in Korea, you need to be back on premises by 10 p.m. or get permission from an adult if you're out later than that. Understood? Yes. Good. You're free to go. Okay. Thank you. At the surprisingly lenient sentence and no harsh scolding, both Jamie and Ari waved at the PD before following directions and heading to where the room assignments were. To their surprise, they were rooming together, along with Daniel, Levi, Suzuki Ray, and Rex. Inside the room were 3 sets of bunk beds along with 1 bathroom, and all the beds were empty except for one that was occupied by Levi sitting on the top bunk with his headphones on while scrolling on his phone. His eyes briefly met Ari's before he looked away, and Ari shrugged in return. Seeing that it was only 2 bottom bunks that didn't have things in them, Ari took the one beneath Levi while Jamie took the other one and began digging in his suitcase. Several moments later, Jamie had a backpack in addition to his guitar and stood by the door. I'm ready. Okay. Ari turned to leave, but seeing Levi stare at him again, felt bad leaving without saying anything, so he called out, Oi Kiwi head. Levi, what was with him and this stupid name? What? We're going to karaoke to try and make a song for a TV show. Wanna come? Ari asked, fully expecting Levi to say no or just to ignore him, but to his surprise. You're inviting me? Otherwise, you think I'm talking to the ghost in the room? Coming. Sure. Levi hopped straight to the ground with a thud and looked at the two of them. Expectantly. Lead the way. Number 272. Chapter 272. French Karaoke. In a 24-hour karaoke establishment in Seoul, South Korea, 3 handsome boys occupied a regular-sized room. One of them was standing on the chair with an oversized fur hat falling over his face, singing his heart out in French to a sad song as the piano accompaniment rang out in the background. Jete lacerite. I will leave my words beneath your door, against your walls, right at your floor. So when you're alone, pick them up one at a time. Kiss them whenever you like. Pick them up and hold them close. Smell my perfume and remember, just as the ink permanently stains the paper, your presence permanently stains my mind. And all I can do. Jete lacerite. The slightly husky tone that was expressed in the despondent longing of the song filled the room decorated with brightly flashing LED lights. The second boy was strumming along with his guitar as tears streamed down his face while he sniffled sadly. And the third boy? The third boy regretted his impulsive decision to tag along with the other 2 boys. Levi glanced from the teary Jamie, who had stopped sniffling and was now openly sobbing, while Ari, who was still standing on the sofa for some strange reason, put on another heart-wrenching French song and began singing it in his sweet, yet husky voice that made you want to listen even more despite the depressing lyrics. While the singing sounded great, Levi was quite confused and could only stare blankly as his brain tried to process things. What the heck was going on? Wasn't karaoke supposed to be fun, with each person taking turns to sing? Instead, it had turned into a crying fest with one person hogging the microphone and the other person weeping into his guitar or his laptop. And why was this person constantly climbing on some type of furniture? Was he allergic to standing on the floor? Finally tired of the nonsense happening to him, Levi got up, unplugged the microphone, and stared at the 2 people blinking stupidly at him. What are the 2 of you doing? Understanding the emotions of the song and writing down my feelings sniff. It's so sad and so beautiful. I understand why they call it a romance language sniff. Setting the mood to make Jamie sad, obviously. Plug the microphone back in. I'm not done. This is what you had planned for karaoke? Singing sad songs while he cries. Yep, we need to write a sad French song. So I'm just making sure Jamie understands the concept we're going for. Speaking of which, Mr. Rapper, you're next. I queued up some French rap songs for you to perform. I don't speak French. Isn't that the point of karaoke? Read the lyrics and do your best. Don't worry, I'll correct the pronunciation. What happened to my ability to choose the songs I want to rap? And why are you assuming I'll pronounce things wrong? Levi? Underscore? Ari, smiley face. If you don't wanna, feel free to leave. Jamie shot Levi a little glare before looking away. Be nice. He's our roommate. We should have just brought Benjev. Ari stuffed a snack into Jamie's mouth with a sigh before turning back to Levi. I said be nice. If you really don't wanna, you don't have to. Just put in whatever song you want to rap to. I'm just using you as a live reference to get a feel for things since I can't rap. Levi blinked slowly before answering in his usual sharp tone. You can rap. You're just not good at it. Wow. Amazing. Thank you for saying that. I didn't know. Clap, clap, clap. At Ari's sarcastic words, Levi just changed the subject. What vibe are you going for? What's the story for the show, or can you not share? No, they send a generic plot idea for the song that can be shared, and basically, they want it to be a sad song. It's told from the perspective of a guy about a girl, and the characters go from childhood friends to enemies to lovers to enemies once more, all with a sad kind of reflective and longing vibe. Here, you can read it. Tell me what you think. Ari handed over his laptop with the translated message, and Levi quickly glanced through it before quickly summarizing his thoughts. So star-crossed lovers? Romeo and Juliet. Romeo and Juliet, if they grew up together, then went through puberty and tried to kill each other repeatedly, had a brief moment of reflection, and then went back to killing each other. But they still secretly like each other or something. It's a rambling story, especially since they didn't want to share the whole storyline. It sounds like they want something about frenemies. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer? In a lot of literature, the person who is closest and knows the protagonist the best is often the antagonist, and vice versa. Even the concept of enemies to lovers has that trope embedded in it. Levi added quietly as he called upon his years of reading scripts to decode the concept that was vaguely stated in a roundabout manner. So it would be Mom Myler enemy instead of Mom Myler Amy or Mom Myler Amoureuse. My dearest enemy instead of my dearest friend or my dearest lover. That kind of makes sense. I'll keep it in mind. Thanks. I don't think I did anything. Every thought matters and is very helpful, and naturally, your contributions will get credited. But you know what else would be even more helpful while you're here? What? Levi had a strange feeling that he knew what was coming next from this person who liked to overwork everyone around him with a smile. If you started rapping, please and thank you. Unless you don't think you can rap in another language? If that's the case, I completely understand. We'll just get Benjamin to do it next time we come. With a cheeky smile, Ari held the unplugged microphone to Levi while pointing to the bright screen, which displayed the lyrics of a French rap song. It was as if he were daring him to say no or come up with another excuse. And despite knowing it was a childish dare said to prod him to work, Levi obediently grabbed the microphone and began fighting through French lyrics that skipped half the letters and conjoined the other half in a slurred pronunciation that made no sense to the English-speaking eye. Just as they were all getting into the groove of things, due to Ari, who was a minor and needed to be back early, they had to leave. With sad eyes, Jamie reluctantly packed his belongings, while Levi awkwardly stood at the door, waiting for Ari to return from the bathroom. The two of them refused to interact with each other unless there was a middleman, which Ari found both funny and very childish, especially on Jamie's part, considering he was usually friendly with everyone. When he came back from the bathroom, the two of them were standing 6 feet apart, headphones on both their heads, and not looking at each other. It was fun, right? Let's take a picture to commemorate our first session. Undo Chouachis. Dragging Levi back by his jacket and holding a peace sign next to Jamie, Ari took a quick selfie before nodding approvingly. He would save this for later. Oh, that looks nice. Send it to me. Jamie smiled happily while staring at the photo and cropping Levi out in his mind. Yep, let's go. As the three of them walked out in the street back to the building that they were staying at, Levi, who was walking slightly ahead, slowed his steps and muttered in a low voice. If you guys go again, you should record the session like a BTS. Even if it's a random French show, I'm sure people would be curious to see your working process. You could upload it to YouTube or whatever. Huh, that's actually a good idea. Unfortunately, I don't have a camera. I only have my cell phone, and it doesn't have that much memory space. Jamie, same. I guess I could just buy one, but I'd have to do research, and that sounds like a lot. I brought a couple of cameras that I can lend you. Oh, are you sure? Since you're a film student, I know they have to be fancy cameras. You trust me, or are you going to come again if I invite you? Maybe. So that's a yes? Don't be shy, we're getting close, right? You even offered your stuff. How nice. Shut up. As Levi increased his walking speed, Ari laughed loudly as he spotted his slightly red ears reflecting the city lights. Despite Levi's constant sharp tone, his shyness was really very funny, especially as he was basically running away to a room that all three of them shared. And as expected, even though Levi reached their dorm room first, when Jamie and Ari got in, he was still in the process of putting his things away and avoided eye contact. Still laughing, Ari ate a quick dinner, showered, and went to sleep with a peaceful mind. His hope was that the variety show he and Jamie filed for would air soon, so he could finish a mission and unlock the new stat. Number 273. Chapter 273, Meeting BTZ 1. True to PD Jiho's words, they were all woken up at 5 a.m. to get to the Soundwave building by 7 a.m., and their only instructions were to make sure they had dance shoes. Naturally, this caused absolute chaos due to those who went out the night before and came in to sleep early in the morning. As someone who always showered before going to sleep, once they were woken up, Ari put on his utterly adorable tracksuit, topped it with his fur hat, and went back to sleep after brushing his teeth, leaving the rest of his roommates to decide the shower order. After a mini fight between Levi, who was furious with Suzuki Ray, who had decided to take a 40-minute shower at the detriment of the rest of the roommates, everyone was more or less ready in time, received their visitor badge from new staff members whom they didn't recognize, and made it to the shuttle bus waiting for them. As the bus drove through the city, Ari marveled at how things were often the same, regardless of which side of the ocean you were on. People were rushing to work, students were rushing to school, and traffic was everlasting. When the bus parked in front of the building, and at the prompting of staff, they began hopping out one at a time, and the camera crew, lined up at the side, started taking lots of photos, blinding them with the repeated flash from their cameras. With his hat firmly on his head, when it was his turn, Ari hopped out, bowed his head politely like others were doing, and hustled quickly inside the building after 0.5 seconds of posing for the camera. Flashes. If he had known there was going to be a photo shoot, maybe he too would have spent 40 minutes getting ready like Suzuki Ray did instead of sleeping extra, but since he didn't, it was time to minimize the chances of someone taking a bad photo of him. Once everyone was inside, with the only cameras being pop star academies, PD Jiho gathered everyone in a circle and began giving out instructions. All right, contestants, this is the main Soundwave Entertainment building in Korea, where amazing groups like BTZ come to practice, produce music, and do everything else that makes them the amazing artists that they are, as well as the other employees who support them. Someday, some of you may have the opportunity to work out of a similar building in Los Angeles, or even right here in Korea. We're going to get breakfast at the cafe before starting the tour of the building. Please do not wander off, and keep your badge on you at all times. Understand? Absolutely no wandering off. If you need to go somewhere, ask a staff member or me. Understand? PD Jiho calmly spoke to the group, while his eyes turned to stare at Ari, as if warning him specifically. Yes. Then let's go. As they walked through the lobby, Ari marveled at how nice it was with the marble flooring, the expensive furniture, and a few tastefully arranged glass displays that had some impressive-looking awards and plaques. Clearly, the company had spent money to make it look quite lovely. Nodding at the desk, employees who were smiling politely as they walked past, Ari looked around while taking everything in. His general opinion was that it was different but nice. According to PD Jiho's instructions, they had to use the steps instead of the elevator, bow to every person they saw, but the office space they passed by seemed nice and well-designed. When they arrived at the cafe, they quietly joined the line of office workers, grabbed trays, and quickly filled them with a variety of food before sitting down to eat. The breakfast was actually pretty tasty, and the contestants chattered excitedly while looking around. Many of them, especially the Korean members, wondered if they would see the artist they looked up to, and kept glancing at the doorway each time someone walked into the cafe. After forcing himself to eat several plates of food in his renewed effort to add weight, Ari followed along as the tour began. From office spaces to peeking in studios, from the rooftop garden and other amenities that they would definitely never use. He oohed and ahed along with the other contestants until they finally arrived at the floor that the others wanted to see the most. It was the floor that contained BTZ's practice rooms, awards room, studio, and lounge area. The other contestants could barely contain their excitement, especially as they stared at the numerous awards BTZ had won. From Mama Awards, Love Radio Awards, various Korean chart awards, music video awards, and more, Ari felt like he was in a museum, and for a second, he wanted to meet a member of the group, if only to look at their stats and see how impressive they were. He knew the leader of BTZ was out of military service and had been doing various schedules, but he highly doubted that they would meet him here. "You think we can do this well if we make it into the group?" Jamie whispered in his ear as the two of them walked around while cataloging all of the gleaming awards. At the same time Jamie asked the question, Nova began nagging him. "Is this your goal? The limit of your vision? Are you satisfied with just this when your task is to be the greatest global superstar ever?" Ari silently contemplated both Jamie's and Nova's words before shaking his head. "I want to do better than this. And yeah, I think we can. If we work hard enough, we'll get all this, more, and even the big one too," Ari replied, not mentioning the award that Jamie's family had been chasing for generations and BTZ had been chasing for years. Yeah, we just have to make sure we both make it, and then we can begin grinding until we reach our goal. You're very talented, and I'm a hard worker who knows how to research. Or at least I have to make sure I make it," since Jamie was basically a shoo-in. Once that was set, well, as he had said before, he was very confident in achieving anything he put his mind to. And if Nova was added in, good. As the person in possession of me, you should strive for greater things than just this, which you can achieve when you finally finish these missions. I'm working on it. Okay. It's a promise. The two of them bumped fists before following the rest of the contestants out of the trophy room, who were excitedly talking about the achievements they wanted in the future. PD Jiho continued walking down the hallway before stopping at a door. "Our last stop on the tour is to see the BTZ practice room. This is where they began training from their debut to now, and where they will return as 7 when all of them are done with military service. Legendary stages were conceptualized in this practice room, and I hope some of the hope, dreams, effort, wishes, and success that have been cultivated in this space rub off on you all." With a quick knock on the door, the PD quickly opened it, but rather than an empty room, there was somebody practicing in the center of the room to some music, which promptly stopped. "Ah, Jeongnim. So sorry to interrupt your practice time." PD Jiho immediately bowed his head as the person turned around. "Oh, it's fine, Jiho SSI. I was supposed to be done much earlier than this, but was stuck on a move, so I kept rehearsing. Wow, look at the kids. It's nice to see you all. Come in. An extremely handsome Korean man stopped to look at the contestants filling into the room with a slight smile on his face. With golden brown hair and a short cut that was growing out, hazel-colored circle. Lenses that made his double-eyelid almond-shaped eyes look bigger, a slender nose, and pink lips set in a V-shaped face with a very defined jawline. He was someone who fit both Korean and Western beauty standards very well. Wearing loose-fitting black clothing that emphasized his broad shoulders and slim waist, and clean white sneakers, the man who had won Korea's most handsome male idol 3 years in a row, Shin Jeong, the leader of BTZ, the most popular K-pop group, stood before them. As various contestants took him in, they all gasped in surprise at meeting the top idol before bowing politely. Bowing slightly as well, so he didn't stand out. Ari covered his mouth and whispered status. Shin Jeong. Age 28. Vocals, S. Dance, S+. Visual, A+, Rap, AA. Charm, S+. Leadership, S. Acting, AS. Music production, B+A. Skills, stage magnetism, A. Seeing the stats of the group leader, Ari wanted to whistle. He had thought that people like Benjamin and Jamie had pretty broken stats, but this was on a completely different level of brokenness. What planet had this person even come from? Was this what all the top idols were like? Shin Jeong had 4 current S stats with the potential to gain 2 more. He also possessed a skill, something that Ari had never seen in anyone except himself. He was like a cheat video game character, and Ari had to do a double take to make sure his eyes weren't deceiving him. Number 274. Chapter 274. Meeting BTZ2. Shin Jeong briefly met Ari's eyes before turning to look at the other contestants with a doting smile. "Ah, I recognize quite a few kids who are trainees. Teary. Ah, no, you like to go by Rex, right? You've danced for us before. I'm honored that you remember me." Rex bowed his head low with a touched expression. As someone who was just a backup dancer, one of many, to be remembered by name by someone he looked up to was amazing. "Of course, you always led the kids well, and Kim Daniel, right? I remember seeing you a while back before you got injured. It's good to see that you're doing well, and I hope your family is okay." "Yes, they're good. Thank you for remembering me," Daniel Kim replied cheerfully, his cute dimples showing in his cheeks. "Ah, how could I forget? The dance genius with the cute face and the deep voice who won a national dance competition." Like the friendly neighborhood big brother, Shin Jeong spoke to each contestant, mentioning something nice about them either from real life or from Pop Star Academy. And when he got to Ari, he gave him a slightly colder smile as he talked to him. "You're Ariel, right? I saw you whispering something and staring earlier. Something on my face. Handsomeness and talent." Ari replied calmly, not sure why the mood seemed to have shifted. "Ah, the most handsome contestant calling me handsome. I feel quite honored." Jeong held his hand to his heart, as if he were really touched, while letting out a slightly warmer smile. "I don't think I'm the most handsome contestant, but thank you." Ari quickly rebutted. He could only imagine what people would say if he claimed that very useless title. Plus, he could feel the gazes of the other contestants prickling his skin despite the polite smiles they had for the camera. "Are you sure? Ever since you revealed your face, you've been at the top of the polls in all the communities for most handsome contestant. Some even refer to you as the visual. And I distinctly remember seeing a clip of you saying you had the best visual in a song you just did." "Ah." Ari blinked as he remembered the Team TV Off performance where he was saying whatever he wanted due to frustration and anger. Well, since it was already out there, might as well roll with it. It was a joke. A joke. You know, when you rap, you have to exaggerate a little bit. That's all I was doing. But, turning to give the camera a cheeky smile, Ari winked before continuing. "Although beauty is subjective, thank you to the people who think my face is handsome. Please continue to support me in the future as well, even if my face becomes less handsome than it is right now." Ari hoped that Shin Jeong would let it pass and move on to someone else, but unfortunately, he seemed to want to get a rise out of Ari and continued pressing him. "Oh, you even know how to do fan service. How cute. But is it true? You really didn't know you were at the top of the most handsome contestant list? I thought you said those words because you checked it and knew how people feel about you. Wouldn't that be a little narcissistic?" "Ah, no. I rarely check about myself online, but I really do appreciate those who voted for me in those polls. They're quite kind," Ari replied, tired of the conversation and hoping it would end. "Oh, acting like a celebrity already. I rarely check about myself online." Such a cool line. I wish I were that cool and confident when I was your age. Wow, kids these days are really grown. I'm getting old. Then, if you refuse to claim the most handsome title, who among the contestants do you think it is? I refuse to hear an answer that everyone is equally handsome. Then can I not answer? Nope. I am intentionally putting you on the spot because I'm quite curious what the handsome person who has been winning votes has to say. Don't worry about the PD. I'll have them cut this out. This is strictly my curiosity. Plus, you are French, which is the style and fashion capital of the world. If anyone knows handsomeness, it should be you. So let me have your pick. Who's the most handsome contestant? Shin Jeong gave him a bright smile, and Ari had to do his best not to roll his eyes. If I had to pick, it's either Benjamin, Carlos, or probably Jamie. I think they have the kind of handsomeness you often see in movies or described in books. But then again, everyone here is quite handsome, so it just depends on what you like, because beauty is, once again, subjective. What is attractive to you might not be attractive to PD Jiho. Beauty standards are different everywhere. Ari replied honestly. He completely meant his words. Beauty was a subjective topic. Even among people with the same visual stats, people had different features that made them attractive in different ways. While Ari knew he was quite attractive, he also knew that his features were on the angular yet slightly delicate side, giving him more of a softer, feline appearance, with his eyes and eye color doing a lot of the heavy lifting. That kind of look might not be to everyone's taste, which was fine, but it didn't mean he was ugly and unattractive. There are plenty of people who prefer stronger features or a different skin tone, eye color, or whatever. Literally, it was just whatever a person liked. You speak pretty nicely for someone put on the spot, but I think people are quite right in marking you as the visual of the show. If only you were a few years older and I had you on my team, I could only imagine the sponsorship deals we would get. As Shin Ji-young looked him over, as if he were a piece of meat in a butcher shop, Ari held his eyes, blinked, and accepted the strange compliment. Thanks. Hopefully, they were done with this weird conversation. Unfortunately, as Shin Ji-young grabbed his chin and shifted it from left to right, Ari had to hold back the urge to punch him. You're welcome. And this eye color is real? Completely natural? Not. Contacts. I've had them since I was a baby, so I assume so. They're so pretty and clear like a mirror. It's as if someone poured a bit of the sea right into your eyes. Since my eyes can't look like that, it makes me want to pluck them out and put them in a jar so I can look at them every day. Ari. Underscore. Without saying anything, Ari immediately took 2 steps back, completely weirded out. Jamie moved in front of him while Shin Ji-young began to snicker. Ahaha, there it is. That look of judgment that you're quite famous for. I wanted to see it in real life, so I took the joke a little bit too far. Forgive me? You will forgive me, right? Who the hell says that kind of thing to another person as a joke? Did he have a couple of screws loose because he was super talented, or was that just how he was? Not getting the response he expected, Shin Ji-young quickly grabbed Ari's arm and pulled him back with a grip that was stronger than it looked. If my manager were here, he would tell me to stop causing trouble and be on my best behavior. Seriously, forgive me? Okay. Do I even have a choice here? Aware of the camera, Ari forced a smile and gave the only response he was allowed. Sure. So please, stop touching me, you freaking weirdo. Thank you. Well, let me stop joking around. I should go, but since you're all here, can I make the announcement? You can keep the footage free of charge. Shin Ji-young finally released Ari and glanced over at PD Ji-ho, who nodded in excitement. Well, the reason you came today was to tour, but also to film dance challenges. I'm sure lots of you browse Toktik and see lots of your favorite groups doing challenges, right? You might have even done some yourself. After all, it's a good way to promote each group's songs, gain followers, and go viral if it goes well. To support the show, as the leader of BTZ, I've generously decided to let you all use our practice rooms to film. One of your dance trainers, Jaywalks, I believe, will come teach you the choreography of about 15 to 20 songs, and then you'll all have the chance to film a challenge to whatever song choreography you've learned. You can film for as many or as few challenges as you want, but the catch is that only the challenges with no dance mistakes will be posted, and you only have 2 tries to film them, so learn according to your skill. The top 3 people who successfully record the most challenges will get to record a challenge with me and have it posted on the BTZ official account, as well as my own personal account. Sounds like a fun prize and a good way to get more votes from the public, right? Yes. Oh my gosh, it would be such an honor. Seeing the contestants' enthusiasm, Shin Ji-young nodded in approval. Good. I wish good luck to you all, especially to you, Mr. Visual. You're quite the vocalist, but you're pretty new to dancing, right? Yes. I thought so. A word of advice from a senior. Rather than trying to force yourself to be an all-rounder with your weak dancing and rap skills, you should just focus on being a vocal visual, okay? Just learn 1 to 2 dances and make sure you execute them well while looking good, okay? That's your strong point. Sure. What was that supposed to mean? Despite Ari giving him a strange look, after saying cryptic words, Shin Ji-young waved once more before leaving, while PD Ji-ho and the rest of the contestants bowed politely to him. Once he was gone, PD Ji-ho then turned to them. All right, all of you begin stretching and getting warmed up. Trainer Jaywalks will be here soon, and he'll begin teaching the choreography. At the instructions, the contestants naturally spread out and began doing their own warm-ups. Sitting on the ground, Ari began thoroughly stretching his body in an effort to loosen everything up properly. Due to Matthew's torturous help, he was now more limber than he was a couple of months ago, which was nice. Though still not as flexible as Matthew was. Ari watched with a horrified expression as the tall boy almost folded himself into a pretzel from excitement. After all, anything that had to do with dance was right in his wheelhouse. Ari, how many choreographies are you going to try to learn? I want to learn all of them, so I can get that post and look for good in front of jaywalks too. How about you? Me? I plan on learning all of them, too. Ari replied with a grim smile. He didn't know what prompted Shin Ji-young to begin giving him unsolicited advice about all-arounders and vocals and whatnot. But honestly, that was his problem and had nothing to do with Ari. His job was to execute his task well, whether it be singing, dancing, or even rapping, and in this task, Ari was very, very confident. Really, Matthew looked a bit surprised since he knew Ari's method of learning choreography was to slow it down and learn each move piece by piece before memorizing the whole thing. While he eventually learned it, compared to people who had been taking dance classes since they were younger, it was an unbearably slow method, even if it produced good results at the end. Yep, Ari replied confidently. Matthew might be good at memorizing choreography as a dance skill, but Ari literally had a cheat skill that allowed him to replicate something he had learned by using the tokens he earned from practicing. He could turn his brain entirely off, and as long as there were tokens, his body would still move. And right now, one thing he didn't suffer from was a lack of tokens. And as all the contestants who had been on his team knew, he was a certified practice bug who believed grinding was the best way to improve and to stop people from acting foolishly. You have the energy to argue and fight? Go practice until you pass out. Your throat hurts? Go practice dance. Your limbs are sore? Go and sing. Lying on the floor while groaning? Your body still has enough energy to keep you from passing out, so stand up and practice. Anything and everything, including rebellion, could be solved by making people practice until they wanted to die. So, whether it was the choreography of 10, 20, or even 30 songs, it didn't matter. Ari would pop in the tokens earned from practice and spit out the perfect dance. It was finally time to put the jukebox skill to good use. Number 275. Chapter 275, Meeting BTZ 3. When Jaywalk walked into the practice room, he saw the contestants, some of whom were vibrating with nervous, excited energy at the thought of being able to dance and promote themselves alongside a person many of them admired, staring at him in expectation while they completed their stretches and positioned themselves. Like any dance class, there was a visible segregation by skill level, with those at the front of the room being contestants with whom Jaywalk rarely interacted, since they usually had dance class with Kim Young-woo, and those in the back were his and Selena's remaining students. Looking at the various young and handsome faces, Jaywalk had to admit that he had a bitter feeling. As someone who had worked his way up from being a self-taught street dancer and made it to some of the world's biggest dance stages, and even opened up his own studio, he was proud of himself and the work he had put in, and knew that by all definitions of a dancer, he had made it. However, the saying that comparison was the thief of joy was very accurate. Seeing the constant comparisons being made online between him and Kim Young-woo, who was the only other male dance trainer, and having everything from the quality of the choreography they created for the contestants to the improvement and mentorship they provided, nitpicked to the nth degree, with him always marked as second best, made Jaywalk feel a bit depressed. Especially because out of the 3 dance trainers, he was the one who had the most contestants he taught eliminated, while those taught by Kim Young-woo and Selena continued to excel and rise in the ranks. He was honestly in a funk, and every time he checked online, he was being torn apart for being a bad mentor, for having mediocre relationships with the contestants, and for barely helping them improve, which constantly brought his mood down, and since he had no one to talk to or share his burdens with, his mood continued to get darker and darker. And now, of the 30 contestants remaining, only 2 remained from the classes he had taught. Jaywalks glanced from the only Indian boy stretching alone at the back of the room to the young boy with striking features that were almost hidden by an oversized fur hat. He was a contestant often mentioned these days, and if you search Pop Star Academy, more than likely his name would come up first. Ariel Matisse. A boy who didn't even know you needed separate shoes to enter a dance studio, and had initially started as one of the worst dancers, but had improved to a decent level and even had moments where he shone brightly and captured the eyes of everyone on stage. And as controversial as he was also the contestant most likely to debut from the remaining 2 F-ranked initially individuals. As the competition was coming to a close, Each trainer wanted to make sure to leave their mark and form a good relationship with contestants before they gained more fame than they would have in the future based on the current trajectory of the show and the public's response. While it was a bit too late to build close interpersonal connections with other contestants taught by the other dance trainers, Jaywalk wanted his relationship with the final two F-rank contestants to get closer so that he could at least get a mention from them when things were over. Meeting those striking green eyes that squinted sleepily, Jaywalk tried to smile kindly and build rapport, but Ariel immediately looked away, causing the smile on Jaywalk's face to fade. It wasn't the first time his efforts had been rebuffed. He turned to smile at Vishal, but no matter how much he looked, the other boy just kept fiddling with his glasses and didn't look up. Well, it seemed that today would be another rough day, but he wouldn't give up, especially with the bet that had taken place among the dance trainers on whose students would be able to remember the choreography to the most songs for this challenge. Although he had minimal hope and had no choice but to bet on his own students, both Ariel and Vishal somehow always pulled through when it was time to perform, so hopefully they wouldn't end up in last place. Not feeling confident at all, but knowing that he had to do what he had to do, with an authoritative clap, Jaywalk got the attention of all the contestants. All right, let's get started. I'll run through all the choreography of all the songs so you guys can mentally make a list of the songs you would be interested in learning. After that, we'll spend a maximum of 10 minutes to learn the 15 to 30 seconds of choreography. After that, we'll give you 30 minutes to review and decide which songs you want to be recorded, pair up, and then we'll start filming. What? No way. 10 minutes to learn the choreography? You've got to be joking. Hearing complaints in English and other languages, Jaywalk scanned the contestants' faces and, naturally, those who had been training with Kim Young-woo seemed more confident, while of the students in his own class, one was whispering to himself while staring into the air, while the other had a determined yet slightly hopeless expression on his face. As expected, after doing some light stretches, Jaywalk turned on the music medley, which had all the songs they would be learning today, and danced the various choreographies for 10 minutes straight without stopping. From hip-hop style dances to playful, bouncy choreography and everything in between, Jaywalk perfectly displayed the various types of choreography from various groups, and when he finished, he forcefully controlled his breathing so he wouldn't be too out of breath in front of the cameras while receiving the round of applause from the contestants. Clap, 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 clap. Wow. A professional is really a professional after all. That was crazy. We're supposed to learn that? I'm cooked. Although they were mumbling to themselves, Jaywalk watched the calculations taking place on the contestants' faces. Those who were dancers and likely kept up with the different dance challenge trend looked a bit more at ease, especially when they saw easier bits of choreography. While he was dancing, Jaywalk had even noticed a few of them vaguely following along. The rest of the contestants were staring blankly ahead, like they had given up hope. I've shown you guys everything we'll be learning today, so let's get right into it. The first song we'll be learning is Maestro by Nebu 1A. As you can see, it's a very energetic hip-hop style with intense footwork, so please pay attention. Let's get started. Ignoring the shocked faces of the contestants, Jaywalk restarted the song and began going through the intense choreography in a quick manner as the music played. Rather than the usual step-by-step instruction that broke the dance down into chunks, he summarized the general movements and demonstrated the intricate footwork while explaining. It would be up to the contestants' own personal skill and understanding to follow along. And as expected, the contestants with years of dance training kept up decently, and those without. Jaywalks peeked at Vishal, who was trying and failing to keep up, and then at Ariel, who was moving in his usual lackadaisical manner and missing half the steps and not following through completely. As expected, it was foolish to depend on him. Regardless of the contestants' wishes that time move more slowly, 10 minutes passed in a flash, and despite their groans, Jaywalk moved on to the next song, which was much easier. The next song is Jelly Jelly by Dozen. Let's get right into it. 5 more minutes on the previous song, please. Even just one more run through. Jaywalk, have mercy. Nope, we gotta keep moving. If it's hard, then don't waste your time on it. Just try to learn something within your skill level. That's why we have all types of songs. With the sounds of groans and begging each time the music ended, almost 4 hours of practice passed like that, and by the end of it, the contestants had collapsed on the floor with shaking legs as they filled out the form that was being passed around on which challenges they would be dancing to. Since everyone wanted to have the opportunity to dance with Shin Ji-young, even the most cautious contestant had put their name down for a good number of songs. Jae-wook read over the sheet, mentally creating pairs with similar skill levels before noticing an anomaly. Looking up, he glanced at the contestant who looked as if he were about to fall asleep. Contestant Ariel? Yawn, yes. Ari quickly blinked and sat up straight. I see you wrote your name down for every challenge. Was that a mistake? No, that was intentional. Seeing Ari blink at him as if it were obvious and offer no explanation, Jae-wook held back his immediate urge to scold him and put on his mentor cap. I understand the urge to do well for this opportunity, but you have to think according to your skill set, because if you mess up, it's not just you that will be affected, it will be other contestants and the staff members as well, because their time will be wasted. I understand that, but it's fine. I don't plan on messing it up, Ari replied honestly. Seeing that his words weren't getting through the baseless confidence, Jae-wook tried persuasion once more. I see that you and Matthew are close, and maybe you're trying to be like your friend, but you need to understand that right now, the two of you are on two very separate skill levels. Matthew can sign up to do every song because he probably memorized it. You are not Matthew. I get it. That's why I wrote my own name down and not Matthew's. Ari interrupted before continuing. And no offense, I don't see you criticizing others for how many songs they signed up to dance. Other people got through the choreography of some songs in practice. You didn't. Okay. And who's to say I can't get through it just because I didn't do so in practice? As Jae-wook stared at him silently before getting an angry look in his eyes, Ari softened his tone. Look, everyone has 2 chances to do a challenge, and I'm really not going to mess it up. I don't know what to say to get you to believe that, but I don't think it's fair of you to stop me from trying, do you? I also don't think it's fair to other contestants to repeatedly do a challenge with someone who will probably mess it up. I told you, I'm not going to mess it up, and I'm not going to waste anybody's time. As your trainer, I think I know the level of your dance skill better than anyone here. I highly doubt that. No offense. At the snide-sounding sentence, Jae-wook almost lost his cool, but the person he was speaking to either didn't notice or didn't care. I'm confident I won't mess up. You're confident I will. We're at a standstill. So how do you want me to prove that I'm capable of doing the choreography? Stand up and run through it perfectly from beginning to end, Jae-wook replied coldly. Well, I don't mind doing it, but it seems tiring. Even you, a professional, were slightly out of breath doing it? What do I get if I succeed? Are you going to make me do it twice with other contestants? That's not fair to me. Why don't you just pair the 2 people who signed up for every song together and let them do it? And as an extra prize for contestant Ariel, if he's successful, how about an extra dance challenge with me? You can pick the song. Same to the person who pairs up with you. Ari glanced from the Jae-wook to Shin Ji-young, who had quietly entered the room at some point, butted in before giving the idol a mischievous smile. Any song. Yep. Any song, any challenge. Deal. No takebacks. Ah, you seem really confident? As far as I know, Matthew is one of the best dancers here. You're confident that you can keep up with him and not mess up. The handsome idol seemed surprised to see Ari truly standing on business. Confident? Yeah, I guess I am. As for you, remember your words and don't run away like a chicken. Any song. Promise. Ari pointed at Shin Ji-young, who stared at him incredulously before bursting out laughing. I promise. Wow, this is a first for me. Kids these days are really bold. Is this American or European style? Oh my days. What is wrong with him? I can't believe he's talking to Ji-young Sunbi Nim like that. Rolling up his sleeves and cracking his neck amidst the murmurs, Ari glanced at Matthew, whose face had turned pasty from nerves during Ari's back and forth with the trainer, and then paled even more as he spoke casually to Shin Ji-young, as if he were a kid in his class and not someone 10 years his senior and more successful in the industry he was trying to enter. Shall we begin? Oh, Matthew, please take it easy on me. With his long legs shaking like a deer, Matthew gulped before standing up shakily next to Ari. As the 2 of them got into position while waiting for the staff member to prep the phone camera, Matthew could only whisper, "Social anxiety is really afraid of you." Number 276. Chapter 276. Meeting BTZ4. What in the world dash? Jae-wook couldn't believe what his eyes were currently witnessing. I'm the maestro. Follow my lead and come. He was watching the young boy with the large fur hat wink and smile in a cocky manner as his slender fingers waved in the air like a conductor before beginning the fast-paced footwork that was not only tiring but could look chaotic and cause an inexperienced dancer to trip and fall. Jaywalks himself had struggled a bit to learn it perfectly. And of the contestants in the room, the only ones that had nailed it during the 10 minutes of practice were Daniel Kim and Matthew, the two people who were objectively the best dancers out of everyone here. Naturally, Matthew was performing the movements perfectly. He used the ideal amount of strength to execute the footwork, kept his body lines smooth and straight, and used a sound technique. So as a dance instructor, Jaywalk had no notes. It was Ariel who was shocking him right now. The cocky smile never left his face, and as he began to dance, to the surprise of everyone, he didn't look out of place beside Matthew. Each complicated step was executed, and although he lacked the technical precision and control that Matthew had over his body, the confidence, smooth style of dancing that made it look easy and vibrant facial expressions really sold the performance, making him stand out from Matthew in a way that couldn't be explained. At some point, Jaywalk found himself staring solely at Ariel. He felt as if he were the snake at the end of a snake charmer's flute. No matter how he tried to look away and break free, he was sucked in by the charm of the dancer. Even though, as a dance instructor, he could nitpick the way Ariel danced by overexerting himself because he didn't have the muscle strength and flexibility to back up his dance moves, as a performance, it did exactly what it was supposed to do: engage the watcher. The sound of synchronized stomps hitting the ground sounded out over the music as the boys of differing heights crossed their legs, before jumping, performing a high kick while spinning around, and then landing in unison. As Ariel landed and then bowed, his hat flew off, exposing a head of messy red curls. Not only Jaywalk, but Shin Ji-young and the rest of the contestants stared with a slight bit of shock. Ari used his foot to kick his hat, and used it to fan himself before smiling at Jaywalk and the cameraman. So how was that? Can we see the playback? Sure. You come too. Ari dragged Matthew over by the hand, and the two of them watched the short clip of their dancing. How do you feel about it? Ari asked Matthew, who kept replaying the clip. He was fine with it, but the taller boy seemed a bit dissatisfied and kept chewing his lips while glancing at Jaywalk and Shin Ji-young. Not satisfied? Want to do it again? At the question, Matthew's face immediately brightened up. Yes. Wait, do you mind? Or is your leg hurting? A guy dash. No, it's fine. Ari immediately cut him off before Matthew began ranting. Nothing hurts. My career is fine. Let's do it again then. Thank you so much. Yeah, just let me know if you want to do any of the challenges again. You know I don't bite. You don't bite, but you squeeze my face like a stress ball when you're annoyed. This is this, and that is that. I only squeeze it because you keep mentioning an injury from months ago, like it's a career-ending injury. It was a sprain. Speaking of which, did you check? Ari waved his finger without saying anything, but Matthew knew he was talking about checking his blood sugar since he was diabetic. I checked earlier. It's a little low, but it should be fine until I finish filming all the challenges. Then I'll go buy some food. Don't worry. Ari, _. Although he was dissatisfied with the answer, in the end, he wasn't Matthew's mom. It's your body. Make sure you manage it because these people don't care. And tell the staff later they need to have snacks that you can actually eat, so you don't have to spend your own money. I don't want to inconvenience anyone. I'm sure it's annoying having to get specialty stuff just for one person. It's more inconvenient to go to the hospital in a country where you can't understand anything. Tell them. Got it. Ugh. Ignoring Matthew's groans, Ari stretched, tossed his hat to the side since it didn't seem like it would stay on, and got into position in front of the camera. 3, 2, 1, go. As the cameraman counted them down and started the music, Ari narrowed his eyes while smiling confidently and tapping the transparent screen, which only he could see, with the preloaded song. Then, tilting his head back, tongue licking his lips, he held his hand out and beckoned with his pointer finger. I'm the maestro. Follow my lead and come. I thought it was said that he wasn't a good dancer. Shin Ji-young spoke to PD Ji-ho in Korean as they watched the two contestants still performing the dance challenges. Go hit that gum com gum. Dun 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 dun. GGUM chomp gum. Yeah. GGUM chomp gum. Yeah. As if they were in a shampoo commercial, bright red curls were whipping side to side as the head they belonged to tilted from left to right before spinning in a circle as the owner performed body rolls before transitioning into hip thrusts. Well, he started off not knowing how to dance, but he's not bad now. PD Jiho replied politely, even though he himself was quite shocked at how well Ariel was doing. As the PD, naturally, he had watched hours upon hours of footage and was one of the few people who had seen how the contestants' skills had improved tremendously. But this was on a different level. Although they gave the contestants this challenge, realistically, they only expected each contestant to memorize only 2 or 3 choreographies, with the truly talented dance members memorizing 4 to 6. The fact that 2 people had memorized over 20 songs and had danced to them almost flawlessly was amazing, and for a second, PD Jiho began wondering how the editing for this would happen, because no matter how it was framed, this was a fantastic accomplishment that couldn't really be hidden. Well, that could be decided later. For now, if this is not bad, that must mean the other contestants are much more impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Shin Jeong commented in an amused tone as he watched the previously confident red-haired boy bury his face in his hands in embarrassment before trying and failing to grab the phone being held high by the boy he danced with. PD Jiho glanced at the top idol before bowing his head silently. It was well known that Shin Jeong was as capricious as he was talented. He might say one thing to your face and mean something else or vice versa. It all depended on his mood. To avoid his nitpickiness or catching his interest, the best thing to do was to stay completely silent until he got bored and left. And as expected, after patting his back, Shin Jeong approached Ariel and Matthew instead, who were having a full-blown argument. "Matthew, I'm warning you. Hand the phone over. Why are you embarrassed? You were the one dancing to it. Mr. Sexy, performing body rolls and hip thrusts, ugh. I can't wait to share it with the world." Matthew openly laughed in Ari's face as he held the phone high up. Finally, he had something to tease Ariel with. "Give it." "No way. Matthew, no matter how much you glare lasers at me, I refuse. If you want it so bad, come get it." Due to his much taller height and longer limbs, no matter how much Ari stretched, he couldn't reach the phone, and after a while, he just collapsed to the ground and began begging. "Ugh, please delete that one. You know I don't have a sexy bone in my body. Just delete it." "No way. Remember all the times I let you redo this song? As you like to say, that was that, and this is this. Here you go, cameraman. Please keep this safe." Shin Jeong glanced at the childish display happening in front of him before clearing his throat. "I'll admit that was quite impressive. You accomplished what you said you would. As a man of my word, I have a promise to keep. I said that I would do an extra challenge with you both, and I will. Have you decided what song you want to perform?" "Yes." "Yep." At the positive response from both young boys, Shin Jeong blinked before giving them his sparkling idol smile. "Wow. So excited. Then who wants to go first? I have to learn the choreography so you can decide the order." "Matthew can go first." Ari decided. "No, you can go first. You let me redo the dances so many times. Trust me, you definitely want to go first." Seeing the fire in Ari's eyes, Matthew gulped and looked away while feeling somewhat bad for Shin Jeong. Even though he was a very successful idol, in the short time that he knew him, Matthew hadn't seen Ari lose an argument. And each time he had that look of evil overflowing in his eyes, like Benjamin liked to say, it never boded well for anyone. "Then would you please perform the Spring Day Challenge with me?" "Oh, that's a surprising choice. It's an old song." "Yes, I love the choreography so much because it's so light and elegant with bursts of energy. It's one of my favorite songs by BTZ." "Ah, thank you so much. Since it's our song, I don't need to review the choreography, so we can get right to it." "Okay." As the two of them walked off, Ari just laughed to himself. He watched them perform the dance that was both graceful and with bursts of power. He couldn't stop shaking his head and laughing, causing those standing around him to move away. When Shin Jeong came back, he looked at him curiously before asking, "And what song would you like?" "I'm just double-checking that you said any song, right?" "Yes, any song." "Excellent. The song that I want is Dash. Number 277. Chapter 277, Meeting BTZ 5. "You're joking. I've never joked about anything a day in my life." Ari lied with a completely straight face while Matthew just backed away slowly. Shin Jiyoung glanced down at the song and choreography playing on his phone with an incredulous expression before staring at the young boy, who was smiling angelically at him. This is the song you want to do with me? Yes. You're positive? This song? This choreography? Yes. Shin Jiyoung glanced at it again. Naturally, he quickly picked up the choreography because it wasn't hard, but this? Why? What kind of choice was this when there were thousands of cool challenges to choose from? Even among the ones he learned today, he could choose something that would make him look good. After all, it wasn't every day that he got this opportunity, so he should be making the most of it. Why? I am someone who takes the words people tell me to heart. I thought that since you said you wanted to pluck my eyes out because they reminded you of the sea, I would give you a memory about the sea that would last forever in your heart, mind, and soul. And since you recommended that I should stick to being a visual because I can't dance, I decided to choose something so easy even a child could do it, so that both of our faces could be the focus. Ari told him with all the sincerity he could muster. Ariel, please. Your words. PD Jiho felt sweat dripping down his back at the words that sounded like a threat. Shin Jiyoung was not the person to antagonize because you were feeling petty. What about my words? I'm just repeating what he said to me. Did I say anything wrong? Yes. Ariel, please reconsider the song choice. You could do the signal song or dash. No, thank you. He made a promise that I could choose any song, which I did. But if he wants to back out and be a chicken, I guess I can allow it. You're calling me a chicken? No. I said if you back out, you're a chicken. There's a difference. Isn't that the same thing? PD Jiho nervously glanced between the stubborn smile on Ari's face and the frozen expression on Shin Jiyoung's. Was he going to blow up or walk off entirely? Did he need to apologize and call everything off? Once again, Shin Jiyoung looked at the phone, which was playing the annoyingly repetitive song, before turning to Ari, who still had a smug smile on his face. You think I won't? I hope you do. I think your fans will enjoy it. So you chose it because of my fans? I thought you chose it because of the words I said to you. Well, I actually chose it to be petty. A wise Frenchman once said that an idol is a reflection of their fans and vice versa. Since it was a song chosen with your advice, I think your fans would enjoy it. Did a wise Frenchman really say that? I'm wise and I'm French, aren't I? Close enough. Now get out of my way. At his cheeky words, Shin Jiyoung snorted and shook his head. You sure know how to speak. Good. Let's do it. With a cold smile, Shin Jiyoung gestured for the cameraman and PD to start the music and begin recording. And while the contestants and staff members stared in shock, the annoying melody sang by preschool children everywhere rang out. Infant shark do, 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 do. Infant shark do, 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 do. Infant shark. Mother shark, 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 shark. And with a delighted smile, Ari properly danced alongside the top idol and leader of BTZ to his audition soundtrack, performing the cute dance with no shame, pretending to swim like a shark with his hands on his head, using his hands like fins, spinning around on one foot like a top, and hopping in the air like a bunny. He faithfully danced with 100% of all his strength, while keeping an eye on the person doing the same thing he was. Like a true idol, with the same level of energy he had used when his own choreography with Matthew, Shin Jiyoung properly danced to the choreography he had just memorized, and even added extra EGO and cute facial expressions for the camera. Due to his years of experience in delivering fan service, any sense of embarrassment no longer existed, and once he was in front of the camera, his duty was to be as entertaining and charming as possible, which he would do. But once the camera turned off, the brightly smiling face became eerily calm as he stared at Ari silently. But not one to be fazed by others. Ari smiled politely since he had gotten what he wanted. Thank you for your hard work. Please post it as soon as possible and don't renege or accidentally delete it. Shin Jiyoung stared at him silently for several seconds before reaching out and pinching his cheek with a cold smile. You know, I'm coming to like you more and more, including this prickly temper that likes to hold grudges. Just know, I like to hold grudges too. And I'll remember this. Ari, _ that's great. But was it really necessary to pinch my cheeks, you freaking weirdo? Remember it with your mind, not your hands. Before Ari could say anything else, Shin Jiyoung released him and turned to PD Jiho. PDSSI, I'll leave the practice room to you. I have some things to do, so send a message to my manager, and I'll find some time to record the final challenges with the contestants who won. Of course. Thank you once again, Jeongnim. PD Jiho bowed his head politely at the idol. Sure. Kiddies, I'll be seeing you all very soon in an official capacity, so look forward to it. Waving at the contestants who still seemed shocked after watching him do the most unlikely dance ever, Shin Jeong left. And as if everyone had been holding their breath, an audible sigh of relief was heard in the room. Okay, let's get this done quickly. Those who signed up for Jelly Jelly, please come forward to record. As PD Jiho grabbed the attention of those in the practice room, Ari went to sit beside Matthew off to the side. As Matthew opened his mouth, Ari slid to the floor and interrupted him. Yeah, I know. Blah 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 is afraid of me. But think about how boring your life would be if I wasn't here. I can't believe you made the Shin Jaeyoung dance to that. What a wasted opportunity to promote yourself and your skills. It wasn't wasted. Huh. It wasn't wasted, Ari repeated with a yawn. At Matthew's disbelieving look, he shrugged. Trust me, I can assure you that that post will do better than any of the challenge videos. Why? Because it's the kind of thing fans like. It's a unique taste. I think the term is gapmo. Huh? What the heck is that? Supposedly, what people are craving nowadays. Either way, it's good for him, and it's good for me. Especially for my fans who have to suffer through Shark Gate to defend my dancing skills. Huh? What the heck is Shark Gate? Rather than explain the multiple hours of fan culture that have been drilled into him, unwillingly, as well as the numerous ways Ari's incidents have been categorized, also unwillingly, by Grace, Ari just watched as the rest of the contestants finished up their dance challenges. And surprisingly, once they were done, the PD took them back to their dorm with a warning that tomorrow would start even earlier than today and would be more physically taxing. Having learned their lessons, nobody went out, and everyone went to bed extremely early, which is why, when an alarm suddenly rang out in the middle of the night, all the contestants were sleeping peacefully in bed. Beep, 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 beep. Crash. A staff member dashed into the room, screaming as the alarm continued ringing, with red lights flashing, making it look like the set of a horror film. Guys, the building is on fire. We have to get out now. No time to get your luggage. Move, move, move. Let's go. Thud. Wow, on my back. Somebody fell off the top bunk and screamed, adding to the confusion as the staff member began shaking everyone awake. As someone who instantly woke up, when disturbed and never bothered to unpack his things out of habit, the moment the first beep went off and the staff began yelling, Ari snapped awake, put on his shoes, grabbed Jamie's guitar, both of their backpacks, and their electronic devices, which were under his bed. He tried turning on the room light, but seeing as it didn't work, he used his phone as a flashlight and pointed it at the individuals in the room. Jamie, who looked surprisingly focused and not scared, was scrambling to put on his sneakers while Levi quietly assembled his belongings into his book bag, making sure he had his headphones. Daniel and Suzuki Ray just looked confused and sleepy while Rex, who was clutching his back, grimaced in pain as the flashlight panned over him. Stop standing around and get your passport and shoes. There's a fire. Oh, right. Yeah. What is going on? Fire. So move it. Shoes. Passport. Shoes. Passport. Grab it, and let's go. As Ari was trying to get them to move quickly, the staff member came back into the room, shouting for them to get out and to leave their luggage. When his entire room was finally emptied out, Ari moved through the hallway, handing Jamie his things. He saw all the contestants rushing through the hallways and down the stairs in sleepy confusion while the alarm continued to go off and red lights continued to flash. When they ran out of the building, expecting to see fire trucks, all he saw was a large white bus, which they were quickly ushered into by silent staff members who were unusually calm compared to the previous shouting that was happening inside the building. Once all the contestants were inside, the door snapped shut, and the bus suddenly began to move, causing the contestants to stagger in confusion as they looked around and noticed that there was a partition between the driver and the rest of the bus. What's this? What's going on? Oi, anybody seen the staff members? Or is it only the man dim on the bus? Are we getting kidnapped? Was there even a fire? Wait, where are we being taken? As the bus started becoming rowdy, with contestants trying to shove past each other get through the partition, and even open the windows of the moving bus. A shrill whistle cut through the noise. When everyone turned around to see who made such a terrible noise in an enclosed space, Levi's sharp voice cut through the noise as he pointed toward a barely visible lens with a tiny red light next to it on the ceiling of the partition at the front of the bus. Shut up. We're being recorded. Number 278. Chapter 278. Field Day 1. At Levi's words, the bus suddenly calmed down as everyone's head turned to face the blinking red dot in the previously hidden tiny swivel camera. As people who had been constantly getting filmed for the last several weeks with all sorts of cameras, there was no way they would mistake what was happening here. No way. Is this some type of surprise mission or something? They wouldn't really do that to us, would they? It's the middle of the night. Would they really fake a fire for a mission? That doesn't make sense. They absolutely would. Ari's voice rang out. Groans of frustration and anger could be heard as the contestants settled down, but one person continued standing. So this is a staged thing? Woke man out of his sleep for jokes. Benjamin's cold voice rang out in the quiet bus. Since he usually slept in only pajama pants and a do-rag, leaving his upper body bare, his body was visibly covered in goosebumps from the freezing air blowing out of the bus's air conditioning vents. And rather than his usual smiling face, he looked quite upset with his eyes narrowed. Benjamin walked forward and, as he stretched his long arms, his muscled back flexed as he grabbed the camera and forcibly tilted it down to face him. You lot think this is funny? After we had an actual fire incident last week, you want to stage another one in the middle of the night? Half of us are barely clothed. Are you bloody mad? Naturally, there was no response from the camera, but Benjamin didn't care as he turned it and continued tapping the lens of the camera. There better be a good reason for this, Mr. PD. And since you're probably monitoring this, turn the heat up. It's bare cold in here. Unless you want the camera accidentally detached and tossed out the window. I've been meaning to practice my throws, yeah? The air conditioning immediately stopped blowing and Benjamin tapped it in. Satisfaction before returning it to its proper position. As he walked by Ari, heading back to his seat, Ari gave him a thumbs up. Very cool. I don't know about all that, bruv. I'm just tired of their nonsense. You know, my only pair of glasses got smashed in the rush. And I don't even have my contacts in right now, or even a shirt. This whole thing is just annoying, and I'm tired. Slumping into a seat with a sigh, Benjamin just closed his eyes tiredly, with his teeth chattering occasionally, and after several seconds, Ari took off his hoodie and tossed it over him. When Benjamin cracked one eye open, Ari explained, "You look cold, and my body runs really hot, so I don't need it. Especially with the fur hat. I can tell. It feels like it came out of the dryer. Probably why you're so skinny in it. Baking off all the fat. Ari, you've sure got a lot to say for somebody whose teeth were chattering. On second thought, give it back. You don't deserve it. What kind of person takes back a gift after being nice? Thanks, mate. I'll make myself comfortable." With a laugh that relaxed his tensed brow, Benjamin began trying to wear the hoodie, but as his arm got stuck halfway into the sleeve, he looked at Ari incredulously. Ari, what size do you wear? Primary kids? Toddler sizing? Seriously, give it back right now. No, really. What's this? It actually doesn't fit. Benjamin waved the jacket that was dangling off his forearm like a rag. Are you a piece of spaghetti? Ari and the beanstalk. If you wanted to die, you should have said so. I'll use the toddler-sized clothing to strangle you, so you never have to worry about my size again. Come here." As Ari began to climb over his seat to do as he said, and truly strangle Benjamin, the British boy laughed before retreating to another seat. "Big man, Jamie, hold him back. His body is overflowing with evil again. Y'all are on your own. I'm going back to sleep. Have fun." With a sleepy yawn, Jamie put his book bag against the window and began snoring as Ari did his best to snuff the oxygen from Benjamin's lungs. After messing around for a bit, the bus settled down, and they all fell asleep. And when they finally woke up when the bus came to a stop, it was to see that it was still dark outside, with the only lighting coming from a few lampposts outside a large building. With hesitant steps, they all stepped out of the bus and onto the parking lot, and as they looked around, a group of floodlights suddenly came on, illuminating the entire place in blinding white light. Squinting at the sudden brightness, all Ari could see was a large shadow that eventually resolved itself into the image of PD Jiho. "Welcome to the Pop Star Academy Field Day. Contestants, aren't you excited? At PD's shout, all he got were blank stares of annoyance. Unbothered by the less than enthusiastic responses, the PD shrugged before pointing at a table that was piled high with stacks of clothing packed in clear plastic. Wrapping and sneakers with the same wrapping. There were 5 different colors: red, yellow, green, blue, and purple, and as the contestants stared between the table and PD, wondering what nonsense was going on, he began to explain. Many of you may have grown up watching ISAC or the Idol Star Athletic Championships. We, as a production team, thought that we should give you a little taste of what idols experience, so we're going to be having our own version here. Isn't that great? No, not at all. Especially because you dragged us out of bed to do such a thing. It seemed like everyone had the same thought as they just stared at him silently before mustering an enthusiastic response as the PD began gesturing for them to begin clapping. First, we'll have you all put on these specially sponsored all-environment sneakers. Then you'll grab a flashlight and enter the building for a special treasure hunt in the dark. Among the other prizes, such as special meal coupons, headphones, and more, you will be searching for different colored armbands, which will be used to designate the captains for our field day events today. The captains get to decide their team members, so it's a high honor, and the winning team gets special privileges. Since we need to capitalize on the darkness in the building before the sun rises for the main filming event, let's get right to it. Please find your correct shoe size and put it on. I guess I should ask any questions. Benjamin immediately raised his hand, and PD Jiho pointed at him. Yes, Benjamin. You don't think that there's an issue with the way you brought us here? And will the production team be replacing my glasses? The British boy asked in an uncharacteristically sharp tone as he stood there squeezed into Ari's hoodie. He had a lot more words that he wanted to say, but held his tongue because of the cameras. Well, we thought it would be a fun, surprising way to get your blood moving in preparation for the day's event. As for your broken glasses, you have insurance, don't you? Unfortunately, I'm not in England right now, so the National Health Service isn't quite available in it. And because of the fun surprise, I couldn't even put in my contacts. This is not even my jumper. Well, I'm sure we can come to an agreement about your glasses at a later time, so we can table it for now. As for the clothing, you're getting changed soon anyway, right? Your vision. Well, you're young. It'll be fine. Before Benjamin could say anything else, PD Jiho pushed his own glasses up his nose before clapping. Get changed and get moving inside the building. Before I forget, those who are under 19 years old, please take a seat on the bus. You can't participate until 6 a.m. due to those pesky labor laws. If the other contestants still haven't found the armbands by that time, then you all can join in on the treasure hunt. Then why would you bother bringing us? Completely annoyed at the PD, Ari, along with the other minors, trudged back into the bus as all the other contestants went into the building. Ari briefly considered staying awake and paying attention to what was going on, but at the thought of being considerate to a production team that was considerate to him, he leaned his head against the window and immediately went to sleep. Chapter 279, Field Day 2. Ow, let me go. When Ari woke up, it was to a staff member shaking his shoulder aggressively. Before his thoughts were completely online, Ari wrenched the unfamiliar hand off of him and twisted as his eyes snapped open, only to see an unfamiliar male staff member wincing in pain. Let me go? Let me go. I'm so sorry. Ari immediately apologized and released him, but the man just glared at him before turning away. Freaking violent green-eyed bug. As the man muttered an insult under his breath, Ari laughed at the creativity of the insult. It was his first time being called a bug, and since it was pretty funny, he would let it slide just this once. Yawning, Ari stepped out of the bus and wanted to admire the pretty sunrise, but was quickly given a breakfast gimbap to scarf down before being rushed to join the loosely assembled line of people, and stared at the 5 individuals wearing different colored tracksuits with captain's armbands standing by the PD with proud smiles on their faces and step paint on their cheeks. The people who had won an armband were Jamie, who was wearing a blue tracksuit, William, who was wearing a red one, Rex in a green tracksuit, Matthew, who was wearing purple, and, surprisingly, Benjamin, who was wearing a yellow tracksuit, despite his claim of not being able to see without his contacts. All of their faces looked more energetic than he expected, but when Ari made eye contact with Jamie, The blond boy smiled widely while flexing his arm. It seemed that he was quite proud of himself. Good. Now that you're all here, please give a round of applause to your 5 team captains who found the armbands first. Whoa. Whistle. Once the polite applause was done, PD Jiho continued speaking. Now that the captains have been selected, we will proceed with team selection. The 5 events we'll be having for our field day are a relay race, 6 versus 6 football, singles tennis, Cyrium, which is wrestling, for 100-meter relay race with 4 people, and, for the grand finale, cavalry game. So make sure to choose your teammates wisely because everyone has to perform in at least 2 events, and 5 people are needed for the cavalry game. And to make the competition a little more exciting, I'll announce one of the prizes. The winning team members will be taken to a high-quality, all-you-can-eat barbecue spot. In case you didn't know, Korea has some of the best beef in the world, and we are taking you to a premium spot and allowing you to eat as much as you can. At the mention of all-you-can-eat meat, the eyes of the contestants immediately got serious, and Ari swore he could see Jamie's nostrils flare from excitement. Seeing that he had their attention, PD Jiho continued at a much more leisurely pace. The teams that come in 2nd and 3rd place overall will be given a food voucher to a local restaurant. And for the remaining prizes, why don't we go take a look at where the events will take place and have a special guest do the rest of the announcements. With a happy grin, the PD gestured for them to follow him. And like little ducklings, both the contestants and the camera person walked around the side of the building, which Ari realized was a pretty large school. When they got to the back of the school, he realized that the production team had set up a mini sports fair-like event with banners and streamers all around. There was a soccer field with a track around it on one side, tennis courts on the other, and gym mats set up on the basketball court with a small circle for wrestling. Looking around, Ari realized that this wasn't some impromptu event that the production staff had set up. This was properly planned out. But then the question was, why the heck did they decide to wake them in the middle of the night to come here rather than at a normal time? Since he probably wouldn't get an answer, Ari just schooled his face properly and followed the PD, who made them walk to the center of the soccer field before continuing his speech. As they got closer, Ari realized that a group of 5 women were wearing modified tennis dresses with red lace trim added to the sleeves, collars, and bottom of their dresses. They all had distinct hairstyles, clothing styles, and heights, with the only commonality being that they were all beautiful. As they got closer, Ari heard some of the contestants begin to get excited as they stared at the girls. Oh my gosh, is that Red Lace? Mina from Red Lace. She was my first crush. Sakura, my cherry blossom princess, is so cute in real life. Do you think we can get autographs? Leader Ariel is as striking as always. I can't believe she's in her 30s. When they stood several feet away, the woman in the center, who had a slightly sharp appearance and bright red hair, began speaking. 1, 2, 3 Hello, we are Red Lace. Tying the string of love, from our heart to yours. 5 women bowed their heads while saying their slogan in unison before striking charming poses, causing the contestants to cheer. I'm sure many of you already know, but this is Red Lace, one of the first girl groups made from an idol survival show. They could be considered your seniors and will be taking turns MCNG for us while we're here in Korea. Please treat them kindly and be on your best behavior. Today, Leader Ariel will be taking charge, so I'll pass it on to her. Of course. Definitely. Mina Sunbeam, can I have an autograph? Thank you so much for your consideration, PDNM. Hello everyone. I'm Ariel, the leader of Red Lace. These are our members, Mina, Nari, BOM, and our baby, Sakura. We heard that you were having a sports day type event, and as veterans in both sports days and idol survival shows, we definitely had to come. I hope I do a good job, and I look forward to working with you all. As their names were called, all the Red Lace members, including their leader, bowed politely. Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, shall we begin picking teams? I'm a fan of the show, so I happen to know all your names quite well. So shall we start off with William? Who would you like for your team? Levi. I refuse. Choose someone else. The area suddenly got quiet as Levi and William stared at each other in strained silence. The Red Lace members stared at each other with frozen smiles while their leader, Ariel, stared at the PD as she wondered how to deal with this never-before-seen situation, especially on an idol survival show where their lives and deaths were in the PD's hands. Did this contestant not have any fear, Or had he already struck a deal with the PD? To her surprise, PD Jiho simply shrugged, so Ariel turned back to William with a slightly apologetic smile. Contestant William, it seems that contestant Levi is a little adverse. Would you like to select somebody else? William's eye twitched before he let out a strained smile. Sure. Then I'll choose Jerome instead. Awesome, contestant Benjamin. Carlos. Contestant James? I go by Jamie, ma'am. And I choose Levi. Although he looked a bit reluctant, Jamie called out the name of the person, who had a reputation for ripping down doors. Not hearing his name, Ari glanced at Jamie with a betrayed expression. Sorry, the prize is all-you-can-eat beef. I have to snag the athletic people, or at least those in a higher weight class first. Wow. ET2 Brutus? Are you saying that I'm not athletic? So you would sell our friendship out for all-you-can-eat beef? Count your days. I told you to hit the gym and add on some muscle. Now look at you. You're like the last kid to be chosen at the gym. Ari just stared at him and didn't say anything. Ariel, who had caught the interaction, laughed before speaking in a teasing manner. It seems that contestant Ari has been hit by the unexpected blow of betrayal by his close friend contestant Jamie. Moving on, contestant Matthew. Ari glanced at Matthew with expectant eyes, but the boy looked away before calling out a different name. Sorry, Ari. My choice is Daniel. Wow. Another betrayal of contestant Ari. Rex, who's your choice? You get to choose two people since we're circling around. Miho and Minjun. Ah, the twins are being kept together. How lovely. Back to contestant Matthew. Who do you choose? With expectant eyes, Ari stared at Matthew, who looked everywhere but at him as he called out another name. I choose Jean. Sorry, Ari. Ah, another betrayal toward contestant Ari? Will this trend continue? Let's find out. Contestant Jamie, quite amused by Ari's facial expressions, Ariel let out an honest laugh before. She covered it up with a fake cough. Ari, on the other hand, glared at Jamie, who laughed mischievously before turning to someone else. Alfonso. The betrayal indeed continues. Contestant Benjamin. Sorry, Ari. I'm going to have to go with Ray. Wow. Ari just watched in silence as other contestants were picked, while he just stared at Jamie with eyes that vowed to inflict 1,000 years of pain and suffering if he didn't pick him. And finally, when there were only 4 other contestants left, I'll choose Ari. He finally ended up on Jamie's team. After changing into the oversized blue tracksuit and rolling it up as best as he could, Ari stared at Jamie with a raised brow. Last, I had to pick the optimal team members. It's for beef. Pork. Beef. Seriously? Last. You chose me last? James. Jones. The third. Sir, yes, sir. Jamie immediately stood at attention while saluting, and Benjamin burst into laughter as he ambled over. Oi, Ari, don't burn him to a crisp with your eyes. To be fair, you're not exactly the picture of immense athleticism. I know you've got some muscle on you, but you don't give off the vibe that you'd be good at sports. Plus, you've gotten injured like 3 times already. Mans is just trying to eat some good barbecue on somebody else's dollar. I had to do what's best for me. You get me? Benjamin joked as he slung his arm around Ari's shoulder, but Ari shrugged it off. I get you all right. Count your days, you blind bat. I guarantee the only barbecue you're getting is the scent when I walk by you. You're talking a big game, Beanstalk. Even if I can't see, I'll come out on top. But I appreciate your bravado. We'll see who's better at the end, innit? Laughing wildly to himself, Ben fist-bumped Ari before going to join his team. Blue team, let's huddle up. As their team huddled at Jamie's command, Ari glanced at the other 5 faces. Number 280. Chapter 280, Field Day 3. The team members were Levi, Jamie, Alfonso, Justin, and Choi Woo-bin. Since he had never been in a team with Woo-bin before, Ari nodded at him before glancing at Jamie, who had the captain's band. Seeing everyone looking at him and very in his element when it came to sports, Jamie began confidently speaking. I want us to go around the circle and have everyone say what they want to do, but before we do that, I think we can all agree that Ari should be the top in the cavalry game since he's probably the lightest. 5 pairs of eyes turned to look at Ari before nodding in unanimous agreement. For some reason, he felt a bit bad about those looks. Good. Then I'll put myself for Cirium and the cavalry battle. I can also play goalie in football if needed, but I'm no good at tennis. If it were baseball or American football, I'd be fine though. Jamie then glanced at Levi, who answered shortly. Wrestling, cavalry game, relay race. I've played tennis before, but I'm not the best. Wubin. Relay race and cavalry game. I'm no good at tennis. The slightly stocky Korean boy responded. Justin, I want to do the relay race and tennis. I used to play tennis in middle school, so I have some experience. Okay, good. Alfonso. Relay race and cavalry game. Okay. Finally, Ari. You're participating in 2 events already, and the relay race is full. Anything else? I can do tennis. Tennis? But I said I want to do it. Justin looked at Ari in surprise, since Ari wasn't someone who was usually greedy to stand out. I haven't played in a couple of years, but I'm pretty good at it, Ari said confidently. Really? Can you really? Justin looked Ari up and down with a skeptical look. Or respect me. I guarantee I can beat anyone here. I'd put my own money on it. Knowing how Ari was about money, Justin nodded. Really? Then fine, you can have it. Does anyone want to give me something? I need to participate in 2 events. You can have my cavalry battle spot. The height will be a little more balanced that way. Wubin shrugged before handing it over, and seeing that things were peacefully resolved, Jamie threw his hand in the middle while staring at the rest of them expectantly. One by one, they piled their hands in the center of the circle and glanced at Jamie to give a speech. Clearing his throat, Jamie's sunshine-like smile disappeared as he became deathly serious. Blue team, let's work hard and win for all-you-can-eat barbecue. Chicken, pork, beef. On 3, let's yell out your favorite type of protein. 1, 2, 3, pork, beef, meat, ribs. Although he was a bit confused at the strange chant, Ari went along with it as they separated and began stretching in preparation for the impromptu field day. Ari glanced around at other teams doing the same, specifically in William's direction, before grabbing Jamie's arms and pulling him to the side. What's wrong? If it's William who's doing the wrestling, let Levi do it. Actually, try to avoid touching him throughout this whole event. Why? Because you can't touch him. Why not? That'll be pretty hard since we're playing together. Meeting the blue eyes earnestly staring at him and waiting for a response, Ari quickly racked his brain for an answer that wouldn't make him sound crazy. He's intentionally making other singers sick to make himself look good. Have you noticed how all the good singers who are not his friends get sick whenever he starts getting their help? From Carlos to Rex and others. They always get sick, but none of his friends do. Isn't that suspicious? Now that you mention it, Jamie began tapping his fingers on his crossed arms as he thought about it. Although it sounded strange, the pattern was consistent. The best singers who interacted with William were constantly sick right before it was time to perform, and Ari, as the person who fought with him the most, had lost his voice twice, which would be detrimental to someone on a show such as this. Thankfully, Ari had miraculously recovered, but it was quite suspicious. How is he doing it? I don't know, Liar. You just shut up. But I figure if he can't touch you, then you can't get sick, right? Better safe than sorry, right? Just don't touch him, okay? Okay. I'll do my best. Thank you for letting me know. Of course. Smiling in his usual bright way, Jamie patted Ari's shoulder and turned to stare at William with an expression that quickly became cold. Gather up. The first game we'll be playing is tennis. Are you all excited? Ariel glanced over at the contestants, who actually looked a bit tired despite their chatter and excitement. Since many of them were pretty young and not even trainees, it was obvious that they weren't used to having such early schedules, as none of them thought to put on foundation or at least a skin tint to help cover up the tiredness. But as someone who had been an idol for well over a decade and had gotten notified last minute about the opportunity from their manager, this much was just standard in the industry that was quickly becoming overcrowded with new groups debuting constantly. Still, it was quite nice to see cute juniors following the path that she once did, even though it seemed that the PDs that were once upon a time the incarnation of both a god and the devil had mellowed down significantly. Smiling at the contestants who couldn't stop gawking at her and her team members, Ariel waved before continuing her job as the MC. To decide the matchups, we'll be drawing lots. One team will get to sit out the first round, while the other 2 will be competing. Can the individuals on both come forward? Sakura will hold the cups for you all to draw lots. The red lace member with bright pink hair, aptly named Sakura, stepped forward with a cup filled with folded papers, while a production staff member rolled out a tournament tourney drawn on a whiteboard. One by one, 5 contestants walked forward. from the blonde William dressed in bright red to the person who was last in line, dressed in blue. Ariel watched as the contestant with red hair that was brighter than hers stepped forward as if he were on a stroll through a garden. It was a face that you couldn't help but recognize since it belonged to a person that was constantly trending for one thing or the other. Instead of the starstruck eyes or eyes that surreptitiously checked her and her team members out that she was expecting to see, she saw the beautiful green eyes focus on her face before he bowed his head politely and focused on the cup that Sakura held out. "Here you go. Thank you." Bowing his head politely, the contestant retreated, and Ariel began speaking again. "Please open your papers." Would the two people who received the card that says prelims raise their hand? Two contestants, Ariel dressed in blue and Matthew dressed in purple, raised their hands, and Ariel nodded before continuing. "Excellent. The two of you will have the first round battle. Best 3 out of 5 games win. The rest of you have numbers on your papers, so please come and place them in the appropriate location on the tournament board, and we'll get the match started." Once the tournament board was set up, Ariel made herself comfortable in the umpire's seat while her team members handed over rackets and tennis balls to the two contestants playing and pom-poms to those who were spectating. Game start. First serve, contestant Ariel. Expecting a relatively slow game since they clearly weren't experts, Ariel prepared to watch with a relaxed mind and even began thinking of other things as the two contestants stepped onto the court. She watched as the contestant in blue twirled the racket in his hand repeatedly before plucking at the strings until several snapped. Then, taking a ball out of his pocket, the slim figure bounced the ball repeatedly with the racket before lining himself up on the baseline. Slender fingers of the left hand wrapped around the ball and tossed it straight into the air, while the owner lightly jumped into the air. Surprised at the almost professional-looking form, Ariel sat up in her seat while the other contestants began whispering. "Oh, he's going to miss. I've tried playing tennis before, and it's much harder than it looks. Watch, this will be so embarrassing." Thwack! Instead of the miss that everyone thought would happen, the tennis racket firmly connected with the ball and launched it at a fast speed toward the other side of the net. He hit it? What the? While those who were on the sideline were shocked, Matthew, who was on the receiving end, was prepared as he had actual tennis experience. With the racket already in position to hit the ball once it bounced, he was more surprised than anyone when the ball suddenly curved in the opposite direction from where he was waiting for it. Matthew could only watch as the ball repeatedly bounced until it left the court before turning to Ari with a shocked expression. And naturally, he saw the usual cheeky smile and peace sign staring at him, and then the umpire, who had her mouth open. 15 love, right? A bit stunned at the beautiful smile, Ariel stuttered as she responded. "Why, yes. Point to Ari. Please continue." "Sure." With a relaxed stance, Ari moved to the other side to serve, and naturally, after that shocking example, Matthew adjusted his position to prepare for the weird bounce. Unfortunately, thwack! Instead of being hit with the racket in Ari's right hand, Matthew watched in slow motion as Ari hit the ball with his left, causing it to bounce in the complete opposite direction than earlier. "What the heck? How?" With both hands. "Why are you surprised? I'm ambidextrous. You watched me do things for weeks with my left hand when my right was sprained, and then watched me switch back to my right." Ari looked at him as if he was crazy. Number 281. Chapter 281. Prince of Tennis 1. What the heck is going on? Am I watching a professional tennis match? Ariel couldn't believe her eyes as she watched the one-sided tennis beatdown. Thwack! With incredible form only seen at professional tennis events, a boy with curly red hair gracefully jumped into the air with his right arm fully extending like a whip and hit the tennis ball that quickly flew across the net before twisting and bouncing in another direction so that his opponent couldn't hit it. As he landed lightly on his toes with cat-like grace, he adjusted the oversized sleeves of the blue track suit that had rolled down before turning to smile at her with an unbelievably handsome face. "Miss Ariel?" The score. A soft, slightly accented voice called her name, and after meeting those brilliant green eyes, Ariel fanned her overheating face before calling out the score. 40 love. "Thank you." Bounce, 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 bounce. Thwack! With practiced ease, the same miraculous hit was performed with the contestant's left hand, causing the ball to fly in the opposite direction after bouncing. That's the game. Contestant Ariel wins 3 games in a row. Thank you both for a great game. Please shake hands. Ariel led the contestants in a round of applause for the game that was over in less than 3 minutes. I don't know why you're thanking me. You made me play with a freaking professional. Ari, you should have told me you were good at tennis. I would have chosen you for my team. Matthew grumbled as he approached the net to shake Ari's hand. You should have asked. Next time, don't. Pick me last. Giving Matthew a smug smile, Ari walked back to his team while swinging his racket playfully. As he met his teammates' eyes, he winked. Didn't I say to respect me? I'll bring our team that tennis victory. They stared at him for several seconds before rushing him and surrounding him in a chaotic huddle and began shouting. Beef, 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 beef. Meat, 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 meat. Beef. Unlimited beef. As they kept jostling him around while doing their strange cheer, Ari had to fight to keep his balance before he was unwillingly grabbed and tossed in the air like a beach ball. Jamie even began passionately giving a speech. With his amazing serve, our path to tennis victory is clear. Boys, we dine on the finest beef tonight. Tonight. Beef. Ari. Underscore. What the hell? You all really see me as a beef shuttle? Please put me down and leave me out of your nonsense. Okay, that's enough. Blue team, please calm down. Please put contestant Ariel down. Ariel couldn't help but laugh at their rowdiness before remembering that she needed to be an impartial judge. Yellow team and red team representatives, please come forward. As Suzuki Ray and William stepped forward, Ari went to sit and sip from a water bottle before his next match while his team continued cheering. Before long, Justin came to join him while staring at him and the racket with sparkling eyes. What? You're really good at tennis. More than good. You didn't even move from your serving spot. And that was a slice serve, right? Yep. Wow. How long did it take you to learn that? And with both hands? I could never perform it consistently. Dunno? Not that long. I'm pretty rusty, though. Haven't touched a racket in years. If that's rusty, then I'm just the dust left behind from the rust. Did you play any tournaments? Yeah. When I was younger. I've won a couple of U12 and U14 tournaments. I quit once I turned 14, though. At his response, Justin looked absolutely scandalized, like he was about to shake Ari to his senses. You quit? Why? You were clearly good enough to maybe go professional. Do you know how crazy that is to win a tennis tournament? Why would you quit? As he thought about explaining the whole deal with his parents' death and the events after it, where he didn't have any money and had to be homeless, Ari decided to just gloss over it. I wanted to focus on school and couldn't balance sports and academics. Besides, I wasn't that good. I won on a fluke. Plus, even if his parents hadn't passed away, he had planned on quitting all the sports they had enrolled him in simply because of his aversion to the gym. Talent could only take you so far without the physical strength to back it up. And yet, somehow, here he was training harder than he had when he did a variety of sports. Life was funny. Really? That makes sense. You are the valedictorian for a reason. But still, why would you quit? Why? I was talented. In tennis, do you think I would be a drama major? Or bother with school? Whyy? Even if it was a fluke, so what? Not in the mood to be nagged. Ari looked around for something to catch Justin's attention before looking back at the court. Look, he's pretty good at tennis, too. Go watch the game. Ari pointed at William, who had jump-smashed the ball so hard that the recoil almost hit Suzuki Ray in the face. Oh wow, you're right. There's an actual rally happening, too. Suitably distracted, Justin dashed off to watch the game closely, while Ari sighed in relief and played with the racket. Honestly, it was of terrible quality, but it would be enough to get the job done. With a relaxed mind and body, Ari prepared to watch the game before his eyes became cold as he watched William repeatedly smash the ball at Suzuki Ray's body and face. Suzuki Ray's previously brightly colored yellow uniform now had several circular, dirty spots, while his cheek was slightly red from being hit by a ball. Thwack! Once again, the tennis ball smashed against Suzuki Ray's leg. Contestant William, please be careful when hitting the ball. Ariel cautioned William, but he just smiled and gave an empty apology. Sorry, it was an accident. It's been a while since I played tennis, so I can't control my strength and aim well. I'll try to be careful. Please be more than careful. If the ball hits contestant Suzuki Ray in the face again, I'll have to disqualify you. Right? I'll try to be. Careful. Although he agreed verbally, William continued accidentally hitting Suzuki Ray with the ball while avoiding his face. The pattern continued with William giving up points here and there, but anyone with eyes could see that he wasn't trying hard and was toying with Suzuki Ray like a cat would a mouse. Ariel kept looking between Suzuki Ray, who was stubbornly trying to play despite clearly being outclassed, and the PD, hoping he would do something, but neither of them paid attention to her. Finally, after a long, drawn-out 10 minutes with William losing games he really didn't need to lose. That's the game. Contestant William wins with a score of 3-2. Thank you both for a great game. Please shake hands. Ariel led the contestants in a round of applause. Despite looking very unwilling, Suzuki Ray shook hands with William, and as Ari whispered status, he watched as Suzuki Ray's vocal stat went down a single point. It seemed that the blonde, arrogant prick was at it again. Thank you to both of you. Please take a seat. The next match is contestant Ariel for the blue team and contestant Leo for the green team. Both of you, please come forward, and let's have a good, clean game. Go ahead, Ari. Bring the blue team back another win. Meet, meet, meet. With the strange cheers from his teammates sounding out behind him, Ari stepped onto the court with Leo, who looked at him nervously. Please go easy on me. Don't use that crazy serve. You know I can't do that. Good luck. Ari laughed and tapped his racket against Leo's before receiving the ball. And just like with his match against Matthew, he won both his service games and didn't allow Leo to score a single point. That's the game. Once more, contestant Ariel wins 3 games in a row. Thank you both for a great game. Please shake hands. With a relieved sigh that no violence had happened this time around, Ariel led the contestants in a round of applause. Both Leo and Ari shook hands before Ari headed back to his team, where a staff member was waiting with a close-up camera. Contestant Ariel, in a surprising display of skill, you've easily won both of your tennis matches in record time. How do you feel about heading to the finals of the first game? Pretty good, Ari replied simply. Used to his short answers and less prompted, the staff member continued asking questions. Do you think you can beat William, who is the other finalist? There's been a bit of tension between the two of you. Could you explain that? Additionally, you've had 2 matches to his 1, and he's shown quite the display of strength and speed. Are you tired? Are you worried? I'm not tired and I'm not worried. In fact, I'm pretty confident in beating any contestant here in tennis, William included. Ari replied honestly, since he wasn't that impressed with the bully-like skill that William had shown. He may not have played in years, but he hadn't gotten so bad that he couldn't win against a bunch of amateurs. Especially somebody who thought it was fun to smash the ball at a contestant's face and body. Considering they were in an idol show that required good looks as well as a healthy body to dance, it was not only cruel, it bordered on the line of being evil. And as for the question about the tension between the two of them, he ignored it. Happy to hear the cocky words, the staff member moved closer in excitement. Oh, confident words. Can you share the basis of your confidence? Well, I've said it before, but I'm pretty good at anything once I put effort into it. And once upon a time, I used to put a decent amount of effort into tennis. When I was younger, my parents used to call me Le Petit Prince du Tennis. It means Little Prince of Tennis. Wow, that's quite the bold claim. Well, we're all looking forward to your match. I hope you can back those words up. Good luck. Thank you. Taking a seat, Ari watched the battle for third place between Leo and Ray before getting up as Ariel called his name. Contestant Ariel on the blue team and contestant William for the red team, please step on the court. The 2 individuals of differing color palettes stepped forward and stared at each other coldly. Even the chattering of the contestants stopped as everyone felt the tension between them. Ari just stared blankly ahead while waiting for Ariel to give them the go-ahead to start, while William got upset at the fact that his opponent wasn't taking him seriously. In fact, Ari was yawning sleepily, while barely gripping his racket, as if he couldn't be bothered with William at all. He even refused to shake his hand and just waved his racket from afar as a greeting. It was disrespectful, mainly because he clearly knew tennis etiquette and had applied it to his earlier opponents. Fish boy, I hope you don't think that gimmicky serve of yours will deliver you a win against me. Anyone can see that when it comes to returning and actually playing, you lack strength. William stared at Ari with a cocky smile on his face, trying to egg him on. Is that so? Ari replied in a tone that was completely disinterested. As for the nickname Fish Boy, he needed to be more creative than that to get a rise out of Ari. It is. Anyone with tennis experience can tell. In fact, I heard that you have the nickname Prince of Tennis? I'll show you who the real prince between us is. Sure. Good luck. It's all yours. Have at it. If you like, I can even let you win the first 2 games, Mr. Prince. At least that way I can work up a sweat. Ari replied in an amused tone, watching as William's face slowly turned red. It was surprisingly easy to rile the blonde boy up. Take this match seriously. Why? I'm going to win anyway. There's no incentive for me to take it seriously. You're awfully confident about your win. What are you going to do if I win? Cry. No at all. But let's wager something to drive the stakes up. If you win, I'll give you something you desperately want. Ari watched as William's face lit up with an excited smile. Anything. Anything. Right after my loss, I'll shake your hand and hand it over. Everyone can be a witness. I sincerely hope you're not trying to use me as a stake in betting. Have you forgotten what happened the last time? I'll take you out forever. Ari batted the blue transparent screen in front of his vision away while looking at William, who stared at him hungrily. And what do you want if you win? Money? You're always talking about it. Nope. If you win, then quit the show. Ari said simply as the people around them gasped. Number 282. Chapter 282. Prince of Tennis, 2. Quit the show? What the heck are they talking about? What kind of crazy bet is this? Is this even allowed? Although he could hear the whispers of the people around them, William paid them no mind. All of his attention was strictly on the yawning boy standing across from him, who had just given him a preposterous proposition. You want me to quit the show if you win? Yep. And if I win, you'll give me what I want. That's what I said. Want to bet, or are you chicken? The question was asked with a cocky smile, and William honestly began considering the offer. Could he beat Ariel within 5 tennis games? Of course. Despite Ariel's bravado, William was highly confident in his own tennis-playing skills. The basic background check that he had done showed that Ari had never been on any sports team, and from watching him play today, apart from the gimmicky serve, which was easy to handle once you knew the trick, all of his returns had been lacking strength, energy, and finesse, showing that he couldn't really play at all, even against these unskilled amateurs. William thought his skills were much better than his, especially because he usually spent his weekends playing tennis or golf with other wealthy individuals who had been getting lessons since they were young, like himself. This bet might be worth it because things were taking too long. Although his uncle had assured him that he would deliver Ari to him, until now, there had been no movement, and he was getting impatient. If he could get what he wanted out of a simple bet, then that would be best. Whatever his uncle had in store for him would be a bonus. You hand it over immediately once I win. Aware of the cameras, William kept his words vague. And you will quit immediately once I win. Oh, and apologize to Ray for constantly hitting him with the ball. Ari replied. You'll win only in my dreams. And as I said earlier, I tried to be careful and couldn't control my own strength. You know how it is. Accidents happen. Is that right? Ari stared at William's soulless blue eyes before turning away. Miss Ariel, you heard his words, right? He plans on quitting if I win the match. Do you mind being used as a witness? I'm sorry, I don't know what is going on. For the first time in her over 3 decades of life, Kim Ariel was completely confused. What was supposed to be a cute sports battle among contestants had suddenly turned into a strange bet where one contestant wanted the other to quit, while the other wanted an item. And these discussions were happening openly, in front of the cameras and PDs, as if they didn't care who heard them. Unsure of how to even navigate the current situation, she turned to the PD, who was recording everything with an expression that said that he had no intention of stepping in. Contestant Ariel, I don't think you should be making statements like that, even as a joke. And you, contestant William, don't play along and take it too far. This is a serious matter. Please just start the match. I'm not joking at all, Ari replied seriously, but seeing that she looked a bit nervous, he pointed his racket at William. It's between me and you. Don't renege on it now. You seem like the type to be a sore loser. At the insult, William sneered as he replied mockingly. Based on your upbringing, I should tell you not to renege. You'll shake my hand after you eat this loss and hand the goods over. Sure. Hey, are you actually betting with me on the line? I hope you know what you're doing. Completely at ease despite Nova's complaints, Ari took his time walking to the baseline and bounced the ball with his racket while staring at Ariel. Whistle. Both of you feel free to start. As Ariel blew her whistle, Ari threw the ball into the air with a slight spin, then jumped up before it began falling. Again, he swung his arm and, by extension, the racket at a slight angle, launching it across the net. It was a perfect serve, same as all his previous ones, but the only difference was that as the ball bounced and began flying in the opposite direction. Thwack! I told you, that's not going to work on me. William was there to receive it with a double-handed swing that shot it precisely at the opposite corner from where Ari stood. Bang! The ball bounced right inside the white lines, then flew out before Ari could move, and the area was silent for several seconds before the red team burst out into cheers. Since it was the first time somebody had scored a point against Ariel, quite a few people were shocked, while William's team was energized. Whoa, go William. I don't get what the bet was about, but go red team. Idle Ariel, where's my point? William called out to the idle umpire in his smug, arrogant tone, and the open-mouthed idol quickly composed herself before responding. My apologies. The point goes to contestant William. The score is 15, love. Good. Prepare yourself, fish boy. This is what the rest of the match will be like. Sure. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Thwack. Without switching arms like he usually did, Ari performed the same slice serve, and just like earlier, William hit it with a double-handed return straight to the opposite corner before Ari could move. The point goes to contestant William. The score is 30, love. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Thwack. The point goes to contestant William. The score is 40, love. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Thwack. The first game goes to contestant William. Service goes to contestant William. Oh my gosh, no way. He didn't even score once. Was William right? It's just the trick serve? No. Maybe he's just testing William's skill? I told you not to get cocky. Now you'll really feel the pain. Smirking at Ariel, who was playing as pathetically as he thought he would once his serve was figured out, William prepared to serve. Bounce, bounce, bounce. After bouncing the ball several times, William threw it into the air and, thump, a fast-paced serve, faster than anything that had been shown so far, flew across the net, landing accurately in the interior square before bouncing toward Ari's face. What the? Wow, that's powerful. Can he return that? Surprisingly, Ari got his racket up in time, but as he tried to hit the ball with an awkward backhand, the racket flew out of his right hand and clattered onto the ground. The point goes to contestant William. The score is 15, love. Shaking out his aching hand, Ari retrieved the fallen racket before getting back into position. Pathetic. Is that the best you can do? I guess. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Thwack. With the same powerful motion, William sent the ball flying across the net at high speed. Still sticking to the baseline, Ari successfully lobbed the ball back, and as if waiting, William jumped and smashed the ball directly at Ari's face. Rather than try to hit it back, Ari ducked out of the way, letting the ball bounce out of the court. Whistle. Ariel immediately blew her whistle in anger. The point goes to contestant William. The score is 30, love. Contestant William, I've warned you about aiming for contestants' faces. Control yourself, or you'll be disqualified. I'm sorry. I tried to control my strength, really. I'll try to do better, but he should just get out of the way next time. He has eyes, doesn't he? Not sounding sorry at all, William began bouncing the ball while smirking at Ari. Victory was right in his grasp. Number 283. Chapter 283. Prince of Tennis 3. If you had asked Ariel if he truly hated someone enough to wish for them to be incinerated by the sun a year ago, he would have said no. Although he hated the Crouch family, it wasn't to the point of wishing them death, just that they would leave him alone forever since they had ruined everything his parents had left him. But ever since he met William, not only could Ari honestly say he hated somebody to death, he also wished every terrible thing in the world to happen to that person and only that person. Each opportunity that he had, William showed him that he was just an all-around terrible person, and Ari sincerely wished that somebody would humble him and just get him out of his life. So, although it wasn't the brightest thing to do in front of everyone and would probably not work, when presented with the opportunity to openly beat William up and possibly get him off the show, Ari took it. As another ball flew into his leg, Ari let it hit him while staring at William with a blank stare. That was the third hit on his legs, and the final time he would let William score. Since Ari had generously given him 2 games, and the blonde boy had had his fun. It was time for payback. The second game goes to contestant William. The score is currently 2-0. Contestant William only needs one more game to win. The service goes to contestant Ariel. Ariel announced neutrally as she glanced at William and then looked at Ari with a concerned expression. Even though it was her first time meeting these contestants in person, in the brief time she had known him, she had come to dislike William and hoped that somebody would humble him. Unfortunately, by the way things were going, it seemed that he was going to win after intentionally harming other contestants. As her gaze met Ari's, whose legs had to be hurting after he got hit by the fast-moving tennis balls, he gently smiled at her while waving his racket before staring up at the sky. With a peaceful expression, Ari gauged where the sun was, seeing that the angle was at the perfect height to constantly be in William's face before switching his racket to his left hand. Is this how you're going to lose after confidently wagering me against my will? I hope you know. I have no plans on going over to that boy. Just be quiet and watch. What did you say to me? William yelled, but no one answered. Bounce, bounce, bounce. All Ari did was bounce the ball slowly as he ran through the serving motion in his mind. It had been a while, and he was extremely rusty, but he was warmed up enough to attempt it. Then, with a slightly different technique and more energy than before, Ari jumped, extended his arm in a fast motion, and hit the ball with all of his strength. Thwack! I told you. I already know your silly try-dash. The ball bounced at William's feet, and rather than curving to the side like it had all of the previous times, it bounced hard and flew up at his face with a crazy amount of speed. The only thing William could do was jerk his face to the side, and as the ball brushed by his face, it left a thin line of red from near his mouth to the area below his eye. Feeling the sudden stinging pain, William touched his face only to see his entire hand come back coated in red. He was bleeding. A lot. Due to the speed, the tennis ball had sliced his face. If it had been an inch or two higher, it would have hit his eye, and then maybe an irreversible incident would have happened. With an angry shout, William pointed at the person who had injured him. You did that on purpose. The cat-like green eyes stared at him as if he were a bug before he heard the response. It was an accident. It's been a while since I last played tennis, so I'm not sure how to control my own strength. I'll try to be careful from now on. At Ari's clearly mocking tone, which showed that he wasn't the least bit sorry, William's face turned red from embarrassment as he gritted his teeth. I'll get you for that. Bon chance. Waiting. Gambler. I believe in you. A sarcastic cheer in 4 different languages came back, causing William's face to turn even redder. The contestants who were watching began muttering to each other as they saw half of William's face become stained with blood. Isn't that a bit much? Whoa, he's really bleeding. And in the face too. He's going a bit too far, isn't he? He definitely did that on purpose. Although some of them thought that William also took it a bit far with his previous hits, causing somebody to bleed in the face was just a bit too gruesome. Ariel also felt the same way. An idol's face was their life, so any injury needed to be taken care of carefully so that a scar wouldn't remain. Seeing that his cheek was really bleeding, Ariel called out to William in concern. Let's pause the match. Contestant William, please come and get your face treated. You don't want to get a scar. She put aside her personal feelings for him and tried to extend some goodwill, but unfortunately, the person she was speaking to was ungrateful at best. I'm fine, but you're bleeding. I said it's fine. Just do your job and continue the match. I don't need your pity. William scrubbed the blood from his cheek with his red tracksuit before looking back at Ari, who was rolling up his pants and exposing red circular marks that were beginning to darken on his legs. They were clearly from when William had repeatedly sent the ball flying at him, and by how quickly they were getting dark, it was clear that the bruises hurt a lot. Seeing this, those who had been feeling bad for William fell silent. After all, it was clear both parties had been injured, and who was to say one was worse than the other? Shall I start, or will you go get your face treated? The court is pretty dirty, you know? Don't worry, I'll wait for you. Go ahead. That was a fluke anyway. If you insist. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Jump. Thwack. With the same motion, Ari hit the tennis ball across the net, and just like before, it bounced hard and flew directly at William's face, causing him to duck down so he wouldn't get hit. The point goes to contestant Ariel. The score is 30-love. You're not going to say anything about him targeting my face. What kind of biased umpire are you? Do your freaking job. William turned to yell at Ariel, who looked shocked before clearing her throat. Contestant Ariel, please be careful about your aim. Oh, oops. I'll try to do better, but he should just get out of the way next time. He has eyes, doesn't he? At the response, which was the exact copy of what William had said moments ago, Ariel hid a smile before blowing her whistle. Continue the match. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Thwack. The point goes to contestant Ariel. The score is 40-love. Contestant Ariel, please try to be careful with your aim. My hand slipped. I'll try to do better, but he should just get out of the way next time. He has eyes, doesn't he? Without any hesitation, each time he served, Ari made sure the ball would bounce directly at William's face, giving him no choice but to avoid it or get hit again. No matter where on the court he moved, Ari accurately targeted him with ease, making him feel like a mouse being swatted by an evil cat. And all the while, rather than getting it treated, William kept wiping his bleeding face with his sleeve, dyeing the red material a deeper red color. With his usually coiffed hair getting messed up, fury in his eyes, and a red smudge on his face, William started presenting a crazed image, especially in contrast to Ari's relaxed one. Whistle. The third game goes to contestant Ariel. The score is currently 2-1 with contestant William in the lead. Contestant William, it's your serve. Prepare to lose, fish boy. With his anger fully apparent, William threw the ball up and hit it with all of his strength. Thwack. As William's powerful serve boomed across the net, with a horizontal slicing motion that looked clumsy, Ari returned the ball with a left-handed drop shot that snagged the top of the net and neatly fell to the floor with a tiny bounce. A drop ball? Is he secretly a professional tennis player? What the heck? As William stared at Ari incredulously, Ari only looked at the umpire with a small smile. Miss Ariel. The score. The point goes to contestant Ariel. The score is 15-love. Thank you. Feel free to serve again. I'm ready for you. Thwack. Thinking that it was a fluke, William served with all of his strength, but with that wide, lazy movement, Ari chopped the return, and just like before, it hit the top of the net before dropping to the ground with a tiny bounce. The point goes to contestant Ariel. The score is 30-love. Thwack. The point goes to contestant Ariel. The score is 40-love. Thwack. As Ari performed the same drop shot movement that he had before, already used to the pattern, William ran forward with a diving run and lobbed it across the court, and not one to miss an easy opportunity. Ari immediately smashed it past William's face. The second game goes to contestant Ariel. The game is currently at 2-2, with the winner to be decided in this final game. Service goes to contestant William. At Ariel's announcement, William's expression darkened as he stared at Ari with new eyes. Anyone can learn a trick serve, but switching it up, hitting continuous drop serves, all while staying at the baseline, while switching hands. You know how to play? You made the bet fully knowing how to play. Ari just looked at him as if he were stupid. If he was only just now realizing it, then he was a dummy, no? Just prepare your resignation letter with ease. Without bothering to respond, Ari simply bounced the ball repeatedly before serving. Thwack. Your trick won't work anymore. After experiencing the face-hitting serve 4 times in a row, William had prepared his response and preemptively put his racket up. But, rather than bouncing toward his face like William expected, it bounced all the way to the right, making his efforts useless. He stared at the ball rolling away before staring at Ari, who was already bouncing another one. Did you forget already? Shall I remind you? I'll hit it to the left this time. Do your best to get it. Thwack. As William dashed to the left in preparation to hit the ball, instead the ball bounced upward and almost hit his face again. Ari laughed while switching his racket to his right hand. Why would you listen to me? I'm your opponent. My bad, my bad. Let's try it one more time. This time to the right. Promise. Scout's honor or something. Thwack. Not willing to fall for the same trick, as William prepared to guard his face, the ball really flew to the right, just like Ari said. Seeing the blonde boy's completely red face, both from blood and embarrassment, Ari openly laughed at him while others giggled. I told you the direction this time. Why didn't you listen? At this rate, aren't you about to lose? I feel a bit bad. You're just using tricks because you can't match up with me in power. Is that what you think? Ari asked him curiously. Clearly, you've avoided going head-to-head with me this whole time. Of course, originally, I'm a very lazy player, so I prefer winning my service games and making my opponent run around so I don't have to. But to say I lack power. Switching his racket back to his more dominant left hand, Ari began bouncing the ball hard. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Well, I might not be in the gym like Hulk Jamie and Hulk Shamin over their dash. Oi, I heard that. But I've never had the issue of being too weak to do the things I need to do. Didn't you get overpowered by him twice? Shut up and let me have something for once. I'm trying to look cool and going head-to-head, rather than me not going head-to-head with you. I think it's you that can't go head-to-head with me. With more force than he had used the whole game, Ari served the ball, focusing on putting as much power as he could into the swing rather than worrying about the technique to make sure the ball spun properly. With all of the force of his body behind it, the ball smashed into the court and flew several feet behind William before he could even raise his racket. The court was silent until Ari spoke while stretching his aching arm. Ow, I really hate serving like that. My arm hurts. Wow, look at it go. It's going down. I'm yelling timber. Whistle. Whistling as he watched the ball fly away, Ari playfully twirled his racket before resting it on his shoulder. Miss Umpire? The score. That's the game. Contestant Ariel wins with a score of 3-2. Thank you both for a great game. Patting her chest as the tense yet exciting game finally ended, Ariel began clapping hard, along with the rest of the contestants. Unfortunately for her, the two people who had just had the match had no intentions of listening to her. With eyes full of mischief, Ari let out the happiest smile as he stared at William. So, Mr. Prince, when are you quitting? Shall we go tell the PD together? Number 284. Chapter 284. Prince of Tennis 4. William stared at Ari in furious silence, unwilling to admit that he had lost and naturally reluctant to quit the show according to the bet. He just glared at the laughing green-eyed boy before him while wishing to strangle him to death. Then that way, he wouldn't have to figure out a way to get himself out of this situation. And as a person who refused to be generous towards somebody he hated, Ari naturally rubbed salt in the wound and continued to kick William while he was down. Using his tennis racket as a microphone, he began speaking in a sing-song voice. Hello, Prince William? Are you ready to quit? PD Jiho, he has something very important to say to you dash. You shut up. Me? Poor Koi? Angry that you lost the bet? I told you that you had the makings of a sore loser, and here you are proving it. Ari openly mocked William with no shame. He naturally expected somebody to save William, but until then, he would continue to have the blonde boy act completely out of character. He could already see the members of Red Lace looking at William in dislike from his earlier comments, and Ari would naturally pour fuel and fan the flames since. William had no self-control. It wasn't like the PDs would air footage of William looking bad anyway, so he might as well go crazy in riling him up. Besides, he just enjoyed being petty. You clearly had professional experience playing tennis, so you cheated. You knew you would win. William yelled, causing Ari to laugh incredulously. Of course I did. Es Diabriti? Who makes a bet they're not confident in winning? You think Las Vegas casinos make millions of dollars a year because they think they're going to lose a bet? You think companies host contests because they're losing money? Be serious. Are you quitting or not? I'm not quitting, no matter what you say. So you're reneging. Wow. Truly not a man of your word. Is this how the Forbes family raises their kids? To make bets and then renege when they lose? TSK, TSK. Keep my family out of your mouth. Or what? Is somebody going to theoretically get dirty cops to get rid of me and throw the body in a dumpster? William, _ Ari, smiley face. Contestant Ariel, please watch what you say. Why don't you do a quick interview about your victory while I settle William? We need to get his injury clean so it doesn't scar. PD Jiho interrupted as he looked between William, who looked as if he were seconds from exploding with blood dripping down his cheek, and Ariel, who was poking the hornet's nest without a care in the world. Sure. As the PD walked over to William, Ari walked over to the waiting camera and staff member who had interviewed him earlier. Contestant Ariel, congratulations. How do you feel about winning? I feel great. I can't wait for contestant William to honor our bet and quit. Ari let out a completely refreshed smile as the expression on the staff member's face froze. I was wondering about that. Is it safe to say that your relationship with William is bad? After all, you made a bet for him to quit, which is quite unusual to say the least. Tell me the truth. Do you hate contestant William? Rather than answer the question, Ari gave a polite smile while listing his grievances with William. William insisted on shaking my hand after repeated refusals and injured my right hand for weeks and never apologized. If I weren't ambidextrous, it would have been very inconvenient for me. While playing against Suzuki Ray, who had less skill than him, he purposefully targeted his body with the ball when he could have won without doing that. Ari paused and pointed to his legs, which were purposefully exposed because he rolled up his pants. The pale skin was dotted with tennis ball-shaped bruises, turning an ugly purple color, which looked more painful than it felt. Hearing the staff member wince as they glanced at them, Ari shrugged. I purposefully lost 2 games to see if he would do the same thing to me. He did, and now that he lost, he doesn't plan on honoring the bet he made. Rather than the relationship between us being bad, I think it would be hard for anyone here to be in a team with that kind of person who is willing to harm others, with whom he might possibly debut with over a simple game. It is clearly a reflection of poor character. He thought it would be over with that, but the staff member clearly didn't agree. I see that you're showing the injuries caused by contestant William hitting you with a tennis ball, but didn't you hit William? In fact, you hit him so hard that he began bleeding. Don't you think those same words apply to you for inflicting such a gruesome injury on him? Please state the correct facts and don't lie on my name and actions. Keeping his polite smile, Ari looked the staff member in the eye until they looked away. I never once directly hit him with the ball. Not once. Everyone here can vouch for that. There's plenty of camera footage, so feel free to review everything frame by frame if you'd like. The reason he got injured was that the ball swept by his face, slicing him in passing. It was completely incidental, and the reason it's bleeding so much is that it's a head wound. Basic biology tells us that there are numerous blood vessels close to the surface of a person's face. When injured, it bleeds a lot. When comparing an incidental injury to his face versus the multiple times he shot the ball at the face and legs of 2 different contestants, so much so that the idol Ariel had to warn him repeatedly, do you think those things are equivalent? No. Exactly. Any other questions for me? No. Then I look forward to seeing how the production team publishes and twists the incident. Thank you for your hard work. Giving the staff member a neutral smile, Ari turned to watch PD Jiho, who was speaking with William, before gesturing for Ari to approach. Contestant Ariel. Yes, sir. Ari glanced at the 2 of them, noting the large band-aid on William's face, before looking at PD Jiho. The PD stared at him with a slightly annoyed expression before clearing his throat and continuing to speak. We're in Korea. Obviously. Bets made with minors are illegal, and the last time I checked, even if you're legal in America, you're a minor in Korea. This means that the bet between you and contestant William doesn't count, and you alone could get in trouble for underage gambling and betting. So we'll end this here. Oh, how convenient for you. Saved by the law. How surprising. Ari just smiled at William before turning back to the PD with a sloppy salute. Whatever you say, boss. Since I won the tennis match, what's my prize? Firstly, would the 2 of you like to shake hands for the good game that you played? It was quite impressive. Happy to change the subject, PD Jiho smiled at the 2 boys, happy to have captured the tennis match on film. It could be dramatically edited, and he could already see clips of it being shared now. At the question, William happily held out his hand, but Ari shook his head and took several steps away, looking afraid. No, thank you. I remember what happened to me the last time I shook William's hand. Ambidextrous or not, I don't want a sprained and bruised hand for the next 3 weeks. If your bones weren't so weak and you just gave me what I wanted, that wouldn't have happened, William grumbled under his breath. Ariel and the rest of the Red Lace members, who were standing close by, stared at William in shock while PD Jiho just looked resigned. Fine. Miss Ariel, please commence with the announcements. Sure. Could all the finalists please line up? At Ariel's command, the top 3 tennis members stood solemnly before the members of Red Lace, 3 of whom were holding ribbons in their hands. With a beautiful smile, Ariel began her announcement. Coming in 3rd place is contestant Suzuki Ray. He earns 3 points for the yellow team. Congratulations. When Nari gestured toward him, Ray stepped forward while blushing so hard that his face almost matched the red bits of his hair. Smiling gently, Nari pinned the white and yellow ribbon before stepping back. Coming in 2nd place is contestant William from the red team. He earns 6 points for the red team. Congratulations. As William stepped forward, Sakura, the member with bright pink hair, pinned a red ribbon to his chest. As she went to retreat, William quickly interrupted her. "May I have a handshake? You're my favorite member." "Ah, sorry." Bowing her head politely as she glanced between William and Ari, Sakura quickly retreated to hide behind Ariel while William's eyebrow twitched. "Ah, sorry about Sakura. Our Magne is a bit shy. She means no harm." Ariel briefly apologized before turning to Ari with a bright smile and her hand extended for a handshake. The winner of the tennis battle is contestant Ariel from the blue team. He earns 10 points for the blue team. Congratulations, that was a great match. You really proved that you're the Prince of Tennis. At least here. Thank you very much. Ari gently shook her hand before letting it go, and she pinned a large blue ribbon against his chest. You're quite welcome. Unfortunately, the rest of the teams don't get any points this time around, but I'm sure you'll do better in the upcoming events. So please greet your teams, and let's move on to the next event, which is Sirium. Once they were released, Ari began heading back to his team, unpinning the ribbon from his chest and attaching it to the tennis racket. "Boys." Ari held his racket up solemnly and didn't say anything else. Reading the mood, they stared at him silently as he marched forward and held his racket high like a baby lion in the sky. When he stood before them, he cleared his throat before yelling, "I present to you the first winnings for our journey to unlimited, high-quality beef on the production team's budget. To victory. To all-you-can-eat beef. To beef." With a happy cheer, Ari joined the team's shenanigans before they were stopped and had to walk to the wrestling area. Number 285. Chapter 285, Monstrous Strength. As the whole group walked over to the basketball court that had the ground topped with gym mats, Ari looked around curiously. Off to the side, staff members were holding what looked like long, thick ribbons that matched the colors of the tracksuits each group wore. "Those who are wrestling for their team, please come to this side so the belt can be attached to you all," a staff member called out, and both Ari and Jamie put their heads together, watching the red team like hawks to see who they sent out. There seemed to be a brief yet passionate conversation between William, Jerome Tyler, and a staff member pointing at the wound on William's face before Jerome went out. As William turned to glare at him, Ari waved cheerfully in return. Who knew what was going on in his messed-up head? His only hope was that William would conclude that he needed to quit. Lost in thought, Ari snapped out of it when an elbow poked him. "He's not wrestling. It's good, right? Fantastic. That means I can go. I can wrestle, I guess. Have at it." Now excited, Jamie turned to look at Levi, who was already heading toward the staff member. "Hey, Levi, I'm wrestling. I want to do it." "So do I." "And that sounds like a personal problem," Levi replied in a sharp tone. The two of them glared at each other before turning to look at Ari. "I want to do it. I'm the strongest in the team. He's not stronger than me. I am stronger than him. Ari, _. I really don't care who's the strongest or which of you does it, since William isn't playing. What are you looking at me for? Rock, paper, scissors for it." Jamie and Levi stared at each other before Jamie spoke first. "Best of 3 rounds. 1 round. Fine. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot." As Jamie held out the scissors, Levi's fist stayed the same. Rock beat scissors. It was Levi's win. As Jamie's body slumped from depression, the most devastated expression filled his face. With a casual motion, Levi slammed his fist on Jamie's scissors before continuing to walk forward, where the staff member proceeded to wrap the blue ribbon-like fabric around his waist and right leg. Although he wanted to burst out laughing at the comical picture, Ari patted Jamie's back sympathetically. "Don't worry. You'll get the next one, big guy." Once the wrestlers were suitably wrapped up, they lined up while Ariel began her announcement. "Let's get started with Sirium, which is traditional Korean wrestling. As you can all see, the wrestlers have belts around them, and using only the belts, you need to wrestle and make your opponent's torso touch the ground. There's no striking, no punches, no kicks, no headlocks, or excessive holds. If you draw blood, the match will stop immediately. It's best 2 out of 3 matches, and to keep things fair, because the blue team won the last time, they will have an extra match this time as well." "How is that keeping things fair? Aren't you just punishing us for winning?" Since he knew that it wasn't the idol making the rules, just the evil production team, Ari just kept his expression neutral while paying attention. A staff member rolled out the tourney board. and they were trying to encourage tension between teams because the first matchup was the blue team versus the red team. In other words, Ariel versus William once again. As the two of them locked eyes, Ari smiled peacefully before looking at Levi. Boy, you know you have to win, right? Otherwise, I'll disown you. Levi, underscore, we're not even related. More importantly, you think I'll lose? Dunno. Jerome's one of the gym bros, no? Levi turned to give Ari a dirty look before pointing toward the direction of the main building. Go get ice for those bruises on your leg. By the time you come back, I'll have won the whole thing. At Levi's words, the entire blue team got excited, while Ari gave him a double thumbs up. Whoa, the door breaker is confident. It feels good having him on our side. As always, you're very cool. But I'll stay here to watch the resounding victory. Good luck. Not saying anything else, Levi stepped forward while Jerome Tyler did the same. The two boys glared at each other until idol Ariel's voice broke the silence. Ready, begin. Dash. In a simultaneous motion, both Levi and Jerome reached out to grab the belt on each person's waist, but Levi was slightly faster. In the moment, he grabbed onto Jerome's belt. Like a parent carrying a child by their clothing, Levi used the strap around Jerome Tyler's waist and began lifting until the other boy's feet were no longer touching the floor, and then in a smooth motion, bang, slammed him onto the ground on his back. The noise was so loud, even with the mats on the ground, that the area became silent. Jerome immediately stopped moving from the force of the hit, and everyone stared in shock, wondering if they had just witnessed a murder. Aware of people's eyes, Levi explained in his usual sharp tone. He's fine. Is he? He's literally not moving right now. Trust me, he's fine. Ari stared from Levi's unimpressed face to the still Jerome, wondering if the whole entire day was going to be shut down. Contestant Levi wins the first match. Contestant Jerome, are you okay? Can somebody please go check on him? Ariel's concerned voice sounded out, and a staff member wearing a medical shirt ran forward to Jerome, who was lying still on the mat. After shaking him off a few times, the only response from Jerome was groaning as he tried to recover his breath, as the wind was completely knocked out of him from the force of the hit. With watery eyes and a pained expression, Jerome stared at Levi before muttering, I forfeit. Gasp. Okay, wow. It seems that contestant Levi has won the first round by forfeit. Let's give him a round of applause. It was a shocking turn of events that couldn't be understood. Ariel blinked slowly, trying to reconcile Levi's relatively leanly muscled frame with the explosive strength that he just displayed. No matter how she tried to calculate it, it didn't make sense. Then let's begin the second match. Contestant Levi will be going against contestant Carlos from the yellow team. Please line up. Ready? Begin. At Ariel's whistle, Carlos squatted low and tried to aim for the cloth wrapped around Levi's leg. While he may not have wrestled before, he was confident in his strength, built from working part-time in a car shop, that he wouldn't be taken down as easily. But just like with Jamal, the result was the same. Due to his longer reach, Levi snagged his belt first, and with no sign of struggle on that sharp-looking face, he twisted the belt around his arm to lock it into place and began lifting Carlos as if he were deadlifting him. Whoa, mierda. Carlos did everything to resist, grabbing onto Levi in return, squirming his body around, and trying to stay on the ground, but inevitably, bang, he was lifted by a single leg and belt and thrown onto his back. And just like Jerome, Carlos briefly lay still on the ground before groaning and sitting up and staring at Levi in shock. Mierda, you are crazily strong. I know. Wow, that's crazy. As the two boys just stared at each other in silence, Ariel cut in. Round 1 goes to Levi. Contestant Carlos, are you okay to continue? I'm fine. I think I've got a plan now. Are you sure? Ariel asked after patting her chest for several seconds. Yep, I'm good. For some reason, her heart just couldn't calm down while watching the match. The first contestant being slammed so hard he got the wind knocked out of him and had to forfeit was shocking enough as is, but seeing it happen again in quick succession was shocking. What were they feeding these kids in America? Okay, then please begin the match. As the whistle blew, Carlos dropped low to the ground and began circling Levi, who just stared at him while spinning in a circle. I've got you now. As Carlos dashed forward, Levi did the same, his arm shooting for the belt wrapped around Carlos's leg. and despite his best effort in resisting the sudden grapple, bang, Carlos was immediately tossed to the ground, this time lying still for several minutes before slowly getting up. It was completely Levi's win. After seeing the previous results, naturally, Leo, who had to face Levi to win the championship, quickly forfeited the match. After all, he had no confidence in doing better than the others. The award ceremony was quick, and all the contestants stared at Levi with fearful eyes, once again reminded of the reason nobody messed with him in the first place. After all, it was one thing to see someone rip a door off the hinge, but seeing an adult get picked up with one arm and get slammed so hard the air got knocked out of them was an eye-opening experience. Since Levi's temper was short, rather than tempting fate, it was better just to avoid him completely. Congratulations, contestant Levi. You're quite strong. Ariel gave the fierce-looking contestant a tense smile as she pinned the blue ribbon to his chest. Thanks. Not even cracking a smile, Levi simply stepped back once she was done and waited for the announcements to be finished. Then, following Ari's lead, Levi pinned the blue ribbon to the long blue fabric that he had used for wrestling and held it out like he was holding a live snake as he walked back to the blue team, some of whom were staring at him with slightly afraid eyes. The only two people who didn't were the long-haired blonde boy, who looked like he wanted to try wrestling then, and the green-eyed boy, who seemed very excited as he waved a tennis racket around. Seeing that nobody was approaching Levi, Ari ran up, threw his arm around his shoulder, and used the tennis racket he still held as a microphone. Bravo! Bravo! Congrats on the victory. Give us a speech. What would you like to say, Kiwi Head? Why do you keep calling me that? Next time we go to the grocery store, I'll get a fruit sticker and show you. For now, speech. Give us a speech. Ari held the tennis racket to Levi's mouth expectantly, and after he rolled his eyes, Levi obligingly spoke into it. To victory? What else? Glancing at the tennis racket-turned microphone that didn't seem like it would be going anywhere, Levi sighed before continuing. To all you can eat meat on the production team's budget? Exactly. To Levi's secretly strong muscles, and more importantly, T.O. beef. 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 Ari began shouting as the rest of the team joined in. Beef, 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 beef. As he was dragged into a circle of crazed, jumping boys chanting beef repeatedly, only child, antisocial extraordinaire, Levi Temple once again began contemplating his life. Wasn't there a more important prize than beef? Why did beef have to be the cheer that the team used? And how long was he supposed to continue jumping? When would he be freed from this forced team bonding? Beef team, that's enough. The next event will be the highly anticipated 100-meter relay. Let's get going, boys. Thankfully, the PD's voice broke the crazed beef huddle, and with a sigh of relief, Levi separated from the others and brushed his tracksuit off before following behind everyone. Suddenly, Green Eyes turned to look back at him before the owner walked backward to whisper to him. You know you enjoyed it. Team bonding. No. I know you did. No. I know you're lying. Your ears are red. It's hot. Sure. Sure. Good job regardless. And please share what you eat as well as your sleeping routine, so I can be as strong as you are without going to the gym. Go away. Laughing to himself as Levi avoided eye contact, Ari patted Levi's arm before moving forward to walk with Jamie and whistling happily. He was in a pretty good mood, actually. His team was winning, nobody on his side was hurt, and surprisingly, he was pretty hopeful for the next events. As long as things continued going this well, wouldn't his team win it all? Number 286. Chapter 286. Incident on the Track, 1. Wow. I am so glad that I don't have to run. Ari whistled as he stared at the people positioning themselves on the track. Don't you run daily anyway? Exactly 5 kilometers, and not a meter more. Jamie looked at Ari before excitedly waving the cheerleading pom-poms at his team members. That running is part of my daily exercise checklist. This just looks like punishment with extra steps. I want no parts in it. I think it looks fun. It reminds me of the games they play at the county fairs each summer. Or on Easter. We should go one day. The one in Tennessee is so fun. I'll think about it. The previously empty track was now filled with hurdles and obstacles, while the contestants participating received a quick briefing on what to expect. The first 100 meters had screaming rubber chickens that had to be attached to the contestants' feet while they balanced an egg on a spoon. Each time the chicken squeaked or they dropped the egg, the contestant had to start over from the beginning. The second 100 meters was a pogo stick race where contestants had to use a pogo stick to hop 100 m before handing over the baton. The third 100 meters had hurdles of various sizes that needed to be jumped over or climbed over. And the last 100 meters were the only clear section where contestants could just pour on the speed and run. To Ari, who had been expecting a simple, quick race, this looked like a circus event, and he was glad he wouldn't be participating. He was a bit concerned about the pogo stick event, but since there was nothing to be done, he told those participating to be careful. Wishing his teammates the best of luck, he waved his own pom-poms while cheering as they began getting ready. For the blue team, they would start the race with Choi Woo-bin, who would be handling the screaming chicken feet and egg balancing. After Choi Woo-bin, Justin, who assured them that he had learned how to use a pogo stick in drama class, would be their second leg. For a brief second, Ari wondered what actually went on in drama class and why you would need to learn how to use a pogo stick before shaking his head. The less he knew about that strange world, the better it was for him. Levi would be the third leg, handling the hurdles and obstacles, while Alfonso, who was the fastest sprinter among them, would close it out in the straight portion of the race. As the racing contestants lined up, Ari once again stared at the pogo sticks in concern before listening to Ariel give the spiel about the PPL sponsor for the race. Ready? Bang. Race start. At the fake gunshot, 5 individuals who had comical-looking rubber ducks attached to the bottom of their feet began running forward while trying to balance the wooden spoons holding eggs in their hands. But to everyone's surprise, squawk, squawk squawk, squawk. The most horrendous sound of many squeaking chickens rang out as the contestants tried to regain their balance, while the watchers burst out laughing. Even Ariel was laughing, although she quickly schooled her expression into one of neutrality. Everyone, back to the starting line. Remember, no squeaking. At Ariel's command, all the runners returned to the starting line and then began creeping forward in slow, exaggerated steps. Go red team. Come on, yellow team. You can do it. Slow and steady. Please. Don't drop the egg. Don't drop the egg. Each time a squeak was heard or an egg was dropped, groans filled the air as the offending party had to run back to the starting line with shameful squeaks as their background music. Even Ari had to laugh because they all looked and sounded ridiculous. Then, in a stroke of genius, Minjun, who had been sent back to the starting line the most, tucked the baton into his back pocket, put the spoon holding the egg into his mouth, and began crawling on his hands and knees, zooming past the others who had to be careful due to the ducks strapped to their feet. No way. That's cheating. Ariel sunbeamed him. Do something, he's cheating. Ariel glanced at the PD, who shook his head before shrugging and answering the contestants. It's allowed. What? No fair. You should have said that earlier. The 4 other contestants immediately dropped to their hands and knees and began crawling forward, while Minjun, who had safely passed the baton to Miho, sighed with relief as he stood up amidst the squeaks coming from his shoes. Miho quickly stuffed the baton into his pocket before struggling to get on the pogo stick. As he began generating little bounces and moving forward, albeit in a crooked line, Justin, who had just received the baton from a sweaty Choi Woo-bin, quickly got on and began jumping forward. Unfortunately, due to Miho, who wasn't well stabilized and was weaving, the 2 of them collided and fell to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Oh snap. Are they okay? Seeing what he was worried about happen, Ari sighed in relief as both boys brushed themselves off safely before carefully getting on the pogo sticks again. By this time, all the other teams had gotten on their pogo sticks and were attempting to hop forward with various levels of success. The only person who could move forward in a straight line was Justin. In contrast, the other 4 people kept weaving around in wobbly circles, at times almost crashing into each other before swerving and hopping away safely at the last minute. As Justin attempted to hop forward while avoiding another person who entered his lane, William, who was wobbling unstably along with Miho and Daniel, forcefully leaned forward with the pogo stick and crashed into the 2 people in front of him. As if they were dominoes, all 4 people fell to the ground in a tangle of pogo sticks and human bodies. As they lay there, Vishal, the only person who got away scot-free, stared at the pile-up with a worried expression. Before continuing to move forward and continuing the race, he believed that a whistle would be heard to stop it if a serious injury had happened. After several seconds of stillness, the pile-up began to clear as people stood up and started hopping away. The only person left lying on the ground was Justin, who groaned while clutching his leg, tears streaming down his face. Tossing aside their pom-poms, both Ari and Jamie ran forward to see what the situation was, as the rest of the contestants continued with their race. "Are you okay? Ow, 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 it hurts." Justin groaned as he clutched his leg with tears in his eyes. "Where? Ankle? Whole leg? Hip? What? My ankle." A slow lift of the blue track pants revealed that his ankle was quickly swelling up and turning an ugly purple color. And although Ari wasn't an expert in injuries, he was pretty sure that a foot wasn't supposed to bend quite like that. It was probably sprained or dislocated. "I think you'll need to go to the hospital for that." "Wait, I need to pass the baton so Levi can finish the race." Justin began trying to get up, but Ari pushed him down. "Who cares about a stupid baton right now? Let's take your shoes off and have the medical staff examine it. You need to go to the hospital." "But it's a relay race. Levi can't run if I don't pass it on dash." "Shut up." Ari physically pinched Justin's mouth before turning to Jamie. "Let's lift him up and take him to the medics." "Aye, aye." With a solemn expression, Jamie grabbed Justin by his waist, threw one of his arms over his shoulder, and gently lifted him up so that he was balanced on one foot while Jamie bore the brunt of his weight. With a furious expression, Ari glanced over at the production staff and medic center, seeing that they weren't moving with a hint of urgency, despite the fact that Justin was crying from the pain. Nobody was even trying to come get him. They were just waiting expectantly while watching the race. Holding back the urge to curse somebody out, Ari helped Jamie take Justin to the medical area, where there wasn't even a chair for him to sit on, and elevate his leg. The medic squatted down and glanced at the exposed ankle before shrugging. "That looks rough. Should I get you some ice?" "Yes, please." Justin sniffled and winced as the medic carelessly poked at the leg and moved it around. Biting his tongue, Ari just stared, expecting medical action to be taken, but the man just shrugged again before looking at Justin. "Does it hurt too badly? What do you think is wrong with it? Can you hold out until the end of filming?" Hearing the barrage of stupid questions, Ari snapped. "Is he the medic, or are you the medic? Why are you asking him those questions? Shouldn't you be taking him to the hospital?" Number 287. Chapter 287. Incident on the track, 2. Watch your tone when you're speaking to me, and be respectful. A bit offended at the sharp tone of the young contestant, the medic glared, expecting Ari to back down, but all he did was increase the fury visible in those green eyes. "Then do your job properly. As a medical practitioner, why would you ask him what he thought was wrong with it, or if he could hold on until the end of filming when it clearly hurts so much that he's in tears? Does that make any sense? Take him to the hospital so that a real medical professional can check it, since you clearly lost the ethics required of a medical practitioner." "Excuse me." "You're excused. I'm going to get the PD. I suggest you get Justin a chair and begin treatment." Without waiting for the medic to say anything, Ari turned to go find the PD, who was taking his time walking over, as well as the blue team members who were rushing over with worried expressions. "What's the issue?" "Justin needs to go to the hospital. He's injured." PD Jiho looked at Justin's teary face, and then Ari's angry one before sighing. "You look quite angry. Do you have something to say to me?" No. Ari actually had a lot to say, but decided to err on the side of caution for once, and stay silent since cursing out a PD and calling him irresponsible and telling him that he should be fired was never a good look. "Very well. The staff member will accompany him to the hospital, and the two of you can join the game again. I'll actually be going with him." Jamie stepped forward, his worried gaze fixed on Justin. "You're the team captain. You shouldn't leave." PD Jiho's words were chastising even as he gestured for a camera to be brought closer to record the touching moment. "It's fine. I'll pass the captain's armband on to Ari, and he'll handle it from here until I get back. You understand that if you leave, you'll be putting your team at a disadvantage for the remaining games? You previously had the lead, but with this mishap and missing 2 players, you've dropped down to second place and could get passed over at any moment. We don't plan on making any accommodations for the soccer match or the cavalry battle, so think it through. Apart from the beef, I assure you that the prize is really worth it." "Yes, that's fine. I'm sorry to the rest of the team, but he's a teammate who got injured while doing his best for the team, and I'm the captain. I should be with him when he's getting treated. It sucks going to the hospital alone. Jamie repeated with a determined expression. Okay, if you insist. Go along. The rest of you, go line up for the next game. We've delayed enough. Not saying anything in response to the callous PD, Ari just patted Jamie's back, wished Justin a speedy recovery, and walked away along with his solemn teammates. As he rejoined the other contestants, they all worriedly asked about Justin, and after giving them the update, they returned to their teams while muttering softly. Almost everyone who was involved in the crash seemed apologetic. Everyone except for William, who was smiling happily. Meeting Ari's eyes, he licked his lips while waggling his fingers and said, "Worth it. As a matter of fact, I plan on doing it again." He was clearly insinuating that he had intentionally caused the crash, and Ari narrowed his eyes before telling William the truth. "I think you're a strange person who has lots of problems, and for your sake, I hope your team doesn't play us on the soccer field." "Why? Is that a threat? What are you going to do with that pitiful four-man squad? Hit you so hard with a soccer ball in that crazy head of yours so that some sense and common decency is finally knocked into you." Rather than say what he really wanted to say, Ari just forced a smile. "Just play a clean game and stop touching people and taking their hard work. I don't understand why you don't just work hard and get better on your own. You clearly have the money and resources to do so. Acting like this doesn't make sense." Hearing Ari's words, William simply sneered. "Someone who's getting better by cheating with a magic object is telling me to get better by working hard? What a hypocrite. This is all your fault, you know. If you just handed it over, I wouldn't have to do all of this. You don't have to do it now. Literally just work hard." William stared at him for a moment before shaking his head. "I really hate people like you. To my core. Really and truly. Ari. Same here. What do you think you're special? I hate your guts." But since he was curious about why William suddenly professed his undying hatred, Ari asked, "What did I do for you to hate me? Apart from the obvious. People like you think that hard work solves everything, but you're wrong. The world revolves around talented people telling others to work hard, even though they can't get the same result. You only think that because you're talented and because you lucked out with getting an item that belongs to me." As William swiped at him, Ari slipped back to avoid it while staring at the blonde boy curiously. "I don't understand what you're saying. Explain it. I'm done talking with you." As William stomped off, Ari stared at his back before shrugging. "What is he talking about? Everyone here is talented, including him. And I work hard. Everyone here does. And even with the system, you still have to work hard. Don't try to understand the words of crazy people. It never makes any sense. I guess." Shrugging again, Ari went to listen to the order of the soccer matches while hoping that the day would end peacefully without another injury. Unfortunately, Ari stared at the red team, which was currently going against the green team. William was repeatedly performing slide tackles on people who didn't even have the ball. Half the opposing team was offside. Instead of trapping the ball with his foot or his chest, Jerome was performing high kicks that hit one of the twins in the face, causing a bloody nose and what looked like a black eye. All the while, the PD looked like he had no intentions of stopping the game. This was ridiculous. If he were the referee, Ari would have just given everybody a red card and ended the game. Whistle. That's the game. The yellow team wins and stays on the field. Blue team, please get on the field. With cautious steps, Ari's team stepped onto the pitch. Since they were short 2 players, Levi was acting as the backline defender/goalie since he was the tallest remaining member, while Ari would act as the midfield defender alongside Wu Bin, and Alonso would be their sole striker. As William and Ari stared at each other for the coin toss, Ari tried to set reasonable boundaries with him to avoid injuries. No high kicks, no contact, and definitely no slide tackles because people can get hurt. We live and die by our faces. Deal? No. Really? Are you sure about that? Very. William smirked at him, and seeing it, Ari shrugged at him. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm not worried. Seeing that they were about to argue again, Ariel interrupted them. Blue team. Heads or tails? Tails. Ari replied, and Ariel flipped the coin. It's heads. Red team gets the ball first. Of course. As William and his team started kicking the ball down the field, Ari saw a loose pass from Jerome to Tae-young, and, putting on a burst of speed, quickly cut in between them and stole the ball. Ari. Pass here. as Alfonso dashed toward the goal and Ari dribbled the ball between Insu's legs while gauging the distance. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a blonde head rushing toward him, quickly retreating. While dribbling backward, he avoided William's slide tackle aimed at his legs. "Don't do that again." After warning him, Ari put on another burst of speed, preparing to pass the ball to Alfonso, who had shaken off his guard. Thud, 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 slide. As William tried to slide tackle him from the front this time, Ari hopped into the air while lifting the ball on his foot. With a quick motion, he moved his foot from beneath the ball and kicked it directly at William's face with a deft movement. Bang! The blonde boy's head snapped back, and blood began to leak from his nose. "Arg. Again. I said it, didn't I? Stop slide tackling people. Someone could get hurt. My nose. You should get that checked out. Looks rough," Ari said in a tone that said he didn't feel sorry at all. And while William was still rolling around on the ground clutching his bleeding, Ari juggled the ball several times, and with a lazy motion, shot it at the goal where it bounced against the crossbar and into the net. Goal. It's a goal. What the hell? Why are you actually athletic? How? You're good at soccer, too? Ari just rolled his eyes. Guys, let's use our brains, shall we? Why would a French kid not know how to play soccer? It's the most popular sport in the world. Number 288. Chapter 288. Incident on the track. 3. You know, should we stop this PDNM? At this rate, won't they all be injured? These boys are so rough with each other. Ariel, the leader of Red Lace, asked the PD while wincing as she watched a soccer ball get launched across a field and slam into the leg of a contestant who fell to the ground in pain. As an idol with over a decade of experience, she had experienced many Idol Star athletic championships and seen her fair share of injuries. But it seemed like today's field day was on a whole different level. Instead of a fun set of matches for contestants to let loose and compete a little bit, this felt like a brutal Coliseum match where the contestants were letting out their frustrations to the fullest extent. Ankles were being twisted, balls were being hit at people's faces, and the number of injuries was constantly rising. What shocked her was that the person who had done the most damage was the most unlikely suspect. Ariel turned to look at the red-faced, green-eyed boy laughing like a maniac as he and another boy with long, jet-black hair passed the ball back and forth between each other while deftly avoiding the opposing team trying to steal the ball. Several seconds later, the ball had hit the net, while the blue tracksuit jacket had been taken off and was being waved in celebration as the opposing team in yellow tracksuits tried to rally. It's fine. They're just letting off steam and getting a little competitive. Plus, none of these injuries is serious. A little makeup, some spit, and some extra meat for dinner, and they'll be as right as rain. They're young, so everything heals quickly, even if they injure something, PD Jiho said with an unbothered smile. He had filmed previous Idol Sports Day competitions and, due to the clauses and pushback from various entertainment agencies, was accustomed to the idols putting in minimal effort because they wanted to look good for the cameras or were concerned about injuring themselves due to their busy schedules. Seeing the raw expressions and the amount of effort put in by the contestants was quite pleasing, and it was surprising to see that many of the contestants were actually quite talented. Really? Shouldn't we at least give them a break? It's hot, and I'm sure they're not used to the Korean heat and humidity. We've had quite a few nosebleeds, too, Ariel asked with an unconvinced expression. Although it wasn't comparable to the later summer months, the heat was getting pretty intense, and the humidity was rising. As native Koreans and idols, she and the Red Lace team members naturally had hand fans to cool themselves and umbrellas to prevent their skin from tanning from the sun, but the boys had been running around in full tracksuits, with many of their faces turning red and sweaty from exertion. Yeah, it's fine. Let's just power through the last event, and then they can have a break. Since nobody has passed out, it's all good. Ariel's eyes scanned the field before focusing on one person. Well, I think you got your wish. Somebody is passing out. She pointed at the same green-eyed boy who was weaving in one spot before crumpling to the ground in a limp motion. I'm really hot, Ari complained as he fanned himself. How's your nose? Alfonso asked as he watched Ari wipe his nose. It's fine. The bleeding stopped. It's just hot. I wish they would let us play shirtless instead of wearing these stupid tracksuits. It's the stupid PPL symbol. We have to show it, ugh. There's literally no airflow. Alfonso groaned in agreement while tying his thick hair in a high bun. Because he and Ari were the two best players on the team, they had been running back and forth on the field to win the previous game and were now drenched in sweat after the dogfight with William's team. Unfortunately for them, Benjamin's team quickly won their game, so they had no chance to rest before the final matchup. Since complaining wouldn't do anything, and the day would only get hotter, Ari shook himself out before meeting Benjamin at the center of the field. Big man Ari, this was the matchup of the Euro Cup finals last year, innit? Benjamin spoke to Ari with a refreshed but sweaty smile. As someone who grew up playing soccer and previously tried to play it every weekend before joining Popstar Academy, he enjoyed letting loose on the field and really stretching his legs, showing off his skills. And now, it seemed that he actually had some unexpectedly good competition to go against. Both Ari and Alfonso were clearly very skilled, so it should be a fun match. And just like France beat England at the Euros and then again at the World Cup, I plan on beating you soundly today. Don't cry when you lose. Ari smiled back at him as he tucked his soaked hair behind his ears while trying to cool off by fanning himself. He was very hot. Since he wasn't wearing his utterly adorable tracksuit, he felt unusually sweaty and overheated, especially as the sun continued to beat down overhead. And with his nose feeling stuffy after a nosebleed, he was finding it a bit hard to breathe after running back and forth on the soccer field. Still, it was quite fun, and if he and Alfonso could hold on, they could win the game and have their team back on top, allowing them to claim the beef prize. You're bare confident, yeah? I should have known you were good at footy when you blind juggled that water bottle on stage. But this time, my team is winning, but good effort to both of you. Don't count your ducks yet, we still have a chance. Rah. Laughing in his usual loud way, Benjamin turned to his teammates. 2-man leave the field so we can have an even game, yeah? You can sub in if you want to play, but we'll do a 4-on-4 match, no goalie. Fairs. Say bon. As the whistle blew, Ari distinctly remembered playing the game and even scoring a nice one-touch goal with Alfonso and celebrating by removing this stuffy jacket. And then, for some reason, he was looking at the grass and then at the sky before everything went black. When Ari woke up, he was lying on a tarp-like material on the grass with some kind of object fanning him. As he blinked slowly, he heard a voice shout, "He's up. He's awake." Turning his head, he saw that it was Alfonso who was fanning him with a worried expression. After blinking and gathering his thoughts for several seconds, Ari asked the most pressing question. "Why am I lying down? You passed out." "Oh, did I? Yeah, they're saying it's heat stroke. How do you feel?" Ari commented lightly before closing his eyes and savoring the cool towel on his head. His body felt completely overheated and weak, but he couldn't believe that it was to the level that he had passed out. He had definitely worked harder, in higher temperatures, with less sleep than right now, so he knew that he wasn't overworked. He had been eating a healthy, balanced diet these days instead of living off convenience store food like he had when he was homeless. And while he wasn't the best with humidity, it wasn't to the level that he should be passing out after running around for a few minutes, even if his nose had bled. Adding in the frequent injuries and sickness, it was just strange because his body shouldn't be this weak. No matter how Ari thought about it, he could only come to the conclusion that something was seriously wrong with his body. And the only thing he could ask was Nova. However, since someone was here and he couldn't start talking nonsense into the air, it would just have to wait. "I'm okay." I'm sure it was surprising. That's an understatement. Today is the first time anyone has ever seen you sweat and turn red like that. Usually, no matter how much you practice, no one has ever seen you sweaty unless you're on stage. You know it's one of your urban myths? Ari doesn't sweat, and if someone enters the cursed time practice room with you, time doesn't pass, no matter how hard you work. Urban myths? What kind of nonsense were people talking behind his back? The second thing is just nonsense. And I don't sweat because the ventilation of my brown tracksuit is excellent. That's why I wear it all the time. Oh, really? I need to get one. Where did you get it from? It was a custom gift. One of a kind, never to be made again. From a magical being. Ah, of course. Anyway, are you okay to get up? The PD said we need to do a closing ceremony when you wake up. Sure. Is there a drink somewhere? I'm a bit thirsty. Yeah, here. PPL electrolyte drink. It's nasty, but you need to drink it all. Then water. Ari sat up, took the bottle with radioactive green liquid inside, and took a sip, wincing at the strange, sweet yet salty drink that was uncomfortably warm. Chugging it all back, he gagged before washing out his mouth with the water. Wait, did we win the game? Ari suddenly remembered the reason he passed out in the first place. Well, we won the soccer match, but since we only had 3 people, we had to forfeit the cavalry battle. The yellow team won overall. We came in second. Well, I guess no. All you can eat beef. That sucks. Sorry, that's what you're worried about when you passed out. Obviously, you guys seemed really excited for it. Alfonso stared at him for several seconds before shaking his head. It's fine. Levi already promised to treat the team to the same restaurant on his parents' tab. Levi did. Huh. He's feeling the team vibe. How nice. Are Justin and Jamie back? No, not yet. Okay, let's go get this over with. I'm tired. Let's see what amazing prize the PD is providing apart from beef. Number 289. Chapter 289, The End to Field Day. As Ari looked at all the contestants lined up by group, he thought they resembled injured soldiers from a war zone. Bandages, bruises, and ice packs were plentiful, making them all look a bit pitiful as they stood there, waiting for the profound announcement that was supposed to make the day's suffering worthwhile. Nobody looked excited, and despite the production team and Red Lace team members' urgings, the forced smiles and lack of enthusiasm just looked bad on camera. They were all sick and tired and just wanted to eat some good food and go back to sleep. PD Jiho was aware that this didn't paint the best resolution to his field day extravaganza, because he rushed them through the closing ceremony before loading them onto the bus after Justin, who now had a cast on his foot, and Jamie returned from the hospital. Once they arrived back at the building, they were rushed out of in a terrible fire prank. Some people went to shower, others went to find food, and after showering, Ari went to change before grabbing Levi, who was the only person who was awake in their room. Cover for me, please. I'm going to get a physical. Levi looked him over slowly before responding. Feel sick. I feel fine, but I think I should get one after fainting, especially since the PD didn't bother to take me to the hospital. Should I come with you? No, I'm fine. Okay, save the receipt and give me a copy. Why? As Ari gave him a curious look, Levi just glared at the door. Evidence. These people are irresponsible. Fair enough. I'll be back. Putting on his fur hat, Ari used his phone to navigate the train system to the nearest hospital. After sitting in the waiting room for around 30 minutes, he went up to explain what he wanted in slow, careful Korean before moving to a new space as directed. And unbeknownst to him, his face was currently being spread all over the internet. It started with an innocent post shared on a Korean plastic surgery community. I came to get my birthday double eyelid surgery at the General Hospital and saw this beautiful specimen of a man waiting there. I usually don't like foreigners, but this is the most beautiful foreigner I've ever seen. Tall and slim, his legs were so long, and his fingers were perfect. More importantly, that face. He looks unreal and better than any idol, and I've seen lots in person. He spoke Korean with a sexy accent, and I think I'm in love. I wanted to ask him about the procedures he had done and how much he had spent in total, but I was too nervous, and he went inside. Plastic surgery experts, could you please advise on what procedures I need to undergo to achieve a similar appearance? I think it would look good on girls too. Image attached, video attached. Also, does anyone know who this is? Please share his social media. I want to follow it. As people viewed the attached photo and video of Ari, interest grew, and self-proclaimed experts emerged from the woodwork to begin diagnosing his face. Although he looks pretty young, you can never tell with foreigners because they age badly and need to do a lot of work to maintain that youth. From what I can see, he's gotten cat eye surgery for that specific eye shape, rhinoplasty for the nose bridge and shape, slight Botox in the forehead and fillers for that plump youthful look, lip filler in the top and bottom lips, V-line surgery to shave down the jaw and make it more angular, and a curly perm to start. He's gotten keratopigmentation and an iris implant to achieve that clear green eye color. Either that or very natural circle lenses. Seconding the Botox and fillers. You can see the way his face twitches a bit as he frowns, that it's not quite a natural movement. Although he looks very young, it's definitely artificial. He's gotten a lip blushing procedure as well. That color can't be natural. I wonder what shade he used. As Grace checked her phone before school, scanning through American Entertainment and the Korean one, the first thing she saw was a picture and video of Ari's face trending on Naver for some reason. With shaking hands and heart as she wondered what had happened now, she went to check the post, and saw that Ariel was currently the poster child of Korean plastic surgery, as he had been pictured at a plastic surgery clinic by a random person. Ariel, why are you there? Hoping with all of her heart that this would stay local to Korea, that hope was dashed when she saw that somebody had made the connection to him being seen at the airport with Golden Generation and filming Quiz on the Block with people discovering his identity and connecting it to Pop Star Academy. And when she checked the Pop Star Academy community, each time she refreshed, a new post about Ari appeared. With a resigned expression, Grace clicked the one with the most comments. Contestant Ariel's face done by plastic surgery confirmed. I just want to say that I'm always on the right side of history. I knew that his face couldn't be achieved by natural means, and I was proven right. For those who don't know, South Korea is called the plastic surgery capital of the world. The contestants have been in Korea for less than a week, and he's already getting plastic surgery to fix his botched face. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Look at all the procedures he's gotten done to his face. I've never even heard about some of these, but your number one visual, the most handsome contestant, basically lived at the plastic surgery clinic to get that face. No wonder he wore a mask for the first couple of weeks. He was recovering. Skimming over the comments that included photos, screenshots, and incorrect translations from the Korean plastic surgery community, Grace simply closed the tab and messaged Ari directly. Bossy News Report par journalist Yapertronic 3000 GC. The streets are saying that you're getting plastic surgery. The response came almost immediately. Green-eyed coworker. Green-eyed coworker. Why would I get plastic surgery? With what money? Bossy News Report par journalist Yapertronic 3000 GC. They're saying you're an ugly child who needed to fix his face. Green-eyed coworker. I've been pretty since I was a child, and I'm very satisfied with my face. There's nothing to fix. Green-eyed coworker. Maybe my lashes, but is there a surgery to reduce the curliness and length? I thought I had to trim it forever, but I will look into that. Green-eyed coworker. Why would you think that? Had some weird dream again. Who's they? Grace quickly sent him the photos that people had taken of him. Green-eyed coworker. Effrant. Why would someone take a photo and video of a stranger? It's not like I'm a celebrity. Green-eyed coworker. I'm not getting plastic surgery. I'm getting a physical, and this was the closest clinique. I fainted today from heat stroke, and the PD didn't send me to the hospital, so I came by myself because I'm concerned about my body. Green-eyed coworker. I'll wear a mask when I leave. Ariel. Although I'm concerned about the fainting, it's too late to wear a mask. Your face is already trending all over the South Korean internet. You've become the ideal photo to take to surgeons, and people are dissecting what procedures you supposedly got. Sending thousands of curses at the PD and the entire production staff, since they were the root cause of this issue. Grace reopened the community, hoping that she would see somebody with some sense. But like sharks who smelled blood, those who had been lurking and waiting for an opportunity jumped into the fray, adding to the rumors and continuing to bash Ariel. The issue of the fan site owner who was accusing Levi of assaulting her and destroying her property was temporarily forgotten, as everyone wanted to weigh in on Ari's face. Some people admired the beauty and wanted to know the surgeon who had done the work. Some were insulting Ari's character while insinuating he was truly ugly and should just say the truth, while others just poured oil onto the situation. People were even bringing up the fact that he wasn't poor and had just been cosplaying as a poor person while feeling sympathy for Annalise Crouch and her family. It was a complete dumpster fire, but without a doubt, everyone was talking about Ariel. While she was happy that he was popular, this wasn't what she wanted him to be popular for. Even though she roughly knew of his family situation, Grace quickly asked Ari to send her the receipt and report of his physical and, if he had any childhood photos, to show the internet as proof. Green-eyed coworker. Baby pictures? Say difficile. Green-eyed coworker. You know I was adopted, right? The orphanage I lived at probably doesn't have any, since so many kids go through it, and I was adopted over a decade ago, so things have probably been wiped out of the system. My parents were very insistent on not having any of my photos online until I was an adult, so you definitely wouldn't find any, no matter how hard you looked. And the Crouch family got rid of all of the photo albums my parents had, physical or otherwise. Bossy News Report PR journalist Yapertronic 3000 GC. Any yearbook photos? Class photos? Something. Green-eyed coworker. Someone might have a class photo out there, but I doubt it since I usually wasn't around for photo day. There might be one or two from primary school in France, but I'm not sure. I wasn't close to anybody. Don't worry about the issue. It will die off, or it won't. It's not the first day that people have talked about me. They'll get over it. Argahar. Ari, it won't die off. This is the #1 question people ask all the time. And now they have proof of you at a plastic surgery clinic. Why are you not self-aware about the handsomeness of your face, huh? Why would you go there of all places? Grace screamed while slamming her hands on her desk. Before quieting down, Grace Joy, stop screaming and get ready for school. Sorry. Quickly thinking the situation through, she asked an invasive question, hoping that Ari wouldn't be offended, but he simply sent a reply and told her not to worry about the issue again, that it would be resolved in a couple of days when they switched to another topic. Since Grace had no faith in that, she planned to do some work on her own side. Staring at the string of French words and the foreign phone numbers, Grace swallowed her tears and opened Google Translate in one tab and checked her bank balance with another tab. It seemed that it would dwindle a lot since she had several international calls to make to the French foster system. She needed to find out if anybody had a photo of a child who was adopted 15 years ago. Ari, if you make it, you owe me half. Half of the money. You hear me? Half. Number 290. Chapter 290, Meeting Golden Generation 1. Good morning, contestants. What's so good about this morning? Ari muttered in a bad mood as he stared at the PD before Jamie elbowed him in the side. For the sake of continuity, they were back in the hot, uncomfortable track suits and were waiting for the Red Lace members to arrive for announcements. After standing and waiting for what felt like forever, Ariel finally arrived to a resounding round of applause and cheers. Oh wow. Good morning, contestants. Thank you for the kind greeting. I hope you all had an amazing rest and recovered. Well after yesterday. Yes. No. Since the responses were mixed and she did not know what to say, Ariel bowed her head politely at them before standing up straight. Well, let's get right to business. First, by announcing the major winners of yesterday's field day. The red team came in 3rd place, the blue team came in 2nd place, and the overall 1st place winner was the yellow team. Congrats once again to all 3 teams. Clap, clap, clap. Now, apart from the food rewards and cash prize that I'm sure the production team has provided you dash. Since the production team hadn't provided a single thing apart from stock meals, the all-you-can-eat beef was still just a pie in the sky that would never be delivered. As for the cash prize, it was better to pretend that he hadn't heard about it. Since the beginning of the show, not once had the production team coughed up the money that they promised they would. At this point, Ari assumed that he would never see the cash he was owed. Not knowing that this was the case, Ariel continued speaking. In case you couldn't guess, the members that you chose for your field day team will be the people you're performing with. And the grand reward is the ability to choose the order in which you'll perform. Isn't that great? This is a huge opportunity for you all, and a really good reward, I assure you. As the contestants stared at her blankly, not understanding why it was so great, especially when the production team often switched the performance order around on the episodes. Regardless of who performed first during filming, Ariel cleared her throat before explaining from the beginning. I'm not sure if you all have checked the news, but there will be a greatest hits concert in 2 weeks featuring trainees across various agencies, newly debuted groups, and of course, you contestants. It will be broadcast live separately from the weekly episodes of Pop Star Academy. All groups will perform covers of some of the greatest hits created by groups, including BTZ and Golden Generation, and will be evaluated by a judging panel of industry experts. They will evaluate your overall execution of the song and decide, along with the audience, which teams performed the best and stayed true to the spirit of the original song performance. Making modifications to the performance is highly discouraged. Naturally, you will be ranked against contestants that are part of Pop Star Academy, but if you do well against other agency trainees and newly debuted groups, there will be a special bonus prize for you. Although the songs are already pre-selected, I can assure you that none of you will be disappointed by the choices. Being able to select the order of your performance is an extremely important benefit, as there are over 30 teams performing. Now, shall we take a look at the songs? Yes. With a mixture of nervousness and excitement, the contestants agreed and focused on the screen that lit up behind. Ariel, the winning team, led by Benjamin, will receive the song Juice by BTZ. It's a braggadocious song that did well not only on Korean charts and music shows, but internationally as well. The song is characterized by its high-tempo, hip-hop beats, and sharp choreography that's full of swagger, and it was fully composed and produced by Shin Jeong-nim for BTZ. You'll be learning all the original choreography, and, naturally, you'll be able to receive some pointers from the leader of BTZ himself, Shin Jeong-nim. After giving the brief explanation, Ariel let the performance video play, and Ari watched as the 7 members of BTZ, led by Shin Jeong, sang, danced, and rapped like the experts that they were. Everywhere we go, you know we got the juice, yeah? I think you like me. I think you like me. I think you like me. But even among the group of talented individuals, one person stood out the most, and the eyes couldn't help but be drawn to him when he was on screen. Seeing the familiar, handsome idol whose hair was red and black in the video wink charmingly, before dancing in a smooth way that made him look like he had no bones while singing stably, Ari nodded. As evidenced by those crazy stats, Shin Jeong was really a talented monster. It was a great song, the melody and rap flowed well, and it seemed fun to watch and experience live. Thankfully, he wasn't going to be the one who had to perform it. Just the thought of doing the high-energy choreography with intricate footwork while belting out those high notes already gave Ari a headache, especially when one of his team members had a cast on their leg. And he absolutely wanted to avoid being compared to him because, no matter how he saw it, there was no way to perform better than the original with only 2 weeks of practice. Ari wished Benjamin and his team good luck before refocusing on Ariel. The team that came in second place, led by Jamie, will perform Standing Next to You by Golden Generation. It's a song that was quite beloved, especially abroad. The song is characterized by its disco-style funk pop influence, and as you soon see from the outfits and choreography, it was truly inspired by the 80s and 90s and remains one of the most popular performances ever. Just like the previous teams, you will all receive some pointers from the members of the Golden Generation, so look forward to it. As a side note, the Golden Generation members have stated that they want no changes made to their choreography and would like it sung in the original key. They want it performed as is to retain the charm of the song and performance. As Ariel announced the name of the song, Ari glanced over at Justin, who was sitting down with a thick cast on his leg, then back at Ariel with dead fish eyes. The doctors explicitly instructed Justin to stay off his leg as much as possible while keeping it elevated whenever he could. He had to roll around in a scooter, and the production team thought it was appropriate to assign them a song with that title. Was this some type of sick, ironic joke played by the universe? As Ariel met his eyes, it seemed even she got the irony because she coughed before looking away. Ahem, shall we watch the video? As the video began playing, Ari watched the familiar faces of the boys that he and Jamie had seen being rushed by fans at the airport wearing sparkly bell-bottom disco-style outfits. The sound of a bass and trumpets broke out before the boys began singing and dancing enthusiastically. With an intentionally blank expression, Ari watched the entire performance without blinking. It was a good performance, excellent in fact. The song itself was nice and catchy, with a melody pleasing to the ear. But the performance? Ari could only sigh. He watched them do the splits, moonwalk in unison, kick flip a mic stand, catch it seamlessly, perform a jazz split before continuing the performance, all the while maintaining great vocal stability. Ari closed and reopened his eyes, hoping that this was a bad dream. But the performance video continued onto the intense dance break, which looked even harder than before. Withholding a sigh, he turned to stare at Justin's leg in a boot, and then back at the performance video. Back to Justin's leg. Back to the performance video. By telling them that modifications were highly discouraged and would be frowned upon, wasn't this just telling his team, in particular, that they were screwed? How the heck was somebody who was in a cast supposed to perform those moves? And discounting Justin, how were the rest of them supposed to maintain the high notes while performing these moves? Was anyone on the team even flexible enough to do the splits? Was the production team on drugs? They had no choice but to ask for modifications. Even if he wanted to ignore the choreography, the vocals were also a problem. Half of his team consisted of rappers who sang with a lower register. Wouldn't he and Jamie have to sacrifice their voices to maintain the original key? Since he had no one to complain to, even if he wanted to, Ari just kept his mouth shut as Ariel continued presenting the other songs. Just as he suspected, it really wasn't a good morning. Number 291. Chapter 291, Meeting Golden Generation 2. So, Ari paused to look around at the members of his team in the practice room. Like usual, Levi took a wall up by himself. Justin was sitting on a chair with his foot resting on another one while Jamie, Alfonso, and Woobin sat in the center of the practice room. There was a subtle divide that could be tackled later, but for now, the more pressing issue was, let's first decide who the team leader is. I want to do it, but who else wants to do it? Ari asked as he looked at each of their faces. He didn't particularly want to be the team leader, but, I'm not bossy, I'm the boss. Successfully become a team leader and lead your team to a first-place victory. He just wanted to focus on finishing one of his missions and gaining an extra stat point to help round out his dance stat. Everyone else shook their head except for Justin, who raised his hand and then dropped it, raised it again, and then dropped it. Not one to beat around the bush. Ari called him out. We're going to have a vote, so speak up. Do you want to be the leader? Justin opened and closed his mouth for several seconds before speaking with a slightly embarrassed look. Yes? No? Kinda. He scratched his head before awkwardly continuing. I know I have to be sidelined and tucked away because of my injury, so I want to have a more impactful part, so I'm not cut out of editing, you know? Who said we're sidelining you? Huh? Ari looked at him as if he were crazy. I said, who said we're sidelining you? Isn't it the obvious thing to do? I can't do the choreography. We'll change it. But Idol Ariel and the PD said that Golden Generation specifically requested that no modifications be made to their song and choreography. So? What do you mean so? Are you going to ignore their preference? Justin looked appalled as he stared at Ari, as if he were crazy. With all due respect to Golden Generation, their preference is one thing, but what we're capable of as humans and what we decide as a team is another, because at the end of the day, we have to be realistic in what we can achieve and put on a good performance to the best of our ability. You're part of the team, so naturally you'll be included and not sidelined. I'm not saying we can magically fix the fracture in your foot so you can do the choreography, but we're not going to shove you into a dark corner and make you sing in the shadows. Right? Ari stared at the rest of the room with eyes that seemed to threaten that if they disagreed, a green laser beam would come flying out and immediately turn them to ashes. Of course, we're not going to leave you out, Justin. We're going to figure it out. Jamie was the first to speak out, giving Justin's foot a gentle pat. Of course, teammates support each other, Alfonso added with a small smile. Right. Levi dropped one word and then stayed silent. Oh, yes, of course, we'll stick together and work it out. Choi Woo-bin added a beat later. His original idea was just to have Justin sit down in a corner and just sing when it was his part, while the rest of them completed the performance. While Justin wouldn't get any spotlight, it was the easiest way to do things and wouldn't offend the respected Golden Generation idols, who might not be happy with the decision to change things. But with green-eyed Captain Crash Out glaring in the front, buzz-cut Captain Crash Out glaring to the side, and green-eyed Captain Crash Out's best friend already agreeing, he might as well blend in with the team decision. He would just make sure that when they got blamed later, it would be known that he wasn't involved in the decision. Really? Guys, really? Wah. I know I should quit. My foot is fractured and definitely won't heal in time before the show is over, so I can't do choreography again. But I came this far. You know, I don't want to quit like this, sob. As Justin began crying hard, Ari awkwardly stood there like a deer in headlights as the intense urge to run away filled his body. If you were to ask him which situation made him the most uncomfortable and could render him speechless, he had one simple answer. People crying. It was just awkward, mainly because he couldn't gauge what to say or how to respond physically to them. To hug, or to give a head pat. Were they even close enough to do those things? As Jamie, Alfonso, and Choi Woo-bin comforted Justin, Ari and Levi exchanged awkward glances. Ahem. Can you take the battery from the camera so he can have some privacy? Already checked. It's drilled into the wall so it can't be removed. Can't access the power button either. Ari. This freaking production team. Should I break it? Please don't. After the cooking fire incident, they might actually make us pay for things we break. Since he couldn't do anything without causing thousands of dollars worth of damage, Ari covered the camera with his jacket and began playing the song from the room speakers so Justin's cries wouldn't be heard. Standing next to you. Standing in the fire next to you. Oh. A high-pitched voice singing the lyrics blared out, and as the three people in the center of the room turned to glance at him, Ari reassuringly gave him a thumbs up as he dropped the tissue box on his lap. No, feel free to continue crying. This way, the camera can't pick up anything. You're good. Take off. Standing next to you. Are you crazy? Who the hell can cry with this atmosphere? Justin stared at the well-intentioned Ari before bursting out laughing. Wiping his snotty face, he gave the awkwardly standing boy a smile. Okay, if you won't sideline me and make sure I'm included in whatever we do, then I don't need to run for leader. You do it. Cool. Does anyone else want to be a leader? Everyone in the room shook their heads. Congratulations on your first unanimous leader vote. Good luck with your efforts to complete a mission for the first time in a long time. Hopefully, you didn't bite off more than you can chew, promising not to sideline the injured one. Thanks, I guess. Swatting away the transparent blue screen, Ari continued speaking. All right, thank you all for allowing me to be the leader this time. Let's all work hard together to put on a good show. Then, before we even discuss the choreography, we need to determine who will sing what, as there's no rap part. And as Justin mentioned earlier, Golden Generation doesn't want changes made to the song. Since we inevitably have to make changes to the choreography, let's try to keep the same key. Listen and mark the parts you want, and we'll audition afterward. Sound good? Yep. That's fine. Ari passed out the lyric sheet and pens before taking a seat next to Jamie and began playing the music. As the sound filled the room, Ari hummed along quietly while marking the sections where he thought his voice would sound good or where others wouldn't be able to sing it without straining. Unfortunately, from the sounds coming from his teammates, it seemed like the song would be straining everyone's vocal cords. And in the back of his mind, he was replaying Golden Generation's choreography while trying to devise a way to integrate Justin into the performance without taking the easy way out and just letting him sit off to the side. While he had a few ideas, in the end, he would have to do some research, which meant, once again, pulling an all-nighter. Yawning tiredly, Ari continued listening. Number 292. Chapter 292, Meeting Golden Generation 3. It's too high. Why don't you or Jamie take that part? I don't think I can reach that note. You and Jamie should do it. My voice might crack if I strain too much. You and Jamie should try splitting it. Ari looked at the current parts distribution, which had him and Jamie doing over 60% of the singing, before staring at his teammates' stat sheets. James Jones 3. Age 19. Vocals, A++. Levi Temple. Age 19. Vocals, B, S. Woobin Choi. Age 20. Vocals, C, B+. Alfonso Silva. Age 20. Vocals, CB. Justin Cavendish. Age 21. Vocals, C+, A. Are you guys messing around with me? Having dealt with people being greedy for parts in his previous teams, this was the first time he was dealing with people avoiding claiming parts like the plague, and Ari couldn't understand it. Excluding Jamie and Levi, the others were firmly in the upper average stats of singers, even if they preferred to rap. There was no reason for them to avoid singing parts, even if it was slightly on the higher side. Ari really couldn't allow this. If he, as the leader, maintained the current part distribution, he could already see the production team labeling him as greedy, which would lead to a whole new round of criticism for being greedy. As someone who was already being nagged for who knows what on the internet, he would rather avoid that. Spit it out. What's the real reason you're avoiding parts? Ari glared at them one by one before Justin finally fessed up with a guilty expression. The song is high. I don't think that's the real reason, but let's pretend to go with that. Is the song high, Jamie? Ari glanced over at Jamie, the resident expert musician, while mentally urging him to take his side, even if he had to lie. Objectively, it's not a little high, but not that bad. The highest note is E6, and while they might not be able to reach that comfortably, the melody is mainly within the E4 and E5, which, from what I've heard you all sing, you should be able to reach with practice and proper vocal coaching. Jamie explained with a bright smile. Smiling happily. That, for once, the telepathy worked. Ari turned back to them while tapping his foot impatiently. Music genius kid says you can reach the notes, so what's the real issue? Well, even if Jamie says that, it is a bit high for me. What if my voice cracks? Especially with the Golden Generation Sunbeam in attendance and coaching us to perform their own song. It will be really embarrassing if we do badly. And if the choreography is added, well, it's easier for you and Jamie to sing it, so? Choi Woo-bin finally explained his thought process, but Ari was unsympathetic. So what? I don't get it. Just practice until you get it or die trying. Do you think Jamie and I don't need to breathe while we do choreography? Or that our voices won't crack when strained? I understand that you don't want to do the extremely high parts, but this? Unacceptable. Let's try assigning parts again. Jamie, if you think they can sing it, speak up. I'll mark them down. We're going to get as even a split as possible because I don't want complaints later when you think you're not standing out enough. Why don't we just lower the key of the song? That way, Alfonso, Justin, and I could comfortably sing it while you and Jamie still do the high parts. Levi seems fine with his part. Choi Woo-bin interrupted. He was the weakest singer of the three and was really worried about looking bad in front of Golden Generation, especially because he was originally a trainee at the same company as them. The thought of ruining his senior's song and performing badly in front of a lot of his peers was very frightening, and he hadn't realized how hard the song was until he actually tried singing the verses. Seeing that he actually looked worried and wasn't making a fuss just because Ari actually considered it, he felt that the song would lose its charm if lowered, and he would prefer for everyone to just power through. But at the end of the day, they were a team, so the majority's decision was the way to go. Walking over to the camera, Ari covered it with his arm so no visuals were recorded. We can vote, and if the majority says yes, we'll lower the key of the song. I'll be abstaining from the vote. So for the rest of you, eyes closed, hands up if you want the key of the song lowered. Swish. Levi didn't vote. Justin raised his hand a tiny bit before dropping it. Jamie kept his hand down, while Woo-bin and Alfonso raised theirs. With a result of 2-4, 1 against, 1 abstaining, and 1 indecisive, it seemed that they had no choice. All right. Thank you for your honesty. Eyes open. As 5 pairs of eyes stared at him, Ari announced the result. The majority says we'll lower the key, so we'll lower it. Jamie. Aye, Captain. I'll get it done before lunch so we can reassign parts after eating. Although he was a bit disappointed with the decision, Jamie saluted with a smile. Say bon. Then let's begin working through the choreography while everyone thinks about how we can integrate Justin into it. Justin, do your best to perform as much as you can without hurting yourself, so we can get a general range of motion and see what you can do. Got it. Once we have it down, we can assign the person who will act as the center for the dance break and the beginning. Okay. Sounds good. Let's do it. After a quick warm-up and slowing the video down while trying to copy the moves, Ari quickly realized that he was quite inflexible. Actually, if he were to be honest, he was very inflexible. He thought he had been getting better by diligently following the torturous routine that Matthew had taught him, but nothing in the warm-up routine prepared him to drop down into a full split, leap back up, immediately drop down to a jazz split, and then rise up into a smooth spin before moonwalking away. While attempting the choreography, all he was left with were several problems. Problem 1. He didn't even know how to moonwalk. Problem 2. He not only lacked the flexibility, but he barely had the strength to get back up. Problem 3. After attempting the move 3 times in a row, he was already tired. Ari could feel his calves and thighs burning with effort, and they were visibly shaking as he stood. His only saving grace was that he wasn't suffering alone. The only person having a slightly easier time was Justin, seated on the chair, and he looked simultaneously relieved to not be suffering and miserable as well, since he felt left out. Everyone else had a pained, blank expression of despair as they stared at themselves in the mirror. Are we going to be okay? Is 2 weeks enough time to truly learn this and perform it well and win? Nova, can't you give me a special skill that will make me more flexible? I distinctly remember seeing a skill called bendy. Or give me a surprise mission for something. Finish your current mission board, and maybe the skill you need will appear. Otherwise, prepare to practice until you want to die. Ari, are you sure you can't read my mind? I wonder. Smiley face. What was it you said the last time? Bon chance. Waiting. Gambear. I believe in you. As Ari was glaring at the screen full of mocking words that only he could see, Jamie turned to look back at him. Something wrong? No, let's restart the song. It was going to be a long practice. Well, not that long. Once it was 10 o'clock on the dot, much to their shock, Ari promptly released everyone. Alonso, practicing only until 10 p.m.? Is this a dream? Wu Bin, you're letting us go before midnight? No death march practice until 2 a.m.? I've heard the horror stories, but was it exaggerated? Justin, practice is over? Ari, are you sick? You did pass out yesterday, didn't you? Go take some medicine. Ari, I'm trying to do you all a favor, and you're talking trash to my face? Since you love to practice so much, wait for me. Your torture will begin 3 days before the performance, so look forward to it. I'll grind all of your bones to dust. Ari reached out and squeezed Justin's face, which was located at the perfect height to let out some frustration. Squeeze me. What did Dito? Justin looked at him with a betrayed expression, even as his cheeks were being used as a stress ball. You were the closest, and your cheeks are fluffy. This week, I decided to be kind, generous, and caring so I don't lose my voice. Next week, prepare to wish you were dead. More importantly, I have things to do. So if you'd like to practice solo or together, go ahead. Jamie, Levi, and I won't be in attendance. However, we'll meet up at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Don't make me come drag you out of your bed. Is it a party? A secret hangout? Wherever the three of you are going, I want to come. Justin looked at Ari with sparkly eyes, and the other two looked on with interest as well. Ah, free labor? Great. Are you interested in studying music theory for song creation, learning to sing, rap, and compose in French, and doing my physics homework? I pay in snacks and possible future credits. Shake, shake, shake. Three heads began shaking simultaneously as Ari's lips curved in an innocent in his eyes, and ominous in their eyes, smile. No? Are you sure? It will be fun. Team bonding. No, thank you. I should sleep early because of my leg. If I'm dying next week, I'm going to catch up on sleep this week. Obrigado for the offer, but no. Before Ari could say anything else, two people ran, and one person scootered out of the practice room. TSK, too bad. Anyway, let's shower and go. Levi, I don't know where you think you're going. You're with me. You're dragging me too? Otherwise, you had different plans? Going to sleep at this time? Have you no shame? Levi? What did shame have to do with anything? He had actually planned on sleeping, but clearly, this Energizer Bunny demon disguised as a human being had other plans for him. Ari gave him a mischievous smile. I thought so. Come along. Your French rapping is improving by leaps and bounds, and Jamie said his dad's lawyer looked over the contract. We have a song and money to make. Plus, I need someone to distract the staff member while I sneak out, and Jamie is bad at lying. So you need me to cover for you? No, but why is he still being included? Wasn't it a one-time thing? I'm not a bad liar. Jamie protested with an offended expression while Ari rolled his eyes. And my hair is naturally red. Anyway, didn't you like the snacks at the karaoke place? Don't pretend. Let's go. Number 293. Chapter 293. Meeting Golden Generation 4. So long story short, the contract looks good? Ari asked while his fingers flew rapidly on his laptop keyboard. He was currently translating the changes Jamie's dad's lawyers made to the contract document from English to French to send back to the person who reached out to him for a song. Yep. He said everything looks good, and if that side agrees to the changes, we can proceed with signing. I just want us to ensure that everything is completed before Popstar Academy is over, so we receive the full amount of money and credit. Then, even if the Popstar Academy label wants to use it for promotional purposes later or makes us perform it, they have to pay us standard industry rate fees. Otherwise, the label will take the majority of the profit and will probably lose the rights to it. If it does really well, it will be really expensive to buy back even though we made it without their help. How devious. This sounds like something I would do. Who is corrupting you? Who are you and what have you done with the Jamie I know? Ari asked, a bit shocked. It was unusually sneaky behavior for a person who insisted on splitting everything 50-50ths, even though he was the one doing the majority of the hard labor. Jamie just gave him a smile that looked a bit devious while holding up a peace sign. Music rights are tricky because it has to go through so many layers of people. Labels, samples, and interpolations, as well as mixers, producers, arrangers, and other professionals, can be expensive, and they want to maximize their profits and get a cut. As an artist, we must ensure that we maximize everything we can before signing a contract, and ensure that people who didn't do any work don't receive credit. You have to be a bit devious to make money in music, and I think I'm pretty good at it. Hee hee. Not that good if you're only taking an even split. You deserve at least 80 or 90%. That's just good business. I want to make music with you for a long time. So why be greedy and nitpick who did what, especially for your song? Just cleanly split everything down the middle. Besides, you're doing a lot of the work and driving the direction and lyrics. And it's your melody too. I'm just implementing things a bit faster because I have a lot of experience. I guess. Not saying anything else since he was the one benefiting the most. Ari continued translating the contract back to French before sending it over. Then he spent the next hour researching different performance modifications that could be made for a person with an injured leg before continuing the songwriting and research process with Jamie, while Levi occasionally filmed them with his camera or took a nap with his headphones in. Right before they were set to leave, Ari sang the tentative guide for the song that was a little depressing and a little heart-wrenching as well. Mais mon meilleur ennemi, c'est toi, but my dearest enemy is you. Fuis-moi, le pire, c'est toi et moi. Flee from me, the worst is you and I. Mais si tu cherches dans ta mémoire. But if you search your memories. Oublie-moi, le pire, c'est toi et moi. Forget me, the worst is you and I. Ma mémoire, my memories. Je t'aime, jete heis, je t'aime, jete heis. I love you. I hate you. I love you. I hate you. He was twisting the lyrics to suit the plot he had been sent, but all the while, when writing down the words, what Ari thought of was himself and his own memories. On his mind were memories that he wanted to forget because they contained people who were no longer with him and caused him pain whenever he thought of them, so much so that he wished to erase them. Yet there were memories that he loved with all his heart. For him, his memories were his own enemy because they caused him pain, but he cherished them more than any material thing he would ever own. It was a bittersweet thing that he couldn't even begin to explain to others through words, but somehow expressing it through a song helped. As he finished singing, he glanced at the two people, one of whom was wiping his eyes. What do you think? It's so sad. My heart hurts so much. Sniffle. Depressing. Excellent. I want you to feel like your heart has been shattered into a million pieces with no hope of it ever healing. Like the most precious thing in the world was ripped away from you. Jamie, from a technical standpoint, what do you think? I feel like Carlos's voice would fit really well in the second verse after me. It needs like a really high, clear tone to convey the knife you keep stabbing through the listener's heart, you know? That childlike innocence that comes from those kinds of pure voices is really effective in making people cry their hearts out. Noted. I'll ask him if he has time. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, boys, for your hard work. Let's get some sleep. With a tired yawn, Ari took his obligatory photo with all three of them before they headed back to the dorms, where he once again snuck in through a side door. A couple of hours of sleep later, and he woke up to do the whole thing again. And again. And again. Days began blurring due to the constant slog of practicing, and although his team hadn't quite figured out what to do with Justin, they were learning the choreography just fine, with Kim Young-woo and Jaywalk dropping in once or twice to help them. Additionally, those who wanted to could attend vocal classes with the only vocal trainer, who was Larry Jackson. As someone who was petty and always held a grudge, Ari didn't attend Larry Jackson's vocal class, wishing with all his heart for Jalissa to magically come back. He really missed her. And just like that, several days passed until it was the day for the Pop Star Academy episode to drop. Coincidentally, it was also the same day that the first time in Korea, Quiz on the Block episode featuring him and Jamie would drop. And since it would play before the Pop Star Academy episode, he settled in to watch it with a group of people that had grown from just him and Jamie to include Levi, Benjamin, Carlos, Justin, and Matthew. Vishal had declined to watch with them since he wanted extra practice, and Ari could tell that he was still avoiding him. So with a shrug, Ari hooked the laptop up to a projector that Benjamin had gotten from a staff member and got comfortable within the pile of boys gathered in the practice room. And around the world, from the Pop Star Academy communities, please join my live stream so we can watch Pop Star Academy contestants Ariel and Jamie on the Korean variety show First Time in Korean, Quiz on the Block, before this week's episode of Pop Star Academy. How the H*** did they get on a variety show in Korea? They've been there for a week. I mean, it is called First Time in Korea, so is this even allowed? Promoting on another show? Isn't this favoritism by the production staff? Will other contestants get the same opportunity to promote themselves on a variety show, or will they continue to be biased towards certain rich contestants? QOZ is a show that does random street casting of foreigners. Even if they wanted to, the hosts wouldn't allow it since they pick according to their own criteria. They probably thought they were handsome and eye-catching, especially the blonde one, and talked to them. So you're saying William is not handsome, blonde, and eye-catching? Why didn't they choose him? And why is plastic surgery face in it? To Idols on Break. Aren't these the kids who are performing our song from PSA? Oh, they're the ones from the airport too. How did they already get on a popular Korean variety show? And they're even on the cover photo? Crazy. Leader wanna watch. Sure. 2 members of the Golden Generation, who were going to be meeting the Pop Star Academy team working on their song the next day, sat down to watch the variety show during their break. To fans around the world, and even a PD an ocean away. How the heck does he keep getting these opportunities? And you want me to believe he doesn't have a secret backer and PR team behind him? That it's all a coincidence? I don't believe it. Did you just call me here to yell, Emily? I'm busy. A soft voice asked PD Emily. I called you here to talk and ask you for a favor. But first, we can watch your favorite contestant more than likely make a fool of himself or boost his popularity yet again. Who? Ari. Put it on. Oh, so now you want to listen to me, Jalissa? Rolling her eyes, PD Emily Raleigh complained even as she dutifully clicked on the live stream link posted in the Pop Star Academy community to watch the #1 troublemaking contestant appear on a variety show. Number 294. Chapter 294, Meeting Golden Generation, 5. After a fun little jingle, the episode shifted to show 2 Korean men standing side by side wearing formal suits and holding briefcases with serious expressions. I'm Yoo Jae-bong. And I'm Choi Soo-bin. And this is Dash. First time in Korea, quiz on the block. First time in Korea, quiz on the block. The atmosphere suddenly shifted as the 2 men jumped up and did fun poses as they completed their silly little intro at full volume. Since it was so early in the morning, the streets were full of Korean adults and students rushing to work and school. A couple of them turned to stare before rushing on again. Unperturbed, Yoo Jae-bong and Choi Soo-bin squatted down and began discussing with their now dark expressions. Oh, Jae-bong SSI, this episode really needs to do well, huh? Yes, Soo-bin SSI, otherwise, KRRK. The 2 men froze before making a slicing motion at their necks. Then, Yoo Jae-bong knelt with his head dramatically in his hands before howling into the air. No bonus and show cancellation. In response, Choi Soo-bin fell and kicked around like a child. My wife will divorce me and take the children. Soo-bin SSI, are you still drunk? What wife? What children? I thought you were single. Is our friendship a lie? You didn't invite me to your wedding? My wife is the job, and the bonus is the children. Obviously, the little scene was edited with lots of dramatic sound effects, comic book-like stickers, and lighting, making it quite surprisingly funny and interesting to watch, especially when compared to American variety shows, which lacked a lot of those effects. Ijbal, what is this? I'm screaming. They're so funny. What is going on? This is my first Korean variety show. Why is it in English? Welcome, new viewer. This is a show that quizzes foreigners coming to Korea, and Soo-bin and Jae-bong are known for this kind of fun tiki-taka. It gets even more intense when the guests arrive. Tiki-taka? Back and forth teasing. A Korean staple. Oh, thank you. Because of the fun editing and clips being shared, interest grew. With more people watching the show, sharing the live stream, and even joining the official Korean fan chat rooms, Koreans became confused by the sudden influx of English in the chat box, while those monitoring the show were perplexed by the sudden surge in viewers. What's happening? Why are there so many foreigners? Apparently, the guests this time are foreign idols in training. They are pretty popular and have blown up several times. Remember the plastic surgery picture last week? With the red-haired foreigner? Oh yeah, it's him. He was so handsome. Let me tell my friend to come watch. She loves him, but he's not active on social media. As the chat room got busy, the episode continued as the camera followed Yoo Jae-bong and Choi Soo-bin walking around while trying to find foreigners to talk to. They were rebuffed by a few people, and as they sat down to sulk while sipping Americanos to cool down, their conversation was recorded. Is my Chuseok bonus really going to fly away? Can we not find handsome foreign guests? The viewers complained that we had too many female foreigners, so we really need a guy to balance things out. There are no good, attractive male guests to talk to that will satisfy the Korean viewers. I'm so sad. Wait, what about them? The camera panned slowly to the side, and the blurry focus suddenly became sharper as it focused on two people. The editing was such that angelic music was added in the background, along with a halo and golden light covering the bodies, before revealing two handsome boys having a passionate discussion. The taller one had golden blonde hair tied up in a half ponytail, a handsome face with sparkling blue eyes, and a bright, friendly smile that warmed the heart. With white sneakers, a navy knitted sweater tied across his broad shoulders, navy pants that showcased the perfectly muscled body without being skin-tight, and the beat-up guitar case on his back, he looked like the rich and handsome, off-duty, American football player by day who was secretly a musician by night that was often seen in American teenage movies. Seeing such a handsome man, the chat blew up. The blonde. Please, who is the blonde? What is his name? The shoulders, the waist, the arms. Hello, handsome, please put me in a chokehold. That's James Jones 3, aka Jamie. Please vote for my giant, friendly, country golden retriever, music genius son. He is the kindest, happiest soul you've ever seen. Bark, 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 bark. I can't believe I'm being seduced by an American-style beauty, but wow, he looks so handsome. He's so big and muscular, but looks so gentle. His smile is so pure like sunshine. I feel all of my sins being cleansed away. Lucky you. I feel new sins invading my mind and body every time I look at him. While the chat went feral for Jamie's golden good looks, people focused on the person standing next to him. The slightly shorter boy next to him had a much leaner figure with curly red hair that glimmered like copper in the sunlight. Dressed entirely in black, with Techwear-style pants, black boots, a black bone sweater, a black bomber jacket, and a fur hat on his backpack, he was a contrasting yet completely eye-catching figure that people couldn't look away from, especially when they saw the slightly delicate, pale face with full, pink lips, a small nose, long lashes casting shadows as he looked down at the cards in his slender hands, and slightly pointed ears that had two gleaming blue jewels that matched Jamie's eye color. Even as he stood there, many people actively stopped to stare at him without him noticing, and naturally, the chat blew up as international and Korean fans alike went crazy for the good looks that fit their taste. Model? Is he a model? Runway model? I saw that sweater on a fashion runway a couple of weeks ago. +1. The outfit cost alone can pay my school fees. That face card is insane. What do I tell my hairdresser to achieve that hairstyle? Do I need to get a perm? It's so perfectly tousled and curly. Visual. He has to be the visual of whatever group he's in. What company is he training at? Because I will be supporting. Do you even know if he can sing or dance? Who cares? The visuals are enough to keep me fed. This was the guy at the plastic surgery place, right? What could he possibly be fixing? Look at his face. It's already in the top 1% of faces. Please look up, handsome boy. Let Nuna see your pretty eyes. I know they have to. Be beautiful just like you. Look up. As if he had heard them, the boy looked up from the phone in his hands, his cat-like sea-green eyes scrunched up as he looked around before blinking slowly, causing many people to let out an audible gasp. Bada. Wow, Bada. So pretty. Wow, I never thought I would see real-life Bada eyes. You're telling me those are not circle lenses? Excuse me, what does Bada mean? It means ocean or sea. His eyes. They're so pretty. Thank you for liking my kid. His name is Ariel, but he goes by Ari, and that's his natural eye color. If you like the way he looks now, please vote for him, and also come sign this petition to return him to his natural black hair color, where he looks even more handsome. Link attached. It was the debut of the two most handsome foreigners in the history of Quiz on Block, and both nets and foreign viewers began sharing screenshots everywhere. And all the while, Yoo Jae-bong and Choi Soo-bin approached the two boys for recruitment, where they had to hide their laughter when they heard a ridiculous conversation. Jamie, we can't go visit every entertainment company that gave us a card. It's not a serious invite. They're just trying to fill a quota. But I want to see their recording studios. And we can probably eat a meal at their cafe too. I'm hungry. It's hot. We got over 30 cards. 30. Even if we spend an hour in each building, we wouldn't finish touring them all in a single day. The red-haired boy waved a fan made from business cards, and the chat blew up once again. Soundwave, Azure, MG, hit music, he got the big four, and then some. Did all of the idol companies try to recruit them? LOL. I mean, wouldn't you? Look at those faces and that body. I would snag it by any means necessary. He's so real about the food. Don't worry, golden retriever puppy. Nuno works at an entertainment agency and can let you have the company-provided meal for the day. For you, I will live on Shin Ramen alone. If you sign a trainee contract, I can promise to use my bonus to buy every album you release, so come here. We have snacks. You're trying to bribe a rich kid with food. His family is country music royalty in America. As the conversation in the chat continued, eventually, Choi Soo-bin and Yu Jae-bong interrupted the conversation with their classic question. Would the two of you like to play a game? Immediately, the atmosphere changed as the red-haired boy became fierce and began looking around suspiciously. Why does he look like he's ready to fight? He became an angry tiger in 0.2 seconds. Meanwhile, the giant blonde became the scaredy cat and is trying to hide behind him. What is happening? What kind of relationship is this, LOL? Why am I scared? He looks like he's going to beat me up. The following scene then caused the chat to die of laughter as Choi Soo-bin and Yu Jae-bong were then accused of everything from murder, clowns, and cursed dolls, and, while offering drinks and trying to explain themselves, you're a scammer. Jamie, don't take food from strangers. What if it's poisoned? Stop drinking it. Half of the Americano is already gone. It's too late, friend. I guess he was really thirsty. Even if it's poisoned, thank you for the drink. It is hot. And don't worry, my older brothers have been feeding me weird things since I was little, so my body will probably be fine. The poor hosts were accused of being scammers, trying to poison guests, and even thanked for the poison. As the camera zoomed in on the host's sad expressions and added extra stickers and sound effects, the chat erupted in laughter. Poisoning. I want to see what is in his head, LOL. He's so serious about it, too. Not a single smile to be found. Where's his accent from? It's so nice. He's French. Jamie, please explain what you mean by your older brothers have been feeding you weird things? What do you mean by that? Oh, look at how polite my angel is, unlike the suspicious, rude plastic surgery face next to him. Please stay away from him, Jamie, before you get corrupted. Laugh like the rest of us, geez. They're clearly best friends, so I don't understand why you're here typing nonsense. Go away. Choi Soo-bin and Yu Jae-bong did everything to convince the suspicious Ari that they weren't running a scam, just an innocent game show, before falling back on their last resort and finally whipping out money. And, immediately, I would be honored to be on your show. He did a 180 LOL. He saw cash and completely did a 180. That's crazy. He's so money hungry. Mr. Krabs, is that you? If not, I found your son. His eyes started twinkling once the money came out, LOL. From, you're a scammer poisoning my friend, to, I would be honored. I'm dying of laughter. Even if you're dying, chug the iced coffee. But I don't like bitter things, sad face. Did I stutter? Chug it. Think of the money and it will become sweet even if it's bitter. RE 2025. Moving along, as the two handsome boys began their introduction, Choi Soo-bin asked a question that several people in the chat had been wondering. James, what did you mean by your brothers fed you weird things? We're very curious, so can you give us an example? Sure. Let's see. One time when I was younger, maybe around 4 or 5, I was sad because my voice wasn't as deep as my dad's, so John and Joseph, who are the brothers that are directly older than me, fed me a poisonous toad while telling me it would make my voice deeper. Sadly, it didn't work, and the toad died in my stomach. Jamie concluded the story sadly, but the chat began blowing up again. Huh. I have so many questions. A poisonous toad. Aren't all toads poisonous? So his brothers tried to kill him by making him eat poison? Jamie, what kind of immune system do you have to defeat a poisonous toad at 5 years old? Not only the chat, but also the two hosts were completely surprised. What did your parents do? I didn't even get sick, but when my parents found out, all 3 of us had to spend the summer doing farm work on my uncle's farm. It was the worst because an evil rooster chased me around every day. Oh, and then another time in high school, I broke my arm in 2 places playing football with Joseph and John. They didn't want me to tell our parents, but they saw online that if you drink snake wine, it will heal you quickly. But I was too young to drink alcohol, and the snake wine they convinced our other brother Jake to buy wouldn't come in time. So they tried to make rattlesnake sweet tea instead, and we all drank it. It was kind of weird but tasty. Anyway, they got really bad food poisoning and had to be hospitalized for like a week, but I was fine. Afterwards, Jamie let out a despondent sigh before continuing. All of us, including Jake, got punished by spending the summer doing farm work at my uncle's farm. Do you know how hard it is to shovel dung with a broken arm? Really, really hard. I really, really hate farm work. It's the worst. Jamie, sweetie, your brothers are trying to kill you. Rattlesnake sweet tea? Snake wine? Oh my gosh. Why? How? Why? Your conclusion after these traumatic incidents is that you hate farm work? Jamie, you're too good for the world. He's so earnest and expressive. Look at how sad he is when he thinks about farm work punishment, lol. No wonder. In his Meet the Boys profile, he said he hated farm work a lot, lol. Look at the judgment on Ari's face. He can't believe what he's hearing, neither can I. As the heartwarming moment was coming to an end, Junko athletic clothes and matching shoes are breathable, especially in the heat and humidity of Korea, stylish, and suitable for all your athletic and daily wear needs. They come in 5 amazing colors: red, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Get your tracksuits and matching shoes today. The first ad break for rainbow-colored tracksuits showed after Jamie's story, and during the break, everyone agreed that this might be one of the most chaotic and interesting quiz on Block episodes ever. Number 295. Chapter 295, Meeting Golden Generation 6. After hearing the funny, horrifying, family stories by Jamie, the quiz on the Block episode continued with Jamie and Ari introducing themselves, with Ari having to do it once in English and once in French. Oh wow, the introduction was so pretty and melodic. Does anyone know what part of France he's from? Is his French actually good, or is he making things up? Like WTH's ways? Doesn't he mean we? Native French speaker here. To me, it sounds like he has a slight Parisian accent mixed with a southwestern French accent from the regions near the Spanish border. It's actually considered a very sexy accent here in France. I love hearing it so much. Paris resident here. His French is very good. He definitely grew up in France, and he's using slang only the native kids would know. After their introduction, the hosts continued with their usual talking points of asking contestants what type of questions they preferred. Jamie proudly stated he was only good at music, causing laughs, but then the laughter stopped when Ari boldly proclaimed that they could ask him anything. The editing superimposed images of mathematical equations over their confused faces. Anything. Anything. Oh, you're so confident. Yes? Ari replied with a cocky smile. Naturally, the chat went wild, but this time with complaints. Ugh, here we go again. He's acting cocky because he thinks he's so smart. I can't stand this cocky, fake, smarty pants who thinks he's all that just because he's a little bit good at school. Jank, what do you mean? I don't go here. He's apparently valedictorian, #1 ranked student in his high school, so his cult fans use that to rag on other contestants. But who the hell cares about high school grades when you're not even going to college to be a doctor, lawyer, or engineer? You're just a singer. Exactly. Is that even a big deal? There are thousands of valedictorians in America every year. He's not special. I can't wait to see him humbled. The hosts don't even believe him. Having met a lot of bragging foreigners, Yu Jaebong and Choi Soo-bin naturally didn't believe it, and getting upset at their doubt, Jamie began listing all of Ari's accolades in a praise bomb. Don't underestimate him. Ari is super smart. Right. Ways. He speaks 4 languages. 3.5, but ways. Memorizes things easily and works through hard problems like it's cake. Ways. Ranked first in his school. In my grade, but ways. His only failings are that he can't cook, and if you put him in a kitchen, he might burn it down, set off a powdered sugar bomb, and set all of the sprinklers off. Let's delete that part. With a cheeky grin, Ari made scissors motion at the cameraman before sharply elbowing Jamie in the side, and the screen froze with text saying, "Naturally, we didn't delete it. Please look up the powdered sugar bomb incident for a fun laugh." Delete it? What is he talking about? We don't speak of the powdered sugar bomb incident. What's the powdered sugar bomb incident? Tell me. Well, It all started with a knife failing to chop an onion, and instead breaking a table in half. While the chat was explaining the cooking incident lore, a bit surprised at the passion behind Jamie's defense, Choi Soo-bin looked at both boys before asking, "So Ariel is the smart one between you two?" Ari's face immediately got serious as he pointed at Jamie. "Not at all. Look at him. Tall and handsome with great hair. James Jones, the third. At attention. Sir, yes, sir." Jamie immediately stood up straight while saluting. "He's smart in all things related to music." "Yes." "Talented." "Yes." "Guitar genius." "Yes." "History nerd." "Yes." "Music producer." "Extraordinaire." "Yes." "Music aficionado." "I don't know what that means, but yes. Please put some respect on his name." "Ah, I see. My apologies. You two are quite close. Clearly, you've been friends forever." "Nope. Only about 3 months." 3 months. "Yes." "Oh, well, true friendships can't be measured in time anyway." "Exactly. Why did it turn into a compliment competition?" "We get it. The two of you are best friends. Let's move on." "Aw, look at Jamie. If he were a puppy, his tail would be wagging in excitement. He looks so happy being complimented. They've only known each other for 3 months? That's kind of crazy, no? They act so close. But seriously, is Ari really that smart?" "He is. Several articles have been published by local newspapers in Los Angeles, highlighting his academic accomplishments in high school. You can look it up. He even held a live stream where he was helping people do their challenging homework problems." "Wow, that's great. A nerdy idol trainee. I can never let my parents see this before they start comparing me to him." Unlike some of the Western viewers, many Koreans were quite impressed with the educational accomplishment, given their own experience with rigorous schooling, especially those who were familiar with how hard the idol system was. Seeing someone who was clearly good-looking and trying to be an idol, yet not neglecting his education, was quite inspiring. But almost all of them had no hope that he would actually do well. There were plenty of foreigners who were intelligent and performed well with the beginner questions, but as the questions became increasingly difficult, they struggled. Additionally, not a lot of foreigners knew a lot about Korea, so once it ventured out of the touristy topics, they inevitably needed to get help from the host and had to forfeit the money. As for Jamie, they had no hope for him. But surprisingly, "Ari, please count from 1 through 10 in Korean." But he doesn't know that. He's probably lying when he said he's learning Korean. After all, when does he have the time to learn while filming Pop Star Academy? Hannah, Dull, Set, Net, Daciet, Yosiet, Ilgop, Yodial, Ahop, and Yeol. To the surprise of the viewers, the answer to the first question came without any hesitation and with perfect pronunciation. So quick. Whatever. Those are the basics that everyone should know when learning a language. You guys are impressed by mid. While discussions were being had, Jamie gave a detailed answer on musical scales and even provided examples for the question he was asked. Is it weird that I find it hot how he gets serious when talking about music? No, same. His face gets so manly and stern. To the person who got rid of the cowboy hat, thank you so much. The questions continued. Ariel, when was Namsan Tower built? But he won't know this one. Right. A detailed 2-part answer was delivered immediately, with the hosts being surprised that a follow-up question wasn't needed. What the? Jamie was asked to list traditional Korean music, and a 3-minute answer was given, with parts of it being fast-forwarded due to the lengthy, thorough answer. Afterwards, the response from the hosts was, "You're correct." No, what is going on? Did they memorize an informational booklet before arriving in Korea, knowing they would be selected for the show? How would they know that? I've never heard of some of those instruments, and I'm Korean. Me too. He's right, but the pronunciation is so American, LOL. The hosts continued to rapid-fire questions at them, and regardless of which subject they asked Ari, he spat out an answer almost immediately, while Jamie began to miss some questions regarding Korean history. When they got to the halfway mark, the hosts stared at each other for several seconds before requesting a break. As peaceful, classical music mixed with birds chirping and harp strings being plucked played in the background, the two boys began eating the kimbap, thoughtfully provided by the hosts, as a British voice narrated their moves in a nature documentary style. To the right, the golden retriever quickly eats the delicious snack and, using his youthful good looks, goes to plead for more food. And to the left, the baby tiger carefully paws at his food, sniffing it for any additional poison before taking delicate bites. After a satisfactory first bite, he takes another, pausing each time to make sure no poison is in the food. The scene showed Jamie quickly scarfing down his kimbap, and even requesting more while Ari slowly and carefully ate his, pausing at times because he looked full, and then continuing. After displaying the healthy appetite of an American youth, the golden retriever circles his tiger friend in an effort to request more snacks. The baby tiger continues taking delicate bites of his food, unaware of the attack that's about to happen. The scene showed Jamie eating an additional 4 kimbaps with no remorse before he began circling Ariel like a hawk, his eyes entirely focused on the second kimbap in Ari's lap. The music slowly began getting more intense as moved while the screen darkened slowly. Tired of dealing with the slow-eating tiger and having made the decision to betray his friend for food, the golden retriever pounces, and a fierce battle for dominance and snacks begins. As Jamie tried to snatch the kimbap from the sitting Ari, he got several bites in before he began fighting Ari for his final bite, causing the chat to burst out laughing. LOL, what is going on? My dog steals my food in the exact same way when I'm not paying attention to my plate, LOL. No, why are they suddenly fighting? They were so peaceful 2 seconds ago. Jamie, what happened to your brotherhood? You were defending each other 2 seconds ago. Why did you put him in a headlock? LOL. You can tell which one is an only child and which one grew up with 10,000 brothers by the speed of eating. Ari is such a slow eater. He looks like he's being forced to eat. I sympathize with Jamie. He's been suffering under the rule of his brothers for too long. Let my baby eat. Your baby is 6 feet 3 inches. I think he's eaten enough. As the fight continued in the background, Choi Soo-bin and Yoo Jae-bong, who were squatting in another corner while sipping Americanos, were having a critical discussion. Soo-bin SSI, at this rate, won't we lose all of our money? I think so too. I've never met someone this good, and we've gone through several of the hard questions we brought. What do we do now? Should we just continue so he wins? But then it will be boring, and we can't use the remaining funds to treat everyone to galbatang. What should we do? I don't want to take my first loss like this. As the two hosts were trying to figure out what to do to make the competition harder, 2 male students wearing Seoul National University sweatshirts stopped near them. As 4 pairs of eyes clashed in midair, the eyes of the 2 students widened in recognition, while the eyes of the hosts narrowed as a plan began forming in their minds. Why not switch the format a little bit and have these students go against each other to spice things up? Hello, students from the university that is the pride of our country. Would you like to play a game? Number 296. Chapter 296. Meeting Golden Generation 7. The 2 first-year Seoul National University students, one of whom was an architectural student and the other an education major, straightened their outfits as they stared at the 2 men speaking to them in English. Naturally, as Koreans, they knew who they were because they had seen them on different variety shows and even used Quiz on Block to practice English, as it exposed them to different foreigners. Are you speaking to us? Yes. Would the 2 of you like to play a game? As you can see, we're recording for the Quiz on the Block, and we need volunteers to go against our guest today. Immediately agreeing, the 2 university students walked over to see 2 incredibly handsome foreigners who were in a life-and-death battle over a kimbap roll before the blonde one tossed the last bite into the air and snapped it up. Delicious. I hope your hair strangles you in your sleep tonight. That happened one time. Once. If it happened once, it can happen again, either naturally or artificially. We'll see tonight. The red-haired one dusted his hands off before turning to look at them. Seeing that the fight had finished, Choi Soo-bin and Yoo Jae-bong spoke up. Ahem, gentlemen, shall we continue? We have 2 university students who would like to participate in a mini competition with you both. They'll be on one team and you'll be on another, and whoever raises their hand first gets to answer. If you answer correctly, you'll get 20,000 won per question. Would you like to play? It's still going to be up to high school curriculum, right? Ari clarified. That's right. Then that's fine. Jamie, I'm done being quizzed. I believe in you. Okay, that's fine. I can do it by myself. Oh, the American-style confidence. Then please introduce your names and backgrounds. Hello, I'm Ariel. I'm a high school student and an idol survival show contestant from the US. With an unbothered shrug, Ari held his hand out to the students as he introduced himself. I'm James Jones 3, musician and Idol Survival Show contestant as well. Jamie waved from the side. Park Sungo. I'm a first-year architecture major at Seoul National University. Bai-hoon. I'm a first-year education major at the illustrious Seoul National University. The architecture major shook Ari's hand calmly, while the education major had a bit of a sneer on his face as he heard that Ari was an idol in training. That was the one career that had notoriously unsmart people who were all high school dropouts. All they focused on was their appearance and useless skills, such as singing and dancing. Judging by their looks and the way this one was dressed, he didn't look like somebody who had done a lot of studying. Not only would this be easy money, but he would appear on TV and finally be able to ask the senior, who was a business major, out on a date. Bai-hoon gave Ari a smug smile while squeezing his hand hard, but got a blank stare in return before crushing pain filled his hand. Yanking his hand away, he immediately looked away. When Ari gave him a sharp smile, "Pleasure. I'm ready whenever the two of you are ready, so take your time. If you need to warm up with a couple of questions, that's fine too." He's going to get it now. Look at him being cocky with students from THE Seoul National University. It's one of the best schools in the world compared to Ivy League schools. The entrance exam alone is brutal. Nothing in America or France compares to it. The education major is going to teach him a lesson today. Look at their faces, it reeks of educational elitism. These are the top brains of the country. The French boy is getting schooled today? Hey, not too much on him. He clearly lived in France, and the French education system is much harder than the American one. Excuse you, he actually lives in California, and their school system is hard. Not all places in America are the same. While the chat thought Ari's win streak was coming to an end, and others were fighting as to where he had gotten educated, they were surprised to see that he was performing just as well as before, soundly beating out the two university students and not giving them a chance to get a single word in. As a crowd gathered around, not willing to let Ari win just like that, Choi Subin wrote some words on a paper in Korean and held it up. Ariel Nim, you said you've been learning Korean, so I'll give you the chance to answer first. Can you read this sentence out loud? Ari stared at the characters before trying to sound them out and translate them. He wasn't sure how the bilingual earrings worked, but if he could pronounce them correctly, he could understand the words. I want to ride a Delandry? No, wait, squirrel? That doesn't make sense. After trying his best to read the characters before him, Ari gave the hosts his best guess, but judging by their expressions, he had gotten it wrong. And as he expected, wrong. Education major Bai-hoon from Seoul National University? Your answer. Not looking too happy about it, Bai-hoon accurately read the phrase. I want to ride on a squirrel's old wheel. It's the panagram in typing programs. Correct. You get the point. And the final bills. With a gleeful smile, the last two 10,001 bills were passed over while Ari fell to his knees with a devastated expression. He looks like he's about to cry, OMG. After winning 980,001, he's devastated about the last 20,001. What is wrong with him? He really loves money, huh? The university students don't even look happy that they won. They're there, it's okay, contestant Ari. You did well. But it's a shame that I didn't get the full 1,000,001. Seeing the handsome boy still on his knees on the verge of tears over 20,001, Yu Jaebong felt kind of bad and rushed to comfort him. But you did really, really well. It was kind of a trick question to ask those learning Korean, so I wanted to test you a bit. My apologies for the trick question. It's fine. It just shows that my studying is lacking. A couple of weeks of learning Korean is clearly not enough, Ari replied with a despondent sigh. Excuse me? You've only been learning Korean for a couple of weeks? How did you learn so much about Korea? Even your pronunciation of things is spot on, Bai-hoon answered in shock. As an education major, finding the best way to teach people was key, and hearing that someone was this talented with only a couple of weeks of work was shocking. Wasn't he supposed to be an idol, or had he misheard earlier? Was it just a front? I've been doing Korean homework assignments and reading tourist guides since I could find copies in both English and Korean. From there, it's just a matter of memorization. I already speak another language pretty fluently, so it's the same pattern of learning, really. Unfortunately, I'm still doing primary school assignments because it's a bit hard. A couple of weeks? Bai-hoon asked in shock. When he was learning English, it had taken him a couple of months to read semi-easily, and he definitely hadn't bothered learning and memorizing the facts of other countries or even completing extra homework assignments, especially because his school load was already so heavy. What the heck was this student doing? Or was it all a ploy and promotion for himself and his agency? May I ask why you've been learning Korean? Do you want to debut in Korea as a foreign idol? No, I just want to know when people are talking about me. Ari replied honestly, causing the eyes of the two hosts and two students to almost pop out. What? Huh? Eh? Really? Even online, people couldn't believe it. Learning another language to hear gossip is wild. Isn't he supposed to be an idol trainee? An example to us all. This is so petty, lol. Based. No, but same. I want to know what people are gossiping about. But are you going to learn another language to understand the gossip? That's a bit. Yeah, that's basically it. I want to know when people are gossiping or talking trash about me when I was in Korea, so I started learning when I had some free time. Are you just joking around? No, I'm very serious. Really? Yes. Not because Korean is a beautiful language, or to stand out to your supporters, or to let the managers and directors assign a more important role in whatever company you sign on to, or to save them money. You just want to know when people are gossiping. Exactly. I believe in clearing the air immediately and avoiding hearing secondhand information. I need to know what people are saying behind my back so I can have a good talk with them. It will be fun, Ari smiled sweetly, causing the host to shudder. Fun? Don't you want to beat them up? Just say you want to talk with your fists. With that smile, who do you think is going to believe that you want to talk? Choi Soo-bin, Yu Jae-bong, and the two university students could only stare at the young man who had the most unique way of thinking. Did it make sense to spend so much time and effort on learning another language just to know if someone was gossiping about you? Well, thank you, once again, Ariel and Jamie, for joining our program. I remember asking you to give us a performance. Are you both still up for it? Sure. Just give me a moment. Let me tune my guitar and discuss what we'll sing with Ari. The heads, one red and one blonde, came together to discuss before separating. Jamie had his guitar, which he quickly tuned by ear, while Ari borrowed a painter's bucket, which he used as a drum. With Jamie playing his guitar, they did a quick acoustic medley of the Pop Star Academy Signal song, as well as other songs they had performed throughout the show's duration. It was a mix of songs with transitions that required being on the same page with the lead alternating between the two of them. But as if they had practiced, the performance was seamless. Whoa, he really is a guitar god. How is he seamlessly switching chords like that? His fingers are flying everywhere. They can sing so well. Wow. The harmony is so crazy, geez. Ariel's tone is so nice and distinct. The way he does his riffs is amazing. I saw them filming in Hongdae, but I wish I had stayed longer to hear this live. If they're singing like this, they must be some of the highest-ranked contestants on Pop Star Academy. Please tune in after this to find out. I will. Once the performance was over, there was a resounding round of applause from the small crowd that had gathered around them. Yu Jae-bong and Choi Soo-bin, who had recovered from their monetary losses to enjoy the performances, also applauded happily. Do you both have any final words? Thank you for having us. It was fun, and the snacks were tasty. Jamie gave them a happy smile as he put his guitar away. And you, Ariel? Yes, thank you for having us. And also to the viewers at home, please tune in to the Pop Star Academy episode, which I think will air right after this. We, the contestants of the show, are working hard in our own way to showcase our best sides and deliver a great performance to achieve the dreams and wishes we all share. Even if the production team won't reveal the full difficulties we experience, just know that everyone is trying their hardest in the background. And please vote, even if it's not for Jamie and me. Thank you. Sarangi. Also, PD Park, the airport really lost Jamie's guitar. That's why we're late. Just take this free promo as our apology and don't punish us, okay? Making a finger heart before bowing his head along with Jamie, Ari gave the cameras a rare bright smile that made his face look even more handsome, causing the crowd to sigh happily before walking away. As the crowd began dispersing, the hosts stood together to give their closing statements. Weren't they interesting people, Subin SSI? Very interesting. I never thought I would see the day that a foreign idol would challenge Seoul National University students and beat them in a quiz battle. Luckily, he was only reading Hangul at a primary school reading level. Otherwise, we would have lost our dignity as Koreans who love education. Maybe with this episode, one can afford to eat a good meal tonight. Everyone, please watch and support these two bright young men in their dream to become idols. Bowing to the cameras, the episode finished with the theme song and a montage of photos with both the university students and Jamie and Ariel. And after the credits finished rolling, the chat continued to explode. The episode was a hit. And since it had been cutely advertised by handsome boys, instead of turning off the TV or changing the channel to something else, those who were watching naturally pivoted to watching the episode of Pop Star Academy. The trailer started off with a cute montage of boys doing the classic luggage walk through the airport. Pop Star Academy Field Day. Pure entertainment, iconic fails, and serious wins for your team's honor and glory. After that, the screen changed into different previews of contestants playing sports. Thump. A blonde boy with a buzz cut wearing a blue tracksuit lifted another boy into the air with one hand before slamming him into the gym mat spread on the ground. As his sharp eyes looked upward, he bit his pink lips before smiling slightly and exposing sharp canines. Then a text overlay with a bold sound effect rang out. Sirium. The screen then changed to a clip of 5 contestants wearing different colored tracksuits tiptoeing down the track with bright yellow chickens attached to the bottom of their feet. With an obnoxious-sounding squeak, the text announcing the game appeared. For X 100-meter relay, boom, 16 contestants, making up 4 teams, each holding a person high in the air, dashed toward each other with arms outstretched. Cavalry battle. A boy wearing a yellow tracksuit, juggling and dribbling the soccer ball past defenders, before performing a bicycle kick into an empty goal, rolling to his feet, and then running excitedly around the field while ripping and waving his top in the air. Toned muscles highlighted by gleaming golden skin filled the screen as the owner ran to the camera with a wide smile, causing his dimples to appear as he screamed. It's a goal. Football. Thwack. A powerful jump smash performed by a blonde figure wearing a red tracksuit slammed the ball down on the tennis court. 1v1 tennis. At the somewhat familiar style of editing and sports display, Korean fans began commenting at a fast rate. Isaac. Is it the Chuseok special already? It's several months early, right? Wow, shirtless British oppa is so handsome. All of a sudden, I'm into sports. Go sports. Is that red lace in the background? Oh my gosh, Sakura Uni. The trailer ended with a clip of Ariel, the leader of Red Lace, making an announcement. And the winner of the first Pop Star Academy Field Day is. The scene cut off, and instead, the signal song of Pop Star Academy began to play. As people took their seats to watch handsome young men play sports, when the signal song ended, instead of the usual scenery of a sports day field, the opening scene featured a stage with an MC, a colorful cast, and a 3-tiered pyramid behind him. Shall we begin with the ranking ceremony and find out which contestants won't be joining us in Korea? Number 297. Chapter 297, Meeting Golden Generation 8. After watching the Quiz on Block episode, which randomly had Ari and Jamie as the only foreigners for the whole episode, Grace was performing her usual internet monitoring while pulling up the Pop Star Academy episode with a peaceful mind. For once, she could rest because Ari had done unbelievably well on the surprise variety show. Despite knowing that this was straight from a 15-hour flight, he looked extremely handsome, was dressed fashionably, and showed that he was charming, a little childish, and intelligent all throughout the episode. He even ended the episode by singing beautifully and promoting Pop Star Academy. From a PR standpoint, it was October 10th, and she couldn't have scripted it better herself while marveling that his luck was really insane, as he kept meeting random celebrities everywhere. The online reception was pretty good too, with both Korean viewers and foreign viewers really enjoying the episode, and those on the Pop Star Academy communities welcoming the influx of people. While there were the usual negative comments here and there, for the most part, it was drowned out, and there was a positive atmosphere. Once again, she said a prayer of thanks to Ari's birth parents for making him handsome, because it was clear that all things were possible when somebody had an immaculate face card that looked so good. Even his haters had a hard time criticizing it, even with the plastic surgery allegations going around. Additionally, because of Ari's appearance with Jamie, and their very visibly good relationship, Jamie's fans, who were called the Cowgirls, were in a temporary truce with Ari's Angels FC fan club, and battling down the naysayers together, who were angry at the unfair promotion happening because of Quiz on the Block. The community is growing. The community is growing. Humming happily at the increasing number of followers who wanted to learn more about Ari and knowing that Ari had recovered from heatstroke and was fine, Grace prepared to watch a semi-fun field day episode. Instead, the first thing her eyes had to see was a torturous ranking scene that she had utterly forgotten about because she knew Ari and Jamie were safe in Korea and didn't get eliminated. As she watched, Grace couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. William being ranked first? To be honest, she thought that was impossible. While William had his hardcore fans who were obnoxious, in terms of numbers, he was barely in the top 10 for community accounts with the most followers. He tried to play the princely leader and the victim simultaneously, always securing good edits and a bit more extra screen time than other contestants. But the fact of the matter was that he came across as boring and inauthentic and was unrelatable, despite being joined by other contestants from wealthy, well-connected families. Even someone like Levi, who had a permanent scowl and never said more than 3 words unless he had to, was more enjoyable to watch than William was. But here he was in 4K HD, taking up precious minutes of the episode to give a speech that she didn't care about. Grace watched with complete disgust as William gave a speech reaffirming his commitment to the fans to become number 1, before attempting to highlight his close relationship with the other contestants. It just sounded so fake to her, like he was just saying the words he thought would sound good to other people. While she usually didn't care if he rambled, the real issue was, why would they edit it this way? Even if Ari doesn't like him and his face expresses how he feels, he's never this obvious about it unless someone does something bad to him first. What the hell was going on that he looked like that? The editing, to put it mildly, was the pinnacle of evil editing, with the victim this time being Ari. Anyone who has watched Korean Idol survival shows can recognize it. Each time William called out a contestant's name to highlight his closeness with them, the screen would split into 3 parts, showing William, Ari, and the called-out contestant's name. William called out to Benjamin, Levi, Rex, and Carlos, and each time he did, Ari made a face. As someone whose judgmental eyes had become a staple GIF in many people's libraries, even outside of the Pop Star Academy communities, Grace knew this one would go triple platinum. She had never seen Ari's eyes so cold and disdainful when looking at someone, yet she was seeing multiple angles of him staring directly at the stage when William spoke. Even when William called him directly by name and asked for bygones to be bygones, the hatred that was briefly visible in Ari's eyes before he began fake coughing was so apparent that all Grace could do was scream. This was bad. This was really bad. No matter what William had done to Ari and the tension between them, it should never be displayed like this. Things had only just calmed down after Ari made the accusation about William injuring his hand. Unfortunately, the situation got worse because Ari stopped coughing as soon as William sat down, making it clear that he was faking it completely. Ari, what did you do to the production team? They were editing you so nicely before. What happened? To add even more tension, the MC continued calling the safe contestants up, and even though she knew he was safe, Grace couldn't stop nervously tapping her desk. Why wasn't Ari called up yet? By her calculations, even if he dropped a bit, he should have been within the top 10 at the very least. His fandom continued to grow despite everything that was happening, so even if he dropped, he should still be within the top 20. Yet Ari hadn't been called, and most notably, Levi, who had stayed stably within the top 7, hadn't been called yet as well, even by the time the 20th contestant went up to the stage. Although she knew Levi was safe as well, Grace's worry turned to anger, especially when she noticed that the MC wasn't actually calling out their rank. He was just saying the total number of contestants that were safe so far. No way. Don't tell me that they were trying to make them feel that they were eliminated. Are they punishing him after he and Levi spoke out? What happened to your vow to protect the contestants and care for their physical and mental well-being? It seems that because the protest wasn't spicy enough the last time, you stupid production team, because you've clearly lost your damn mind. I hope somebody leaks your whole entire life. Each time another contestant was called, Grace's heart pounded hard because it seemed that her hypothesis was true. They were really punishing the two of them for complaining in their rap verses. Since Levi was the 29th contestant that was safe, that meant The camera panned to Ariel sitting by himself with no one beside him, and the other contestants huddled together, holding hands while holding back tears. It was a depressingly isolating picture, and for a second, Grace's heart hurt. Ari just seemed really tired. Unlike the mischievous face, cocky smile, or judgmental look of disgust that he usually had, his face was blank. It was empty and soulless. She knew he had friends and that he had survived the vote, but seeing his blank stare as he waited for his name to be called, his thin build seemed even thinner than usual, especially as he sat alone without the usual giant boys who were usually surrounding him. Even the usual confidence that was always bursting through his eyes seemed a bit resigned to her, as if he knew he was being punished for speaking up and thought that people had turned against him. Even when Ari's name was called and he walked up to the stage, his atmosphere was more subdued than usual, and his speech was cut short by an ad break advertising some stupid tracksuit. When the episode resumed, it had transitioned to a montage of the boys traveling on the plane, touring the Soundwave Music Building, and being startled awake in the middle of the night to head to the location of the field day. But Grace couldn't be happy. Even the sight of Red Lace members, which she loved dearly, couldn't cheer her up. She couldn't smile. All she could see was Ari's blank stare as he sat there alone, waiting to be called with resigned eyes. Production team, you think doing something like this is protecting this kid's mental health or showing that you care about him? Count your fucking days. I'll rip you a new one for making him sad. Growling, thinking that the worst was over and she could at least expect some field day shenanigans and fun sports failures. She spent the next 20 minutes of the episode trying to get a glimpse of Ari. She felt like she was playing Where's Waldo. She didn't see a single glimpse of him during the Cirium, track race, and cavalry battle. Remembering that he said he fainted, she wondered if he had fainted at the beginning of the field day and missed everything, before she finally saw Ari appear on the screen with a tennis racket in his hands. That's random. Does he know how to play tennis? Her question was quickly answered, as with a surprisingly elegant form that made it clear that he knew what he was doing. Ari won against his first two opponents without losing a single point. His jump serve was highlighted multiple times, especially the way it spun away from the opponent, and by instinct, Grace began clipping the video for sharing later. It would be beneficial to highlight Ari's athletic abilities, and she could attract some sports fans to support him as well. He's really good, well, expert level, good, and ambidextrous to boot. I wonder why he didn't join his school 10. Never mind. Shaking her head as she remembered Ari's home situation, Grace watched as William similarly dominated his matches with long rallies and powerful smashes. Ultimately, it was the finals with two people she really didn't want to meet, especially after the first half of the episode, where the production team had made it clear that Ari had a problem with William. Praying that it would be a good, clean match, the first thing that Grace saw was Ari serving the ball, and unlike all of his previous serves, the ball bounced directly toward William's face, leaving a thin red slice from his eye area to his cheek. No way. How? As she was hoping that what she saw was a freak accident, Grace heard Ari's voice speaking in a mocking tone after being cautioned by Ariel, who was acting as the umpire. Contestant Ariel, please be careful about your aim. Oh, oops. I'll try to do better, but he should just get out of the way next time. He has eyes, doesn't he? The camera panned to William kneeling on the ground while clutching his cheek, and then to Ari's mocking expression, which showed no remorse. Hearing his words, Grace just closed her eyes and banged her head against her desk in frustration. She couldn't even scream. It was well and truly over. My client. Even if my client is being evil edited, why would those words come out of your mouth after you injured somebody in the face? Ariel, please. We can't come back from this. How am I supposed to defend you? The episode continued even after William got his face treated. Ari continued to toy around with William while making slick comments here and there. And even after he won, when asked about how he felt, with the most refreshed smile on his face, he said the most vicious words. I feel great. I can't wait for contestant William to quit. Banging her head on her desk once more, Grace watched as the game switched to football and Ariel's team faced William's once more. Once again, he injured William by kicking the ball at his face while William was lying on the ground. And adding salt to the wound, Ari decided to drop another unsympathetic soundbite. You should get that checked out. Looks rough. Grace began banging her head on the ground once more. With glazed eyes, Grace watched the rest of the episode, barely noticing that Benjamin's team won or that dense text filled the screen, conveying the new voting rules to the viewers. Her brain was completely panicking as she mentally yelled at Ari. All you told me is that you fainted. When did you have time to faint when you were out here playing Mortal Kombat with William's face and dropping villainous sound bites? This is going to start a war between their fans, isn't it? With tears in her eyes and her hand shaking from the fear of what she was about to see, Grace opened the community to see what the people were saying. After scanning it briefly, Grace only had 3 words to describe it. Hell on earth. This is what you brought me here to see. You vilifying a kid for no reason. I know there's no way Ariel would say those words without a reason. Jalissa's cold voice filled the office as she glared at PD Emily after watching the full Popstar Academy episode. I wouldn't use the term vilify. It's more like, selectively taking things out of context to push a narrative? It's not like I forced him to say those things. As he said before, he's honest. We're just conveying his honesty to the public in a way that suits the show. The people crave drama, and everyone loves a good villain. Hearing the sophistry, Jalissa couldn't even muster the energy to argue. I don't have time to play word games with you, Emily. Why did you want to talk to me? I wanted to extend an offer for you to come back as a judge and vocal coach on the show. You've clearly lost your mind. Jalissa gathered her coat and began to get up before Emily's words interrupted her. Maybe, but your favorite contestant is probably going through hell right now with nobody to back him up after this episode. Are you sure you don't want to come back? The kids miss you. As I said, Emily, you've lost your mind. After watching the way you operate, I'm disgusted. You don't get to whip the contestants as you please before offering me like a carrot to soothe them and make them compliant. Especially after what you did to me. To be fair, the editing direction of this episode wasn't my doing. I have a deal with your favorite contestant that hasn't quite run out yet, and all things considered, I am a woman of my word. As for you being let go, well, let's move on from that, shall we? You got a fat severance check and a lovely break, so think of it as a forced mini vacation and just come back. Otherwise, with the rule changes and this episode, won't your favorite contestant get eliminated just like that? You're the judge who always speaks up for him. PD Emily tried cajoling Jalissa, but seeing that she still didn't say anything, shrugged. I don't care either way. I just thought I would extend the offer to you. But do as you please. I will say, though, that kid seems really tired these days. You know he's young and this industry isn't very kind. He might just blow up and do something crazy. Thinking of something, PD Emily's smile widened, looking more like a shark than a smiling human. Or his backer might finally step up and do something to protect him. Either way, it should be fun, don't you think? I'm not going to do anything crazy. I just want to talk to him. Ari replied calmly despite the fact that both Benjamin and Jamie were sitting on him to pin him to the ground and stop him from moving. Mate, unclench your fist first, yeah? Number 298. Chapter 298, Meeting Golden Generation 9. We need to talk. Now, instead of the usual blue color, a bright red transparent screen filled Ari's vision with the text flashing an obnoxious yellow color. I'm trying my best here to leave, but clearly it's not working. After struggling futilely like a bull in a rodeo, Ari let out a sigh and lay limply on the ground while staring at the 2 people who were cosplaying as a weighted blanket. Let me up. No. Fine. With renewed strength, Ari began struggling to get up. Once more, but the 2 people holding him down refused to move. Bruv, no matter how angry you are and how messed up his actions are, you can't go beat up the PD. That's a crime. You will go to jail. Benjamin struggled to hold down the 2 slim legs that fought back with a surprising amount of strength while trying to talk some sense into Ari. After watching the episode, Benjamin thought that it was a perfectly valid reaction for Ari to be angry, but he couldn't let Ari act rashly in this situation. That was probably what the production team wanted by editing the episode the way that they did, and all things considered, he really liked Ari and wanted to debut with him. However, it was clear that Ari wouldn't listen. Jamie, say something to him. You can't go beat up William. Even if you're angry and he deserves it, if you go beat him up, they might actually kick you out. Jamie added while dropping his entire weight on Ari's arms, which were tensed as he slowly pushed up from the floor while laughing like a maniac. Thankfully, after several seconds of exertion, he quit and just lay on the floor for several seconds before responding in a cold voice. I'm not angry. Nobody here believes that. Do you know how scary your laugh sounded just now? Don't do anything you'll regret later. Deep breath and count to 10, yeah? Benjamin continued trying to persuade him while looking around at the boys, who were staring at Ari with a mix of pity, since they all knew the truth of the situation and relief that it wasn't them being harassed by the production team. If they were Ari, they would be seeing red right now because of how the production team portrayed the incident while knowing the truth of the matter. It was frightening because such a situation could happen to any of them, and even so, there was really no way to fight back. They just had to survive as best they could, hoping to achieve their dream, which meant swallowing disrespect that was dished out time and time again by people who were really like gods. Yeah, are you okay, Ari? Take a deep breath and calm down. You know how the production team is. Maybe they'll clear things up next episode. Please don't go fight the PD. My heart and blood pressure can't take it. Matthew added while clutching his chest. Ari, meeting the eyes of the people who surrounded him, Ari couldn't help but stare at them as if they were crazy. What did they think he was, a rabid dog who went around fighting people just because he was angry? He really wasn't trying to hear this right now, and while he appreciated the sentiment, they were wasting his time. What he needed was space to think, plan, and talk to Nova. He also wanted to speak with Daniel, but that would have to wait since Nova came first. Which meant, seriously, get off me. I don't have any plans to speak with either of them right now. I'm not crazy. Somehow, I don't believe you. Whether you believe me or not is not important. Both of you. Off. Now. At his cold voice, everyone in the room froze. After several seconds, when he felt the weight come off his body, Ari got up to a barrage of questions. Are you okay? Where are you going? Then who did you want to talk to? I'm fine. Out. Don't worry about it. What about practice? Justin asked with a worried expression. Practice without me today? I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow? Should I come with you, Dash? No thanks. I really need to be alone right now. I'll see you later, Jamie. Thanks. Gently shutting the door without waiting for a response, Ari walked out of the practice room into the hallway. Mentally, his brain was working overtime, and he really needed a quiet space with no cameras to have a much-needed conversation, especially with Nova filling his vision with red screens despite him batting them away. As he walked back to his assigned room to grab his backpack and change, he saw William standing there as if he had been waiting for him. I told you that you should have handed over what I wanted. If you don't want this kind of treatment to continue, you'd better listen. I've told my uncle to continue, and he has so much more in store for you, Dash. As William continued talking in a smug tone, Ari tuned him out as he briefly imagined himself leaping into the air and Falcon punching William in the face before body slamming him into the ground, and then beating him up with a sack of onions until he ugly cried. Unfortunately, his mid-conversation daydream was broken by an annoying voice. Are you even listening, you crazy punk? Rather than answer, Ari walked up to William until they were face to face before asking in a soft voice. If I start beating you up right now, do you think that the production team will pull me off you immediately? Or do you think they'd let me go for a couple of minutes so they can get the perfect recording for whatever agenda you want to push? I think it's the latter, and with how angry I am, I can definitely do some damage before they come. Want to try? At the crazed look in Ari's eyes, William couldn't help but stutter as he tried to back away. You think you can fight me? You wouldn't dare. Why wouldn't I? Do you think I have anything to lose? I have no family and no attachments to anyone, and due to you, my public image is currently in the gutter. Even if I clear this situation, with how the internet loves fake news, the accusations will still remain on the internet forever, so why not get some exercise and beat some sense into you to relieve my frustrations? Even if I lose the fight, I'll make sure I smash your face in again. Your nose already looks a bit crooked, so I'll straighten it out this time around. William's mouth could only open and close in shock. In his 19, almost 20 years of living, nobody had ever spoken to him this way. Crazy bastard. Still retreating, William's eyes looked around nervously for anyone to walk by, and seeing it, Ari just laughed. Scared? Gonna go. Tell the PD? Do it. Run. You're freaking crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm rabid, and I plan on showing both you and the PD that I'm not the one to mess with. By the time I'm done with both of you, you'll learn to focus on yourselves and leave me the hell alone. Goodbye. Ignoring the sputtering behind him, Ari locked the room door. changing out of the utterly adorable tracksuit that he always wore into some shorts and a sweater set from the clothes he had received from the photo shoot with Martin. And rather than covering his face with a hat and mask, he left them off since he wanted people to take photos of him. You release an episode to show people that I'm violent. You should have edited it better so the bruises on my legs didn't show. Believing that Grace would begin handling things on her side, Ari grabbed everything he would need to handle his before he started heading out the front door. Since he had no intention of following the rules from now on, he might as well be confident when leaving. But surprisingly, standing there was PD Jiho with an expectant smile on his face. Contestant Ariel. Fancy seeing you here. Where are you going? Out, Ari replied. There was not a single ounce of respect in his voice, but having become accustomed to such reactions from contestants on different variety shows, PD Jiho wasn't fazed. This was the best way to make them fall in line, and sooner rather than later, the contestants would figure out who was the god of the show and move the way he wanted them to. You know you have to be back by 10 p.m. tonight, correct? You'll be meeting the Golden Generation members first thing in the morning, and you need to look and act your best. Can you give me that in writing, please? As well as any other rules you have and the consequences for breaking them. My memory is bad, and I want to make sure I remember. I'll have a staff member deliver it to your room. Thanks. As he prepared to push past the PD, a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Do you have anything to say to me? You're not planning on quitting the show, are you? I'm not quitting. I'm just curious if this is the direction you plan on pushing the episodes in the future? Being biased toward one person while distorting the truth. I don't know what you mean. Of course not. Then, if I asked who paid you off for the slander toward me today, would you answer? Ari asked curiously. He really wanted to know if the PD would openly say it. As PD Jiho's brow furrowed angrily, Ari let out a small laugh. Oh, you were actually paid off? I thought so. Well, just remember that you went too far first. Vive la revolution. As Ari was about to walk off, the PD squeezed his shoulders even harder. You know that you can't do any interviews. I've let it slide with you appearing on the local news back in LA and Quiz on the Block, but no more. If you leak to anyone about what goes on within the show, or appear in another show or interview, or say anything outside of the confines of the show, you'll be eliminated. That's not a problem. Anything else? Or am I being held hostage? I have things to do. Although PD Jiho looked pointedly at Ari's exposed legs, which were currently an ugly patchwork quilt of pale skin dotted with large, purple, tennis ball-sized bruises, he didn't mention it. No. Cool. Not saying anything else to the PD, Ari left and went to the usual karaoke place where he, Jamie, and Levi had been going. Booking his usual room, after locking the door, Ari stared up at the red screen that had been flashing constantly in his vision. You wanted to talk? Let's talk. And hopefully this time it's about something meaningful, rather than just you blaming me because I'm tired of this program, the production team, William, and everybody else getting mixed up in it. Ever since I came on this stupid show that you recommended, there has always been something happening to me, and I'm tired of dealing with it. Ari yelled before snapping his mouth shut. He was truly sick of this whole experience from beginning to end, and had begun to wonder if he was truly cursed. Otherwise, why was it that when things were going decently well, a curveball came out of nowhere and hit him in the back? What was the point of his tolerating getting hit in the face and not pursuing legal trouble when the PDs were going to violate his agreement with PD Emily and edit him in a horrible way? He was sick and tired of this whole thing. While your mouth, general carelessness, and impulsiveness when dealing with the blonde one are half the reason you're in this situation, it's not entirely your fault. Lines that should never be crossed have been crossed, and the people on the other side have shown that they have not a single gram of integrity in their bones. Nothing you've done warrants what the production team portrayed and insinuated today. Nothing. They've gone too far this time around. Wait, you're actually on my side? What? Have you checked online? No? I was about to. Ari replied honestly. Even if he rarely did so, it would be beneficial to see what the general online trend was about. He was sure he was being bashed, but who knew to what extent? Don't check it. But dash. Do not check it. You can't tell me what to do. I already know it's bad. But I need to understand the direction of what people are saying to figure out what to try and clear up first. Ari brought out his phone to take a look anyway. But before he could open anything up, red windows aggressively filled his vision. Ding. Surprise mission. enough is enough. Information walks. Misinformation flies. The truth will be a bomb that takes your enemies out while making them regret their actions. Number 299. Chapter 299, Meeting Golden Generation, 10. Ding. Surprise mission, enough is enough. Information walks. Misinformation flies. The truth will be a bomb that takes your enemies out while making them regret their actions. The journey to become the greatest global superstar is one filled with people loving you, as well as naysayers and people wishing for your downfall. Despite the thorns that will appear in your journey, you must rise above it all to stand at the very top. Popstar Academy is your very first step on the journey to superstardom. Despite your best efforts, you've been subject to issue after issue with those in power trying to force you to stay silent, bend the knee, and conform to the person they want you to be rather than your true self. Staying silent in the face of adversity is not a sign of weakness. Yet the people in power have taken your refusal to address any rumors, pursue legal actions against them, or act out in a more significant manner as an excuse to increasingly portray you in an exceedingly negative and violent manner to push their narrative and prop up their chosen contestant. While idol survival shows are inherently biased, with PDs controlling contestants and public opinion like puppets, PD Jiho of the Pop Star Academy production team has crossed a line. In addition, William Forbes, Annalise Crouch, and others have added fuel to the flames by spreading lies and fueling conspiracy theories, which tarnish your brand and are completely unacceptable. It's time to take matters into your own hands, clear up rumors, and show people that you, Ariel Matisse, are a force to be reckoned with, and that they should be very careful when messing around with you. Time. Limit. 1 week, performance day end. Tasks. 1. Acquire and have your childhood photos published to disprove plastic surgery allegations. Reward unedited footage of Williams' repeated assault on other contestants during the field game, as well as PD Jiho's flippant responses to the injuries of contestants. 2. Ranking within the top 3 contestants within each category for the surprise vocal, rap, and dance assessment in 3 days. Reward. Early completion of the 4 repeat missions to gain 4 free stat points. 3. Convince Daniel Kim to stop supporting and to turn over the evidence he has against William Forbes. Reward. The contact information of a party currently investigating the death of the old man who perished the night you received this system. 4. Decide on whether or not you'll proceed to sue Pop Star Academy. Reward. Evidence that is admissible in the court of law that, if leaked to the press, will make the show immediately shut down, permanently ending the dreams of several contestants, excluding yourself. Additionally, PD Jiho and several other individuals will likely lose their jobs, possibly face jail time, and be blacklisted from the industry. However, the real power behind him will most likely only receive a mild punishment, if any at all. 5. Begin the process to sue the Crouch family for many things, including defamation of character, theft, negligence, child abuse, and more. Reward. Possible monetary payment depending on the outcome of the lawsuit. All tasks are entirely optional, and you can complete as many or as few tasks as you please within the time limit. Do you accept the surprise mission? I accept. Ari immediately agreed. There was no way he would refuse this surprise mission, as it addressed many of his current issues. Plus, there were a lot of things that caught his attention. What is the evidence? Can I have it and not use it? I don't want to end the dream of other contestants. I just want to threaten the PD into behaving. How are you going to get this information in the first place? No, your safety cannot be guaranteed if it's found out that you're the leaker of the information. Don't tell me you forgot how you and I got together one dark night. He hadn't. Secondly, how I get the information is none of your business. Just know that if you decide to sue them, your case of mistreatment will be at the forefront of everything, and those you now call your friends might hate you for ending their dreams after years of hard work. Because of the lawsuit, those without connections might be blackballed by the industry. What about me? Are you saying I shouldn't sue because I'll be blackballed? No, I want you to sue. I do not care about these contestants. You alone are my priority, and I believe being on here is no longer worth it if this is how it's going to be. If you sue, you will have the pity of the world and can use that to catapult you to another level of fame because, to some extent, you are getting bigger than the program. I fully believe that if you leave now, Some of the talented ones might join you to create a group. Even without them, I alone can still make you a superstar because you've gotten the most important thing you needed to get from this show. The seedlings of fame and connections in the industry. So sue. And let's watch it all burn to the ground. The red screen in front of him flickered in an almost evil manner, and Ari considered the words honestly. While it sounded enticing watching the entire show come crashing down, the fact that he would be the reason to end the dreams of people like Carlos or even Jamie, who fought against his parents and family to be here, to Justin, who cried that he wanted to be included and not sidelined despite his broken leg, just didn't sit right with Ari. It wasn't like they had a good time either. It was just that the production team targeted Ari more than the others. The thought of being the person to end their dreams after they had all suffered so much left a bitter taste in his mouth and made him feel uncomfortable. So rather than thinking about it, he shifted his thoughts back to El Nova's interference with him, checking the internet reaction, and more importantly, the mention of Annalise Crouch, an unexpected name that shouldn't be appearing in his surprise mission. As he pulled out his phone again, a giant red screen, so opaque that it felt like he could touch it, filled his vision. Don't look. Just contact a lawyer, tell them about the case, and let them do the work of retrieval. Some things don't need to be seen personally. Despite Nova's warning, Ari looked and almost regretted searching his name because it was quite honestly a shit show. People were ordering him to quit the show, to leap off a bridge, and worse. He was being accused of everything from assault to being abusive and crazy, being called every name under the book, and being told to die in so many creative ways. While the insults towards himself were bad, the worst part was the accusations towards his parents for raising a violent, psychopathic person, which was probably the reason that he was in foster care. Annalise Crouch was even getting a redemption arc as she insinuated terrible things about him, all the while insulting his parents. She, her children, and everyone else painted him as a horrible villain, while William was praised as an innocent victim, and truly, Ari had to laugh a little sadly. It felt like an organized smear campaign, and he couldn't believe how many media outlets had written an article about the episode. He just found it a bit funny that everyone spoke with authority, but nobody knew the truth or wanted to think. The production team had recently gotten whacked with the previous leaks, which exposed how they didn't treat contestants well, and yet, with this new episode, everybody took the opportunity to dogpile on him without questioning what they saw or even asking for a statement or clarification. There had been so many injuries this time, some of which were shown during the episode, and the only thing people were focused on was him. Ari didn't know whether to be honored or horrified. All he knew was that he just felt sick looking at people insulting his parents for his own actions. If this was what superstardom held, he wasn't sure he wanted it at all. Regardless, he read through what people had to say, both good and bad. Ari sat there and scrolled through everything, watched every video, and saved it all. He saw people making accusations like they knew him personally, and he saw those who were defending him, including the main moderator of his community, being attacked, downvoted, and reported, and he was extremely thankful and saddened for them. These were strangers he didn't know personally, fighting hard for him, and he couldn't help but be touched. They didn't need to do this. Just like others who were criticizing him, they didn't know him personally, and yet they were fighting for him like he was their family member. Seeing that, he really disliked the PDGO, and for the first time ever, Ari wanted to make a post addressing the issues. He wanted to sit with each person, making accusations and trying to reason with them. He wanted to make them apologize to the innocent people who had to suffer vitriol just for defending him. He wanted to thank those who were supporting him and cheering him on despite everything. All he seemed to do was bring his supporters trouble, and yet they still stood by him. And most importantly, he really wanted to punch PDGO, William, and the mystery uncle at least one good time in the face. But since he couldn't do that, Ari checked his bank account to verify how much money he had saved, then sent a text to Levi asking for his family lawyer's contact information. Even if he had to spend every dime that he had or take out a loan that he would spend the rest of his life paying back, Ari would make sure that Annalise Crouch and her whole family would pay. He was willing to swear on it. He also sent a message to Grace, telling her not to worry about the situation, but didn't receive a response. One way or another, it would be handled within a week, and since he had no plans on quitting the program, as long as his team did well enough for the judges, he would probably be safe. The fourth task was one he would have to think heavily about, so he would ignore it for now. Right now, the easiest one to accomplish was childhood photos. The question is, who would have my childhood photos? All my mom's family photo albums were in her private collection, and they all disappeared when I was thrown into foster care and then to the Crouch family. There's really nothing. You have no extended family? No. Both of my parents are only children with dead parents. Were there any co-workers who were close to your mother? You said she was a photographer. Yes, but she was very strict about people not taking photos of me. Maybe, but I don't have any phone numbers of anyone. Oh wait, dash. A light bulb went off in his head as he remembered his mom's enemy. Let me see if that drunk, angry old lady still works at that magazine company. Pulling out the laptop, Ari began searching for a particular name, but after clicking several links, it all showed that she had been retired for several years and had no social media. There wasn't even an email address he could send anything to, and naturally, he couldn't fly to France right now to see if she still lived in the same place. Who did he know that could help him acquire her contact number? Of the short list of people he knew who were decently influential, there was only one person who came to mind. And unfortunately, he had to go through someone annoying to contact them. With a resigned sigh, Ari opened his Finstagram account. Ignoring the thousands of new messages, he clicked on a profile and checked the messages from a person he constantly ignored because they were annoying and had not a single shred of self-awareness. Despite him not responding a single time, only reading them occasionally, there were still over 100+ messages from her. Sighing once more, Ari typed out a short, quick message. Ari, Pink Puma, can you send me Martin's personal number? I heard he was your cousin. Pink Puma, Ari. OMG, you actually responded. I thought it was broken, but my manager said it wasn't. Pink Puma, have you seen the episode? Pink Puma, of course, you have if you're on here, haha. Pink Puma, just know I believe you. 3. Pink Puma, and even though you said that you would never date me, I still support you. I vote so often, haha. Ding, 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 ding. As his phone constantly went off with the constant messages, for a second, Ari wanted to block her entirely, but remembering that he was already in hot water with the public, the uproar from her fans when she followed him, and the fact that he needed a favor from her, he tried to bring her back to the main topic. Ari, please focus. Martin's direct number. Please. It's really important to help me clear my name. Pink Puma. Well, I'm not supposed to. Pink Puma. But if you change your answer about dating me maybe? Pink Puma. I'm just kidding. Unless? Pink Puma. Ha ha ha. I see that you read it and are not saying anything. Pink Puma. Are you ignoring me? Pink Puma. Sad face, sad face, sad face, sad face. Pink Puma. Here's the phone number. Please don't ignore me. Ari, thank you. Pink Puma. I'm so excited to see you in Korea. Please don't pretend like you don't know me. Ari immediately put her account back on mute, hoping with all of his heart that the last message he saw was a horrible joke. He absolutely did not want to see her, especially right now. There were so many other things going on. He didn't need any dating rumors to add to the drama. Crossing his fingers, Ari stared at the simple 10-digit number. He felt like if he called it, he would be making a deal with the devil. But there wasn't anything he could do. The task had to be accomplished. Checking to see that it was not the middle of the night, Ari directly called rather than texting. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang several times before a deep, smooth voice answered. Number 300. Chapter 300. Meeting Golden Generation, 11, and this is Martin. Who's speaking? This is Ariel Matisse. I did a photo shoot with Fat Boy, if that rings a bell. Ari heard the sound of keyboard typing in the background before Martin's smooth voice was heard. I remember you. I believe I helped you get your passports from the embassy. What can I do for you today? Need a favor? Yes. Ari replied honestly, causing Martin to chuckle. As expected, I see that you're in quite a hot pickle from that survival show that you're on. Need my help in clearing things up? No. I just need help getting a phone number. Pardon me? You don't need help clearing things up? You're quite talented, and I like you, but with the way things are going, it looks a little rough. I can talk to your PDs and the show overseer to spin things in your favor next time. Of course, it will cost you a pretty penny. I can handle it myself. I just need your help getting a phone number. Ari repeated calmly. Oh, so cool. I always love a confident youngster. Good to see nothing has brought your spirits down. Well, I can provide the number. How do? You plan on paying? I'm paying with an IOU that you cash in with me later. You can decide the value of the favor after hearing whose number I need. You think you're valuable enough for an IOU? With me? Martin's voice suddenly became sharp. Yes, because you answered an unknown phone call and asked if I needed a favor, knowing I had had no cash to pay for it. I doubt you would even take money if I had it. Ari answered simply. There was a second of silence before Martin burst out laughing. I like dealing with smart people. Fair enough. Whose number do you need? If it's the president, I'll have to say no. You're not worth all that yet. Give it time, and I'll get there. I'm looking for the number of a photographer named Chloe Laurent. She used to work at Le Mode magazine, headquartered in Paris. She's retired. Why does that name sound so familiar? There was a pause before the sound of typing came through, and Ari heard Martin's voice once more. Former editor-in-chief and highly decorated photographer of the renowned fashion magazine Le Mode. That Chloe Laurent. Is that what her job title was? Pretty fancy title for a drunk, angry old lady. Ari heard a snort of laughter before Martin cleared his throat. Drunk, angry old lady. Well, that's quite an accurate description of her. May I ask what you thought she did? I just thought she was an old lady who took photos for work, came over to our house to get drunk on my dad's good wine while arguing with my mom. Stayed for dinner, always stole the snacks my dad made for me, fought with the cat, and then staggered home. She and my mom hated each other. Huh, your mom, the photographer. What did you say your mother's name was again? Ariella. Ariella Matisse? It still doesn't ring a bell. But now you have me curious, Dash. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm a bit busy right now because I have a lot to do, and this is an international call, so it's a bit expensive. I need to save as much money as possible. Is it possible for you to get her number? The real number, not the fake work one she likes to give people. If not, sorry to bother you. I'll still pay what you want me to through the IOU. Ari quickly interrupted the rambling that seemed like it would go on forever. There was a strangely long pause before Martin replied coolly. I'm texting it to your phone right now. Thanks. Anything else? I'd like to hang up. You know, plenty of people want to talk to me for as long as possible. This is the first time someone is kicking me off a phone call they initiated. Oh, sorry. If you really want to talk, do you mind calling me back? I really need to save money. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Matisse. I'll contact you when I want to redeem that IOU. Oh, and look forward to the release of the photo shoot with the illustrious cat himself. I'm sure you've heard the saying no such thing as bad press in entertainment, and things are positively abuzz with you right now. Sure. Take care. Quickly ending the call, Ari called the number that had been sent to him, wincing at the message letting him know about the international charges being applied again. The phone rang and rang and rang before ending. He called it again and again until finally, an angry woman picked it up and began cursing in French. Hearing the familiar tone, he calmly interrupted. Bonjour. It's Ari. Who? Are you a scammer? I told you I don't want a damn wheel of brie to go with the case of wine. I said it's Ari. Ariel Matisse. Not cheese at. Ari yelled into the phone. Cho. There was a pause before the voice immediately softened as his childhood nickname was called. Ways, it's me. Long time no talk, right? Still stealing alcohol from people's wine cellars and snacks from children and kittens. At his flippant tone, the soft tone immediately disappeared, and the angry nagging in French began. Ariel, what have I told you about talking to your elders in a non-formal manner? And what do you mean by stealing snacks and alcohol? Those were rightfully gifted, and I accepted. You want to get punished by kneeling. Walking in and taking what you want is gifting? Well, I'm learning something new today. If you're lecturing me, just know I'm hanging up. I don't want my ears falling off. Besides, nobody ever died because I speak in a casual tone. How are you going to make me kneel from the other side of the world? You, this brat. No respect or manners since you were a child. You're just like your mother. Ways. And what about it? Do manners pay the bills? Can I go shopping with manners? Kneel down, you brat. I refuse. The back and forth continued for several minutes with both of them tactfully avoiding the big elephant in the room. Well, after how many years of ignoring me and my calls, why did you call Cho? Although he thought she was saying something weird, Ari dutifully answered. I wanted to ask if you had any childhood photos of me. You're someone who hated photographs when you were a child and had to be forced to take them. So what happened that you suddenly want them? Where are all the ones your mother took? She was a veritable library of photos, especially of you. That crazy, son-obsessed woman. Used to the harsh way she talked about his mother, Ari shrugged. Ah, well, stuff happened. Anyway, I need them to prove I've never gotten plastic surgery on my face. Do you have any? Who thinks you got plastic surgery? This sounds like the nonsense accusations that come from those bored journalists in the entertainment industry in America. Huh, are you in the entertainment industry? Since when? Why haven't I heard of it? Sabine, check online for information about Ariel. Yes, the Matisse boy, he finally called. And get me another glass of wine. The good stuff. I need to celebrate. As Chloe began yelling after the barrage of questions, Ari tried to get a word in. Could you? Just check if you have any photos of me at all. Or ask around Mom's old co-workers if they have any. Instead of an answer, he heard muffled yells and cursing in French before the voice became clearer. What the hell is this that I'm seeing online? What show is this? Ariel? Have these people lost their minds? Huh. Oop. Guess she had searched him. Well, so, if you could send me the photos, I'll just dash. Plastic surgery accusations? On that face that has been the same since you weighed the same as that damn evil cat you had? They say you beat a boy up with a tennis racket? You should have beaten him harder for whatever he did to you. So do you have any photos? And they're calling you all these names. And they dared to insult Henri and Ariella? Only I can do that. Who raised these cow dung for brains people? Who's the producer of the show? Actually, no need to worry. I'll handle it. You're in Korea right now? Good. Wait for me. I'll show them the spiciness of an old woman. Before Ari could say anything, the phone cut off, and no matter how many times he called back, it was never picked up again. Wow, what an interesting woman. I've learned so many French insults today. Not interesting. She's a crazy, drunk old lady who takes really nice photos. It's afternoon in France, and she's drunk. She'll send the photos, right? Wait, she said she's coming to Korea? She's joking, right? Dunno. You know her better than I. What do you think? Ari thought about it for several seconds before tossing it to the back of his mind. I'll ignore it for now and call her later. The next task is what? A surprise assessment? Guess it's not much of a surprise anymore, thanks to somebody. I'm not complaining. Can you provide more details? The choreography will be assigned by staff, but the vocal, song, and rap are left to contestant choice. I recommend you choose a song with lyrics that can portray what you're feeling to the production team, while towing the line of being too offensive. At the surprisingly helpful response, Ari stared at the now blue screen before shuddering. You are being surprisingly helpful and nice to me today. It's kind of gross. I have goosebumps. After doing my best to show you support, caring about your well-being, and wanting to take out those who are trying to harm your reputation, yet this is how you repay me. Did he drop dead? Phew. Much better. Well, since I don't plan on going back early, let's spend some time doing some research. I want to be as hateful as I can and tell PDG Ho he's a dirty, slimy rag who deserves to go through what he puts others through. Feeling a tiny bit relieved but still frustrated, Ari spent several hours in the karaoke room before leaving. Instead of taking the train like he usually did, Ari walked the entire distance, stopping at different stops that caught his attention while pretending not to see the occasional person recording him with their phones. No matter how much he experienced it, it was still very strange to him that people took videos and photos of random strangers. But it is what it is. As he walked around lost in thought, he joined a crowd of people watching a performance of. He saw a group of older men, probably in their 30s, singing and dancing some type of Korean folk song while doing simple moves with a cane. Feeling a bit hypocritical after just judging people from recording him, Ari whipped out his phone to do the same while his mind was churning as the ideas for how they could modify their group choreography to still include Justin and tell a story came together. Waiting patiently for their performance to finish, Ari dropped 2 of the 10,001 bills he had won from Quiz on the Block before speaking to the man, who seemed to be the leader and the oldest, judging by the silver strands of hair in his head in Korean. He leaned heavily on the cane while panting, and Ari waited until he caught his breath before speaking. Hello. I was wondering where you got the canes from, or if you have any suggestions for where I can buy some. Oh, you speak really well for a foreigner. There's a costume shop a couple of blocks over that should have some usable and stylish canes for cheap. Also, I recommend that you get some bandages and ointment for your legs. They look terrible, and if you don't take care, by the time you're my age, all your joints will be hurting, and you'll really need the cane. This looks worse than it feels. But thank you. Bowing his head in thanks at the group, Ari ran off to the costume store that was luckily still open. Quickly gauging the heights of his teammates, Ari bought 6 hefty canes with golden handles and a couple of other things before finally making his way back to the dormitory. He tied 5 of the canes to his backpack and thoroughly enjoyed swinging the 6th one like a sword while singing random songs about fighting and beating people up. Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up, beat him up, yeah. As he opened the door while swinging one, he made eye contact with Jamie and Benjamin, who, for some reason, were sitting by the door. They glanced from his face to the cane in his hand and the pile tied to his back before immediately leaping up in alarm. No, you can't beat him up, Ari. Before Ari could even begin to explain himself, Benjamin and Jamie had snatched the cane from his hands and the backpack from his back, leaving him empty-handed. And you even got a weapon to do extra damage? And backups in case they broke? I understand you're upset, but bruv, take a deep breath. Violence is not the answer, mate. They'll really kick you out. Ari, what was wrong with these 2 people? I'm not beating anybody up. It's for my teammates. You're going to literally beat us into shape? I know you're frustrated, but we've been working so hard. Please don't hit me. As Jamie stared at him with sad eyes, Benjamin began, clicking his tongue. TSK, we really need to work on your anger management. You can't beat your teammates up even if you're angry. That's abuse. Seriously, what the hell do you both think of me? This is for us to use in the choreography. I'm going to sleep. When you're both done with your nonsense, put the canes under my bed. Thanks. Violence is not the answer. I'll work hard. I'm sorry for stealing your food. Ignoring the nonsense that continued coming out of both their mouths, Ari peacefully went to bed after reading the rules the PD had so generously printed out for him. And when a staff member came to wake them up at 4 o'clock in the morning to prepare to meet the Golden Generation members at 4:30 a.m., the only free time they had in their packed schedule, Ari peacefully rolled over and went back to sleep until 5:50 a.m. And when his alarm went off, he brushed his teeth, washed his face, and wore his t-shirt and shorts combo before strolling into the practice room with no sense of urgency at exactly 6 a.m. on the dot. Good morning. I hope you all slept well. I slept fantastically. Ari cheerfully greeted the PD, his teammates, and the members of Golden Generation with the brightest smile that would put even Jamie's to shame. You're late, PD Jiho said with an irritated expression. No, I'm not. Legally, I can't work until right now. Ding, ding, ding. Ari replied cheerfully. Surprisingly, he was in a very good mood, especially after deciding on how he was going to act from now on. It could be described in 2 words. Obeisance malvalent, aka malicious compliance. For the rest of the show, Ari planned on following things to the letter and nothing more. Production wanted to paint him in a bad light. Then why would he bother behaving? It wasn't like it had done him any good. You want me to meet at 4:30 in the morning? Sorry, I'm a minor in Korea. According to Korean laws, he couldn't work past 10 p.m. or before 6 a.m. If you force me to work, I'm going to the labor ministry and reporting you to everyone who will listen. And if you push me this week, I'll consider blowing everything up and deal with the guilt and consequences later. Scanning the practice room and seeing Justin sitting in the corner by himself and looking sad while the rest of the group sat close to the idols with slightly frustrated expressions, the smile on Ari's face became colder. Walking up to the leader of Golden Generation, whom he had seen in the airport, Ari held his hand out for a handshake. Hi, I'm Ariel, the team leader. Pleasure to meet you. Mind updating me on what I missed? Volume 4, Number 301. Chapter 301, Arrival. Ari glanced between the 2 idols that he had previously seen at the airport. The one to the left was JM, the leader and main vocalist of Golden Generation. He was known for his high notes and ear-catching falsetto and was often compared to Shin Ji-young of BTZ. With his bleached blonde hair cut into a wolf cut, light makeup that highlighted his soft features and stylish athletic clothes, he looked pretty good, considering it was 6 in the morning. And standing beside him to the right was Mingyu, the main dancer of Golden Generation. Like JM, he was dressed in stylish athletic clothing and had light makeup, but his electric blue bowl cut stood out quite strongly, highlighting his very chiseled facial features. As he waited for them to say something, it seemed that PD Jiho was still quite upset with him. Contestant Ariel. You heard the announcement. and could have shown up on time and listened at the side until you could be caught in filming. Due to their busy schedules, this was the only time the golden generation could come. Now you've wasted the time of your teammates, golden generation, and the production team. You need to apologize. Ari blinked at the PD before saying words that would make Matthew have a heart attack if he were here. Poor planning and scheduling on your part do not constitute an emergency or urgency on my part. Why would you expect me to participate at 4:30 a.m. when the law states that I can't? Or are you saying that I should break the law to accommodate you? It's in the spirit of cooperation and making things run smoothly, especially when everyone else is doing the same. My spirit of cooperation and making things run smoothly ended when you edited and published yesterday's episode despite knowing the truth of the matter. I have no plans to inconvenience myself to make your life easier. If you don't like it, get rid of me, but I bet you won't. Can't get rid of your cash cow scapegoat now, can you? I actually saw that you got the highest amount of viewership in your career yesterday, right? Congrats. Will you be getting a bonus for Chuziak? Ari clapped sarcastically, causing the mouths of the two idols to drop open in shock. Were these how the kids were these days? They had no respect at all. Even if the PD had wronged him, wasn't he afraid of retaliation? The entertainment industry was small, and everyone knew each other. His career could be blocked because he offended a PD, especially since he had no connections. Contestant Ariel. What? Before you answer that, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Ari quickly ran back to his room to grab the canes before coming back to the practice room. He put the bundle of canes down before leaning dramatically on his own cane like an old man. It was actually a pretty nice toy, especially when he got to swinging it around. I'm back. You were saying? Are you threatening to hit me? The PD, his teammates, the camera crew, and both idols looked completely shocked at Ari's reckless behavior. Of course not. I'm stretching my back. It hurts from carrying the weight of the show. Pwaha. As Jamie burst out laughing and Levi snickered, PD Jiho glared at Jamie, causing him to become somber immediately. That's enough. You're no longer allowed to leave the premises if you can't show respect. I've never been grounded before, so this seems a bit fun. Anything else? Want to handcuff me to my bed at night? Set a bedtime? Seize my phone. I figured you might be like this, so I actually brought it to give you anyway. I don't want to be suspiciously framed for leaking things. You're already not afraid to frame me. Who knows what you'll do for the next episode? With a peaceful smile, Ari handed his cell phone over to the PD, whose face had turned so red his glasses were fogging up from his body heat. Contestant Ariel. You dash. PD Jiho sputtered for several seconds, not knowing what to say. Seeing that this conversation was getting derailed, JM decided to take control of the situation before the PD actually exploded and said things he shouldn't say. PD, why don't we move on? Mingyu and I have a schedule to attend in 30 minutes, so since the team leader is here, it's better to go over things with everyone. Right? I apologize for showing you such a disrespectful scene. Ariel. Apologize. No. Thank you. Ari replied politely. He wasn't sorry. Not in the slightest. And there was no point in lying about it for useless brownie points against a trashy PD. Seeing that Ari truly had no intention of issuing even a single word of apology, PD Jiho glared while vowing to edit him even worse on the next episode. It's fine. Since you're here, can we get the full performance by the team to see what we're working with? Let's get a complete rundown from the beginning to the end. Sure. Let's line up. Justin, you're in the center. But dash. Center. Without waiting for a response, Ari got up and dragged Justin over to where everyone was sitting despite the disapproving look on JM's face. Seeing that he really didn't have time to warm up his voice, he just grabbed the tablet and began playing the instrumental as he got into his position at the front. Standing next to you. Locking eyes, he and Jamie danced to the intense bass and trumpets while making their way toward the center of the room with a jazzy, skip-like walk, snapping their fingers. Standing next to you. As they neared the center, they spun around before beginning the performance, which started with Ari and then transitioned to Choi Woo-bin. Justin's part rounded out the first verse, and when they got to the first chorus, it seemed like something possessed Jamie as he began belting it out with full strength, his powerful voice filling the practice room and hitting every single note with precision and emotion. We'll survive the test of time. I promise I'll be right here. Standing next to you. Standing in the fire next to you. You know it's deeper than the rain, deeper than the pain. It's deep in my DNA, and they'll never take you away. Even Ari was a bit surprised as he caught Jamie staring at him with a surprisingly serious expression. Smiling back reassuringly, Ari and the rest of the team completed the song. While it wasn't perfect, and the choreography was definitely a mess, vocally, he thought they did well. The practice that they had been putting in and whatever vocal coaching they were getting was clearly working since nobody's voice wavered, cracked, or was off-pitch despite the general high notes. If he had to grade it, vocally, the performance was A-B. Choreography-wise, it was A-D-. And he could tell based on the expressions of the two Golden Generation members that they weren't impressed. JM, the leader, cleared his throat before speaking. Vocally, I think it's fine. You're clearly on the right track, and I can see that you've practiced. I conveyed this earlier as well. Contestant Jamie, was it? You did excellently, and I feel like you understood the message we wanted to put in the song. Thank you. Jamie smiled brightly at the compliment. Of course, but as a complete performance, it feels like a mess. I distinctly remember telling the production team that I would prefer no modifications to be made to the song. We wanted everything from the choreography and vocals to be performed as is. We've touched on the vocals, but why is the choreography structured in this way? To start with, none of you is hitting the moves all the way. It's lacking the grace, flexibility, and finesse of the choreography given to you. Even if you've only practiced for a short while, I expect you all to do better because the trainees at our companies can do this and more with less preparation time. As they all stared at him silently, JM continued his critique. This song means a lot to us, and I can't understand the decision you're making by insisting a non-dancing member is taking up the center. Please explain. As the entire team stared at him, Ari sighed before responding politely. I'll address the center issue since it's the most important one. We have an injured teammate, so we wanted to make accommodations for him as best as we could. Keeping in mind your request not to make changes, we wanted to wait until we met you to get your advice. And in the meantime, since none of us is an expert choreographer, we kept him seated in the middle and had him complete as much choreography as he could without exacerbating his injury. Now that you're here, we're requesting your advice on how best to modify the choreography to accommodate a leg injury. I'll tell you the same thing I told your team earlier. Give him a microphone and have him sit them to the side and sing when it's his turn. Although it's choreography for 6 people, since we have no choice, we can easily modify it for 5 people, and it would probably look better since odd-numbered choreography is more visually appealing anyway. It's a bit unfortunate that he won't stand out, but he should have taken better care of himself. As an idol, your body is life, and even though you're currently in a survival show, you should keep that in mind. It's a lesson we all have to learn in this industry, Mingyu added. At the slightly cold words, Justin looked down, his fluffy brown hair hiding his face as he stared at the ground. It's a bit unfortunate because we as contestants would have preferred for the production team to choose different games for the field day, so our teammate wouldn't have fractured his leg a couple of days ago. But since that's what happened, that's what we're stuck with. Do you have any other ideas on how to modify the choreography apart from telling him to stand off to the side? As you mentioned, this is a survival show, and he needs to stand out, too. Or is that the common practice in the industry? JM glanced at him before letting out a small smile. Exactly. People who are injured are told to sit to the side because it's not fair to force the rest of the team to learn new choreography and new changes to accommodate injuries that will heal sooner rather than later. It's selfish to force others to accommodate you at the detriment of themselves, and doubly so in a survival show where each person needs to look out for themselves and themselves only. Understand? Sure, Ari replied non-commentantly. At the end of the day, you asked our opinion and we've made our wishes known. If you do choose to change the choreography to accommodate your teammate, do so at your own detriment and know it's without our blessing, because what we want is a perfect performance. This is the only song and performance that has been able to beat BTZ, and we plan on continuing that streak. Understand? JM stared at each of their faces, making sure that everyone nodded before smiling again. That's all the time we had today. The next time we see you will be on performance day, so good luck. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for coming. As everyone bowed respectfully at the two idols, JM gestured for Ari, who walked over with a curious expression. A word of advice to you. Since you're the team leader, your actions are going to affect the ones below heavily. So be cautious and think a little. When you're having your little rebellion, remember that it's going to affect the people on your team and the people around you. If you ever make it into the industry, the ripple effects can be even worse. Sometimes it's better to swallow an injustice for the sake of future profits. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind, Ari replied calmly. While those words sounded good in theory, he refused to believe them and actually found it quite annoying. People who were in power always told those under them to swallow injustices, yet never mentioned how long that stance was supposed to be maintained. For him, it was a foolish stance, and personally, he'd rather speak his mind and deal with the consequences as they came. As for damage going to others, as the PD had shown, he was the only target, so there wasn't much worry about that. As the idols, PD, and camera crew left the room, there was an audible sigh of relief as people sat on the ground. Tense. Ari asked lightly. That's an understatement. When Jamie told us you weren't coming until 6, I almost had a heart attack. Not to talk of you fighting with the PD. Justin grumbled before sighing sadly. I guess I'll just sit in the corner like they said. I don't want you all to get in trouble, and Golden Generation seems adamant about not changing the choreography. The judges and audience will still vote for me and be understanding, right? Injuries happen. Maybe? I mean, do you want to sit off to the side? It would be easier, but we're a team, so your opinion matters. I already promised I wouldn't sideline you, and I don't plan to do so unless you ask me to, of your own free will. Not because you were pressured by some idols. Ari asked as he took a seat with the cane in his lap. Do I have a choice? They seem pretty adamant about it. We don't even have an idea for how to change the choreography. Justin replied bitterly. I said it before, they're outsiders. It's a team vote, and what they said is just suggestions and wishes. As far as I know, they're not the only judges, so if they don't like it and the audience and the other judges do, then it's okay. We just need to put on a spectacular performance. And if we beat out the teams doing BTZ songs, won't they be happy? And who said there's no choreography idea? I have one. I just wanted to see if they had a better one, and they don't. 5 pairs of eyes all focused on him. Ari smiled mischievously. Want to hear it? Obviously. First, let's ditch the sparkles and glitter. Screw disco, we're becoming a mafia. Black suits, sunglasses, flashy jewelry, and we're showing up like we're a mob family. Huh? What? What? Everyone looked completely confused, but Ari just tapped the cane happily. Just listen. And we'll be using the canes for the choreo. I had a video to show you, but I gave the PD my phone. Regardless, something like this can be done using canes and the mic stand instead. And if we pair up and use spray hair color. Ari detailed his idea while demonstrating the general concept with the cane, watching as Justin's eyes lit up with excitement. Alfonso was nodding knowingly. Jamie was smiling brightly as usual, and Levi had a tiny smile. Even Choi Woo-bin looked a bit intrigued. The vocals will stay the same. Some of us will still be performing the original choreography according to skills, and we've added a little extra to make Justin not stand out wrongly. What do you think? I think your concept fits the song better, but won't we get in trouble if we change it so much? They might blame you, and with the PD. Justin trailed off as he replayed the scene he just witnessed in his mind. It doesn't matter to me. I'm the leader, and it's my job to take the heat. Win or lose, the blame will fall on me. And as you can see, my reputation is already in the gutter, and I'm already fighting with the PD, so who cares? If anything, you all might catch some flack, so decide for yourself. If you want to do it, let's do it. If you don't, let's not. As always, this is a blind vote, so eyes closed, hands up if we're going through with my new idea or sticking with Golden Generation's recommendation. And after the vote, it's unanimous. So let's start practicing the new routine until you want to die. No complaining. While the standing next to you team was suffering at practice, a storm was in progress at the South Korean International Airport. A sharply dressed woman with a brown French bob, bright red lipstick, and black sunglasses stepped out into the arrival area of the Korean airport, surrounded by a mass of photographers and people seeking a photo, a statement, or an autograph from this living legend. For those in the fashion world, the image of the woman in the black and white Breton top, long linen skirt, leather loafers, and chic blazer thrown over the shoulder, along with a well-used Birkin bag, was well known. Chloe Laurent. She had a fantastic resume that many dreamed of in the fashion world. She briefly modeled in her youth. Former editor-in-chief of Le Mode magazine. one of the co-chairwomen of the illustrious Met Gala, one of the advisors on the executive board for Fédération de la Haute Couture et de la Mode, the committee that founded, organized, and ran Paris Fashion Week. Although she had refused to be in the spotlight, to the extent that many didn't know she held these positions, she was quite active in the background of things ever since she retired from her public-facing job at La Mode. And now that she was making unprecedented public moves, such as creating a social media account and arriving in Korea, people wondered what was going on. Miss Laurent, could you please tell us what you're doing in Korea? A reporter asked in heavily accented English. I'm here to see the son of my enemy. I heard that he's getting bullied by some no-name TV producer and being accused of a myriad of things that I plan on sorting out. By hook or by crook. Chloe replied with a heavy French accent before turning to the side. Sabine, where's my wine? And a cigarette? I'm too sober for this nonsense. The sight of all these people irritates me. I have the wine right here, madam. You can't smoke until you're out of the airport. With a resigned sigh at the unreasonable request, Sabine, the personal assistant who had somehow survived for 20 years, whipped out a crystal wine glass already filled with red wine and handed it over. And to the shock of the reporters and viewers, as she walked through the crowd that was being held at bay by airport staff, Chloe began drinking her wine as she strolled out of the airport. And the moment she stepped out, she lit up a long cigarette and entered the chauffeured vehicle. Number 302. Chapter 302. He's exactly who he thinks he is. 1. I'm happy to see that Emily was able to convince you to come back on board. PD Jiho smiled as he led Jalissa to the area where the surprise evaluations would be held. I certainly didn't come back for you all. I came back for the kids. Jalissa replied, bitterly. Although she was a bit jet-lagged and honestly a bit disgusted at the fact that she came back, the silver lining to the situation was that she got to meet the kids that she had mentored for so long. The bitter taste in her mouth when she was forced to leave now had a bit of sweetness, and now that she was back, she hoped to provide a safe space for these contestants and see things through to the end. Because the producers certainly weren't going to do so. All they cared about was pursuing entertainment, viewership ratings, and pushing whatever agenda aligned the most with their morals. From Emily, who she considered a friend, to PD Jiho, they were all the same. Regardless of why you came, it's good that you're here. As long as you don't cross the line again, I think we can pursue a lovely working relationship that will last for a long time. Not pleased with the PD's cocky tone, Jalissa decided to give him a word of advice, straight from her heart. I told Emily this, and I'll say the same thing to you. What's done in the dark will always be brought to light, and the more you try to suppress something, the more light you bring to it, and the brighter it's going to shine. Sooner than later, it will explode beyond your control. So I hope your hands are clean and your conscience is clear as we finish up the show. I'm not sure what you're insinuating, but I can assure you that I have things well under control. The leak mishaps that happened in America won't happen here because the staff is personally handpicked by me, and nothing is being done in the dark. In fact, the exact opposite is happening as the true character of some contestants is being exposed, which will help the audience make a decision. Additionally, the contestant he was targeting had no backing, and despite his budding closeness with contestants with influential parents, and Emily's worry that he was secretly being backed by Martin and other industry players, PD Jiho just thought he was a reckless boy with too much ego who had let the little whiff of popularity he got get to his head. While he had the looks and talents to make it in the entertainment industry, unfortunately for him, he had offended the wrong person and would soon find out who really ran the show. I'm not here to argue the point. I just thought I would share my thoughts with the hope that you would try and foster a safe and welcoming environment for the contestants. Jalissa replied with a polite smile. That's what I aim to do. And of course on your part, I hope there won't be any unpleasantness like the last time. Unpleasantness being William lip-syncing or me trying to expose it. Jalissa asked bluntly, whatever you think the unpleasantness is, let's keep the peace and stick to our assigned roles. Seeing that this was a pointless conversation, the rest of the walk was silent, and as Jalissa entered the large room, which had the familiar faces of the judges sitting at one table and contestants on the other side, even at first glance, a clear divide was evident between the contestants. She noticed William and those she assumed were his teammates sitting to one side, while the other 24 contestants sat away from them. As usual, William had a smug smile, while staring over at a boy sitting at the very front of the larger group who was paying him no mind whatsoever. Turning to follow his gaze, Jalissa saw a familiar green-eyed boy, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt instead of the usual animal hood tracksuit that he had worn since the show began. It was almost as jarring as seeing him with bright red hair now, and she wondered what brought on the change. As their eyes locked, the smile on Jalissa's face froze, and she couldn't help but gasp as she took a second look at him. Ari's slim legs were completely modeled from the horrible circular bruises that were a dark purple mixed with green. His arms weren't any better as they were covered in thin rectangular bruises that seemed to be visibly darkening as she stared at him. While Jalissa wanted to march over and ask what was wrong and begin scolding the PD for carelessness, Ari, along with Jamie, who was next to him, waved and smiled at her, the joy in their faces apparent. "Please take a seat, and we'll get started with the evaluations." Biting back the words she wanted to say, Jalissa took her seat between Larry Jackson and Kim Young-woo. Since Selena had a scheduling conflict, it would be 3 of them, along with Exponent and Jaywalks, who would be evaluating the contestants today. "Hello, glad to have you back. It's been a total sausage party here," Larry Jackson commented, and Jalissa had to do her best not to roll her eyes at the crude joke. "Good to be back." Picking up the papers that listed the contestant names, songs, and categories they wanted to perform in, as well as the grading criteria, she scanned through the song choices. When she came to a particular name, she snorted with laughter, causing the slightly dark atmosphere around her to dissipate. "What's so funny?" Larry Jackson asked curiously. He wanted in on the joke, too, and wanted to use the opportunity to get closer to Jalissa, considering she was the only English-speaking female face he had seen in a while. Additionally, he was glad because it meant that he would no longer have to be the sole vocal coach and deal with annoying contestants who were critical and dissatisfied with his teaching style. Of course, one particular contestant had never set a single foot into the vocal room with him, but that was neither here nor there. "Have you listened to the songs that Ari chose?" "Oh, him." Larry had a bitter face as he replied, "Of course not. That troublemaker is definitely on his way out, so why bother? Plus, when I saw that it's by a French duo I've never heard of before, I lost interest. As for the rap song, that's more of Exponent's field than mine, so I didn't bother checking it out." "Why? Is he being arrogant and choosing songs he can't perform? Or are they just trashy songs?" "Quite the opposite. I think they're great songs, and the messaging in them is quite pointed. I am a bit concerned about him rapping, but that's his choice, and I think contestant Ari is not stupid. He knows his own capabilities, and he'll do well like he always has." "You're overestimating him too much," Larry Jackson grumbled, and Jalissa shook her head. "I'm not. He's always delivered excellent vocals on a variety of songs, and I'm sure he'll do so today. You, on the other hand, need to expand your music palette a bit more and listen to songs outside of your genre. That's how you grow as a musician." Jalissa smacked his arm in irritation, but Larry Jackson only shrugged. "I'll leave that to you music nerds. I'm satisfied with what I listen to and what I create, and so are my fans. I know secretly you are too." "Am I, though? Your last single release was a flop, and your fans complained that it sounded dated and recycled. Sonically, I think it was your worst project, but what do I know?" Not wanting to seem like she was lecturing him, Jalissa simply smiled softly, causing Larry Jackson to laugh. CHK boom. "I'm still as charming as usual, and the ladies still love me. All right, brats, let's get started. We'll be going in alphabetical order, starting with vocals. Vishal Agarwal, you're up first." With a slightly nervous expression, a handsome Indian boy pushed his glasses up his face as he stepped forward. "Hello. Yes, I'll be performing some nights by the band FUN Group." "Understood. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead." Jalissa tried to catch Vishal's eyes to communicate that he should calm down and take a deep breath, but it seemed that he was really in his own head. After missing the music cue and having to get it restarted twice, Vishal began singing the song that he thought would fit his voice best and represented the conflicted state of mind he had right now. "Some nights, I stay up thinking about my bad luck. Some nights, I celebrate that luck. Some nights, I wish that my voice could reach the blue sky. Some nights, I wish it would die off. But I still wake up, my dreams are like a ghost. Oh Lord, I'm still not sure what I stand for. What do I stand for? Most nights, I don't know anymore. This is it, Boys, this is war. What are we waiting for? Why don't we break the rules already? I was never one to believe the hype. Save that for the very last night. Try twice as hard, and I'm half as light. But here they come again to jack the limelight. But that's all right. I vow to do my best tonight. Try my hardest without wondering why. Why? What do I stand for? Most nights, I don't know anymore. As names were called, and each person who was getting evaluated vocally stepped up, Ari tapped his feet in time as Jamie sang the song he had chosen. Thank you, contestant Jamie. Please have a seat. Contestant Ariel Matisse. Please. Come up. High-fiving Jamie as they passed each other, Ari stood in front of the judge's table, on the black tape mark on the ground. Hello, I'm Ariel. I'll be performing Titanium by Davide and Isabel. Please look forward to it. Giving PD Jiho a pointed smile, Ari began to sing. Number 303. Chapter 303. He's exactly who he thinks he is, too. What happened to his legs? Why is he bruised like that? As Ari got up in his usual lazy way, Jalissa took the opportunity to whisper to Larry Jackson while noting her comments and overall ranking for Jamie, who had done excellently as she expected. Jamie was a singer who consistently employed good vocal techniques and knew how to showcase his steady, warm voice, which could dip down into a surprisingly low register and hit high, decent notes as well. Today, he had drifted away from his usual country song choice and chosen a pop ballad that really showed off his technical skill. Who knows? He's been parading around like that for the last couple of days. Maybe he got injured in field day? Larry replied indifferently. Those are circular bruises, and they look pretty similar to tennis balls, don't you think? And if he beat all the other opponents without letting them score, who do you think hit him that many times? At the uncomfortable intensity of Jalissa's questions, Larry Jackson decided to change the subject. Let's just listen to Ariel sing. Hopefully, our ears will survive it. Letting the conversation die temporarily, Jalissa watched as Ari tapped his feet repeatedly before the instrumental began playing. And as if he had gotten into the habit of holding a microphone, he held one hand to his mouth like he was holding a microphone. You cut me down, but it's you who'll one day have to fall. A soft, almost whisper-like voice with that unique tone that made Ariel's singing voice easily identifiable filled the room. Despite the lack of sound enhancements, she and others could hear the whispered tone perfectly, which meant he was projecting very well. Briefly, Jalissa remembered the clip of Ari laughing while saying that his voice was pretty loud, but her attention was quickly drawn in again as he continued singing the next verse, while those green eyes stared with unveiled venom at the PD standing behind the camera. You play dirty tricks. I won't say much. Bit by bit, Ariel's voice began transforming, from whispering to a voice slowly filling with strength. I'm criticized. Your words and stones won't break my bones. Shoot me down. But I get up. He paused to take a deep breath before opening his mouth and belting the next lines, that ear-catching raspiness evident in every word despite the clarity of his voice. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away, fire away. Patting his chest while staring into the eyes of the PD, Ari sang even louder as the intensity of the song transformed into a phenomenal crescendo. Your bullets ricocheted, so aim again. Fire away, fire away. Utilizing the vocal range that Jalissa personally considered the widest among the contestants here, Ari easily transitioned from his chest voice to his head voice to hit those soaring notes without sounding feathery or out of breath. You gun me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You gun me down, but I won't fall. I am Tita and I am. It seemed that everyone held their breath to hear the beautiful high note, imbued with pain and sorrow, that was held for close to 10 seconds. As she listened to the vibrato that tapered off smoothly, Jalissa had to blink to clear her eyes because she thought for a moment that it was Carlos standing before her and not Ari. What was going on? When had this kid gotten so good at singing and imbuing his emotions into his songs? This was a boy who sometimes looked like he was being forced to sing and perform, but right now, he was singing with so much passion and pain that it actually brought tears to Jalissa's eyes. My heart is stone cold, so get your gun. Fire at me, I won't run. I told you, I'm made of bulletproof glass. She had suspected it when she heard the song choice, but from that unwavering gaze that didn't even look at the judge's table while he sang, she could tell what had brought him to this point. And it made her vow to do her best in addressing the problems she saw. Closing her eyes, She just enjoyed the rest of the vocal performance until there was no more sound coming out. I am Tita and I am. Thank you for listening. The slightly accented voice filled the room, and Jalissa opened her eyes. Well, yes, contestant Ari Dash. Before Larry Jackson could finish his sentence, Jalissa quickly interrupted the incorrect name pronunciation. Contestant Ariel, what happened to your legs? That bruising seems to be quite bad. What happened? This. William decided to use my legs as target practice during the tennis match at field day. Ari immediately spilled the beans. I did not. He's lying. William yelled, but Ari didn't even turn back to look at him. His gaze was focused only on Jalissa, as if she were the only one there. Is that right? Jalissa leveled a cold glance at William, who had sang decently earlier, before shrugging. Yes, ma'am. I said he's lying. Jalissa also ignored him. Understood. You did a good job, Ari. I can tell you've been practicing. Please take a seat. Yes. And it's really nice to have you back. It's good to be back. Giving her a bright smile, Ari took his seat right next to Jamie, doing their little handshake before focusing. Benjamin Moore, you're up next for vocals. Standing up with a smooth move, Benjamin gave Jalissa a pleading look. Good to have you back, Jalissa. I'm bare cursed to go after Ari, so please have some leniency in your judging, yeah? I'm not a vocalist, so naturally I'll sound like a waste man compared to him. Haha, I'll keep that in mind, Ben. Get right to it. No time to waste. Rah. The remaining contestants got evaluated on their vocals, with some doing better than others. By the time it got to Carlos's turn, it seemed like he was feeling the heat as he sounded even more angelic than usual, so that even Larry Jackson was impressed. As the two vocal coaches finished scoring each contestant, they gave the contestants a quick water break before continuing the evaluation. The next category to evaluate was rap. With fewer contestants wanting to get evaluated at the rap position, they were zooming along. It started with Vishal, and before Ari knew it, it was his turn. I'll be performing I Love Myself by Kung Fu Ken. And before I get started, I just want to say thank you so much to Kung Fu Ken. Your lyrics speak to me. At Ari's words, Exponent's eyes widened with interest, and he even sat up straighter at the somewhat unexpected song choice. After all, Kung Fu Ken was an underground battle rapper based out of LA. He wasn't a mainstream artist, and this track was one he had used during a rap reality competition many years ago, so he hadn't expected anyone to perform the song or even know about it. From what he remembered, Kung Fu King got into an enormous disagreement with the show producer and wrote this as a diss track to use against the show producer on the final performance. This would undoubtedly be interesting considering that the situation mirrored Ariel's current one, and for a brief second, Exponent wondered how the production team had allowed Ariel to perform such a song. Perhaps they didn't understand the context or chose not to listen due to time constraints. He would probably find out later. Unaware of the judge's thoughts, Ari began tapping his feet while casually waving his hands in the air. Others might think he was vibing, but only he knew that he was selecting the correct jukebox setting to perform the rap song. As the jazzy beat rang out, Ari began swaying from side to side, feeling the bass, drums, trumpets, and cowbells with his whole body. Snapping his fingers, along with the drum line, he turned away from the PD and began his performance. I done been through a whole lot. Trial, tribulation, but I know that. Evil producers want to put me in a bow tie. Pray that their conscience don't go dry, yeah. At the explicit call-out toward the PD, and dramatic pause in the song, making the gasps of the contestants audible, Ari pretended to look around before smirking, and his mouth was forced to spit the words out at a particular cadence due to the jukebox skill. As I look around me, so many haters want to down me. But the enemy is never going to drown me. In front of a dirty practice mirror, you found me. 'Cause I love myself. One day at a time, even if the sun won't shine. Feeling the vibe of the music and the words of affirmation deeply, one hand came to Ari's mouth like a microphone as he began pacing back and forth, staring from PD Jiho to William and then back to PD Jiho as he continued rapping confidently. There's a war right now. Fake news in the streets. Post lies on the net. You're the dirty police. Sold your integrity for green. You're no better than a fiend. Can't keep your hands clean. Bottom feeder in a scheme. EY. Enjoying the way the PD's face turned red, Ari did a little shuffle dance as he continued saying what he wanted to say. These days I'm frustrated. Of the mess you have created. I ignore your cold faces. Why act shocked? You know I'm crazy. I dreamed of serenity and peace. But I'll put a middle finger up in the face of the beast. The sky could fall down. The wind could cry now. And it will never take my smile. Because I love myself. Even if the sun doesn't shine. Truly feeling as if you were watching a professional rap show or a rap battle. Exponent watched with full interest as Ari moved around the room with the laid-back confidence and swag he always had about him. He was dancing to the music, making eye contact with everyone, all the while rapping at a high level and throwing shots at the PD, whom he was clearly displeased with. His breath control was there, his diction was clear, with every word being delivered with impact, and his rap flow wasn't static. It sped up and slowed down as needed, and it all happened seamlessly. Exponent had to admit that he was very, very impressed. If he hadn't known that he was a vocalist, he would have thought that Ari was originally a rapper. He couldn't believe that this was the same kid who had joined his rap training a couple of weeks ago and was acting like a beginner who had never rapped before. If he continued performing like this, he might be the first contestant on the program who could be considered a main vocalist and main rapper. And if his dance skills were at the same level, well, the term all-rounder might come into play. I love myself. One day at a time. As the song ended, Exponent found himself applauding along with everyone else. The kid had done well, and even if the PD looked unhappy about the song or performance, no rules had been broken, and it was up to Exponent to give a fair evaluation, which he would. Thank you, contestant Ari, for the performance. A quick question if you don't mind. Sure. Ari replied in a slightly out-of-breath voice. What made you decide to get evaluated for rap? If I recall correctly, you've been a strict vocalist, and were quite resistant the last time you were forced to rap. Ari scratched his head awkwardly as he remembered the fiasco with producer Benny before shrugging. My goal is to become a complete all-rounder and rank within the top 3 in all categories. The all-rounder part was a lie, but it sounded good, so let's just go with it. That's quite the confident goal. Do you think you've achieved that so far? Yes. I practiced hard, and I think I've done well so far. I hope the judges believe so as well. Ari answered simply, seeing that he meant it and wasn't trying to be boastful. Exponent laughed before nodding approvingly. I really like that confidence of yours. Feel free to take a seat. Sure. Thank you. Feeling a bit relieved that everything went well, Ari slumped to the floor next to Jamie, almost choking as Jamie decided to clobber his back instead of patting it gently like a human being. Vowing to get him back later, Ari stared at the judges' table, waiting for the next steps. The next person to come up is Benjamin Moore. Big Ben, let me see what you've got, or has your confidence disappeared? The other kids are doing quite well. Exponent joked around with Ben. Even if I'm confident that I'm the best rapper here, the pressure is getting worser, mate. Exponent, please, can we reverse the order next time? Why do I have to suffer just because Ari decided to show out today? And on a back-to-back ting? It's not fair, innit? Benjamin groaned as he stood up. Defend your title or lose it, Ben. Life waits for no man, and the people around you are trying to improve too. If you get complacent, you'll fall down. Never. I definitely won't allow it. With another groan that quickly turned into a laugh, the British boy stretched in an exaggerated manner as the music began. Number 304. Chapter 304. He's exactly who he thinks he is, 3. The rest of the evaluation went pretty smoothly, and overall, Ari thought he had done really well during the evaluation. He had sang exactly the way he wanted to. The rapping portion had gone well, and the dance was quite flawless if he said so himself. To add icing on the cake, Jalissa had somehow come back to be a judge, so the previous weight that he would be fighting against Larry Jackson and possibly Jaywalk's biases against him was gone as well, because Jalissa had always been fair and always spoke up to give contestants points for the things they did well. Now it was all left to the judges. As he left the room with the remaining contestants, he gave Jalissa a bright smile before walking quickly to grab Daniel Kim by his hoodie. Oi, Daniel. Let's talk. Privately. The Korean boy took one look at Ari's face and began to hiccup with teary eyes. Please don't hit me, hic. And if you hit me not in the face, hic. Ari. What is wrong with you people? I've only hit one person. 1. You act like I go around bashing people upside the head every single day. Holding back a sigh, Ari just dragged Daniel away while ignoring his pleading expression. And in the recently vacated room, The judges were having a surprisingly mild discussion on how to rank the contestants. Within the three categories, vocals, rap, and dance, the bottom 20 were easily decided as there was truly insurmountable, clear difference in skill. But when it got to those within the top 10, arguments could be made depending on stylistic preferences, little mistakes that had to be weighed against each other, and other little metrics, which made the previously calm argument get much more intense. For contestant Ariel, vocally, while it was an okay performance and not complete rubbish, maybe 5th, Larry Jackson started speaking, but Jalissa quickly cut in, not in the mood to deal with his nonsense. First, I didn't stutter. First, Jalissa doubled down. Over Carlos, the boy with the angelic vocals. Yes, Jalissa insisted firmly. Have you lost it? Or is this your bias speaking? At the insinuation that she couldn't separate her duty as an impartial judge from her personal preference, Jalissa leveled a surprisingly stern look at Larry Jackson, causing him to look a bit taken aback. Sorry. Jalissa ignored the half-hearted apology. This is not to put down Carlos by any means. I think he is a phenomenal vocalist for his age. His voice is special. He knows how to use it well and knows exactly what works for him and what types of songs people often praise him for. But to me, he hasn't shown the growth that I want to see, and I've been his vocal coach since the beginning. How so? Larry Jackson looked completely unconvinced. To him, Carlos was undoubtedly the best singer, and even William and Jamie couldn't compare. He had a voice that many male singers would be jealous of, and could reach soaring high notes, comparable with female singers, without straining his vocal cords. If I put Carlos' audition song, the song he chose for this evaluation, up, and any of the song parts he has sung, you would realize that they're all in the same vein. They all emphasize the highness and clarity of his angelic voice, but that's really it. All the other techniques that I've tried to teach, he's learned and executed them in class. But when put to the test, he quickly falls back into what he's comfortable with because it's worked so far, and he gets praised for it. And normally that would be okay. But when you have other contestants who are hungry to improve, it makes his lack of improvement stand out even more. Well, according to the PD, they only had 2 days to decide what song to sing. And they're also preparing for a performance. There simply wasn't a lot of time. Well, that's stupid, and you should have pushed back on the PD and given the contestants more time to prepare. But even so, it makes it worse, especially when Jamie, someone who is also in my vocal class and has extensive vocal training and knows what he's comfortable with, pivoted from his usual song choice into something more difficult and sang it almost flawlessly. He's been absorbing any technique I teach him, implementing it with his previous knowledge, and has grown, even if it's not as apparent, because he started on such a high level when compared to the others. His performance today was great. Thinking through Jalissa's points and realizing she was right, but not wanting to give Ariel first place, Larry Jackson began pointing out the flaws. Even though you're praising Jamie, I don't see you pushing for him to be first. You want contestant Ariel to be first. I actually wouldn't mind if either contestant Jamie or contestant Ariel gets first place, because I think they both did phenomenally and pushed themselves out of the safe zone. I just think in this evaluation, Ariel edged Jamie out simply because of the song choice. Why do you say that? When he came in, you could tell that Ariel was self-taught and was just singing and trying things out. Thankfully, he has a good ear, but that's not enough in a room full of talented people who have been singing longer than you have with professional aid. But he's been working hard. He's absorbed everything I taught him like a sponge, and I can tell he's been practicing with Jamie, and vice versa, because they're slowly picking up each other's habits. And today, with that song, that is not a song I expected him to sing. Ever. That song is on an entirely different level of difficulty than anything sang by anyone today. That is a song you expect a seasoned female vocalist to sing because it's difficult. You need a wide vocal range to handle it, and most males can't do it without lowering the key. The transition from the low notes to the high, from chest voice to head voice and back again, is rough, and he's nailed it effortlessly. He didn't run out of breath. His voice didn't crack. He didn't miss a single note. You could feel the emotion behind each word. It was phenomenal and brought a tear to my eye. I don't think I could have sang it better, and if you close your eyes, listen again. Without judgment, I think you'll agree that without a doubt, with that song, Ariel is the #1 vocalist of this evaluation. Well, as Larry Jackson tried to figure out how to disagree to Jalissa's sudden passionate speech. Agreement came from Kim Young-woo, who was discussing the dance evaluation off to the side. I agree. Pardon. He turned to look at the Korean choreographer who had randomly interjected. I said I agree. I'm not a vocalist, but if you ask me which performance was the best, which one made me feel something, and which performance I would pay money to see in a theater, in an arena, in a stadium, out of all the vocal performances today, it would be contestant Ariel's performance today. It was really, really good, and just brought me back to the time when I was an underground dancer trying to choreograph for others and trying to get recognized for my skills, yet being turned down at every avenue. It felt like everyone hated me, like I was constantly being shot down at anything I attempted, and somehow, through grit, luck, and hard work, I made it to where I am today. Hearing that song today really reminded me of when I was that age, working hard. So for me, it was the #1 performance. When he finished speaking, everyone stared in silence at Kim Young-woo since this was the most words he had ever spoken in one sitting. Same here, Jaywalk added quietly. Seeing that he was outnumbered, Larry let out a groan. Fine. Let him be. First, let Jamie be second, and let Carlos be third. Just stop nagging. Thank you. Giving Larry a bright smile, Jalissa quickly marked Ari's position down in ink. Since you have so much to say about his vocals, what did you think about his dancing, Young-woo? The Korean choreographer, who looked as cool as usual, tapped his fingers on the table several times before answering slowly. I think he did well. My only complaint about his performance is that his dance style is inconsistent. When he has time to really practice a dance, you can tell that he infuses that smooth, almost effortless vibe into his dance style and makes the choreography completely his own. But when he's short on time, it's like his body memorized the moves and he's just spitting them out as is. There's no emotion or personal flair. It's almost robotic. From a technical standpoint, I would give him a 90. From a stylistic dancer's standpoint, Kim Young-woo paused for a moment. Even if I don't like it, he technically made no mistakes, so he gets a high mark from me as well. I think we agreed on third place. Kim Young-woo glanced at Jaywalk, who nodded in agreement. And you? Larry Jackson turned to look at Exponent, the solo rapper here. He was expecting him to be around 5 or 6 since Ariel's rap had a completely different, almost jazz-like vibe from the others, instead of the expected hip-hop beat. But to his shock, a completely different rank came from Exponent's mouth. First place. First? Larry Jackson turned to look at the rapper incredulously, his eyes bulging in his face, but Exponent simply laughed. That song was originally a phenomenal diss track performed by a contestant toward a producer for a rap show. I had to check, but it seemed Ariel used that as a base, changed some words, and performed it as a diss track toward the show's producer. He didn't curse at the man, but he dissected his alleged actions, his alleged attitude, and his alleged moral failings without missing a beat. Even though this was an evaluation, Ariel made it a personal freestyle and wove it in seamlessly with the original song. Battling, dissing someone, writing your own bars. That's the real definition of rap. How can I not give him a full score? It was a phenomenal performance from contestant Ariel. Huh. Well, fine. Nothing I can do about it. Exponent wrote his score on the sheet that had to be turned into the PD before glancing at the other scores lined up beside his. First place, third place. Exponent let out a whistle before continuing. It's always mentioned that contestant Ariel is bold, that he's cocky, or has an overinflated ego and evaluation of himself and his skills. But looking at the results, this is probably the first all-rounder of the show. Rather than thinking he's a prideful youngster, we probably need to start admitting that he's exactly who he thinks he is. He has the looks, the charisma, the talent, and that bold personality that will fight against God himself. And if he continues on this trajectory, he's going to be a humongous star. He might end up being #1. With the people he's offended and the current public outcry, I highly doubt that. In fact, I'm willing to put money on the fact that he gets eliminated next. Larry Jackson grumbled, but Exponent only shook his head. One thing that I've learned about being, and I quote, a celebrity, is that public opinion is fickle and can change in a heartbeat. If you're at the bottom of the garbage heap today, you can be king of the mountaintop tomorrow. It all depends on how the wind blows. Regardless, I'll go turn this into the PD and head out. Got it. See you in a couple of days? Right. I'll see you at the performance. Number 305. Chapter 305. Fire and Ash Familia 1. Click, clack, click, clack. A slim, older woman, wearing a snug black turtleneck sweater, tailored black pants, heeled leather boots with a red sole that flashed with each step, and an oversized mink fur coat draped over her shoulders, stalked through the hallway like a woman on a mission. With gold-rimmed sunglasses perched on her nose, the perfectly cut French bob, not moving a single inch despite her fast-walking speed, and blood-red lipstick perfectly painted on unsmiling lips, as she marched through the hallways, leaving behind the woody scent of tobacco mixed with expensive perfume in her trail. And surrounding her were staff members who both chased and flew out of her way in. Terror. Ma'am, please slow down. Miss, please wait, you can't go there. No, not there either. Please just stand still and tell me what you need. Eventually, the woman ran into a dead end, but before the staff chasing her could celebrate her stopping, her red lips parted. Sabine. A thick French accent called out a single name, and the tall personal assistant, who looked more like a bodyguard than anything and had prevented them from touching the woman, stepped forward and spoke to one of the stressed-out staff members. I've informed your production director that the madam will be coming to visit. Where's his office? Did you make an appointment? He's been informed. But, I assure you, he'll want to take this meeting. Sabine reported with a cold, yet professional smile. The staff member's eyes rolled, and realizing that this was completely out of his pay grade, decided to let the PD deal with it. Please come with me. Please move with a sense of urgency. The madam has several important things to do today, and you've already delayed her by 5 minutes. Then why are you here? The staff member wanted to scream. Instead, he walked faster and led the way to the PD's office before politely knocking on the door. What? An irritated voice called out. There's someone here to see you. I thought I told you that I wouldn't be taking any visitors except for those we scheduled. Send them away. They insisted. So what? Chase them away. As the staff member stood there, wondering how to explain to the PD that these people didn't look like they could be chased away, he heard a calm voice. Allow me. Sabine stepped forward and politely knocked on the door. What? I said chase them away. The irritated voice of the PD could be heard. But, used to dealing with Chloe, who was sometimes called an angry bear, Sabine politely conveyed what he needed to before Chloe lost her short temper. Hello, sir. This is Sabine, personal assistant to Chloe Laurent. We informed Bing Young's son of our visit, and he assured us that we could stop by to see you at our leisure. Would you like to give him a call to verify that information so we can proceed with this meeting, or shall I? Director BB Bing Young's son? Yes. Please check your email. Perhaps you missed the initial message that he was supposed to send. There was the faint sound of a keyboard typing before the door swung open, and a slightly sweaty-faced Korean man appeared. Please go get the guest's coffee. The good stuff. Madame Laurent, please come in. Yelling at the staff member, PD Jiho greeted Chloe with a bright smile. Thank you. After you, madam. As he led the two people inside the office that had been hurriedly tidied, Chloe sat down and crossed her legs, while Sabine arranged the fur coat to drape behind her before standing with his back against the wall. The coffee was quickly brought in with 2 mugs placed in front of PD Jiho and Chloe. As the rich scent of coffee spread throughout the small office, a small sniff could be heard when Chloe picked the mug up. Instant, Chloe Laurent asked with her derisive tone as she glanced over the sunglasses perched on the tip of her nose. She placed the cup back down on the table and wiped her hands on a handkerchief that her assistant immediately offered, and glanced at the PD, who looked nervous. Where's the boy? Judging by the heavy French accent, PD Jiho had a bad feeling about what she was asking, but even knowing that he had no choice in the matter, especially after the email to cater to her every whim, he tried to play dumb anyway. Where is who? What boy? Could it be you have more than one French contestant still on the show? Or are you just incompetent? If it's the latter, I'd rather speak with Bing Young's son instead of dealing with a useless middleman. Sabine, are you ready to leave, madam? Please wait. Perhaps you mean contestant Ariel Matisse. PD Jiho asked nervously. With the way she threw around the name Bing Young's son, he was pretty worried about what she would go back and say. For now, he needed to pacify her while figuring out why she was here and how she was related to Ariel. Chloe Laurent just stared at him silently, her expression inscrutable due to her glasses. Well, Because of the upcoming performance, which is quite essential, he's busy practicing with his team. Bring him here. I told him that I would be coming to see him to address these issues that I'm seeing. Online. What exactly did she mean by address? And how the hell did a random kid with foster parents in Los Angeles know the Chloe Lauren and could call her to argue his cause? It seemed that Emily was actually correct. Ariel was being pushed by a separate camp that opposed the Forbes family. Why were things going this way? First, it was the judges giving Ariel good scores in the evaluation, and now this? This was turning into a mess. For now, he needed to get rid of her and inform the director about what was happening. I'm sorry, the contestants are currently not allowed to see outsiders. If you can give me a message, I'll pass it on to him. PD Jiho replied with a polite smile, even as a cold sweat began dripping down his back. I am not an outsider, Chloe responded confidently. Then, can I please have your relation to the contestant? I don't recall seeing your information in the emergency contact section or family. He's the son of my enemy, Chloe Lauren announced calmly. Pardon me? I don't think I heard you correctly. PD Jiho stared at her face to see if she was joking, but couldn't see her eyes. The assistant behind her was also stone-faced, making it difficult to gauge the atmosphere. Was this the strange French sense of humor that he heard about? After all, people didn't go around calling people their enemy, right? Much less fly over 15 hours to ask about the son of an enemy. And who the hell were Ariel's parents that they were enemies with her? What? Was this kid's actual background? Along with being incompetent, it seems that you're also deaf? As far as I know, he's of legal age, so bring him here and he can verify whether or not I'm an outsider. I'm sorry. Due to safety reasons, I can't do that since he's considered a minor in Korea. Then I shall give him a phone call and have him come. Give him the afternoon off so I can take him out for lunch and hear his side of things before I sort you out. All phones have been seized from contestants due to the performance. We want to avoid any leaks since a collaboration between many agencies. And unfortunately, all contestants are currently banned from leaving the premises due to this performance unless it's an emergency. Really? Chloe dragged her words out slowly before continuing. Several minors are in a foreign country, and you seize their only form of communication to the outside world and lock them in a building. Rather than an idle survival show, aren't you running a child trafficking ring? Do the international police need to be called? At the sudden pointed accusation, PD Jiho suddenly got defensive. This is how we've always done it. When we were in America, it was the same, so I don't understand why it's suddenly an issue. I'm sorry, ma'am, but no guests are allowed to see the contestants. If you continue this line of questioning, whether or not you have Bing Yongssun's permission, I'll have you escorted out of the building. Sabine. The assistant stepped forward, while magically pulling out a binder from an unknown place and flipping through it so the PD could take a look. Let's pivot then. We wanted to know if you had any plans to issue a statement to protect Ariel. He's currently receiving an unprecedented amount of hate due to that foul episode that you released, and you vowed not long ago to protect the mental health of your contestants. The comments underneath posts are not being filtered. There are a couple of your contestants, including the supposed victim, liking terrible posts calling for unspeakable things to happen to Ariel when they supposedly don't have phone access. To make matters worse, the official Popstar Academy account has also been liking those terrible posts and comments. Do you plan on releasing the full footage to show the truth of what happened that day and put to rest the speculation that this was evil editing that is apparently a common occurrence on shows like this? Or is this retaliation against contestant Ariel for constantly speaking out? Looking at the printed examples that Sabine was showing him, PD Jiho put on his best customer service smile while cursing William for his stupidity. All he had to do was stay quiet and be a perfect victim, but instead, he was currently terrorizing the contestants internally and liking stupid things externally with his main account. Hadn't he ever heard of a burner account? Why couldn't he just learn how to act? PD Jiho would have to speak with his uncle immediately after this and update him. As for the staff member, they would be immediately found out and dealt with. He just needed to get rid of this nosy woman first. Putting on the subservient smile that had helped him climb the career ladder, PD Jiho softened his stance and sounded remorseful. Unfortunately, that's just how things are. If we put out a statement for one contestant, it sets a precedent that we won't be able to keep up with. But rest assured, we're monitoring him properly internally, and he's in extremely high spirits. None of this is affecting him emotionally. He hasn't shed a single tear. His spirits were so high, in fact, that he was acting like a raging bull in a china shop and constantly antagonizing both the PD and William with not a hint of fear. PD Jiho had to give it to Ari. It seemed that his spirit could never be broken, no matter what was thrown at him, and it was almost admirable. Unfortunately for him, despite whatever backup he called, unless it was the record label owner himself, the Forbes family planned to push him out of the competition and make him disappear. Oh, yes. As you know, Ariel's quite mentally tough. As for the liked comments, I'm sure it was a mistake, but I will discipline my staff properly so that such a thing doesn't happen again. I will also double-check with William and let him know that his account was probably hacked and that people are trying to frame him. You mentioned releasing the full footage. Unfortunately, the original files were corrupted while editing the episode, so even if there was another story, which there isn't, there's nothing we can do. Truly, the files were gone. They had been thoroughly destroyed by PD Jiho himself, so that only magic could make them exist again. Is that right? Yes, it is. It saddens me too because there was so much footage I wanted to release. I've tried all the experts, and no one could recover the files. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. I just hope that contestant Ariel uses this as a lesson to behave kindly from now on. If he did so in the first place, he wouldn't be suffering so much karma. Does that answer your question, madam? Sabine turned to Chloe, who hadn't moved a muscle. We're done here. Of course, madam. The binder quickly disappeared, and Sabine helped arrange the fur coat on Chloe's thin shoulders as she stood up. Jiho was it? Chloe Laurent looked him up and down before her blood-red lips curved up in a cold smile. Yes, that's correct. I'll be seeing you soon. I wouldn't look forward to it if I were you. I'm sorry you feel that way. Thank you for coming. It was a pleasure to meet you. I can't say the same. Ari spent the rest of the week in a busy state. His mornings were vocal practice with Jalissa and team practice during the day. At night, he spent time composing the song with Jamie, emailing preliminary information to various lawyers to initiate his lawsuit against the Crouch family, and attempting to message Chloe on her newly created Finstagram since everyone had their phones seized. During his brief free time, he spent the time hunting down Daniel, who either ran from him, was dragged away by William, or, the few times that Ari actually cornered him, refused to talk. With his timer counting down and only one surprise mission being completed, Ari was getting a little stressed out. The days quickly passed by until finally, it was performance day. Since they had rehearsals and a sound check before the performance time, the day had started very early, with everyone cycling through hair and makeup before putting on their outfits and boarding the bus to drive to the location. By the time they arrived there, even though it was several hours before the actual show began, the area around the red carpet was full of fans, photographers, and reporters, all noisily taking up space and yelling commands at the different groups posing for photos against the backdrop. Ari waited quietly for all the other groups to leave the bus while gathering his group, dressed in pinstriped suits, while holding black and gold canes. Boys, you know the order. It's Levi, Alfonso, me, Justin, Wu Bin, then Jamie. Sunglasses on. Grab your canes. Shoulders back. Stand tall. No smiling. Especially you, Jamie. No smiling. We're the mob. Levi, show them why you're Stone Cold Killer #1. For the record, I hate that name. Too bad, so sad. Now go. 10 seconds to yourself, so use it well. Holding back a sigh, Levi, whose buzz cut was now a bright silver color, put on his dark sunglasses. Holding onto his cane, he rested it on his shoulders as if it were a baseball bat and walked down the steps of the bus slowly while adjusting his tie. As numerous cameras flashed when they caught sight of him, instead of following orders to keep a straight face, a sharp smile appeared, exposing sharp canines that glinted from the flashes before disappearing as he resumed his previous glare. As Levi moved out of the way, another foot appeared as Alfonso stepped out of the bus. With his long hair slicked back, fedora at a slight angle, and cane resting on the ground, the Brazilian boy would fit right in if he were thrown into a black and white mafia movie. After holding several poses, Alfonso stepped to the side, and a couple of seconds later, a bright red shoe landed on the step before the owner stepped out. Number 306. Chapter 306. Fire and Ash Familia 2. Grace. It's time. The live stream is starting, and different groups are beginning to arrive on the red carpet. Rachel called out even as she and Justine organized their laptops. Coming, coming, coming. Grandma, I'm taking my break. Bringing over her laptop, tablet, and phone, Grace sat down next to the two girls who had commandeered a booth to themselves. Each laptop had a different stream for the greatest hits K-pop performance, which the Pop Star Academy contestants would be performing at, with the other two girls watching the only stream that had an English reporter, while Grace was watching a Korean one on the second laptop. And on the third device was a unique, never-before-streamed feature featuring an unexpected person. Chloe Lauron, the hidden dragon in the fashion world, was seated, sipping red wine, and giving barbed, pointed commentary on the outfits of the different groups that were traversing the red carpet and rating them between 1 and 10, which she usually did after observing fashion show collections. According to different posts and hurried articles, some groups had delayed their entrance and changed their outfits, while others were cursing their stylists as they went on the carpet, only to be torn apart by Chloe ratings and reviews. For a recluse who was only ever caught at official fashion events, it was not only unexpected, it was completely out of character, causing a fuss online as many reporters began writing articles speculating about what was going on. Why was Chloe Lauron in Korea? Was she looking for an ambassador for a particular brand? Was she bored? Who was the son of her enemy that she mentioned? Why here? Why now? The internet investigators were doing their best to draw connections based on Chloe Lauron's offhand comments. But unfortunately, she had as many enemies as she had people who respected her, so it was a bit difficult to narrow down whose son it was. Chloe Lauron had people she considered enemies when she modeled, enemies who were other photographers, enemies who were brands, and enemies who were CEOs. The list was so extensive and spanned decades, so that lots of people didn't know where to begin. When the scope of investigation was narrowed once more, especially after Chloe Lauron was spotted entering the Soundwave Music Building, the spotlight shone on the only French contestant, Ariel Matisse, who was currently facing a hate train never seen before in a survival show while experiencing a strange boom in popularity. His social media following was fluctuating heavily with a general upward trend. However, when you looked at the comments, posts, and articles written about him, they were all negative. Although he fit the description, people couldn't find a connection between the two apart from the fact that they were both French. After all, Ariel's foster parents were people who had no connections to the entertainment industry, much less the fashion industry. His birth parents were unknown, and efforts to find information about them or Ari himself yielded minimal results that were only a couple of months old and related to Pop Star Academy. It was as if he spawned out of thin air. And now, Chloe Lauron was currently on the red carpet of a performance where Ariel and the rest of the Pop Star Academy contestants would be performing along with trainees from different companies or newly debuted groups. Oh, look, the Pop Star Academy members have started to come. There's William. Justine pointed to a perfectly coiffed blonde head posing for pictures along with Jerome Tyler and some of the other contestants he was often seen with. All 6 boys were wearing black suits with black dress shirts and shoes, giving them a unified, almost sharp appearance. As if he were a movie star and the main attraction, William wore a different suit of clearly better quality and style, stood in the center of his group, basically blocking Choi and Sue, who was behind him, and then shooing the rest of his team along so he could get solo pictures with the backdrop. Justine noticed that although there was no wound on his face, his nose looked a little crooked, and he had a noticeable amount of makeup on his face, especially when compared to others. Don't mention that name around me because each time I hear it, a violent rage surges through my body. Grace grumbled as her eyes focused solely on Chloe Lauron's stream, where the chic older woman was currently dissecting the outfits of Vinyl, a newly debuted group, with a bored tone. She kept on staring at the stylish woman, noting that the French accent and even the way she paused and spoke really reminded her of someone. Her journalist intuition was telling her that this woman was related to Ariel, and all she had to do was watch them interact. But why is it that as I look at her, her mannerisms really remind me of Ari's? Especially that look of judgment and the way she tilts her head when she sees something she doesn't like. Even with the sunglasses on, it's just so familiar. Grace muttered quietly while Rachel and Justine exchanged glances. This was a familiar conversation that had been happening throughout the week, each time they took a break from defending Ariel online from the hate. Grace thought there was something there, and the two of them thought she needed to rest before she really went crazy. You've said this before, but seriously, what are the chances that she's actually here for Ari? She's rich and famous and well-known. No offense to Ari, but he's kind of a nobody. Counterpoint. Why would a busy person in the fashion industry randomly go to Korea, announce that she's here to see the son of her enemy, who is being bullied by a TV producer? How many French contestants do we know are getting bullied by a TV producer and is being accused of so many things right now? There's only one in the entirety of Korea. She has to know him. They must be related somehow. That's why they have similar mannerisms. Grace insisted, her eyes looking crazed. Maybe he likes and admires her? I mean, they are both French, and he lived in Paris for a while, right? Paris is the fashion capital of the world, and Chloe Lawrence pretty accomplished and known in the industry. So maybe he knew about her. Justine asked optimistically, but Grace just shook her head without looking away from the laptop. That's not it. It has to be more than that. Let's not look too deep into it. You're probably tired from battling online. Even the face mask isn't helping your eye bags. The Ari Angels community right now is a cemetery of hope and is just now filled with despair and people quitting. Hopefully, our boy performs amazingly today and things somehow turn around. Otherwise, I don't know if we can get enough votes to keep him in the game, especially after he almost got eliminated the last time. Just watch the performance with peace of mind, okay? And stay off your phone until everything is over. Rachel said while patting her back. Grace didn't respond. While Rachel's words were true, there was nothing to be done. Even if others left or quit, she couldn't. She was the head of the community, so she couldn't resign, and she couldn't stop fighting. So many mods had already left, so if she, the leader, quit, that would be the end of everything. And right now Ari needed all the help he could get, especially when he told her that what was shared wasn't what it looked like, and that he would handle it. It had been well over a week, and nothing was being handled. Instead, each time she checked Pop Star Academy, all she saw was his name being slandered and dragged through the mud while William was being praised for being resilient and strong in the face of adversity. Some big entertainment blogs had even picked it up, and despite her efforts to try to find evidence to help Ari clear up some rumors, like the plastic surgery ones, she hadn't been able to make any headway due to the language barrier and France's strict personal information laws. After all, how was she supposed to fly to and personally show her birth certificate proving that she was a direct descendant of Ari's family to get access to his adoption records? Even if she was skilled at forgery, it was a completely impossible task. Her only hope was that her intuition was right and that Chloe Laurent was related to Ari somehow and would be able to help him clear up all the rumors, get rid of William and that rubbish PD, and let him have a smooth sailing experience from now on. Closing her eyes to say a quick prayer, when Grace opened them, it was to see William and his group appearing on the screen with Chloe Laurent. Holding back a groan, she watched to see how the interaction would go. Hello, Chloe. Do you remember me? My dad donated lots of money to the Met Gala last year, and we met inside. The blonde boy went to greet Chloe with open arms as if they were old-time friends, but was quickly stopped as the giant assistant and part-time bodyguard stepped in front to block the way. Move to the side, assistant. She knows me. We've met before. Chloe, remember me? It's William Forbes. William tried to crane his neck around the assistant, but he was like a solid rock. Is he stupid? Grace muttered as she stared at William incredulously. Even if he knew her, why would he speak so rudely? William knew that this was being broadcast live, right? What happened to the etiquette that rich people were supposed to have? Or was he trying to brag that he had a close relationship with her? Even so, he should speak more politely, right? Sabine, move to the side. Yes, madam. The assistant moved to the side, exposing a woman dressed in a fitted pantsuit with an oversized fur coat resting on her shoulders while sitting on a director's chair. Bright red lips and black sunglasses were the only things visible on a face framed by brown hair cut into the perfect bob, and despite the heat, not a single drop of sweat could be seen. As William began smiling, one leather-gloved hand pointed at William as she spoke once more. Who are you? William's smile froze before forcefully widening as he replied. It's William. William Forbes. I met you at the Met Gala last year. You said you liked my suit. When I heard that you were in town, I knew I had to step up my fashion game in case you attended, and I'm G-. I don't recall. Leave. Chloe Laurent calmly interrupted as she took a sip from her wine glass before turning her head to the side. Her tone was dismissive, and her body language made it apparent that she had no intention of continuing the conversation. Unfortunately, somebody could not take rejection or a hint. William forcefully stepped closer and closer, seeing that Sabine didn't try to stop him. Even if you don't know me, you should at least know the Forbes name. After all, we're one of the sponsors of the event. The least you could do is treat me like everyone else, and give me a rating. What do you think of my outfit? It's bespoke by the best designers and was especially made for me with my specifications. It's the best one you've seen today, right? For several seconds, Chloe Laurent didn't say anything, although the hand swirling the wine in the glass began moving it faster. Sensing that she was seconds away from tossing the wine on top of William, Sabine quickly removed the glass from her hand in a practiced motion. Sabine. Sorry, madam. I'll return it once they have left. Why don't you give the young pup a rating while we wait for the main event? Sabine bowed his head and spoke to her in French. With a resigned sigh, Chloe turned to face William. A rating, you said? Yes. I guarantee that it's the best outfit here, and I 100% designed it myself and had it implemented by a skilled tailor. What do you think? The leather-gloved hand removed the sunglasses from her face as her eyes coldly looked William up and down. Polyester. It was a tone full of disgust, and if looks could kill, William would have evaporated on the spot. Why are you wearing this watered-down, glued-together, failed Brioni suit dupe that is clearly plagiarized from their heritage collection 12 years ago? Are you trying to look like a failed Italian mobster who goes digging in the textile discard bin and just throws on any rags in the name of fashion? Is this what you wanted to show me? That you're an expert in plagiarizing ideas and have found some schmuck who, by some stroke of luck and comedic timing from the universe, figured out how to put a thread through the eye of a needle and stab it into some cloth cut out in a stolen pattern? Or is it that you think I wouldn't know where the reference for this particular suit style is from? Or dash? As William stared open-mouthed at the sudden barrage of insults that continued to go on, a pile-up began to happen as several groups who were walking down the red carpet gathered around to get an opportunity to meet, greet, get a photo, and get a rating with Chloe Laurent. While Grace was mentally urging William to leave her screen while enjoying the verbal lashings he was receiving, she heard booing coming from the other laptop screen and turned to see an individual dressed in red from the hair on his head to the shoes on his feet, standing against the backdrop along with 5 other boys for photos. Number 307. Chapter 307. Fire and Ash Familia 3. With curly red hair parted in the middle and slightly slicked back, exposing an expressionless face with features that could only be described as strikingly handsome, especially with dark shadows intensifying the green eyes, a pinstriped double-breasted red suit with matching red pocket square and formal shoes, red leather gloves, and a bold, black, and gold cane that had intricate carvings throughout. Ari looked like a young mafia boss stepping onto the red carpet. In fact, the entire group looked like a mafia group. Levi, with a silvery sheen to his buzz cut, was dressed in a black double-breasted suit with silver pinstripes. With his sharp, non-smiling features, dark sunglasses, and a cane held over his shoulder as if it were a club, he looked like an enforcer ready to beat up anyone who was causing trouble. Jamie was also dressed in a similar style to Levi, with his blonde hair neatly pulled back into the half-up, half-down style he seemed to like, with some braids threaded throughout. His usual, bright, sunshine-like smile was gone as he looked around with the dark sunglasses on his head, and he leaned on his cane occasionally. Alfonso was also dressed in the same style suit, except his pinstripes were a dark red, which matched the red details in his glasses. His wavy, long hair was brushed back, and as he glanced around, he gave the impression of the head of intelligence scoping the scene. Choi Woo-bin had on the same style suit as Alfonso and had the same imposing look on his face. Ari, of course, looked eye-catching in red, but it was another person who was clearly the main focus of the team outfits. Justin, the theater kid known for his wild, fluffy brown hair, crazy ideas, and high energy, looked completely different from the rest of his team. Dressed in an ash-colored suit with a red pocket square, he stood out from the other dark-colored suits of his teammates. But that wasn't all. Resting on his shoulders was an impressively large red and black faux fur coat, draped on his shoulders and just brushing the floor. with silver streaks added to his temples and lightly threaded throughout his slicked back hair, intense makeup, and a black and gold cane that he leaned on heavily as he limped down the red carpet with the rest of his teammates. He gave off the distinguished look of an older gentleman, almost like a godfather-like figure. Justin walked slowly in the center of the group as if he were being escorted, with Ari supporting him from one side. And it was almost like a scene you would see in a movie where the patriarch or boss of a family was surrounded by his underlings. In the chat window that Grace briefly glanced at, she could see the previously sluggish comments flying at a fast speed now that Ari had appeared. "Stylist Nuna, you're a god. This looks so amazing. I love suits on tall men and the fact that they're not wearing the same thing, but they're clearly coordinated. Chef's kiss." "I agree. The stylists need to come get their baddie chains." "Has that person actually added weight after the whole thing went down? Wow, he's a psychopath with no remorse. Look at him, daring to show his face here. Quit and apologize to the prince." "I hate to admit it, but that violent French thug looks good here." "You can call him a lot of things, but ugly is not one of them. I have to stand. He's a criminal. IDC, he's hot. It sucks because the outside is so pretty, but the inside is so ugly. The red hair, black hair. Don't praise him. He should be ashamed of himself and repent by quitting. Instead, here he is looking like he's been eating and sleeping well without a care in the world. He's even getting fat. Meanwhile, my sweet prince is losing weight and suffering. They look like a mafia or a vampire family, and Justin looks like the patriarch. Why is Justin limping? Maybe he got hurt during practice? It happens. With these outfits, I can't wait to see the performance. It's sure to be delicious. They need to hurry and go to Chloe Laurent. I want to see her roast their outfits like everybody else's. Wow, Ari looks even more handsome than the last time I saw him. Give the hairstylist and the wardrobe stylist a raise, please. Red is absolutely his color. Rachel gasped as she stared at Ari's face, which looked slightly fuller and more mature due to the makeup style that hadn't been seen since his pirate performance. It was precisely her taste, and she couldn't help but screenshot it for her next home screen. He looks like a devil. A handsome devil here to seduce me to hell with him. And the answer is yes. I love it so much. I have to make him a Lafufa doll with this outfit. Justine whispered to herself. Her collection of Lafufus had now grown since she customized each one to match Ari's performance outfits, and she had even made a couple of sales to interested fans who messaged her. One day, she hoped to be able to gift the entire collection to Ari. I guess he looks decent. I wonder what song they're performing. Grace glanced over their outfits with an approving eye before focusing on the booing that she could hear from the red carpet stream as Ari and the rest posed for their photos. Boo. You should quit, Ariel. Quit, you violent animal. Ariel, quit. Ariel, quit. Amidst the yelled orders from the photographers, several boos and chanted insults rang out from some fans who had arrived early, causing Justin to look at Ari with a pale face. Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be okay? Ari whispered back with a calm expression. They're booing you and saying mean stuff? So? I don't really care. I have more serious things to be concerned about. Like how he was going to magically get a childhood photo of himself posted to complete one of the surprise mission tasks. At the rate things were going, it seemed like he might fail. But, trust me, I don't care, and I'm not going to blow up. I'm actually more worried about you guys. Are you okay? You're going to get a lot of hate because you're grouped with me. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. That's fair. Ari thought for a moment before glancing behind him. Woo Bin, come support Justin. As the Korean boy switched places with him, Ari planned on heading to the end of the line after Jamie, so he could be easily cropped out if needed, but Jamie refused to cooperate, no matter how many times he tried to walk around him. Oi, scoot next to Justin and let me stand after you. No, Jamie replied stubbornly. James Jones III, move. No, just stand there. We're a team for better or worse. Jamie harshly whispered back, stubbornly, while grabbing his arm and forcibly squishing him against Justin and Woo Bin. Ari, Jamie. Is this how you treat your team leader? Is this teenage rebellion? Have you hit your rebellious stage? Is this how parents feel when their kids grow up? Not willing to fight on the carpet, but vowing to get Jamie back later. Ari stared at the photographers while ignoring the things he could hear people yelling. All right, your photos are done. Get out of the way." As the main photographer in the front ushered them away from the backdrop, Levi led their team down the red carpet past several dressed-up people performing interviews in front of cameras. Not really sure exactly where they were going, Ari spotted a group of the Pop Star Academy contestants speaking to a woman in a dress standing in front of a camera, and their group headed that way with Levi in the lead. When they arrived, "Hello, boys. Pop Star Academy contestants." Yes, we are." "Wonderful." She quickly handed over 2 extra microphones, which made it into his and Justin's hands. "I'm Anna, interviewing the contestants. I have to say I love your outfits. The sunglasses, the canes, the coat. Wow, you all look so cool. It's currently live, and there are many people in the chat, so please wave hello to the watchers at home. Thank you. Hello. Thanks. Hi. Hello at home." They all temporarily broke character to wave and smile at the camera before putting on their serious faces again, causing the chat to blow up. "Hi. Cutie Jamie. You're not meant to be serious. Smile again. Smile. Ugh, get him out of my screen. Of course. How does it feel to be here on the carpet today? Are you excited about the performance?" "Yes. I mean, we are very excited. We worked really hard to show you our good sides." Justin excitedly spoke into the microphone, and seeing that he was doing well, Ari just nodded along at appropriate moments. "I'm sure you will. Now back to these cool outfits. Could you tell us which song you'll be performing and what energy you're channeling? Or is that a secret?" Justin glanced over at Ari, who shook his head subtly. "It's a secret. However, it's related to our outfits." "Oh, even though I'm the interviewer, I really want to guess. You're giving me mafia vibes, but your color palette is more volcanic than dark. Does your song have anything to do with fire? Am I close?" "Yes. Well, there are several songs with fire in them that could be performed today. World on Fire by B to Z, Girl on Fire by Red Roses, Phoenix by Dozen, Standing Next to You by Golden Generation." Gasp. As Jamie gasped loudly, his face revealing the answer, the interview clapped happily. "Oh, was I right? You're performing Standing Next to You by Golden Generation." They spoiled it. Jamie's face can't hide anything, LOL. He looks so guilty. The entire team turned to look at Ari with a guilty expression, and with a sigh, Ari raised the microphone to his lips. "No, really, it's not." The interviewer didn't look like she believed him at all, but decided to move on. "All right, I'll believe you. Then, one last quest dash. Hey you, French boy with the red hair," somebody yelled out loudly, stopping the interviewer mid-word. Ari glanced over to see a girl with a tiara, shoving her way through people while walking along the barricade that kept people out. She was glaring and pointing at him despite people trying to speak with her, while others moved out of the way from embarrassment. "Don't you feel ashamed to still be here after assaulting another contestant?" "Nope, not at all. You should be ashamed for acting like this, though, but to each their own." Seeing that it was just some nonsensical William fan, Ari ignored her and turned back to the interviewer. "Did you still want to ask us a question, or can we leave?" "Oh, you can leave. Thank you for stopping by. Good luck with your performance today." "Thanks. All right, boys, let's go. Guard the precious package so he doesn't get more injured," Ari joked, but instead of surrounding Justin, for some reason, Ari found himself sandwiched between Jamie and Levi. In contrast, Wu Bin and Alfonso sandwiched Justin and began to hoof it. They were so close that his and Jamie's canes kept colliding as they moved forward. As a unit. Wrong person. We're supposed to get Justin. No. Hey, I'm talking to you. You sure got a lot of nerve showing up here. The shrill voice continued yelling. "So do you, and thank you. My middle name is actually Nerves of Steel. Did you even apologize to the prince?" "Huh. Why would I apologize to that blonde prick? I want to punch him a few more times in the face." "Hey, my name is not Hey. Speaking of which, is it really okay to be yelling like that and pushing others? You're making the crowd mad. How irresponsible. Where's security?" The shrill voice continued yelling at him, but with his usual habit of letting information that he had no interest in enter one ear and fly out the other, Ari continued walking in the uncomfortable human sandwich while wondering why there was another crowd ahead. Even from a distance, he felt as if he could hear a slightly familiar voice. It was a gratingly sharp tone that was insulting someone whom he had heard all of his childhood. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Pay attention. Let's go over there and see what the fuss is about." Shouldn't we go inside? She sounds and looks crazy. What if she tries to hurt you? Jamie whispered. Her? I doubt it. Ari poked his head out behind Levi's back to look at the tiara-wearing girl, and as soon as he made eye contact with her, she cocked her arm back and threw something at him. I told you not to ignore me. Let's see how much you like getting hit in the face, you animal. Duck. As Ari tried to pull Levi down, the cane, which had been resting on Levi's shoulder like a bat, swung at the object and sent it flying back to hit her chest and burst open, splashing a dark yellow liquid all over her and the people around her. Eek! How could you? Ugh, gross. Disgusting. Is that pee? As the people around the girl fled while screaming, security finally began heading toward the girl. Levi clicked his tongue. Tisk missed. It hit her face. My mom said that you shouldn't hit girls in the face, no matter what. Well, you shouldn't hit them at all, but especially not in the face. She shouldn't throw things at people's faces. You know what? That's fair. The three of them stood there, wondering if they should wait for security to ask them questions, but after several seconds with no contact, Ari just shrugged. Let's go look at the crowd. I think I know the voice. Inside. After I see who it is. Promise. Forced into being the center of the human sandwich once more, Ari moved toward the crowd gathered in a loose circle around someone sitting down. The closer he got, the more familiar the speaking voice was. Oh, I was right. It is Chloe. Let me go. With a genuine smile, Ari pushed his way through until he was right in front of an old lady sitting on a chair, speaking coldly to William, who was standing off to the side. Without a care in the world, he interrupted the tirade that he knew could go on forever. Chloe. Hey. VA. The woman turned her head to look at the figure dressed in red standing before her, and her eyes widened almost imperceptibly. Although she had seen several photos of him online, seeing him in person was a different experience. He was much taller and slimmer than she remembered, his face was less round, and of course, his hair was red instead of black. But those cat-like eyes curved in a mischievous expression were the same as when he was a child, and of course, he spoke as rudely as ever. Cho. It was a much gentler tone than she had used all day, causing the people who expected a sharp tone to do a double take. The surprise continued as she stood up from her chair to walk over, embrace him, and kiss both his cheeks. Waze, what are you doing here? Ari asked, even as he accepted the surprisingly gentle contact. Internally, he was quite surprised. There was no insult, no comment on his rudeness, no insult towards his mother, and she even hugged him? She was being so kind that it was weird. Had old age actually mellowed the beast? After releasing him, Chloe looked him up and down with a highly judgmental expression and began nagging and insulting him all in one go. Waze, what have I told you about being rude? And I said that I was coming. So what kind of question is that? What is that atrocious outfit that you're wearing? It's quite bad. This material is shabby, the color barely goes with your skin tone, and the tailoring is barely tolerable only because you have long limbs, although they're quite spindly. And I use the term tolerable generously. Overall, you look like a blood clot. Who dressed you? They need to be sent to the guillotine. Ari. Oh, there it was. This was Chloe, not some other person. Kind. Mellow with age? It was he who was delusional. There was no way she could be kind for more than 0.2 seconds. The saying old ginger is spicier existed just for her. This woman. I like her a lot. Number 308. Chapter 308. Fire and Ash Familia 4. Why are you sending me to the guillotine? You think you're King Louis XVI? Vive la Revolution. The monarchy is dead. Sorry that there's no budget to buy proper designer clothing to suit your fancy needs, Your Highness. Besides, I don't want to get nagged by someone who is already drinking wine before lunch. Don't try to deny it. I can smell it on your breath. How is your liver still okay? I'm sure your doctor has told you to cut back. You know you're not a spring chicken anymore, right? Are you calling me old? I can use the term aged if you prefer. The finest things in life, like wine, are aged. A spring chicken like you wouldn't understand the flavor. Rather than wine, I was going to say like cheese. Or mold. Kneel down. Ladies first. Respect your elders and do what I say. Today is the day I correct this personality and bad mouth of yours. Age before beauty. I'm someone who learns from visual and auditory examples, so you should be the example you want to see in the world, and I'll be sure to follow suit. Are you supposed to be the beauty in this equation? Otherwise, Am I supposed to be the aged? Chloe, underscore, Ari, underscore, Sabine. Get him to kneel down. I'm sorry, madam, I can't do that. Ariel, long time no see. I'm happy to see you looking well. Ari turned to look at the longtime personal assistant and bodyguard with a pitying glance. Sabine, you're still working for her? There have to be better jobs, no? Blink twice if you need to be rescued. I'll call the Department of Labor in France right now and act like a witness so you can be free. As Sabine's brown eyes met his before blinking rapidly, Chloe's cold voice interrupted them. You had better not be blinking, Sabine. Of course not, madam. Working with you is the greatest pleasure in my life. Save your flattery for someone who believes it. And you? Chloe rolled her eyes dramatically before sighing. Enough. Since you were a toddler, you always needed to have the last word in an argument, and there's no time right now. You don't contact me for a couple of years, and when you do, it's to see that you repeatedly wearing that brown outfit and cosplaying a homeless rat that lives in the catacombs of Paris. Well, I was technically homeless, just not in Paris. And the utterly adorable jumpsuit is comfortable. Who cares as long as it's clean? As for some of these accusations, they're simply ludicrous. While I can't say that you were a cute child, actually I was a very cute child. Ari's lips were forcibly pinched shut by a wrinkled hand. This face of yours has stayed the same your whole life. Well, I think it's gotten a bit uglier, but that's what happens to boys when they grow up. As for the other things people are saying and the accusations, I've known you since you were a toddler. Although you can be quite rude, your personality is not one that messes around unless you are provoked first. I assume he provoked you. Of course, Ari replied through her hand. Although she didn't say a name, Ari knew who she was talking about. Then it's fine. There's only one thing you need to remember. Your name, Ariel, means lion, and a lion does not concern itself with the opinion of sheep. The opinions of those who don't know you are completely worthless. Ari met the brown eyes that were staring into his before pushing her hand away. I know. I plan on handling it. Well, I've never worried about you. Your confidence has been high since you were a toddler. William Forbes, was it? I'll remember you. Chloe glanced up at William, who was looking between the two of them with a confused expression, like he couldn't understand what was happening. For now, With dramatic flair, Chloe ripped the heavy fur coat off her shoulders, swinging it around and resting it on his shoulders. As the fur coat briefly covered them, she whispered a question to him in French, and Ari thought it over for a moment and shook his head quickly before whispering back. Chloe didn't acknowledge his words. She just continued grumbling as she settled the surprisingly heavy fur coat on his shoulders, tucked his hair behind his ears, and adjusted it into place. She then removed his tie and exchanged it for the scarf around her neck, like a tie, and continued fussing. At this big age of yours, and you still don't know how to dress yourself. Since this is not the right shade for a monochromatic look, it needs to be broken up with statement pieces. And this cane? Are you practicing for when you get old? That's not even how you hold it for an elegant look. Angle it like so. Head up, shoulders back. I don't want the coat. We already have one on our team in Wear it. It's hot. I don't I said wear it. Giving him a look that threatened to evaporate him if he protested again. Chloe continued tweaking his suit here and there, and after patting his shoulders roughly, she brought him to stand beside her. Sabine. Photo. Yes, madam. Both of you, please smile. Absolutely not. No. Neither of them smiled, while Sabine took several photos. Then, Chloe smacked his back and spoke to him in a loud voice. I have work to do, so I'll come pick you up after the show and take you out to eat. If Ji-ho or whoever tries to stop you from leaving, please update the necessary forms and add me as a family contact. Tell them it's an emergency. Got it. Ways. I need it posted today. As soon as possible. It's important. Sabine, please make sure she posts the photos. Ari turned to the assistant, who would more likely be the person doing the work. Of course. Good luck with your performance, Ariel. You don't take orders from him, Sabine. You take orders from me. Of course, madam. My apologies. Sabine. I'll call the Department of Labor as soon as I have time. I'll save you from the evil witch and let you be free. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Ariel. Cho, go away. Sabine, we're leaving. Shut this thing down and send all these people away. And book a restaurant by the water for later. It's not by the sea, but the kid will have to make do. As Ari waved once more before walking away with Levi and Jamie, Chloe watched with a slightly saddened expression until he disappeared before turning away. As the live stream with Chloe Laurent suddenly ended, Grace got up and screeched like a hawk. Ah, I knew it. I knew it. You all called me crazy. You said that I was a conspiracy theorist, but who was proven right in the end? It's me. Huh. 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 Bang, bang, bang. Grace's fist repeatedly slammed on the table, shaking everything around and causing several people to look over at the noise. To the shock of Justine and Rachel, who had never experienced Grace screaming in excitement. Watching her pound the table while shouting was honestly more surprising than finding out that Ariel knew Chloe Laurent well enough for her to not only stand up to greet him, but to talk to her casually, trade insults for her. To give him her fur coat, fix his outfit, and announce that she would pick him up after the performance. Grace Choi, quiet or your break will be over. Sorry. As her grandmother shouted at her, Grace immediately became quiet, even though she wanted to shout once more. Her intuition was correct. It had never failed her yet. Curious about what Ari had asked her to post, Grace rushed over to Chloe Laurent's newly created Finstagram. Previously, when she checked, there were no posts, but now the previously blank space had a single post. Clicking on it, she saw a photo slideshow with a French caption and immediately translated it. Happy belated birthday, Cho Cho. It has been a pleasure in its own way watching you grow up, and your parents would be proud to see the person you have become today. Continue to speak your mind like the confident little lion that you are. Make your mark on the world in any way that you see fit, and ignore the rabble. At Tinoviari. After reading the caption, Grace glanced at the first photo of the slideshow. It was a picture of a much younger Chloe Laurent, dressed in an elegant gold dress, with one hand holding a glass of champagne and the other holding a child in her lap. It was an adorable toddler with chubby cheeks, long, black, curly hair surrounding his head like a fluffy cloud, large, green, cat-like eyes staring forward with an expression of judgment, even as he held a large trophy in his hands. Even if she hadn't read the caption, Grace knew who the young boy was. After all, those sharp yet delicate facial features and the judgment in those sea-green eyes were still present. It was just that the owner was more grown up. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Grace continued scrolling through the slideshow. There was a photo of Chloe carrying a toddler-sized Ari with one hand while he reached out to someone just out of sight. There was a photo of Ariel and a black cat, both tugging a brown picnic basket in one direction, as Chloe pulled it in another direction while laughing. There was a photo of Ariel and a black cat, each biting down on one of Chloe's arms and dangling in the air. There was a photo of Ariel in a red and black costume with a cape, squatting on top of a large wooden dresser with a mischievous smile on his face, and a black cat wearing a mask sitting beside him, as an unsuspecting Chloe stood beneath it. There was a photo of a tanned, middle school-aged Ariel with a cat in his lap, and Chloe sitting next to each other on a blanket with equally judgmental expressions while eating a basket full of pastries by the seaside. Each scroll brought a different photo of the two. It was a little insight into the private life of Chloe, which she had never shared with anyone, and Ariel, who had no internet presence whatsoever. Scrolling through the photos and watching Ariel grow from a tiny toddler to a middle school-aged kid was a bit surreal for Grace. To her, he was a co-worker and friend that she supported, but he had lived an entirely different life than she knew. He grew up having a casual relationship with somebody who was famous in a completely different part of the world. She thought that they were close, and she knew most things about him since he answered basically anything he was asked, but here she was finding out on the internet, along with everyone else, about his past. It was a bit uncomfortable to think about it, so she continued scrolling until she got the last photo. It was the one taken minutes ago, with Chloe and Ari standing next to each other on the red carpet, and neatly wrapped up the collage of photos that showed Ari's growth from childhood until now, which was a clear indication that his face had not been touched. He was always a good-looking child. He had just grown into his features and lost some of his baby fat. When she looked at the comments, it was full of people wondering what was going on and why this was the first thing posted by Chloe Laurent. And in the Pop Star Academy communities, it was blowing up because it was a shock to everyone that someone so well-known in the fashion world was posting with a contestant who was facing so much backlash. Clips of Chloe and Ari were circling around, and people began analyzing everything from their interaction, the rapid exchange of insults, her fixing his clothing, and even promising to pick him up later. Many people even noted that she never once called him by name. She only used the pet name and term of endearment. As the internet detectives began analyzing everything, the conclusion was pretty clear. For all intents and purposes, Chloe Laurent had gone to Korea just to see Ariel and was going to support him no matter what. And people began to wonder, who the hell were his parents? Although Grace knew she should be scoping out the news, she went back to look at the photos that Chloe had posted of herself and Ari, repeatedly swiping through them again and again. Ari was right. He was a very cute kid. And Chloe was wrong. He had grown into a very handsome adult. Grace. Earth to Grace. Huh? What? Grace quickly shook her head to snap out of her daze. Are you reading the comments? Someone just looked up the logo on his school uniform, and it's a very expensive private school in France. Someone looked up the watch in his toddler photo, and it's crazy expensive. Ari, who the hell are your parents? What the hell did your parents do? And seriously, how the hell do you know Chloe? Grace had a lot of questions that she planned on getting answered as soon as possible. How do I know Chloe? She's my mother's enemy. Enemy? At Jamie's confused expression, Ari explained. I'm not joking. They are actually blood-sworn enemies. They hated each other. My mom, allegedly, tried to poison her when Chloe stole a job from her. And in retaliation, Chloe allegedly tried to run my mom over with a car when she did the same. Then my mom got the job Chloe wanted, so Chloe poached Sabine, who used to be my mom's assistant. Chloe allegedly pushed my mom off a gondola when they were in Venice for something. So my mom allegedly pushed Chloe into the Seine River. They've been fighting for as long as I can remember. It's like Tom E.T. Jerry. Each time Chloe came over to our house, it always ended in an argument, and then she would steal my snacks in retaliation and rob the wine cellar. Are they siblings? That sounds like my brothers. They always fight really hard, steal alcohol from each other, and box, but then make up just as hard. Nope. There was no such thing as making up. Only fights and arguments. And if that's how siblings are, I am even more thankful I insisted on being an only child. Same, Levi added with a grimace. Just the thought of having someone run you over, push you into a river, or poison you sounded stressful and just as bad as what his parents tried to do to each other when they were getting a divorce. And to have that person as your sibling who would be stuck with you forever? No thanks. Really? But the two of you seem really close, so it can't be that bad. I've just been dealing with her since I was a child, so I know how to handle her. Either way dash. As Ari was mid-sentence. Ding. Task 1 of surprise mission. Enough is enough has been completed. The files will start being released now and will be fully published by the time the show begins. Oh lucky. What? Something good happened? No. I'm just excited to spend clothes. Money at a fancy restaurant. I hope it's by the water. And to see somebody suffer. Let's go join our teammates. We have to do our quick rehearsal, right? Number 309. Chapter 309. Fire and Ash Familia 5. There's going to be so many people, and everyone's performance looks so good. I think I'm going to vomit. Jamie groaned nervously as he clutched his stomach. Hold it in or go far away. As my team leader, you're supposed to be sympathetic and comfort me. Jamie grumbled while looking offended. There. Ari used the cane to pat Jamie's back from a distance before continuing in an unsympathetic voice. Please throw up in a trash can far away from me, and make sure it doesn't get on your clothes or your hair. Mean. Harsh. Life is harsh. This fur coat is expensive, and I'm too young to get killed by that drunk, angry woman for getting vomit on it. Still, that's harsh. You too back there. Stop fooling around. Sorry. Ari immediately apologized to the staff member who had given him a dirty look. They had just finished a brief rehearsal among the Pop Star Academy contestants, watched some of the other team's rehearsals as well, and were receiving their final instructions before taking their seats in the assigned audience area. As I was saying, please pay attention to the time even while you're at your seats. We're trying to stay on schedule, and everyone needs to move quickly. Remember, everything is being broadcast live, so watch your behavior. And words since the camera could pan to you at any moment. Pay attention to the performance order and slip out the back at the designated time. Got it? Yes. Sure. Ugh. Good. Please head to your seats. We'll be getting started shortly. Team SNU, let's move. They exited the room in a single file line, which ended up being a jumbled mess in the hallways as they met other groups also leaving their meeting rooms to head to their seats. Ari focused on clearing the way so Justin could walk without being jostled too much, but as he moved around, he swore people kept staring at him and then avoiding eye contact when he looked at them. Maybe they had seen the episode and thought he was a psycho who beat people up for fun, or maybe they recognized Chloe's code and didn't want to mess it up, not taking it to heart, especially because things would be corrected sooner rather than later. He and the team made their way through a side door before all 6 of them collapsed onto their seats, which were thankfully several rows deep and off to the side, so they could avoid being in the direct line of sight of the audience members who were openly recording and taking photos. The crowd was packed and noisy, but even with all the people, Ari thought he spotted a figure dressed in bright pink in the corner, but when he looked over, the flash of pink had disappeared. Was he seeing things? There are so many people, and the wait until we perform going to take forever, Justin groaned as he sat down and stretched his leg out as best as he could. Despite the cast on his foot and using the cane to walk, his leg was hurting quite a lot after the rehearsal, and he was feeling a bit nervous. To put his mind off things, he turned to stare at Ari, who was as calm as usual, digging into the pockets of the fur coat he had randomly shown up with, and was now hitting Jamie with an ornate foldable fan that said Chloe. Ari, why did we choose this performance slot again? 2 groups are performing earlier except for us, William and Benjamin's team. Aware of the cameras, Justin covered his mouth and whispered, "Snap." Ari snapped the fan open, used it to fan himself, and then responded while it covered his mouth. There's something called the midday meeting slump, and we're trying to avoid that while taking advantage of recency bias. At Justin's still confused expression, Ari explained, "This is a really long performance, with over 30 different groups, and people are sure to get bored at some point. So Ben and I got the preliminary performance order and list of songs to figure out the vibe and where to place our teams. Basically, the openers are pretty energetic, the middle is full of a bunch of slow ballads, and the ending is a weird mix. Ben's team's song is high energy, and since it's a BTZ song, it's good as an opener or closer. He ended up choosing the ending spot so it would leave an impact on people. While our song is not slow, it's not super upbeat either, so it can get lost in the mix of performances if we're not careful. I don't want to go first since the judging will be more brutal and strict. I also don't want to be compared to teams whose songs have the same vibe as ours, especially teams that debuted, because their fans will be extremely biased. I don't want us to bring the mood down after an energetic performance, and I don't want to perform too late either, so I had to choose a spot that will make us stand out. We'll be performing in the middle of the 3rd quarter, toward the end of the ballad section. That way, people will be back from bathroom breaks, will have woken up from their naps, and they'll want to hear something fresh after listening to ballads. Since it will be nearing the end, they'll actually want to start filling up the top ranks, so we have a chance to do well when compared to those in Popstar Academy. As for William, don't know, don't care, don't mention him around me." Realizing he had touched a sore spot by mentioning William, Justin quickly changed the subject. "Is that why you took the Nebu 1A team's spot? They were glaring at you earlier." Ari remembered the rainbow-colored team that he had met back in LA, who were talking nonsense about him in Korean before laughing. That was a coincidence. I didn't even know it was their slot. They just happened to have the perfect spot between 2 slow songs that I wanted, so I took it. Ari looked up to wave happily at the Nebu 1A team members who were seated in the section over. After a moment, they waved back, although they didn't seem enthused about it, but since there were cameras around, there was nothing they could do. "You seemed pretty happy about it when you found out. You had a huge smile on your face. I can't have an innocent, smiling feeling." "I wouldn't call that smile innocent. Not when I can hear you laughing under your breath. As a matter of fact, you've been laughing ever since you came back. You only laugh like that when you're angry and are about to say something crazy. Who are you planning on messing with now? Please let our performance go smoothly." Contrary to Justin's thoughts, Ari had no intention of messing with anyone or getting into trouble today. He planned to perform to the best of his abilities, return safely to his seat to enjoy the rest of the show, and then spend Chloe's money on a nice dinner and force her to buy snacks for everyone. As for now, it was time to enjoy the show. Since it was his first time being in such a big audience like this, he watched curiously as the rest of the seats filled up. The judges, some of whom he recognized, took their seats right in front of the stage, and finally, Ariel from Red Lace and another Korean man he didn't recognize appeared on stage wearing a sparkly silver gown. With a beautiful smile on her face, Ariel began speaking, and Ari could feel Jamie and Justin on either side of him stiffen. After listening for several seconds, he finally understood what the issue was. Oh, it's completely in Korean. I guess they're not giving us an English translator. Usually, the production staff and everyone they had met spoke to them in English, so this was the first time they were actually in a position of needing a translator and not having one. Guess not. Justin quietly groaned before forcing a smile on his face as he saw the camera swiveling and the screen above the stage showing images of the audience, contestants, trainees, and different groups that would be on stage later. The two MCs continued talking in Korean, and after thinking about it for several seconds, Ari decided that he would be a good person today to help balance out the karma of William being screwed later. Want me to translate? You know I've been practicing my Korean, right? I'll provide this service free of charge. Hello, I'm Ariel from Red Lace, one of your MCs for today. Welcome all of you to the greatest hits performance that will be performed by the top-ranking trainees among many agencies, some newly debuted groups, and our special guests who are participating in the survival show, Popstar Academy. As Ariel paused, the screen behind her panned to areas where the performers were sitting, and cheers rose as the audience spotted idols, trainees, and contestants that they all knew. With a proud smile, the man standing next to Ariel continued speaking. I'm Park Wooju, your other MC. These friends will be performing covers of hit songs, and both the audience and judges will vote to decide how well they did. Today, on our judging panel, we have Kim Young-woo, the expert choreographer of many of the songs we love today. The camera panned to the choreographer, who was wearing a formal suit that gave him a neat, polite impression instead of his usual suave, cool style. After a quick wave that elicited plenty of screams from the primarily female audience, Kim Young-woo nodded at Ariel, who continued. We have Amy, who was once considered the voice of the nation. The camera then panned to a slightly older, yet still beautiful woman who was dressed in a modest top and long skirt. Her caramel brown hair was tied into an elegant top knot, and as she waved, even more cheers rang out since even the younger generation knew who she was due to her parents playing her music in their childhood. We also have two of the top idols in K-pop. Shin Ji-young, the renowned leader of BTS, the most successful K-pop group in the history of South Korea, and JM, the leader of Golden Generation, a group that has broken many records. At Ariel's announcement, cheers incomparable to the earlier ones filled the entire venue as the audience lost their minds seeing the two handsome idols on the screen. For almost 5 minutes, the cheers went on consistently, and Ariel was grateful for the in-ears that were helping mute some of the sound. When things finally quieted down, she smiled at the audience and gave the final set of instructions. You all know the drill. After each performance, please vote for what rank you think each team deserves. The results will be announced at the end. Without further ado, let's have the first team come up, which is composed of Han Dae-sung, Ka Kyung, Tan Suk, and Park Handsome, who are trainees from Azure Entertainment, performing Ice Cream by Miss 3 Ri. As the two MCs left the stage and the lights dimmed, the audience grew silent as pink stage lights suddenly lit up and 4 boys dressed in white outfits came out rapping. I want to lick it. From the head down to the cone. And I want to eat all the flavors. From each corner of the world. Brain freeze got me going but it's so good, like you won't believe. I scream, you scream, lick. An ice cream fantasy. At the slightly explicit lyrics, the girls in the audience began screaming, especially when seeing the dance that involved body rolls and hip thrusts. As the cameramen on stage did their best to capture the perfect angles, both the people in the audience and those at home enjoyed the sight. After 10 songs interspersed with MC commentary and audience feedback, Ari, who had quickly given up being a translator when his mouth got dry, felt himself getting sleepy, especially with the fur coat keeping him warm and toasty. Despite pinching himself several times, he still found himself dozing off. I'm going to use the bathroom really quickly. I'll be right back. Letting Jamie and Justin know where he was going, Ari quickly walked to a bathroom that was further away so that he didn't have to see anyone, especially people taking photos and videos. He desperately wanted to splash water on his face and stick his head under the faucet to fully wake up, but remembering how much time the stylist had spent admiring her handiwork and scolding him not to touch it, He settled for running cold water over his hands. Creak. The stall behind him opened up, and Ari met the eyes of a familiar boy with fading orange hair. Daniel Kim immediately began looking around nervously while edging toward the door, and Ari laughed. We really need to stop meeting in the bathroom like this. What? Are you planning on running away again? Don't bother. I won't chase you around anymore, so wash your hands in peace. Less than 15 minutes remained on the surprise mission, which correlated with the timing of his team's performance, so there was really no point. Hearing his words, Daniel froze before cautiously asking, You won't? Nope. Why not? You hunted me down this whole week. Daniel poked his lips out in a pout, and Ari wanted to laugh again since it reminded him of Jamie's depressed sulking. Hunted? That's harsh. I prefer the term strategically searching until I find you in unexpected places. But it doesn't really matter anymore. You don't care about my relationship with him? Isn't that what you wanted to know? No, I do. But it's useless to me now, so rest easily. Because the time limit was almost up, he wouldn't get the reward from Nova. It seemed that the answer wasn't satisfactory, because Daniel walked closer with a frown. Why is it useless? Why are you asking me all these questions? Weren't you the one running away each time you saw me, and letting William drag you away? Because, I can't say. Daniel paused before looking down, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but then stopping. With a sigh, Ari went to lock the bathroom door, then checked to make sure all the bathroom stalls were empty, before turning on all the faucets so the water was running. Right now, it's me, you, and the bathroom water. Spit it out, or don't. You may have already performed, but I have things to do. And you have less than 10 minutes of my time. What's the deal with Blondie? You've given me warnings before. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I would believe you if you told me William beat up a toddler, or killed somebody in front of you, or that he's an alien from another universe, or a demon in human skin. Ari told him honestly, and Daniel glanced up in surprise. Really? Yep. In case you couldn't tell, I despise him and will never, ever get along with him. Ever. Whatever you tell me about him, I will believe without a doubt, and will never tell a human soul that I got the information from you. As for telling Nova, well, they were technically in one body in Nova. Wasn't human so? If I said, he made somebody die, on purpose, you would believe it? You won't think I'm lying or made it up, or was talking nonsense, or was drunk. Of course. After all, why wouldn't he believe him that William killed somebody? Ari himself was a victim. But what does that have to do with you? Oh, if you plan on talking, please speak quickly. You have 8 minutes, 32 seconds to spill the beans. Oh, and pass on whatever evidence you have. You believe me? As Daniel stared at him with teary eyes, Ari instinctively began squeezing his Justin, like he did to Matthew. Hey, look at me. No crying. No tears. None of that. 7 minutes remaining. Start talking. But dash. Squeeze. Talk. Sniff sniff. Okay. The next 6 minutes passed quickly with Daniel sniffling tearfully while sharing how he met William and what their relationship was like. After hearing it, Ari, who thought his opinion of William couldn't get any lower, found out that he truly underestimated him once again and realized that, from the top to the bottom, the people who were running Popstar Academy were all just scumbags with different agendas. Even if he debuted, especially with William, it was most likely going to be an uphill battle. No wonder Nova wanted him to quit. Since he couldn't process it all right now, especially with time ticking down, he just shook his head. Let's talk about this much later, and continue acting scared of me like usual. I have to think about this bit. The money thing, I'll think about that too. But dash. Time's up. Your team is backstage already. 1 minute. No buts. I have to go. Quickly turning off the faucets, Ari ran out of the bathroom and rushed to the backstage area, where staff were milling about. His teammates were glaring at him with Jamie patting his chest with a pale face, and Ari was quite embarrassed. He was, quite frankly, a terrible leader. You're late. Justin whispered harshly even as he handed the in-ears over. I'm sorry. Jamie vomited. I'm sorry. Quickly apologizing to everyone, Ari put in the in-ears and got into position while waiting to be cued in. Please welcome the team from Popstar Academy, composed of Alfonso, Ariel, James, Justin, and Levi, who will be performing Standing Next to You by Golden Generation. As Ariam's voice faded away and the stage went dark, Ari patted his pounding heart. He was unexpectedly a bit nervous today, maybe because of everything that had happened so far, or because he had seen Chloe and knew that she would be watching, or because of his conversation with Daniel. His mind was running 1,000 miles a minute, but he knew he couldn't let that affect his performance. Right now, he had to kill it, especially because his team had done the complete opposite of what the Golden Generation team members wanted, which was a complete replica of their original performance. If he wanted to get a good review and do well, everything had to be flawless. The story they were trying to convey in the lyrics must be represented well, and they had to make sure that there was no room for criticism. As the music began sounding out and the lights went on, Ari took a final deep breath before slowly walking onto the stage. His head nodded to keep time, and the cane slammed into the ground to punctuate each beat until he was standing at the very center of the stage. During the pause of the intro, he struck a pose before spinning around and whipping the fur coat off to the side before sliding his hand up the mic stand with a gentle caress, smoothly adjusting the height and tilting the microphone up to reach his mouth. Then, staring directly at the camera in front of him, he parted his lips and began to sing. Number 310. Chapter 310, Fire and Ash Familia, 6. You seem upset, angry that they're not performing your song in the way you envisioned. Shin Ji-young whispered to JM of Golden Generation in a teasing tone. They were waiting for the next group to come out after Ariel finished her commentary, and since he was bored and the camera wasn't on him, Shin Ji-young decided to needle JM, whom he had known for a while. He could tell by the body posture and neutral expression that JM wasn't too thrilled with the outfit choice of the contestants performing his group's song, which he was quite proud of since it brought him their most music show wins against BTZ. It's fine, JM replied calmly. Is it? Will the kids be okay? Shin Ji-young asked, not satisfied with the answer. Turning his head to the side, Shin Ji-young saw the contestants getting ready at the edge of the stage. They looked quite frazzled, with one boy's face actually looking green even from a distance. But that all changed when a boy with bright red hair appeared in a burst of speed. Shin Ji-young watched as the boldly confident boy he had met, who looked unexpectedly soft right now, put on his in-ears with one hand, patted the back of his blonde teammate with the other, and spoke to a third person with an apologetic expression. Look at the little leader of the team, full of kitties. I remember when we were struggling to keep our team together like that when we first debuted. It's so cute, is it? JM repeated the mocking question back at Shin Ji-young, who simply laughed before complaining. It is. And now, look at how far we've come. You get to be the judge now. Isn't life funny? With envious eyes, Shin Ji-young watched as Ari arranged the fur coat on his shoulders that really elevated the style of the outfit before complaining. As always, he looks quite cool. I didn't look that cool at his age and wasn't even half as confident. I want one of the matriarchs of fashion to gift me the fur coat off her back and personally style me too. Is it because I'm not French? Should I just steal the coat as his senior? He's a feisty one, though, so I wonder what his face will look like if it happens. Hearing the childish complaints, JM had to do his best not to roll his eyes. Despite reaching and maintaining a high status, Shin Ji-young remained petty and volatile. It was really annoying how this man repeatedly won Idol of the Year, Most Handsome Man, Most Mature Idol, Ideal Boyfriend, etc., when he was secretly a brat who always wanted things to go his way and toyed with people like a cat. Don't be childish and go around causing trouble for your manager. You can buy any fur coat you want and pay the best stylist in the world to style you so you look just as cool. It's not the same, you know. That's the Chloe Laurent. She's the creme de la creme in the fashion world. You can't just buy her time even if you have the money. Each time my management messages her team, they get ignored. And being childish is part of my charm. Whatever. Just watch the performance. They're starting. Ah, you're right. I hope they do your song justice. Otherwise, wouldn't the win record of the song be broken when the team performing my song goes tonight? They're the closer, and they even won first at that cursed field day. Just watch. Quietly. Oh, angry. Haha. Shin Ji-young turned to stare at the stage, whose lights had suddenly turned off. Flick. As the lights turned back on, along with the soundtrack, the slim boy dressed in red began walking forward. With a cold expression on that strikingly handsome face, his fur coat swaying like a cape as he walked with a confidence that made it seem like he owned the place, and the cane slamming onto the ground on beat, Shin Jiong felt for a moment that he was watching a young mafia boss walking to his throne. What are the kids calling it these days? Aura farming. He really looks cool. I'm very jealous. I want that coat. Quiet. Boom. Snap. Boom. Snap. As the beat of the song started playing, the bass, trumpets, drums, and keyboard came together to create a jazzy, funk-pop beat that everyone could recognize. But unlike the bright, sparkly, high-energy visuals that people expected, this was something darker and more serious. Like a model down the runway, the walk was precise and focused, each step and thump of the cane hitting the ground perfectly in time with the drums. And when he got to the microphone stand, a smooth spin was executed, tossing the fur coat off to one side and sliding the cane down to the ground without a sound. The cameraman couldn't help but zoom in to capture the insane visuals that didn't seem real. With an intense gaze that seemed to be staring straight at the viewers, in an almost sensual manner, slender fingers covered with satiny red leather ran up the length of the microphone stand, lifting it to a higher height and angling it toward his mouth. Those red lips opened. Standing next to you, and a voice as smooth and as sweet as honey with a hint of a rasp filled the air. Snap, snap, snap. As slim red fingers pointed off to the side, a different voice was heard this time. Standing next to you. The camera panned to a tall boy with long, silvery blonde hair wearing a black and silver pinstriped suit, stepping forward with a skip-like walk while using his own cane to keep the beat. When he reached the front of the stage, Jamie tossed his cane off to the side while pointing to Ari, who sang next. Standing next to you. The two boys spun simultaneously, performing a leg kick, then rocking back and forth on one leg, pretending to play the guitar, and jumping down into jazz splits before leaping up with their canes tucked into their armpits and singing in unison. Standing next to you. Boom, 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 batten. The bright sounds of trumpets rang out. With their canes tucked under their arms, the two boys nodded at each other, performed a secret handshake, and then slid to opposite sides, exposing Choi Woo-bin dressed in his red and black pinstriped suit and standing in a dramatic pose. Bringing the microphone to his lips, Choi Woo-bin sang in his slightly deeper voice that was like a rich, hot chocolate. Fast and slow. Time flows just like a river. Blink and it just goes. Fight against the undertow. Transitioning into another pose, he winked at the camera before singing again. People come and go. How you live your life is something I can't control. You already know? Then Choi Woo-bin grabbed the mic stand that Ari had left, pulling it toward him as he spun around, exposing Justin, who was standing behind him. And Justin, performing an easy two-step while leaning heavily on his cane, opened his mouth and sang into the mic stand that was perfectly placed in front of him. You know that all night long. We rock to this. Screaming, I'll stand beside you right here. As Justin sang, the other five boys spread out in formation slightly behind him, forming a gradient with Ari's red being the farthest back, to Choi Woo-bin and Alfonso's red and black, to Jamie and Levi's black and silver, to Justin's white. Dancing the choreography, they slowly transitioned forward to surround Justin, Levi, and Jamie, supporting him on either side as he walked slowly, while the rest of them picked up the microphone stand and followed him while holding it to his mouth. All night long, we stepped to this. Screaming, no matter what, we'll survive the test of time, yeah. As Justin began leaning down while singing, the microphone followed him. Levi lowered him to the ground with one hand, and Jamie slid to the front in preparation for the chorus. Just like in practice, it was as if his voice got to another level, with his head thrown back, the silvery tinted hair trailing down his back, light moonlight shimmering from the light as he sang with his eyes closed. No matter what you've done, they can't divide us. We'll survive the test of time. I promise I'll be right here. Then he opened them, staring directly at someone before looking out at the audience. Unlike his usual bright expression, it seemed as if venom filled his eyes as he belted out the notes while Ari filled in the ad-libs at a higher pitch. Standing next to you, standing in the fire next to you, oh, you know it's deeper than the rain, deeper than the pain. It's deep in my DNA, and they'll never take you away. Take off. Regaining a two-row, layered formation, Ari, who was in the center, kick-flipped the microphone stand that was lying on the ground so it was upright before he, Choi Woo-bin, and Alfonso dropped down into jazz splits while Jamie, Levi, and Justin performed eye-catching spin moves, reminiscent of baton twirlers with the canes. And as the three people in the front rose to their feet, Alfonso slid forward and began singing as the formation became a single line. Stop. The remaining 5 boys froze for a second before Alfonso continued. Can you feel that? It's like heaven and earth move. To break our trust. No, really stop. They all froze once more as Alfonso slid into place, while Levi moved forward and continued singing. I know you feel that. The universe can never separate you and I. I'll fight against it all with all I have, yeah? Everyone leaned forward at an almost 45-degree angle with the help of the cane, while the fierce-looking boy began singing with an unexpectedly mellow and sweet voice. No matter what, we'll survive the test of time. I promise I'll be right here. Slide shuffling to the center, Ari began belting out the second chorus with Jamie, assisting him in ad-libs. Standing next to you, standing in the fire next to you, oh. You know it's deeper than the rain, deeper than the pain. It's deep in my DNA, and they'll never take you away. Take off. As Ari's voice trailed off and the dance break began, he and Jamie continued to swap ad-libs. Splitting into 2 groups, one using the canes and one without the canes, the old people with silvery hair versus the youth with long, bright hair. They began a sort of play, alternating back and forth, using the original choreography as the basis for their dance. When one side would do a move for a few seconds, the other would imitate it with the use of a cane or vice versa. And while it wasn't entirely the same, the essence and energy put into it were similar. From the moonwalk done across the stage and in place with the assistance of a cane, to jazz splits, to spins done with the canes versus hands, they would demonstrate the move for a few seconds before everyone joined in together as the cheerful trumpet forward instrumental sounded in the background. The brief back and forth continued, with Justin and Ari taking the center to lead their respective sides, and while Justin really couldn't move around too much, it came across as intentional. Just as it was Justin's turn again, his leg in the cast buckled, and he almost fell to the ground. Quickly catching him with an arm around his waist, Ari continued singing even as he held him steady. In this part of the choreography, he needed to pick up his cane and perform the last bit of the dance break with everyone else. But he could feel Justin's leg that was in a cast shaking unsteadily and buckling each time he tried to place it on the ground. He would probably fall if Ari were to release him, so it would be better to just stand in the center and let others complete things than to have somebody collapse on stage. Thankfully, nobody on the team froze or stopped. Ari continued singing, and the dance break was completed successfully. Exchanging a quick glance with Jamie that conveyed a lot of information, Ari half-carried Justin the way Jamie was supposed to, and Jamie stepped up to dance his final lines while Ari sang from the back. Standing next to you. I'm standing next to you. Standing next to you. Dun 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 dun. The song came to a close, and as the stage lights got even brighter, all of them ended up in a line, arms around each other's waists, as the audience clapped loudly while cheering. Thank you. With a unified shout and arms around each other, all 6 boys bowed to the audience that was cheering, before standing up and looking expectantly at the judges. Number 311. Chapter 311. Fire and Ash Familia, 7. While the audience was applauding the great performance, which was quite different from the previous slog of ballads that had progressively gotten slower and sadder, the chats of people watching it live were blowing up. Whoa, they killed it. The Korean cameramen are unmatched. This performance looked amazing from home. Jamie, who did your parents sacrifice for you to sing so well? This would be perfect if that person weren't on the team. Woobin, Nuna is proud. If only you weren't grouped with that one. When did Levi learn to sing like that? Huh, I thought he was a rapper. You know his mom has been on Broadway. Of course, he knows how to sing. My golden puppy, you did so well. Look at him smiling so happily. Ah, Justin, even with your leg in a cast, you've worked so hard. Good job. I'm proud of you. Even though it's the same song I've always listened to, the vibe this time is so different. I hate to admit it, but I might like this style better than the original. Same. I always thought the bright, sparkly outfits didn't fit at all. The lyrics are about sticking with someone through hard times. Why did they look like they were going to a disco party? Don't you ever disrespect the golden generation like that again. Nothing could beat their original performance. JM is a god among men. Everything he touches goes gold. Nothing can compare to him. Oh, brother, who activated Midas? They're about to go crazy. As the chat continued scrolling, the panting, sweaty boys turned to face the judges, who were clapping with what looked like genuine smiles. Shin Ji-young spoke first, looking over each of them with interest before his gaze stopped at Ari. I know. I shouldn't speak first, but I just wanted to say that I enjoyed your performance. Before we get into it, do you all have a team name to go with this different concept? As his teammates' eyes turned to look at him, Ari brought the microphone to his lips. Bo, bo. Just as he was about to speak, he heard boos coming from a couple of places, before dying off as he glanced at those areas. What he really wanted to do was to start booing them back, but remembering that he had to act like a proper team leader after almost messing up the beginning of the performance, he simply laughed and shook his head before speaking. Our team name is the Fire and Ash Familia. Oh, interesting. Is there a meaning behind it? Shin Ji-young asked as he leaned forward. As Ari brought the microphone up to his mouth, a few boos started. He put it down, and they stopped. He put it up, and they booed again. As he put the microphone up and down quickly, the boos started and stopped before somebody screamed. Shut up, you rude punks. All right, enough playing around. There's no need to get rowdy. Justin glanced over at Ari, who simply shook his head before gesturing for him to talk. If the people wanted to boo, let them boo. He would just stay quiet. He was quite tired anyway, and sooner or later, it would all be corrected. Before you answer, I would like to make it clear that this is not a venue for tolerating rudeness toward any contestant who will be performing on this stage. If you can't uphold the basics of courtesy and decorum, then this might not be the place for you. Shin Ji-young calmly spoke to the audience before turning back to Justin. Go ahead. Whoa, Big Boss Shin is putting people in their places. Good. Even if you don't like somebody, booing them is too much. That's so embarrassing. Keep that behavior online and outside the venue. I just hope no melodies were participating in that nonsense. Am I the only one feeling kind of bad for Ariel? Getting booed live is harsh. Yes. Yes, lol. Don't say that name. If you do, a tennis ball comes flying at your face, and Chloe Laurent casts a spell to make your clothing strangle you. Having received permission, Justin cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, when we were trying to figure out how to incorporate me into the performance because of my injury, and I was feeling like a burden to the team leader Ari commented that humans are like pieces of wood lit on fire. You're valuable when you're young, burning brightly, and the more pieces that work together, the bigger the blaze, and the brighter they shine. But eventually that wood turns into ash as time passes, and your body breaks down due to injuries and age. But becoming ash is not the end. It doesn't mean that you're useless or that you should quit, and there might still be an ember inside the ash that can still burn brightly. It might just have a different use than before, so both the process of becoming a roaring flame and eventually turning into ash should be enjoyed. So, we're the team of fire and ash that wants to shine brightly with everyone. Justin trailed off as he saw Shin Ji-young watching him intently. That is actually quite poetic. It makes me want to crack your head open to see how you came up with it. How did you come up with that, team leader Ariel? Shin Ji-young turned to look at Ari with an interesting smile. I can't take credit for that. I saw a movie trailer with a similar title when I was walking around, and had a weird dream about phoenixes and being reborn in ash and fire while singing the song by Golden Generation, so I just told him what I saw in my dream. He's the one putting poetic meaning to it. Is that so? I want to have dreams like that. What were you doing to have that dream? Practice so hard that you end up passed out on the practice room floor. That's standard. Anything else? Shin Ji-young asked calmly. The foreigners might not be used to it, but practicing this much was standard for trainees in Korean entertainment companies who were fighting to debut. It would be even worse when they debuted due to the horribly packed schedules. Nope. Just practice as a group until you want to die. And if anyone has the energy to complain, add another hour of practice and do it all again. Then, when you go to sleep, you'll have the best dreams because you're so tired. Or you won't dream at all, so it's a win-win. Ari smiled gently, and his teammates, except for Jamie and Levi, began to hug themselves while shivering as they remembered the dreaded words again, while green eyes stared like lasers. Do it again. Just one more time. Again. It was nightmare fuel. Seeing the expressions, people in the chat began laughing. They're afraid, lol. Why are they shaking? Wouldn't you be shaking when someone who slices people's faces with tennis balls smiles at you while telling you to practice until you want to die? He said if you complain, another hour of practice is added. Yeesh. What kind of practice are they doing? Death practice with tennis balls sent to you if you don't listen. Keep up. Interesting. Well, I'll let the others give their review first. Amy. Shin Ji-young placed his microphone down while glancing at the older Korean woman who began speaking slowly in English. I think vocally, you all did well. You kept the original key, and there were little to no mistakes. Especially the two of you. You did well, but most especially you. I believe they said your name is James. Amy glanced at the long-haired blonde boy, who had recovered his breath the quickest out of all the boys on stage and whose smile had stiffened earlier. Yes, but you can call me Jamie. Jamie then. I think you did a fantastic job today. You have great breath control and vocal techniques, and I could feel your emotions pouring out of each word you sang. It was quite a lovely performance. Amy looked at Jamie with pleased eyes. As a more traditional singer with classical training, she was accustomed to the lighter, clearer, and airy sound found in Korean pop singers, so hearing someone with depth to their voice, even when hitting those high notes, was quite pleasing. Especially as he still managed to stand out from the red-haired kid on his team, who had a more distinct tone that caught the ear more. She could tell that this was a kid who really liked singing, had put in a lot of work, and it made her really want to nurture him. Thank you. Jamie smiled brightly, his entire face sparkling at the praise. I guess I'll go next. Kim Young-woo picked up his microphone as he considered what to say. I liked the story you were trying to tell with the canes, the team name, the outfits, and the choreography changes to help accommodate Justin's injury without leaving him out. While some parts of the choreography were a tad sloppy and looked like they came from amateurs, the complete performance came together quite well. I'll be hijacking some ideas that I saw today when I have to come up with choreography for groups that have an injured member. Good job to each of you for making those changes and executing them on stage. I know it couldn't have been easy. They each nodded before glancing over at the leader of Golden Generation, who was the one they really needed to impress. JM had a neutral expression on his face, which reminded Ari of the words they exchanged the last time, where the senior idol had made it clear that he would not approve of any changes to their song. Why Ari had honored that vocally, on the other hand, visually. Well, let's say 65% was kept. Technically, that was a passing grade, but as someone who had never gotten a grade that low in his life, Ari wanted to hear good words from the idol. Especially because everyone had worked really hard to try to incorporate the changes he pushed for. It would suck if they got a public lashing here. After several seconds, JM began speaking slowly. I remember that we had a meeting with you all to help smooth some performance details out, and team leader Ariel pushed back because Mingyu and I recommended that Justin sit off to the side during the performance because of his injury. Because that's what's always been done, because it's less burden on other people who already have so much on their plates, and it won't disappoint the fans. Today, you made my advice null and void, and if I were Justin, I would be happy to be on a team where the leader fought for me to be included in the performance and didn't treat me like a burden. I'm glad that you pushed back and that your team stood behind you in making that decision. All of you represented our song well, and to get this all done in a week is amazing. It looked great on stage, and like Kim Young-woo Nim said, I might steal this outfit idea and maybe some choreography for whenever we do an encore stage in the future. It looked quite cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Since everyone had already spoken, they turned to leave, but a voice stopped Ari. Before you go, a quick message for you. Team leader Ariel. Yes, go ahead. Ari stopped to look at Shin Ji-young. That fur coat of yours. I quite like it. It looks very cool. Thank you. Ari replied politely while staring at Shin Ji-young, wondering if he could go now. I really, really like it and would love to get something like it as a gift. It looks so cool. Oh no, as I wanted disease is acting up again. Melodies who are on the ground, please stop Big Boss Shin from embarrassing the BTZ name. Manager, please come and get team leader Shin. He's acting crazy again. Somewhat used to the fact that nonsense might come out of Shin Ji-young's mouth, especially after their first interaction, where he confidently told Ari he wanted to pluck out his eyes so he could see a reaction. Ari restrained a sigh and held out the fur coat with a polite smile. The coat belongs to someone else, so it's not mine to gift. But if you really want it, I'll just tell the person who lent it to me that you wanted it. I'm sure I'll be forgiven. Whether Chloe ripped Shin Ji-young a new one after finding out that he took her coat had nothing to do with Ari. The man had grown so he could deal with that crazy, drunk lady. And although Ari meant well, the chat didn't feel that way. What is he pretending for? Hiding the name like he's a big shot. We saw the photo op you had. With Chloe freaking Laurent and her post about you. Why are you pretending she's some random woman? I hate people who flex unnecessarily. He's always trying to be cool and mysterious. He's trying to pretend he's low-key and poor again to get sympathy votes. News flash. Everyone knows you went to a private school in France and grew up with Chloe Laurent. That won't work anymore. I'm kidding. And of course, I know you got it from Madame Chloe Laurent. You know I like to joke around, right? From your fun eyes and expression to that fun dance challenge together. We now have lots of inside jokes between us, right? Sure, our sense of humor is different, but whatever floats your boat. Just let me go. Oh, you guys did a dance challenge together? You really like the contestants, huh? JM commented, a bit interested in how friendly Shin Ji-young was being. Usually, he was a bit antagonistic towards talented juniors, but he seemed to like this contestant quite a lot. Oops. Shin Ji-young covered his mouth in shock. Is that a spoiler? I guess they haven't published any of them yet. If so, sorry PD Nim. It was an accident. Even though Shin Ji-young looked quite sincere, for some reason Ari thought that he was just pretending to be shocked. He didn't know what was going on between him and the PD, or if he was just bored, but Ari really wanted to leave the stage. Unfortunately, there was a giant camera in his face, so, since he had to play along, he smiled politely before looking away. Please release us from the stage. I absolutely hate dealing with this maniac. There are the eyes I was looking for. I was wondering when they would pop out. Well, I'll let you go. If you see Madame Chloe, please put in a good word for me. Okay. Of course. Never in a million years. Ari vowed silently. Bowing his head toward the judges once more, he tossed the fur coat over one shoulder, grabbed his cane, and walked off the stage with his teammates back to his seat. And with a relaxed body, mind, and spirit, Ari sat down and watched the rest of the performances. Nebu 1A's performance was boring, and Ari agreed with Jamie's feedback. Williams was okay. He did well, but Choi In-soo and Taeyong sounded terrible, and their stats were lower than usual, making it clear where William got his boost from. And finally, Benjamin's team, the final performance of the night. All Ari had to say was, wow. Seeing Benjamin's team's performance, he could only laugh as the audience screamed the fan chants while waving trumpet-shaped lightsticks, which were representative of BTZ that they had pulled out from who knows where. In fact, more than half of the audience had those trumpet-shaped lightsticks, which were crazy impressive and a bit humbling. Before this, if you asked Ari if he thought his team could get first place, he would have replied maybe. But now, after seeing Benjamin kill it on stage, it would be a bit hard to get first place. Within the Pop Star Academy groups and overall, as well. It was a bit unfortunate. He really wanted to get first place with this performance. While Ari thought his team did as well as they could, the combination of Benjamin and Carlos on a vocal and rap-heavy hip-hop song was already a cheat code since that was right in both their wheelhouses. Add in the fact that it was a BTZ song, and that cheat code turned the chances of victory from 50% to 99.99%. As Ariel took the stage once more to begin announcing the winning team, Ari wondered if Nova had successfully held up its part of the bargain. It couldn't be that he was cheated, right? Nova had once said it admired the tactics of the PDs to force them to work and never pay up. A large blue screen immediately filled Ari's vision with the edges tinted red. I sense that you're doubting me. Don't ever do that again. I didn't even say anything. Are you sure that you can't read my mind? Just sit back, relax, and watch the chaos. I can't watch the chaos when you're taking up my vision. Shoo. The team coming in third place, according to the audience and judge vote, is Dash. Ariel pointed to the large screen behind her, but instead of a fun graphic displaying the winning team name and members, it was a blank blue screen that seemed to glitch red, sending audio feedback ringing through the speakers at an headache-inducing volume. As everybody clutched their ears in pain, Ari could barely hear Ariel apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, it seems we're having some technical problems. As the audience began muttering, wondering what was going on, the noise suddenly stopped, and the image on the projector transformed into a tennis court that had a blonde boy in a red tracksuit on one side and a boy with a red and black two-block haircut wearing a yellow tracksuit. As if it were a movie, the clip played with multiple angles and replays, showing Williams smashing the ball at Suzuki Ray's face. There was a harsh whistle blown before the camera panned to Williams' smirking face, and then his mocking voice could be heard. I'm sorry. I tried to control my strength, really. I'll try to do better, but he should just get out of the way next time. He has eyes, doesn't he? Then the clip showed Williams smashing the ball at Suzuki Ray again before repeating on a loop. I'm sorry. I tried to control my strength, really. I'll try to do better, but he should just get out of the way next time. He has eyes, doesn't he? I'm sorry. I tried to control my strength, really. I'll try to do better, but he should just get out of the way next time. He has eyes, doesn't he? I'm sorry. I tried to control my strength, really. I'll try to do better, but he should just get out of the way next time. He has eyes, doesn't he? Feeling several eyes on him each time Williams' words replayed on the large screen, Ari blinked innocently before responding. Why are you staring at me like that? I have nothing to do with this. The lying show is on again, but I don't mind. They're not the only people who can edit videos. Let's set this place on fire and burn it down to ashes. Number 312. Chapter 312, Tired 1. The screen was quickly turned off and on with the correct graphic being displayed. However, the previous quiet was gone as audience members kept chattering while searching the web on their phones. After tallying the audience votes and judge scores, the team coming in third place are the Azure Entertainment trainees with their cover of Ice Cream by Mist 3 Re. Please make your way to the front for a quick speech. Ariel announced to the rowdy audience and trying to regain their attention. There was a polite round of applause as the trainees who were the openers team made their way to the front of the stage to give their closing statements. They seemed quite teary-eyed and shy as they gave their thanks, which Ari thought was quite funny considering they had a slightly explicit song, which they had performed very well. Still, he applauded along with everyone else, even while ignoring the glances that kept being directed in his direction. As the trainees from Azure Entertainment left the stage, Park Woo-ju continued the announcement as the screen changed. The team coming in second place is the Fire and Ash Familia from Popstar Academy, performing the cover of Standing Next to You by BTZ. Please come up to the stage. Us? Really? No way. Really? Yes. As Justin cheered with teary eyes, Ari had to deal with Jamie almost suffocating him by hug, before all of a sudden, the weight on top of him tripled as he ended up in the bottom of a dog pile of bodies. Get off of me. We did it, yay. I said get off of me. I'm so proud of us. Get off. Suddenly, two hands gripped him by his armpits, and Ari found himself temporarily flying through the air before being set on his feet. Let's go to the stage. They're waiting. Levi's sharp voice was heard, causing Jamie and Justin, who were the originators of the dog pile, to stand up guiltily, while everyone else brushed off their clothes and tried to look cool. Ahem, let's go. With all eyes on them, they quickly made their way to the stage and Ari stood at the back so Justin could take the microphone offered from Ariel. I'd like to thank you all for liking our performance enough that you gave us second place. Thank you to the judges as well as all of my teammates for accommodating me and everything. Everyone worked really hard, and I'm glad it paid off. Justin rushed his words out quickly before bowing his head to cover up his tears. Thank you to the Fire and Ash team, and once again, good job. All of you. Ariel smiled while seeing another group hug happening, which reminded her of the days when she debuted. Turning to the two contestants who were just standing without joining in, she couldn't help but laugh as the two of them put their thumbs up and stepped even further back away when it seemed like the hug that was getting rowdy was approaching them. Eventually, they walked off the stage while the announcements continued. Naturally, Benjamin's team won, and once the formalities were done, all the Popstar Academy contestants grouped up backstage while waiting for their staff to take them to the bus. Everyone was discussing the clips that had been shown on the screen, wondering how it leaked, what the PD was going to do, and occasionally glancing in his direction while whispering. Meanwhile, Ari was sitting on the floor, randomly zoning out as he wondered how Chloe planned on picking him up, if he could get his phone back from the PD to see what was happening on the internet, and if he could squeeze in a nap. The area suddenly became silent with a shadow blocking the light. When Ari looked up, it was to see William glaring at him. What did you do? performed on stage, and got second place. You. Bang. William kicked the wall beside Ari before snarling. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Then what are you talking about? That fabricated video that was shown. How? Why did you do that? Seeing the panic all over William's face, Ari openly laughed at him. Oh, the video. That's rough, but why are you asking me? Go ask the tech crew or the PD. I had nothing to do with it. You dash. Me what? Gonna hit me? Bang. William kicked the wall again, but Ari didn't flinch, just continued laughing at him. Ah, so scary. I'm scared. Bang. Oh no. Bang. Your leg doesn't hurt? Wow. So strong. Bang. TSK TSK. Shall we try anger management lessons? Let's try counting from 1 through 10. 1 dash. Bang. 2 dash. Bang. Bang. Enough. Both of you stop causing trouble. A familiar voice filled the crowded space. When Ari glanced over, he realized that it was the staff member who had called him a violent green-eyed bug pulling William away. Hoping to his feet, he corrected the staff member. I don't know why you're saying both of you when it's just him. I was sitting down minding my business, and he came to bother me and started kicking at the wall. Ask anyone or check the cameras if you don't believe me. Is now the time to be arguing? Ari. What kind of nonsense was this? Was this considered an argument? Don't blame me for something I didn't do, and I won't say a word, much less argue. Ari replied with a shrug. Whatever. Let's get going, all of you. And stay quiet regardless of what is said or asked. Understood? Especially you. The staff member glared around the room before focusing on Ari and seeing them all nod, grabbed William, and began walking out while they followed behind him. As they exited the building, it was to see a crowd of reporters shouting questions. Contestant Ariel, do you have anything to say? Have you seen the video? Contestant Ariel, how do you feel after being wrongfully villainized? Contestant Suzuki Ray, how are you doing? Contestant William, do you have any explanation for your actions? Oh, it seemed everyone knows about the video. Nova had done a good job for once. I told you not to doubt me. You're really acting like you can read my mind these days. It's scary. Since it was now evening time and much darker than earlier, the flash from the cameras were almost blinding. Thankfully, he still had his sunglasses, so Ari slid them on while walking with everyone who were making their way into the bus while ignoring the reporters who were still yelling questions. Ariel. Hearing the unexpected voice calling his name, Ari turned to the side and noticed a black-tinted van parked behind the long bus. Standing in front of the car was Sabine, dressed neatly in suit. With a polite smile was Chloe's assistant. Oh, it's Sabine. A VA. I'm here to pick you up. It's been cleared with your PD by his boss, so let's go. Oh, really? Okay. Jamie, I'll see you later then. Bye? Bring back snacks. I will. Ari handed the fur coat to Sabine while pulling off the tie scarf, before entering the back seat of the vehicle. Where's Chloe? She's already waiting at the restaurant, and there's a change of clothes for you in the back seat. So make yourself comfortable. Sabine replied as he slid the door shut. Thanks. Admiring the roomy interior, Ari changed from the suit into the matching short set and white sneakers in a bag before taking a short nap. When he woke up, it was to Sabine calling his name, and with a yawn Ari stepped out of the car and followed him into the restaurant where he was led to the back. As he stepped out, he was greeted with a view of the water with several different tables partitioned by ornate dividers that gave the semblance of privacy. Sabine walked him over to the corner partition where Chloe was sitting on a table clicking away at her laptop. Pretty place. Ari commented as he looked back at the fairy lights that lined the river and the way the last bit of sunlight shimmered on it. It was almost dreamlike, and if he had time, he would have loved to walk along it during sunset. Isn't it? You're a kid who's liked the water since you were little, so I chose this spot. Chloe replied before pointing at the chair opposite her. Sit and check the menu. I'm sure there must be something even a picky eater like you can eat. I'm not a picky eater anymore, so anything is fine with me. Ari said as he sat down, even as he dutifully read the menu. It all looked pretty good, and there were even pictures, which was nice. A child like you who, even though you had a professional chef for a father who catered to your every whim, still refused to eat because of your pickiness suddenly stopping? I don't believe that. I've changed. The sky is green. Seeing that she really didn't believe him, Ari laughed. I'm really not picky anymore. Well, I don't like beans on toast or rice porridge, but I eat anything nowadays. You can only be picky when there's somebody who cares to make the food the way you like. If that person is gone, food is more or less the same with a few exceptions. One of them being Grace's grandfather's cooking. Apart from the occasional healthy rice porridges, which Ari hated with a passion, everything he made tasted really good. Chloe gave him an inscrutable look before shaking her head. Then order as you please. I'll pay. Otherwise, as a member of the older generation, you should treat me not the other way around. Watch it. I saw you toss my fur coat to the ground. Oops. With a laugh, Ari placed an order for some seafood before sipping the water in front of him. Closing his eyes, he enjoyed the breeze blowing against his face and through the air, and took a deep breath. It felt good. Although it didn't have that salty sea smell, it still had the refreshing feeling that came from being close to the water. As he was enjoying the breeze while listening to Chloe's fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard, it suddenly stopped before he heard her voice. You look really tired, Cho-Cho. Opening his eyes, Ari gave Chloe a sardonic smile. Well, I did just perform and had to sit through a multi-hour event. Of course I look tired. That's not what I'm talking about. You look very tired. Mentally. Number 313. Chapter 313. Tired, too. Staring at Chloe, who looked as stern and immaculately dressed as always, for a second, Ari felt like he had returned to a little kid being forced to sit at a table and apologize for fighting with her, even though she had wronged him first. Something about respecting the elderly, even if they were going senile from all the alcohol they drank. He felt the urge to laugh at the random memory of his mom saying those exact words, causing another fight with Chloe, but instead thought her words over. If you asked Ari if he was tired, his answer would be, abso-fucking-lutely. He was completely exhausted physically and emotionally. The last couple of months felt like one gigantic incident after another, and he felt that the little pockets of peace he had gotten were not enough for him to really process everything that was happening right now. He had thought that signing up for an idol survival show would be a simple, straightforward process for retribution against somebody who wronged him. But as he had seen, it was anything but that. His personality was too harsh for entertainment, especially since he didn't hold his tongue when wronged. He was never one to actively socialize with others if he didn't have to, so there were times when it was grating to be around others 24/7. The PDs were evil, William was evil, public opinion was annoying to deal with. The list went on and on. It was tiring. I am a bit tired, Ari answered honestly. I think it's more than a bit. This show, Chloe paused, as her hand habitually reached out for a glass of wine that wasn't there. Recognizing the motion, Ari just sighed. You can order wine. You don't like it. It was a statement, not a question, and Ari shrugged. I don't like a lot of things. And yet the world continues spinning. Just order some. Hopefully, it stops you from nagging me too much. I'm really not in the mood. It's fine. I won't drink. Is it? Just do it. Your hand is twitching. I said it's fine. If it's fine, why are you yelling at me? Ari, Chloe, As the two of them stared at each other, there was a knock on the partition. Are you ready to order? Yes. After putting in their food order with the waiter, Chloe grumbled. This is why I don't have kids. Because you have the emotional range of a teaspoon. As if you're any better. She got you there. Anytime someone cries, you turn into a deer in headlights. Words of kindness and empathy when someone is going through hard times. Non-existent. I will give you the acts of service that are well-intentioned but misguided, but even a robot can do that. I guess you're a bot. Ari, you just shut up. Smacking the transparent blue window away, Ari focused on Chloe, who was back to typing on the laptop. I'm busy and returning to France on the last flight tonight, so let's tackle the urgent issues. Everything else can be discussed over the phone now that you have my number. First, the Crouch family dash. I'm suing them. Ari interrupted. Are you planning on trying to get into the entertainment industry as an idol? Yes. Then you can't sue. As Ari's eyebrow twitched, Chloe continued speaking in an unconcerned manner. Lawsuits drag on for years. They're messy, require money, and will inevitably mar the reputation of both parties even if you're in the right. Disregarding the current issues with this show, a new group can't have such negative press attached to it if it wants to succeed. And even more so if you debut as an individual act. So, I have to stay silent and take it even though they're lying online? After everything they've done to me, I still stayed quiet and peaceful and was willing to part peacefully. But involving my parents is a line that shouldn't be crossed. I'm not just going to take it lying down. I know. So whatever you have on them, hand it over to me, and I'll do it. While your parents and I might have our differences, at the end of the day, Henri and Ariella don't deserve to have their names being tarnished in such a manner. Close your mouth and don't argue with me. Even if you weren't planning on suing, I was going to inform you that I would be doing so. Your providing information makes it easier on me. I'll have Sabine contact you later to take over the details. Chloe said in a voice that brooked no discussion before continuing, before Ari could interrupt her. Back to this show. I won't ask when or why you suddenly wanted to get into the entertainment industry. I just want to know if it has to be through this show. Why? You think I shouldn't go into entertainment? I'm not your parent, so I don't particularly care, and even they wouldn't care. It's your life, your decision. I'm asking because I think you should quit this show and choose another avenue if becoming an idol is something you really want to do. Chloe said coldly. As Ari opened his mouth to argue, Chloe held out a finger and began counting off her reasons. Listen first, then argue. First, the show's treatment and management of you is irresponsible. While it's gaining great popularity, shock marketing with you as the butt of every scandal is disgusting and terrible for your long-term brand image. There's a reason your parents refused to post you online and kept you away from their work. Once things are on the internet, they will never be forgotten and will always be used against you at some point. Add enough stains to someone, and eventually they become spoiled goods that nobody wants to work with, even if half the rumors are false. It would be one thing if the show treated you like this and got rid of you, but either they can't or they won't. They can't. My public votes were pretty high before they dropped. Everything is reset and the rules changed, so I'm unsure about now. Probably in the gutter. Ari replied honestly. Regardless of the public votes, even if you were eliminated, I think they would still try to keep you around. Especially because after speaking to Bing Young-san, I can tell that he definitely wants to keep you by any means necessary, which brings me to my second point. This organization is messy internally, with two parties wanting two different visions, and willing to use the contestants as pawns to further that goal. I don't see it boding well in the future. You've at least noticed that much, right? The clear bias toward the Forbes boy. Of course, I won't ask what he did to you, causing you to hate him, but I found out that his uncle is meant to be in charge of the group once the show is over. Naturally, he wants his nephew as the main person and has been trying to make it possible by any means necessary. Based on how things are currently going, do you think you would be treated well in that kind of group? After his nephew has been publicly disgraced because of you. Doubtful. Any other reasons why I should quit since you're laying it all on me? Third and most importantly, I don't think you fit into a group, much less working well with one. What's that supposed to mean? Exactly what I said. Cho, you can be quite selfish. Hey, let me finish. It's not a bad thing. If, after all the love, time, and care your parents poured into you, you weren't selfish, it would be quite disappointing. If you're going into the entertainment industry, especially as an idol, you must be selfish to stand out and do better than everyone else. There are limited spots at the top, which means some rise and some fall. You seem like a riser. Visually, you're striking. Talent-wise, you've been good at everything you tried since you were young and are not afraid to work hard to get good. Personality-wise, you can be charming, don't. Take the opinions of others seriously, speak your mind, and have no fear, which is good because you stand out in both positive and negative ways. But you can be selfish, which doesn't work well in a group. You are a child who always has to have the last word, likes to get your way, who refuses to be wronged, and will be vocal about it even though things might play out better in your favor if you were silent. Hold others to your personal standard whether they want to or not, and at the end of the day, will probably do and say what's best for you even if it might negatively affect the other people you're grouped with. I'm not saying this with malice, and I know you don't act with malice in mind. I think those are good traits to have, and I like those traits in you. It makes you stand out and makes people like and admire that about you because most people don't like their life like that. Those who support you like that about you as well, but ultimately, they're a fan of you and not the group. It might be fine now because you're in a survival show, but let's say you make it into the group. Then what? Be honest with yourself. With all the things I listed, would you want to be in a group with a person like that? Or would you think it's tiring to have to work with a person like that for however long your contract lasts? As Ari just stared at her, Chloe gave him a pitying glance. Number 314. Chapter 314. Tired 3. Well, thanks for making me sound like a horrible person, Ari grumbled as he glared at Chloe, who looked like she couldn't care less. It seems that your ears are simply there for decoration. I told you I don't have a problem with how you act. I don't even think your behavior is as bad as it could be. And if I were in your position and going through what you did at your age, I would have done worse, and I've certainly done worse in the past. However, actions have consequences, and even if you mean well, if you're in a group, everyone must bear the burden of your actions. And no matter how well-intentioned you may be, however justified you think you are, sometimes people don't want to deal with the consequences of someone else's actions. When they feel like they're getting punished for something they didn't do, it breeds resentment, which turns into anger, and little things like that can make or break a group. Chloe paused as the waiter knocked on the partition to deliver the food. Once it was all on the table, and she saw Ari take his first bite, she continued the impromptu lecture. They say people are like eggs or rocks, and life is a battle of bashing against things and figuring out which one you are. It goes without saying that you are like a rock. This show and the people running it are a bigger rock you keep bashing against, which is why I said you look tired. And unfortunately, it will only get worse as you try to adapt to the industry. You have a personality that doesn't mesh with this system, and to be frank, doesn't really fit in a group. If you want to be in entertainment, that's fine, but why not consider an alternative avenue that will be less stressful and toxic? I don't want to watch Ariela's son become a shell of himself while chasing a dream. I don't want you to have to change your personality and lose that rebellious charm that makes people like you just to accommodate others. And I don't want you to have to swallow things when you're wronged. It may not be my field of expertise, but I have a few contacts here or there, and I think you've gained enough popularity here to give you a good start elsewhere, no? Why don't you quit this show? At Chloe's blunt statement, Ari could only laugh because her words were as cruel and pointed as ever. Well, you've raised several good points. And you're not the only one who's told me that. This past week, I've had conversations and really considered quitting. Due to one of the tasks of the surprise mission, which would bring an end to Pop Star Academy as a whole, Ari had talked candidly to the 5 people he was closest to: Jamie, Benjamin, Carlos, Matthew, and Vishal, whom he hadn't talked to in a while due to their last discussion. Since he had never considered becoming an idol before gaining Nova and had no attachment to Pop Star Academy, Ari wanted to understand their mindsets, what motivated them to get on an idol survival show, and what they planned to do if they couldn't debut or if things fell through. And I've thought about it, and you're right. This show is really tiring for me. If the industry is like this, I'll probably be really tired later, too. But even though I hate a lot of things about the show, I like it more than I hate it. I like the people I've met here a lot. I like the challenges. I like some trainers. I don't mind the group aspect. I like performing on stage and seeing people be happy when I do well. I like learning how to make music both alone and with friends. It's hard and it's different, but it's also fun and therapeutic. There's a lot that's not shown because of the drama the PDs like to show, but it's not all bad. It's just a completely different world, and I'm learning a lot. I don't think I could get this much training and exposure to various things if I tried to become an idol on my own. I wouldn't even know where to start. That's where I come in. Even with you here, the experience on the show has been invaluable. So, you're also good at other things and are still young enough to pivot. Statistically, most groups disband. So is it even worth the effort to join one? Especially this one that looks like a ticking time bomb from top to bottom? Just go solo. I don't want to do that. At least not anytime soon. I want to try to debut here with the group. The company has money and is willing to spend it, and has experience in creating BTZ, the current biggest boy group in the world. People like Jamie, Ben, Carlos, and Levi are rare talents that I might not have met elsewhere, and they are genuinely good people to have on your team. Of all the people, I think those 4 would make it. If I make the debut team, there should be no foolishness on the management side because that will affect their pockets. Even if the person managing the debut team doesn't like me, the creative director does, which balances it out. I think it would work out. And that personality of yours, there's a reason you preferred playing individual sports. Honestly, it's a work in progress. One of the contestants actually spoke to me about always having to get my way, and I am trying. It's not an excuse, but people keep messing with me, and it's just hard not to snap back. But I don't want people to have to bear consequences for my actions, and I don't want to be the reason the group I joined disbands, so I'll try a bit harder. My goal is to become the biggest global idol superstar that the world has ever seen, but I don't want that to happen in a way that ruins the group, ends friendships, or alienates others. Ari replied stubbornly. Even if it ends badly? The greatest idol superstar. That's a bold claim. Your personality aside, having a goal like that frequently causes groups to break up because one person ends up being the breakout star while the other falls behind. I don't know the future, obviously, but I don't think my dream differs from anyone else's on the program. And I don't believe that being the biggest superstar is mutually exclusive from being part of a group. We're in a competitive situation, and apart from Le Blonde, right now, nobody among the remaining people has done anything shady. Perhaps it's because the production team created a common enemy, but it's very different from what it was in the beginning. Everyone is working hard to deliver the best performance and let that speak for them rather than trying to stand out at all costs. And I believe that as long as everyone continually strives to improve themselves and remembers the journey, for those who make the debut team, it should be possible to stay together for a long time. Also, for someone who says they don't care, you're asking a lot of questions. Chloe just stared at Ariel, wondering if she should pop the bubble of Navit that seemed to still remain. Everybody might be working hard on the surface, but she could guarantee that there were undercurrents that Ariel was probably oblivious to because he was so wrapped up in his own troubles, simply didn't care enough to pay attention, or were never brought up because people didn't want to argue with him. After all, people were selfish. There's no way everyone was trying to peacefully get along in a survival show that could help them achieve their dreams. The contestants absolutely wanted to stand out, get more screen time, more parts, more votes, and would do anything to get it. It was probably just more subtle than it was in the beginning. When they debuted and became stars, those wants would only increase, especially when money, power, and fame were involved. When people were thrown into a world of fame, their true colors often came out, and that's when things would fall apart. There was no guarantee that this company, which cheerfully pitted contestants who were supposed to end up on one team against each other, would handle it well. And there was no guarantee that these contestants, who were used to fighting against each other, would be able to transition into perfect teammates that could support each other without jealousy, especially if one of them wanted to grow and become the biggest in the world. Chloe worried quite a bit, especially with the brief report Sabine had given her. She worried for Ari, who was currently rising to an unprecedented level of popularity